Family, this birth experience is too explosive. Just after I was born, I caught my mom performing a sacrifice for my dad, and a guy named Chin Shuanji led a group to attack my parents. At the critical moment, a glowing energy shield popped out from my forehead. Unfortunately, the sacrifice had already begun. It turns out I traveled here from another world, and my dad, Tang Hao, later gave up on everything while I used a mysterious mark to find my mom, only for Tang Hao to come rushing in too. Family, who understands this? Just after I was born, my mom was going to serve as an enhancement for my dad, staging a live sacrifice. Let me tell you, at that moment, my eyes weren't fully open yet, and I saw a big villain dressed in shining gold, named Qin Shuanji, leading a group to surround my parents. My dad, Tang Hao, was covered in blood, standing like a god of war at the front, shouting, "Over my dead body." He looked really cool, but the next second, my mom stepped out and said she wanted to make a sacrifice. I was stunned. What was going on? A buy one, get one free deal. My dad levels up and my mom has to go. I watched as that group bombarded my mom with soul skills like they were free, and I had only one thought. No way, absolutely not. Then, my forehead lit up with a bang. A powerful energy shield bounced all the attacks away. Let me tell you, everyone was stunned, including my war god dad, who looked at me in shock. Unfortunately, the sacrifice had already begun, and it couldn't be stopped. Wait, this story needs to start from the beginning. My birth point was extremely abstract. Let me tell you, in my last life, I had a cosmic-level pitfall start. Our universe was ruined by our own beast-raised cultivators, energy depleted, and the heart of the universe was almost blackened. The entire world was about to game over. At that time, the strongest old man there, who was originally a turtle and had lived who knows how many tens of thousands of years, calculated and said there was no hope, just wait to die. Everyone could give up. But there are always stubborn ones. A big red-haired brother, a Kuei Nyo, howled in unwillingness. The old turtle sighed and said there was a way, either break the cosmic barrier and steal some energy from outside, or we, the old immortals, could end it ourselves and return the energy to the universe. Family, guess what? They really tried. First, they staged a cosmic war, and thousands of top experts died, trying to recover from this. But what happened? The heart of a universe became even weaker. Now, it was completely hopeless, and that old turtle was the first to stand up, saying, "I've lived enough, am going first." And with a snap, he severed his heart pulse, returning his immense energy to the heavens and earth. Good heavens, at that moment, I realized this old man was the strongest at that time. With him leading, those big shots started self-destructing like dumplings, dragons, phoenixes, Kuei Nyo, all lining up to blow themselves up. The scene was tragically magnificent. What was the result? Even more despair came. The energy poured in, and not only did the heart of the universe not revive, it started to seep out black ash, a signal of cosmic annihilation. The remaining strong ones were terrified. They panicked and tried to smash the cosmic barrier to escape, but it was useless. At the last moment, it was still that already deceased old turtle whose backup plan activated. A super invincible formation compressed all the remaining energy in the universe, including the energy of those who had just self-destructed, into one, like a super laser cannon, and with a bayou, it blasted open a tiny gap in the cosmic barrier. In that instant, a shattered energy fragment, which is my soul, was shot out as the last hope. Then, our universe was completely finished. Then, when I closed my eyes and opened them again, I became a newly born baby, lying in my mom Ain's arms with a twin brother included. Before I could figure out the situation, I crashed into that catastrophic scene at the beginning. My mom was making a sacrifice, and my dad Tang Hao was filled with rage, taking a 100,000-year soul ring, wielding a hammer to smash the people from the spear hall. It was exciting, but good days were over. 6 months later, in a dilapidated thatched hut in Holy Spirit Village, my heroic dad, having lost his wife, completely gave up, focusing on a passive lifestyle. Every day he hugged a bottle, his eyes hollow enough to swallow everything, looking like a scarecrow whose soul had been sucked out. Let me tell you, his fathering was the ultimate example of how not to do it. My brother and I, Tang San, were 2 starving infants, and he ignored us completely. If it weren't for the kind village chief, Old Jack, bringing us goat milk every day, we would have been gone long ago. Old Jack even taught him how to feed us, but he ignored it and was extremely perfunctory. One day Old Jack had something to do, so he had to feed us himself. I was crying loudly from hunger, and he impatiently brought 2 bowls of warm goat milk from the kitchen. Good heavens, he picked me up and just poured it into my mouth, almost sent me away on the spot, choking me with milk all over my face. My brother Tang San just quietly watched, his stomach growling, but not crying. I later found out he was a reincarnated assassin with memories of being 29, unable to bring himself to cry. Big bro, you really can endure. So we stumbled through to a 1.5 years, and we could walk. My brother was malnourished, skinny as a little monkey. As for me, I relied on my ability to cry, make a fuss, plus that mysterious mark on my forehead, occasionally providing me some energy, just barely keeping up with normal development. At lunchtime, it was the same 2 bowls of watery porridge. I tell you, clear enough to see your reflection. Even corrupt disaster relief officials would respect it as a just ruler. Again with this stuff. I pouted, tears rolling down like pearls, pointing at him and scolding. You bad. In my eyes, this scruffy uncle was a villain, feeding me pig food every day, not eating himself, and always scolding me. My brother Tang San, on the other hand, obediently picked up the bowl and drank slowly, even coming over to pat me, saying intermittently, "Bro, if you don't drink, you'll be hungry." Look at that, he treated our biological dad like a Buddha, all about filial piety. What could I do? I could only drink it with grievance. Tang Hao looked at my brother with such admiration, thinking he was the normal child, while I was just making a fuss. Family, this life is really unbearable. This dad is not reliable. I have to be self-reliant. I need to find my mom. With my little short legs, I walked out of that dark, broken house. I had long discovered the wonderful use of that mark on my forehead. It could supply energy when I was hungry and even let me float. With a thought, the mark glowed, and I floated up like a little balloon. The higher I flew, the more I saw the whole village, and then I flew out of the village. The mark acted like a high-precision map, automatically navigating through bloodline sensing. Soon, it brought me to a waterfall in a valley. I was a bit afraid of the huge water flow, but the mark directly took me whoosh through the wall. Inside was a pitch-black cave, a bit scary, but the mark lit up immediately, illuminating the entire cave like it was daytime. After walking a few dozen steps, I suddenly saw a clearing. It was a stone chamber about 10 square meters, with a small mound in the center, growing a unique blue-silver grass, with blue leaves featuring golden veins, emitting a faint glow. It was her. Although the form was a bit explosive, I knew that was my mom. That feeling of blood connection is unmistakable. The mark gently placed me down, and I couldn't hold back anymore, crying out loud, releasing all the grievances I'd suffered for months. That little grass seemed to understand. Its leaves trembled slightly, and one leaf stretched over gently to wipe my tears. Mom, I choked out her name, calling out Ian. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Ian's expression shifted from warmth to shock, her eyes wide as she took in the sight of her husband, transformed by despair and neglect. Tang Hao, she exclaimed, her voice a mix of disbelief and concern. Tang Hao's heart raced, caught between the joy of seeing his wife and the pain of the reality before him. What happened to you? Where have you been? He demanded, his voice low and filled with emotion. Ian took a step back, instinctively holding me closer. I was trying to protect our son, she said, her voice trembling. Tang Hao felt a surge of anger and desperation. Protect him from what? From me? The room grew silent, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. I wanted to touch Ian, but my mom held me and took a step back with a cold face. Tang Hao's hand froze in midair, and he went from shock to at a loss. Ian first coaxed me to sleep, then looked at Tang Hao, her expression as complex as a palette. How? You've changed. This familiar voice instantly broke Tang Hao's defenses, and he fell to his knees with a thud, curling up and beginning to cry softly. Ian looked at him like this, and all the words she had prepared were suddenly stuck in her throat. But when she looked down and saw me, her heart hardened again. Get up first. Her voice was as cold as a command. Tang Hao immediately scrambled to his feet, standing straight, but his body still trembled. Ian, are you okay? He asked cautiously. I'm not okay. My mom forced a stern expression. Before my sacrifice, did I not ask you to take good care of the child? Can you tell me how you took care of him? Tang Hao was at a loss for words, sneaking a glance at me. You don't need to look around. It was Xiao Yin who told me. What's wrong? You. The title Doloa. Don't dare to own up to it. Yin's face completely turned cold. By the way, Yin, how did you wake up? Tang Hao tried to change the subject. Don't try to change the subject. My mom said irritably. According to Xiao Yin, his brother is weak. Did you ever care about her child? In his heart, he doesn't even want to acknowledge you as his father. Tang Hao wanted to defend himself, but seeing Yin's angry expression, he ultimately swallowed his words and lowered his head, saying, It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so despondent. I let you down. Seeing him admit his mistake, my mom's expression softened a bit. You're not apologizing to me. You're apologizing to the 2 children. I was able to wake up thanks to Xiao Yin. Then my mom told him about my miraculous mark. From blocking a fatal blow on the day of the sacrifice to awakening her soul today. After hearing this, Tang Hao looked at me with a bit more respect. How? Your actions have disappointed me. Ian finally said, From now on, you need to take on the responsibilities of being a father. I don't want to find that the two children still have this attitude towards you when I wake up next time. Next time? Tang Hao keenly caught the key point. I have to tell you, after hearing this, a Yin's expression was incredibly complicated. She first carefully handed the soundly sleeping little Tang Yin in her arms to my cheap dad, Tang Hao. Goodness. Tang Hao's movement to take the child was as clumsy as a big monkey, clearly a total novice. He even felt embarrassed and started to avoid eye contact. Yin sighed and laid her cards on the table. Yes, it will be next time. I felt like my body couldn't hold on any longer. I could sense that my energy would eventually reside in little Yin's mark. The next time I come out, I hope to see a different you. After saying this, she took a deep look at Tang Hao and left a message. Goodbye, Hao. I believe in you. As soon as she finished speaking, wow, the scene. Yin suddenly shattered into countless flying blue light particles, like fireflies, all rushing towards little Tang Yin's forehead. The mark on little Tang Yin's forehead instantly lit up. And this time Tang Hao held him closely, seeing it very clearly. That mark was composed of countless intricate patterns, looking particularly like a small furnace, now emitting a soft light, absorbing all the energy points that Yin had transformed into. Immediately after, the bone of the blue-silver emperor's right leg that had been floating in midair for 100,000 years also swiftly dove into that furnace mark, disappearing without a trace. I told you, watching my wife disappear again, Tang Hao surprisingly didn't collapse this time. He looked down at the baby in his arms, who was still sound asleep, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. He must have been too excited, unable to resist leaning down to kiss little Tang Yin's cheek. As a result, tragedy struck. Little Tang Yin was already sleeping restlessly, dreaming of his mother's sweet scent. But instead, he was hit by the overwhelming smell of alcohol that almost triggered his PTSD. He frowned, not yet realizing what was happening, when he felt a prickling sensation on his face, Tang Hao's stubble. Now he was completely awake. When little Tang Yin opened his eyes, he didn't see his gentle and beautiful mother, but a big bearded face that scared and annoyed him, and tears immediately streamed down his face. Wow, I want my mom. I want my mom. Woo-woo. He cried heart-wrenchingly, pushing against Tang Hao's chest with his little hands, his short legs kicking wildly in the air like a revved-up motor. Tang Hao was completely at a loss, frantically tried to hold the baby steady, afraid he might drop him, and began to apologize madly. Liline, be good. It's Dad's fault. Dad was a jerk before. I won't let you suffer anymore, okay? Let me tell you, this is Hao Yian Dolaw, one of the youngest titled Doluos on the continent, now acting like a grandson, bowing and scraping to his own son, almost kneeling down to beg for forgiveness. But Xiao Tangyin simply wouldn't buy it, crying even harder. I want Mom. Not you. You're bad. Woo. Tang Hao's eyes were red. His voice trembled with tears. Xiaoyin, listen to me. Okay? I used to think your mother had left me forever. That's why I was so depressed. It's all my fault. I'm not man. I'm a jerk. But please give Daddy another chance, just once, all right? A man who stands tall, at this moment, was as humble as dust, although Xiao Tangyin couldn't understand what his dad was saying. Seeing him cry so pitifully made him slowly stop struggling. Tang Hao quickly squatted down, letting the child sit in his hands, and for the first time, the father and son looked at each other seriously, seeing that once grumpy face now filled with tears. Xiao Tangyin felt strange inside and actually reached out his little hand to wipe his father's tears. Bad in the past, good in the future. When Tang Hao heard this, he nodded vigorously as if he had received a divine decree, his eyes filled with determination. Yes. In the future, good. Xiao Tangyin wasn't reassured yet and started to make demands. Water rice. Xiao Yin won't eat. Want to eat meat. Good. From now on, eat meat every day. No more of that broken porridge. Tired, hug me. Tang Hao quickly picked up the child, letting him lean on his shoulder. Then Xiao Tangyin added, you smell bad. Mommy smells good. Good. I won't drink anymore. In the future, you can't be mean to me. I'll never be mean to you again. From now on, only good to you. And so the negotiations went on. Tang Hao carried the child towards the village. He didn't fly because he decided to live well in this village and couldn't reveal his strength anymore. When they reached the door, they saw Tang Sin sitting there all alone, looking at them eagerly. This child thought his brother had been taken away, and his dad had gone to rescue him. He felt a bit more admiration for his dad, thinking that although he was depressed, he still cared for them. Tang Hao walked over, reached out, and for the first time gently patted Tang San's head. Xiao San, we're back, let us go inside. Just this touch warmed Tang San's heart. A man who had never felt a father's love in 2 lifetimes, and his eyes became moist. Okay, Dad. The 3 of them finally felt like a family. Tang Hao put Xiao Tangyin down, letting the 2 play first, while he turned and went into the kitchen. Let me tell you, when a titled Doluo cooks, The efficiency is top-notch. First, he borrowed a chicken from the village chief, quickly processed it, chopped the chicken breast into minced meat, and paired it with rice and vegetables, serving up a fragrant children's meal. Tang San obediently ate by himself, feeling emotional inside. This was definitely the best meal he had since he crossed over. Xiao Tangyin didn't cause trouble this time, being fed cleanly by Tang Hao. When Tang Hao went to tidy up the house, Xiao Tangyin, full and content, leaned over to his brother Tang San, lowered his voice, and mysteriously said, "Pigeon, I have a secret to tell you." Tang San was shocked, looking at his brother, struggling to speak. You said you found Mom?" Yes. Xiao Tangyin nodded firmly and pointed to his smooth forehead. "Mom is right here." In my head, Tang San looked at him like he was a silly brother, reached out to touch his forehead, thinking the kid was confused from a fever. He held back for a long time before finally managing to say, "Brother, have hysteria, right?" Xiao Tangyin pushed his hand away, anxious. "I really saw her." As he spoke, he tried to call Ain with his mind, but the mark didn't respond at all, as if it were asleep. Seeing this, Tang San immediately switched to a tone for coaxing children. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I know you saw Mom. Be good." Goodness. Xiao Tangyin really thought his brother believed him, nodding seriously. "Mom might be tired. I'll let Pigeon see Mom too in the future." After chatting, the brothers sat side by side, watching Tang Hao clean up the house. He was fast, fixing the roof, plastering the walls, and repairing the yard. All done in an hour. After all, he was a titled doloa. The next morning, Xiao Tangyin woke up naturally and felt his pants were wet. Habitually, he prepared a cry for Tang Hao to come change him. Every time he wet the bed before, Tang Hao's grumpy face scared him. But before he could cry, a tall figure appeared in front of him. Xiao Tangyin looked closely and was stunned. "Wait, who are you?" The person in front looked exactly like his dad, but his messy beard was clean-shaven, and his hair was tied back, his eyes bright and full of spirit, no longer smelling of alcohol, wearing a clean coarse cloth outfit, speaking so gently it could be squeezed for water. "Xiaoyin, did you wet the bed?" Xiao Tangyin dazedly nodded, and then was swept away by Tang Hao's smooth operations, washing his bottom, changing his pants, changing the sheets, and after finishing, he carried him out of the room. Breakfast was ready on the table, a bowl of goat milk and a bowl of steamed egg. After Tang Hao fed him bite by bite, Xiao Tangyin finally came back to his senses. "My dad seems to have really changed." In the following days, let me tell you, it was simply earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, the brothers turned 3 years old. In this year and a half, Tang Hao went out to earn some money several times. And when he returned, he upgraded their thatched cottage to a brick house, and their meals changed from watery porridge to big fish and meat. He also often brought back unknown herbs for the 2 children to bathe in, making Xiao Tangyin cry out in pain every time, scolding Tang Hao for being a bad guy and wanting to tell Mom. But when he really complained to Mom, Yin just said it was for his own good, so he had to obediently endure it. Tang San, being clever, had already discovered that these were good things, secretly absorbing them every time. On the day the brothers turned 3, Tang San officially began practicing his Xiantian skill. And as for Xiao Tangyin, one night in his dreams, he entered the Starry Sea world in his mind for the first time. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. The brilliant galaxy before him was simply spectacular. An old, kind voice rang out. "Child, you finally came." "Grandpa, who are you? Where is this?" 3-year-old Xiao Tangyin was already quite articulate. "This is your spiritual sea, and I am a part of the mark on your forehead." A virtual image of an old man appeared. It was the turtle old man. "Your mother is here too. Go meet her first." Hearing that he could see Mom, Xiao Tangyin's eyes lit up, and he turned to see the figure he had been thinking about for a year and a half. "Mom," he shouted, directly rushing to hug a Yin's leg. Ain was also overwhelmed with excitement, bending down to pick him up, their faces pressed together, tears rolling down. "Mom, don't cry. I will come to see you every day." Xiao Tangyin understandingly helped her wipe her tears, just as the mother and son were being affectionate. The turtle old man's voice rang out again. "There will be plenty of time for that later. Let's get down to business first." Ain then remembered, squatting down to tell Tangyin, "Xiaoyin, this old grandpa saved your mom. He is very powerful and wants to take you as his disciple. Are you willing?" Upon hearing that this old grandpa was Mom's savior, Xiao Tangyin immediately nodded. "Good. I want to become strong and protect Mom." The turtle old man was very satisfied, teaching Tangyin a simple apprenticeship ceremony, and this matter was settled. "Little Silver, I have nothing much to give you. So today I will pass on to you a cultivation method called Heaven and Earth as the furnace." The voice of Old Turtle was extremely solemn. "Remember, the secrets of this method must not be easily shared." As soon as Ain heard this, she immediately understood and said to Tangyin, "Study hard. Mom is waiting for you to protect us. and then she consciously stepped back. Only then did old turtle begin to impart the teachings. The human body aligns with the way of heaven. My true form is that of a turtle, and your mother is a spiritual herb. Both have cultivated into humans. You possess the bloodline of the beast clan, making you perfectly suited for this method. As he spoke, he began to recite the incantation. Heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the craftsman, yin and yang as the charcoal, all things as the copper. Damn! Every word sounded like thunder, resonating in Tang Yin's mind. His entire spiritual sea trembled violently, and an illusory blue furnace appeared out of nowhere, crystal clear, with the dual energies of yin and yang burning like fire inside, looking incredibly impressive. So beautiful. Little Tang Yin gazed at his primal furnace, his eyes wide with amazement. Not bad. Top-tier talent, old turtle commented, but you're only 3 years old. What you need to do now is lay a solid foundation. Don't rush your cultivation. Tang Yin listened with only a partial understanding, but grasped the key points, and then began his endless questions. Master, what are muscles and bones? What is a foundation? I tell you, my master is particularly patient. As soon as he heard my question, he immediately started teaching me, saying, Kid, your muscles and bones are just your skin. Your organs, meridians, and bones all count. While speaking, he was pointing at my soul body. Wow, it was the first time I clearly introspected myself, like looking at a human model. He also said, as for the foundation, it's like a wooden barrel. Your body is a pile of wooden planks, and the shortest one determines how much water you can hold, which is your limit in cultivation. Got it? I tell you, this analogy was brilliant, and I understood it immediately. Then, my master began to teach me serious stuff, a technique called heaven and earth as a furnace, on how to inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, I was almost 6 years old. Over the years, I practiced every day, feeling like I was becoming a little spiritual energy converter. My brother Tang Sin wasn't idle either. He went to the top of the back mountain every day to practice his so-called purple extreme demon eye, getting himself tanned black like a little coal ball. The best part was my dad, Tang Hao. He was completely revitalized. He worked in the forge during the day and even took on side jobs at night, using the money he earned to improve our meals, ensuring we had soul beast meat to eat at every meal. Moreover, he finally started giving us lessons on the common knowledge of Dolua continent. One day, he called my brother and me over, looking extremely serious. Suddenly, he conjured a big black hammer out of thin air and said, "This is a martial soul." My brother and I were wide-eyed. This hammer is called the Haotian hammer, the inherited martial soul of the continent's #1 sect, Haoshanzong. My dad explained to us that apart from the 2 major empires on the continent, the most powerful is the Spear Hall. As soon as I heard that, I got excited. Isn't it the small rundown building at the village entrance? As soon as my dad heard the word Spirit Hall, his expression changed instantly, filled with hatred. That's right. They're the bloodsuckers of the empire, extremely overbearing. I just don't understand. Didn't they send people every year to help us awaken our martial souls? That's just buying people's hearts. My dad got emotional all of a sudden, but quickly suppressed it. Xiaoyin, you're still young. Some things I'll tell you later. When I saw him like that, I knew this matter was not simple. My mom's death was definitely related to the Spirit Hall. Finally, on our 6th birthday, my dad decided to personally help us awaken our martial souls, not letting anyone from the Spirit Hall touch us. He said that if we awakened the Haotian hammer and the Spirit Hall found out, it would be a big problem. As a result, just when my dad took out 6 black stones and was about to start, I suddenly felt a darkness in front of me, and my consciousness was directly pulled into my spiritual sea. I was stunned at that moment. My master and my mother, Ian, were both there, but my mother's eyes were red and obviously had just been crying, while my master, his body had become very ethereal, like an old projector that was about to run out of power. Child, my master's voice was still so gentle, calling you over to say goodbye. My mind went blank in an instant, and I couldn't speak smoothly. Master, you. He shook his head. I'm just a wisp of lingering thought. My energy is exhausted, and the time has come. Who understands this among my family? Just a second ago, the master who was teaching me how to be a person, and in the next second, he's completely gone. I couldn't hold back my tears and started crying uncontrollably. My master even laughed at me. Didn't I teach you that a man shouldn't shed tears easily? I cried stubbornly. But you also said it's just that I haven't reached the point of heartbreak. He smiled, his body even weaker. You child, I haven't taught you much, but there is one thing I've kept from you. As he spoke, the long spear and the blood-red bow floated out. These 2 items have already fused with your body. From now on, they will be your martial soul. Consider it the last gift I leave for you. The spear is a branch of the world tree, and I named it Fate. This bow is forged from the bones of countless strong warriors. Let's call it the Dragon Phoenix bow. I cried so much that I couldn't say a word, only shaking my head desperately. Little Silver, he looked at me one last time, his voice growing fainter. Remember my last words. Cherish the loved ones in front of you. Don't let yourself regret. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure completely vanished, like a wisp of smoke, as if he had never been in this world. Only those two weapons instantly merged into my body. My mother, Aine, silently shed tears, holding me tightly in her arms. By the time I woke up again, it was already the next day. Tears were still on my face, making me look particularly fragile. If the priest from France in 2025 saw me, it would be a great trouble. My dad saw that I was awake, didn't ask much, just held me in his arms and gently patted my back. It's okay, Xiaoyin, Daddy is here. I sniffed and said, Dad, I'm fine. Let's awaken our martial souls. My master has passed away. My martial soul is the weapon left to me by my master. I have to tell you, my dad just crashed on the spot. His CPU literally burned out. The expression on his face was something else. I could almost visualize the barrage of thoughts in his mind. What the hell? My savior is gone? And they even swapped my son's martial soul? Is this bloodline still pure? Am I being cuckolded by old Wong next door? His anxious little demeanor was really hard to watch. I can only say that, at that moment, his intrusive thoughts won. But after all, he is my dad, and soon his gaze became resolute as he muttered, no matter what martial soul it is. You are still an Aine child. The ceremony began. I stood in the center of the hexagram, and with a flash of golden light, I felt something inside me wanting to burst out. Extend your hand, my dad shouted, as I a long brown spear in the palm of my right hand, surrounded by a circle of green light at the tip. It's so strong that it's frightening. My dad took a deep breath and felt that his long-standing hidden injuries had improved slightly. It's called destiny. Then with my left hand, a blood-red longbow appeared. It's resembling a phoenix's wings with a bead in the middle. And the key point is that it doesn't even have a. That aura was so powerful that even my dad, a titled Delois, felt a chill. It's called the Dragon Phoenix bow. Come on, let's test the soul power. My dad took out a blue crystal ball. I let go of my hand. The next second, Buzz, that broken ball exploded like a supernova, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. My dad's eyes were about to pop out, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, trembling as he shouted this. This is innate level 20 soul power. Good heavens, this has directly created a bug in this world system. I'm really exhausted. Someone to sleep in my room first. My dad's shocked expression will probably take a while for him to digest. After I leave, it will be my brother's turn. The result was also explosive. His right hand had an upgraded version of blue silvergrass called Blue Silver King, and in his left hand, Duong, an identical Haotian hammer. 3 days passed, and my mood finally calmed down. During dinner, I dropped a bombshell on my dad. Dad, Mom can come out for a short time now. My dad almost dropped his chopsticks, and my brother suddenly lifted his head. I summoned my destiny spear, and the rich life energy surged forth, slowly outlining the silhouette of a person in the air. Soon, a stunningly beautiful, ethereal figure dressed in a blue long dress appeared before us. And that was my mother, Aine. My dad, a man as solid as a tower, suddenly burst into tears, his voice trembling. I finally see you again. How long time no see, my mom said with a smile, opening her arms wide. The two of them hugged tightly, and let me tell you, that scene, wow, there were also 2 kids watching. I couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Dad, you've been hugging long enough. My brother, and I want to hug too. Only then did they release each other. My mom squatted down, first hugging my brother tightly, then picking me up and giving me a big kiss on the cheek. The family was finally reunited. After sitting down, it was family meeting time. When my dad mentioned my innate 20-level soul power, my mom explained that my situation was called divine gift, a presence left by something that transcends the rules of this world, with a quality far superior to an ordinary martial soul. With that, my dad's last bit of doubt about whether I had been cheated on completely disappeared. Then they started discussing my brother's cultivation path. My dad initially wanted him to practice the Blue Silver King first, hiding the Haotian hammer. But my mom pointed out sharply, with the surname Tang, and a high-quality Blue Silver King, if someone investigates, won't your past with the Blue Silver Emperor be exposed? It's better to use the Haotian hammer directly and say it's a stray bloodline of the Haotian sect. It would be safer. Upon hearing this, my dad praised my mom for her thoughtful consideration. It was my turn. My dad was worried, saying that my fate spear had such a strong life aura, resembling a support type, and he didn't know what to do with it. My mom was very sure. Don't be deceived by appearances. Its essence is just a gun. You must train as a powerful attack system soul master. I want to be a powerful attack system soul master to protect my mom. I immediately raised my hand. My tone was incredibly firm. My dad listened and nodded, starting to give us a lesson on the basics of Soul Masters 101. Soul Masters are divided into 10 stages. Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, all the way to Title Daw. Only upon reaching level 90 and becoming a Title Daw can one truly protect the people they want to protect. To advance, soul rings are needed, which are obtained from soul beasts, and they are categorized by their age. 10-year white, 100-year yellow, 1,000-year purple, 10,000-year black, and the most powerful, 100,000-year red. As soon as I heard this, I immediately asked, is it the same as the circles that floated around my dad that day? Yes. When my dad heard that, he quickly revealed everything. Let me tell you, the scene was like this. With a duong, 9 circles rose up from beneath my feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The last one was blood red. That red circle was like a spotlight, flashing with an eerie light, making my eyes go dizzy. I was stunned at that moment, staring intently at the red circle, the lingering aura on it. Who understands, family? Isn't that the sin of my mom? My mind buzzed as I recalled the first time I saw my mom 5 years ago, that little grass on the verge of dying in the cave. I blurted out, this 10th one. No, this last red circle is at my mom's? As soon as I said that, the air seemed to freeze. My dad and mom trembled all over, exchanged glances, and ultimately couldn't hide it anymore. My dad sighed and laid it all out. That's right. Your mom is a blue silver emperor that is cultivated for 100,000 years, transformed into a human. My brother was right next to me. His jaw almost dropped. Probably his worldview was being restructured. My dad continued. As for why she became my 9th soul ring, this matter is too cruel for you to understand. So I can't say it now. Just remember one thing. Only by becoming strong can one have a right to protect those around them. I'm not qualified yet. The atmosphere immediately became tense. It was my mom who stepped in to ease the situation, saying that what's past is past. And the most important thing is that we are together as a family. I immediately raised my little hand and patted my chest, promising, I will definitely protect mom from now on. From that day on, my dad started giving my brother extra lessons, teaching him how to use his waist to swing the hammer, and I was there eavesdropping on the lessons. A couple of days later, just as my brother barely managed to finish forging a piece of iron on his own, my dad decided it was time to set off and leave the novice village. We were preparing to leave when Grandpa Jack came that evening, and I thought he was going to inform us about awakening our martial souls. I directly laid it all out for him, saying I was already a soul master. The old man's eyes bulged like copper bells at that moment. My dad didn't hide anything either. He directly bid farewell to Grandpa Jack and handed him a bag of gold soul coins, thanking him for his care over the years. Grandpa Jack looked at my dad, remained silent for a long time, and finally took the bag, saying a heart-wrenching line. You 6 years ago were really something else. After saying that, he turned and left. Let me tell you, my dad stood there without saying a word. He was probably caught off guard by that. The next morning, we slipped away. My dad rented the best carriage, which was drawn by a Lin horse, a creature with the bloodline of a soul beast, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. In 2.5 days, we covered thousands of kilometers and arrived at a small town right at the entrance of the Starry forest. That place was practically a lawless land for soul masters. The streets were brightly lit in the middle of the night, filled with soul masters just emerging from the forest, some of whom were covered in blood, missing arms and legs. My dad didn't let us wander around. He found an inn for us to stay in, telling us to rest well because we were going into the forest the next day. Early the next morning, we set off in high spirits. As soon as we entered the forest, the surrounding soul masters looked at our big and small trio with strange eyes, like wolves seeing meat. My dad immediately unleashed his aura, and the surrounding area fell silent in an instant. Along the way, my dad was like a walking encyclopedia, educating us about various soul beasts. However, I foolishly touched a blue silver grass that had just cultivated for 10 years, and that little grass immediately transformed into light and entered my body, replenishing my mom's blue. My mom scolded me in her heart, saying that cultivating blue silver grass was not easy and forbidding me from doing that again. We walked deeper and deeper until my dad finally stopped in front of a cave. He said, "This is it." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden bear over 3 meters tall walked out of the cave, its claws more than 40 centimeters long, shining like blades made of dark gold. My dad said, "Dark gold terror claw bear, 400 years of cultivation, just right for your brother's first spirit ring." After the introduction, my dad vanished in a flash and went up, Before my brother could even blink, that imposing bear had its spine broken by my dad's punch, collapsing on the ground, left only to gasp for breath. It was unbelievable. A one-punch kill. My dad handed my brother a dagger and told him to deal with that bear. My brother struck down, and before the bear died, it glared at me with a resentful look that scared me so much I shivered. A yellow soul ring floated up, and my brother immediately sat cross-legged to start absorbing it. My dad was handling the bear's corpse nearby, sighing as he touched it. What a shame, no soul bone dropped. Since I had nothing to do, I asked, "What is a soul bone?" My dad explained that it's a special equipment that might drop when a soul beast dies, allowing an extra skill. He said the bear's claws are the most impressive, and it would be great if a claw soul bone dropped. My dad is still there. What a pity. I silently stretched out my hands and slightly clenched my fist, and 6 golden claws suddenly shot out from between my fingers, adorned with mysterious runes. I looked at my dad with an innocent expression. "Dad, is this what you meant?" My dad fell silent at that moment. His expression was like a mobile signal suddenly dropping. I had no choice but to honestly confess that I had just been scared by that bear's gaze and instinctively used the artifact refining ability from my techniques to extract its essence. It was all quite unintentional. Half an hour later, my brother finished absorbing it. His first soul skill, dark gold power, could double the weight and penetrating power of his hammer, and also had a stunning effect, though it left him a bit drained afterward. After taking care of my brother, it was my turn. My dad said he would find me a wood-type snake soul beast. He led us deep into the forest, and we walked for 2 full days until we reached a place called Qianlong Pool. That place was no longer a beginner's village. It was full of 10,000-year-old beasts, eerie and filled with snakes everywhere. My dad stood by the pond and shouted with full force, "Whoever is in charge of Qianlong Pond, come out and show yourself." A commanding female voice emerged from the water, sounding very displeased. "Human, what do you want?" My dad was particularly calm. "Find a soul ring for my son." The female voice exploded. "Do you think this is a market? Asking my people to serve as your soul ring in front of me?" Before she could finish her words, my dad signaled me to summon my martial soul. As I revealed the fate-long spear, the rich life energy instantly made the entire Qianlong Pool boil. The female voice also fell silent. After a while, a huge purple serpent emerged from the water, each scale resembling amethyst, staring intently at my spear. She spoke, startling everyone. "I can agree, but I have a condition." My dad asked what the conditions are. That purple crystal snake emperor said, "I want to become one of his soul rings." Does anyone understand what this means? And there are those who are eager to offer themselves up. She said she has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation after 80,000 years and feels that she's nearing the end. She sees an opportunity for evolution in me. She even has a plan for how to sacrifice herself and leave a bloodline for her clan. My dad originally wanted to brush it off, but she insisted that he swear an oath with his martial spirit. As my dad hesitated, my mom gave me a knowing look, and I understood. I stepped forward, swore on my destiny-long spear, saying that I would definitely come back for her once I reached the appropriate level. The big snake was very satisfied and said I had more guts than my dad. Then she said, "Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise." She directly brought down a 1,000-year-old vine wood dragon from a tree, which was heavily injured and about to die, just right for me. I thrust my spear forward, and the furnace behind me lit up, directly swallowing the entire vinewood dragon, both soul and flesh. In the next second, this action rendered the system silent. A purple 1,000-year soul ring rose beneath my feet, and then the vinewood dragon, which was almost dead, burst out from the soul ring, full of vitality. Not only was it alive, but it had also evolved. It grew 4 legs, and the horns on its head had formed. The purple crystal snake queen watched with wide eyes, confirming that I was her only opportunity. She excitedly looked at my dad and said, "I've changed my mind. I want to become his soul ring right now." My dad and mom refused in unison. "No way." My dad spoke up directly, saying, "With your 80,000 years of cultivation, you want to give my little Silver, who is only level 20, a soul ring? Isn't that a joke? How could he possibly withstand it?" I told you, my mom's expression was particularly serious at that time. As a result, that purple big snake, let's call her Sister Zishi, actually said, "I'm serious, and besides, isn't your wife also a spirit beast in human form? She should understand." Good heavens, her words struck right at my mom's heart. My mom immediately understood that this Sister Zishi, like her, was someone who would give up her life for what she believed in. This is an obsession. Sister Zishi said she had a way. She could forcibly offer a sacrifice, but after the sacrifice, the power would need to be sealed and couldn't be used directly. My mom sighed and agreed on behalf of my younger brother, Xiaoyin. She said that back then, no one could stop her from sacrificing for my dad. And today she wouldn't stop this big snake either. My dad is still not at ease and directly made a stern remark. Fine, but we have to keep an eye on you. If you dare to pull any tricks, this Qianlong pond will disappear from the map after today. Sister Zishi just smiled. Then her huge eyes looked at my brother Xiaoyin, and that gaze TSK was like looking at a rare treasure. She said, little ghost, your sister's future depends on you, so don't let her down, okay? My younger brother didn't understand any of this at the time. He just felt that this senior snake trusted him so much and immediately puffed out his little chest. I will do my best. And he got to work right away. After just finishing absorbing the first soul ring, he immediately started preparing to absorb the second one. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Sister Zishi's entire body flew out of the water, her gigantic figure over 80 meters long coiled in the air. And I realized that what I had just seen was only the tip of the iceberg. She opened her mouth and inhaled, and a celestial herb flew over from a towering ancient tree in the distance. It is said that this thing can instantly boost her cultivation by 20,000 years, forcibly pushing her to the 10,000-year threshold for sacrifice. She swallowed the celestial herb in one bite. Instantly, her aura shot up like she was on a rocket. 85,000 years, 90,000 years. A few minutes later, with a bang, the scales all over her body began to transform. A layer of scarlet emerging from the purple, directly breaking through the 100,000-year barrier. The next second, the sacrifice began. The entire Qianlong pond was enveloped in blinding light. And my dad squinted his eyes. I guess he must have recalled the scene of my mom's sacrifice 6 years ago, and it must have been hard for him. In the light, Sister Zishi's enormous body kept shrinking, and in the end, it transformed into a streak of light and directly rushed into my brother's body. Under my brother's feet, the second soul ring emerged with a sound. The purple soul ring was surrounded by a faint layer of blood energy, looking completely different from other flashy and cheap ones. Then, the most explosive moment arrived. As soon as the sacrifice ended, my little silver looked into his own body and was stunned. Where was the purple giant snake? In its place was a big sister with purple hair wearing a colorful long dress. That figure, that beauty, those enchanting eyes, she was simply walking hormones. What was even more shocking was that the dragon phoenix bow inside my brother's body suddenly released a drop of 9-colored blood to this big sister. With just this drop of blood, she instantly ascended, fulfilling her tens of thousands of years of obsession, and evolved into the legendary 7-colored snake python. My younger brother's spirit was looking at the unfamiliar beautiful sister in front of him, completely stunned. Who are you? The sister, named Zishi, smiled sweetly. Little brother, my name is Zishi. As she said this, she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against my brother's face, and then, with a smack, she gave his chubby little face a kiss. She even leaned in close to his ear and said in a voice that could make one's bones melt, from now on, please take care of me, little brother, who understands the family dynamics. My brother, a 6-year-old kid, had never seen such a scene. His CPU instantly overheated, and his face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Frightened, he turned and ran away, shouting, I'm leaving first. Zishi watched him flee in panic and couldn't help but burst out laughing. When my brother opened his eyes in reality, the sacrificial ceremony was completely finished. Without saying a word, my dad grabbed me with one hand and my brother with the other and ran like the wind out of the starry forest. After flying for quite a while and reaching a safe place, my dad finally let my brother demonstrate his new soul skill. Let me tell you, this is what we call the real highlight. My younger brother first activated his first soul skill, called Divine Dragonwood, which condensed energy into several green dragons that flew out. After a few loud crashes, several large pits appeared on the ground, filled with vines that bound the enemies. It's both controlling and attacking. My older brother Tang, San, was beside him, his mouth twitching, definitely thinking, what happened to the supposed low damage? These pits are even bigger than those I made with the Haotian hammer. Next up, the second soul skill. Everyone, get ready for your knees. The second soul skill. Colorful Sacred Domain. A huge circular domain instantly unfolded, with a radius of 20 meters. A colorful crown was also hovering above my brother's head. My dad was shocked on the spot, exclaiming, Domain soul skill. Let me tell you, this second soul skill is simply a version T0 level cheat. Once the domain is activated, Xiaoyin doubles all his attributes, and his recognized teammates get a 30 increase in all attributes along with continuous healing. Meanwhile, his recognized enemies are all weakened by 50. What does this mean? It's like during a team fight, our side is all standing in the fountain, while the opposing side is all under weakness. How could we possibly lose? This is pure electronic cheating. The other side can just say GG. My dad looks at my brother with a gaze as if he's looking at a monster, probably already calculating how many title duos my brother could take on in the future. Once the soul rings were settled, my dad immediately started arranging educational matters for the two of us. He first took my brother Tang sent back to Notting City to find a theoretical master named Yu Xiaojie. It is said that this person is a walking encyclopedia in the soul master world. Although his own strength is not impressive, his theoretical knowledge is extensive. That evening, my dad knocked on a master's door with my brother. When a master heard my dad introduce himself as Tang Hao, he was so excited that he trembled all over, like a fan meeting their idol. My dad is a straightforward person who doesn't deal with nonsense. So he had my brother awaken his martial soul right there. Little San first revealed the Hao Ian hammer, and the master nodded, praising that a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. Then my dad calmly said, Little San, the other one. Wow, the master was instantly petrified. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, pointing at the blue-silver grass in my brother's hand, stuttering dual martial souls. His expression was just like someone who won $5 million in the lottery. My dad then entrusted my brother to him, and the master readily agreed. Dreaming of teaching such a genius, my brother was obedient and was about to kneel to pay his respects, but the master helped him up. By the way, when my dad took my brother to the academy, his title aura swept through the entire academy. As a result, he actually discovered a little Easter egg. In the work-study student dormitory, there was a 10,000-year-old beast in its transformed form, which was the little rabbit, Xiao Wu. My dad was taken aback for a moment, but because of my mom's situation, he now had a special affection for these transformed soul beasts. Not only did he not take action, but he also transmitted a message to remind the little rabbit to conceal its aura and not be discovered by others. This is what we call perspective, family. After taking care of my brother, it was my turn. My dad disappeared for half a month, saying he was looking for a teacher for me to learn how to use a spear. During that half month, I stayed alone in the hotel to cultivate and was almost growing fur. After half a month, my dad returned looking exhausted. He told me he found a teacher, the clan leader of the Paji tribe, Yang Wudi. But this old man has a terrible temper, and because of past events, he harbors a deep resentment towards our Haotian sect, especially towards my dad. My dad, to show his sincerity, went deep into the Starry Forest this past half month and fought with a nearly 90,000-year-old demon flame lion king, stealing a 10,000-year-old purple crystal ginseng as a gift for me to present to my master. I tell you, my dad has really been worried sick for us brothers. 2 days later, he took me to the clan territory of the Leaf family in Tiando City to attend a gathering of the 4 major families with single attributes. As soon as we entered the conference hall, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Inside sat 3 old men, one of whom had a long, thin face and a sinister gaze. The moment he saw me, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. I immediately confirmed that this must be my future teacher, Yang Wudi. That unstoppable momentum with the gun, there's no mistake about it. My dad spoke up first. Long time no see, Niu Gao Yang Wudi uncle. The 3 of them were stunned. As a result, Yang Wudi was the first to coldly snort, breaking the silence. His words cutting like a knife. Today is a gathering of our 4 major families. What are you, a young master of the Haotian sect, doing here? He was filled with resentment and directly lashed out. Back then, the Haotian sect closed its doors without warning, and we as affiliated sects were chased and beaten by the Wuhuan Hall like stray dogs, with everyone wanting to take a bite out of us. How are we worthy to call ourselves a family with a Haotian sect? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Do you know that after that incident, my son died, and my brother was captured by the Wuhuan Hall? All because of you, Tang Hao, for a soul beast. I tell you at that moment, the air in the entire hall froze. My dad didn't say a word in rebuttal, just stood there, waiting for that old man to finish scolding. Then, he spoke in a particularly calm, yet incredibly heavy voice. The mistake back then was all mine, and I admit it. I know that admitting my fault is useless. My father was driven to death by anger, and you have lost your kin and homeland. This mistake I will repay with the rest of my life. I was listening beside them, feeling really uncomfortable inside. It was then that I realized my father had silently borne so much on his own. Just when I was touched to tears, the atmosphere suddenly changed. That big guy called Titan cleared his throat and insisted on warming up the scene. Say my dad was there to discuss something serious. Let me tell you about my dad. He is usually a quiet person, but when it comes to doing things, He is straightforward and decisive. He directly approached the grumpy old man Yang Wudi, who always looks like everyone owes him money, and said, "My son, Tang Yin, has a martial soul of a spear. I hope you will take him as your disciple." With that one sentence, the entire room fell silent. Yang Wudi looked at my dad as if he were an idiot. "What are you joking about? You, a hammer wielder, and your wife is a weed. And you expect to have a child who wields a spear? Are you trying to put on a sci-fi show here?" My dad couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, just glanced at me and called out, "Xiaoyin, I understand. All right, talk is cheap. Show me the code." "Oh no, I meant show me the martial soul." With a thought, the fate long gun appeared directly in my hand, and at my feet, 2 circles of purple light suddenly lit up. The 4 old men instantly felt different, as if a surge of life energy had rushed into their bodies, revitalizing them. Especially Titan and that old man Yo Xiao, who were the oldest and felt the change most significantly. They looked like they were about to be buried, but now they felt like they could live for another 500 years. But they had no time to care about that. Everyone's eyes were almost falling onto the soul rings at my feet. 6 years old, 2 soul rings, and they're all purple 1,000-year soul rings. I tell you, at that moment, I felt like the CPUs of those 4 people were about to overheat. An utterly ridiculous thought exploded in their minds at the same time. Innate level 20 soul power, and they were actually absorbing it across levels. My dad saw that the timing was right, so he turned up the heat and started painting a big picture. "Dear elders, I'll be straightforward. My son is a natural 20 level. His second soul ring is a sacrifice from a near 100,000-year soul beast. Just think about his future achievements." Wow. The picture he painted was big and round. The key is the chef making the cake, which is me, is right here. So why would I worry about not getting a piece? Who wouldn't want this immense wealth? Yang Wudi's eyes immediately changed, filled with hesitation and desire like an eagle's. Just when it seemed like it was about to happen, my mom, Ain, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She directly shielded me behind her and coldly said, "I disagree." The whole place was stunned. "My child is not a tool for your revenge." She glared at my dad, and that look, family members, could kill. "Tang Hao, how can you treat Xiao Yin as a tool? Do you want him to bear a burden heavier than yours? Do you want him to be like you? Are you even a father? Oh my gosh, this is a battlefield. The LPL summer finals have never been this intense. My mom is really anxious." Every word is like a knife stabbing into my dad's heart. My dad's lips moved, wanting to explain, but my mom didn't give him a chance. "How? Look into my eyes and tell me, you never thought about having Xiao Yin help you take revenge." My dad, he hesitated. At that moment, I understood everything. My dad must have thought that when I grew up, the 3 of us, all with our titles as Delaw, would bring down the Spear Hall. Seeing that these 2 were about to argue to a breaking point, I quickly stepped in to mediate. "Dad, Mom, stop fighting. I will take revenge for this in the future." As soon as my mom heard this, her eyes turned red, and she became very anxious. "Xiao Yin, you can't." I shook my head and interrupted her. "But I only deal with those who were directly involved back then, and I will never implicate the innocent. Moreover, I won't help you to seize any benefits." As soon as I said this, the always sullen Yang Wudi's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good. Such a young age, so straightforward. Just to my liking. I, Yang Wudi, accept you as my disciple." And so it was settled. My mom held me tightly, tears streaming down her face. My dad stood by, watching my mom cry, and the little joy he had just felt vanished completely. Then, he raised his hand and gave himself a loud slap across the face, which echoed. Half of his face immediately swelled up. I feel pain just looking at it. He must feel incompetent, relying on his son to bring his wife back and seeking revenge through him. While other families are supported by their parents, in his case, it has turned into relying on his child. How can he feel good about that? I quickly comforted my mom and ran to grab my dad's hand, saying, "Mom doesn't hate you, and I know you're very tired." I also specifically warned him that before I become stronger, he must not act impulsively. Otherwise, the agreement will be void. My dad kissed my forehead, which counted as his agreement. Then he took out a 1,000-year-old amethyst ginseng and handed it to Yang Wudi as my apprenticeship gift before leaving. As soon as he left, the 3 old men immediately surrounded Yang Wudi and started to get busy. Grandpa White Crane was smiling like a flower. "Little Lean, do you know what you should call me?" I thought for a moment and tentatively called out, "Uncle Grandpa." "Hey, good boy." Grandpa Nyogong's voice was huge. "Little Lean, you should call me Grandpa Nyogong." "Hello, Grandpa Nyogong." Grandpa Titan also came over. "I'm here too." "Hello, Grandpa Tai." I called each of them one by one, and the 3 of them were so happy. Then they all turned to look at Yang Wudi, their eyes practically saying, "Come on, call us uncle and let us hear it." My newly appointed teacher, Yang Wudi, was so angry that his face turned the color of pig liver. Umph. A bunch of old geezers, how childish. After saying that, without a second word, he grabbed the back of my collar like he was picking up a chick and strode away. Behind us, Grandpa Nyo Gao's boisterous laughter echoed. Nephew Goat, don't go. We haven't discussed the important matters yet. Ha 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 ha. I finally realized that they were taking advantage of my teacher because of their seniority. I looked up and saw my teacher's face was almost twisted with anger, his muscles twitching. Just like that, I followed my hot-tempered new teacher back to their clan's territory. As soon as I settled in, the clans started spreading gossip. There were outrageous versions, some saying I was the illegitimate child of the clan elder's old tree, others claiming I was the posthumous child of the deceased young master. The most ridiculous one was that I was the illegitimate child of the current pope, and my teacher had brought me in planning to stage a dramatic conflict between mother and son. The next morning, my teacher, with a dark face, announced in front of the entire clan, "This is my personal disciple, Yang Wudi." That finally suppressed the rumors. Then, my hellish training began. The teacher asked me what a gun was. I replied that it was to protect the people I wanted to protect. He then asked, "Why don't you defend when you attack?" I said, "Because as long as I hit hard enough, the enemy can only defend and won't have the time to attack me." After hearing this, the teacher was stunned for a long time, then burst into laughter. What a protection. Then he assigned me my first task, to stab with a spear 10,000 times every day, each time producing a sound of breaking through the air. I was dumbfounded on the spot. 10,000 times. From morning till night, I didn't eat at all, practicing until I was almost dehydrated, my hands shaking like I had Parkinson's, barely able to stand with the help of the gun. Just when I was about to faint, the teacher who had disappeared for a day appeared, picked me up, stripped me, and threw me into a big barrel of medicine. The potion was said to be extremely expensive and could strengthen bones and muscles. In my days, I felt like the teacher also flicked my little brother and complained, "So small." Family, I really appreciate it. Just like that, spring turned to autumn, and 4 years passed. I'm already 10 years old and have grown into a graceful young man. My soul power has long surpassed level 30, and that is still with me holding back. My third soul ring is even more impressive. It is a 500-year-old illusory bamboo, which granted me a soul skill called Phantom Light Thousand Shadows. This skill allows me to decompose my gun into thousands of streams of light to attack, and it has a 100 armor-piercing effect, making it a true tank killer. My second spirit ring, the big sister Zishi who sacrificed herself for me, has awakened. She now yells at me every day in my head, complaining that my two plant-type spirit rings, the little green bug and the little green bamboo, are not fun, urging me to quickly level up to 40 so I can get her a new electronic pet to play with. One day, after finishing my training, I was lying on the grass bickering with Sister Zishi when I suddenly remembered that my teacher said today he would take me to meet a few important people. I quickly got up, went home to take a shower, and changed into a stylish silver gown. The teacher also put on a meticulously tailored black suit. We boarded a luxurious carriage that cost 5,000 gold soul coins and headed straight for the most extravagant place in Xinglua City, the Starry Building. Tonight is the royal banquet of the Xinglua Empire, celebrating the engagement of the new generation heir to the throne. I heard from the teacher that the inheritance method of the Xinglua royal family is quite peculiar. The three princes are paired with the three daughters of the Duke of Yuming, forming three couples, but in the end, only one pair can survive. The losers face the best outcome of being stripped of their soul power and imprisoned for life. I thought at that time, is the royal family missing a brainstem? It's so barbaric. When I arrived at the banquet hall, it was filled with dignitaries, all dressed elegantly, toasting and drinking. But I found it particularly hypocritical that a ruthless murderer and a lord representing justice could sit together, laughing and chatting. It was simply a hellish joke. I was too lazy to deal with them, so I found a corner and secretly took a piece of cake to eat. Just then, the emperor and empress arrived, and the whole place fell silent as everyone bowed in unison. I still had cake stuffed in my mouth, and I was so scared that I quickly buried my head low and quietly shoved the last bite into my mouth. As a result, I heard a soft laugh next to me. That laugh almost made me choke. After finally swallowing it down, I glared up to find the person who laughed at me. My gaze fell on a young girl not far away. She was also bending down, but her shoulders were shaking clearly from suppressing laughter. When the emperor allowed everyone to stand up, I finally saw her face. She looked about 15 or 16, with short hair that reached her ears, both cool and charming. And her figure, wow, it was absolutely stunning. When she noticed me looking at her, she playfully raised her small fist and made a fierce expression. But after seeing my face, she shyly averted her gaze. I just noticed that there were two girls standing beside her, who should be her sisters. The youngest one had a cold expression on her small face, but her figure was already developing nicely, and she was also a stunning beauty in the making. As my mind raced, I looked again at the queen on stage and her mother, both with equally explosive figures. I instantly came to a conclusion. The women of the Yuming Zhu family truly have amazing genes. Realizing that the girl mocking me was one of the heroines of the night, the eldest daughter of the Yuming Duke's residence, Zhu Zhiyun, I quickly averted my gaze. No way. I can't afford to get involved with the heroine of a deadly battle for the throne. I'm just here to watch the show and eat melon seeds. Getting mixed up in this would only bring me trouble, right? Just as I turned my head away, I felt that the girl seemed a bit disappointed. Oh well, who cares? It has nothing to do with me anyway. I tell you, the climax of this banquet is about to arrive. Suddenly, the eunuch shouted at the top of his lungs, "Please welcome the first Prince Davis, the second Prince Dai Yulin, and the third Prince Dai Mubai to the stage." Good heavens, the main characters have appeared. The three princes of a Star Luo Empire walked up to the stage one after another like they were on a fashion runway. Leading the way is the first Prince Davis, tall, at over 1.8 meters, with golden hair and a gaze like a wild wolf. As if the words, "I'm the best in the world," were carved on his face. He is the future husband of Zhu Zhiyan. Following him is the second prince, Dai Yulin. These two are just a year and a half apart in age, with the same soul power level, and they have been rivals since childhood, now openly competing. At the back is the third prince, Dai Mubai. Who understands? He is clearly the most talented among the three brothers, with innate soul power higher than his two brothers. Yet he is bullied and humiliated by them every day, nearly puaed to the point of collapse. Now he's like a punching bag, timidly trailing behind, which is infuriating to see. Isn't this a typical real-life example of extreme flattery and bullying? The three princes stood still, and the eunuch began to shout again. "Please welcome the young ladies of the Yuming Duke's mansion, Miss Zhu Zhiyun, Miss Zhu Zhumin, and Miss Zhu Zhuqing to the stage." Here it comes, a large-scale arranged marriage scene. Zhu Zhiyun led her two younger sisters, walking step by step onto the stage. The distance was clearly not long, but it felt like she walked for a century, each step like saying goodbye to her life. Finally, she stood opposite Davis. His gaze scanned her up and down like she was a commodity. He was satisfied, but that satisfaction held not a shred of love, only calculation and possession. In his eyes, the Zhu family is merely a tool for providing soul fusion technique partners for their white tiger royal family, and his future wife is no exception. On the other side, Dai Mubai looked at the younger Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was pale and trembling like a sieve. I could almost read his inner thoughts. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Then 6 marriage contracts were brought up. There were no grand vows, just signing contracts. Swish, 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 they signed, exchanged, and signed again. When I saw Zhu Zhiyan take the marriage contract handed to her by Davis, her expression was like she was personally putting on electronic shackles, suffering to the point of tears. At that moment, she must have been thinking, "Sisters, from now on, it's a life and death struggle." Interestingly, the second Prince Dai Yulin and his fiancée, Zhu Zhumin, locked eyes. I tell you, their gazes were almost identical, filled with ambition and madness. One was frustrated because his fiancée, was weaker than his sister-in-law. The other, born of a concubine, had been pretending to be the good girl since childhood, already harboring the ambition to become the queen. These two together are a perfect match for a power couple, a match made in heaven. As soon as the engagement ceremony was over, the old emperor started stirring the pot. He publicly announced that Zhu Zhuyan from the first Prince S family had broken through level 40. Zhu Zhuqing from the third Prince S family had broken through level 20. And his own second son Dai Yulin had also reached level 40. Then he smiled and asked, "Are there any other young talents present who have broken through their bottlenecks?" As soon as I heard it, I understood. That old fox is trying to rally people here. To put simply, it's organizing a collective, soul-hunting event to get the nobles below to quickly take sides. If they back the right horse, they'll enjoy a good life for the next 50 years. If they back the wrong one, well, they'll have to fend for themselves. Sure enough, someone immediately responded from below, saying things like the Marquis's son is already level 30 and the Count's daughter is getting close too, each one reporting their level like a menu. Just as this was getting lively, my teacher Yang Wudi came to find me. I had just sneaked over to the side to snack a bit. Haha. He came over and asked me, "Littleine, aren't you almost level 40? Are you interested in participating in this collective soul-hunting event?" I directly gave a big refusal. "Forget it, teacher. Isn't it the emperor who made them line up? Why should I join the fun? I'm not going to play house with that bunch of second-generation rich kids." As a result, the teacher shot back at me, calling others second-generation rich. You yourself are the biggest second-generation rich kid. I was taken aback at that moment and could only scratch my head and laugh awkwardly. No way, teacher. My dad is just a blacksmith. As soon as I mentioned my dad, the teacher got angry and huffed without saying a word. Just as we were chatting, I suddenly felt a chill down my back, as if someone had locked onto me with an 8 times magnification scope. I turned around and wow, it was actually that big Prince Davis on stage, staring at me intently. His gaze was so cold, it could freeze me into an ice sculpture. I was dumbfounded at the time and poked my teacher. Teacher, why is the crown prince looking at me? Did you owe him money in business? The teacher huffed and glared. Nonsense. How could I deal with a little brat? I thought it was you who offended him. I'm Rond. I've only been to Xinghua City a few times over the years, and this is the first time I've seen what the prince looks like. We deliberated for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. Based on the principle of, if I can't provoke it, I can avoid it. We exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. No matter if the banquet is over or not, the atmosphere is too heavy. I'm clocking out early. We quietly slipped away from the crowd. As soon as I left, that kid Davis couldn't sit still and ran straight to ask his father who I was. His father, the Starry Emperor, is quite perceptive and had already seen through his little thoughts. The old emperor leisurely said, "The old man you just saw is Yang Wudi, the clan leader of the Pajie clan and a newly promoted soldat. The kid beside him is his personal disciple, extremely talented, and at the age of 14. He is already at level 39. My teacher is amazing, even knows to falsely report my age by 4 years. Otherwise, it would be too shocking to say I'm 10 years old and at level 39. When Davis heard this, he probably felt a jolt in his heart. Being a direct disciple of the Contra is already a significant identity. Then the Emperor added another devastating blow. He said, "Let me tell you one more thing. The Broken One clan has a deep connection with the Hautian sect from back in the day. Moreover, I have sensed more than once recently that there's a strange aura of a title de loi in Xinghua City. I have a hunch that this aura is related to Yang Wudi's disciple." I tell you, Davis was dumbfounded on the spot. He had previously noticed my fiancé looking at me more than once, and he was secretly planning to capture me into the palace as a eunuch to accompany his wife once he became emperor. Now, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. It's hilarious. It almost turned into a scenario where I would be a father-in-law in the imperial palace. Just the thought of possibly offending a future title de law made him break out in a cold sweat, and all those ridiculous ideas vanished in an instant. Zhu Zhuyan, who was eavesdropping nearby, also let out a long sigh of relief. She must have been thinking, thank goodness, I didn't offend this great Buddha. As for me, I had already returned home in a carriage with my teacher. As soon as I entered the door, I shouted that I was hungry. I only watched the show at the banquet and didn't eat anything. Soon, a sizzling roasted whole lamb was brought in, accompanied by a large pot of lamb offal soup. Let me tell you, this is not an ordinary lamb. It's a 10-year-old soul beast rock sheep, and the meat is incredibly tender. I directly tore off a large piece of crispy skin, wrapped it in lettuce, and stuffed it into my mouth. It was so delicious. My teacher watched me eat with a smile, as if he were watching his own son. After I devoured more than half of the lamb, he finally brought up the matter. "Xiaoyin, are you really not going to the collective soul hunting tomorrow? You're already 10 years old. How can you not have a single friend?" As soon as I heard that, I was unconvinced. Who says I don't have friends? Oh, tell me more. Da Huang is my friend. The teacher's expression instantly became hard to describe because he knew that Da Huang was the dog I raised. I could only mumble softly, "Who says a dog can't be a friend?" Seeing that he couldn't persuade me, the teacher stopped talking about it and shifted the conversation to my training. "You've been stuck at level 39 for a while. Don't force it. Just let it happen naturally and you'll break through." I readily agreed. "Yes, teacher, I'll do it tonight." Back in my room, I sat cross-legged and activated my cultivation method. Wow. The soul power surged like a flood that had just broken through a dam, rushing wildly. In less than half an hour, I heard a light cracking sound from within my body, as if some shackles had broken, and the bottleneck shattered like paper. Level 40 done. After the breakthrough, I took a bath and began to think about what kind of fourth soul ring I should get. I figured that I already had attack, control, and domain, but my legs were a bit short, making me vulnerable to agile attackers, just like that Zhu Zhuyan I met today. So, the fourth ring must be something that provides acceleration or teleportation. I absolutely cannot have a weakness. The next morning, I practiced archery for a while, then got myself ready to set off for soul hunting. My teacher saw that I had broken through and said, "Eat first, and we'll leave after that." This time, not only my teacher accompanied me, but my elusive dad, Tang Hao, would also meet us in the Stardow Forest. We sat on a century-old windstorm griffin and flew to a small town on the edge of the starry forest in half a day. On the third floor of a tavern, we met my dad, whom I hadn't seen for over a month. He still looked worn out, with unkempt facial hair. As soon as we met, my dad got straight to the point. "What type of four-soul ring do you want?" I said, "Dad, I need something that can speed up." He nodded and said, "I found one for you, a 9,000-year-old thorn dragon, which fits your requirements perfectly." Without thinking, I refused, "Dad. The duration is too short. I want it to be 10,000 years. Just as I finished speaking, my dad and my teacher both shouted in unison, "No way." Their synchrony was as if they had rehearsed it. My dad quickly educated me, saying that a 10,000-year soul ring is worlds apart from a 1,000-year soul ring. When absorbing it, there will be soul fluctuations, and if you're not careful, you could become an idiot or even die instantly. I felt a chill in my heart. This thing sounds terrifying. At that moment, the ultimate cheat in my body, Sister Zishi, spoke up. She directly mocked, "You two are just being overly anxious." My dad and the teacher were both stunned. They knew that Zishi existed. Zishi lazily explained, "Little silver brother absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring won't cause any soul shock. In fact, it's even easier than absorbing a 1,000-year soul beast." Do you have any idea how much his martial soul's life energy attracts us, soul beasts? As long as he speaks up, not to mention 10,000-year soul beasts, even 100,000-year ones would line up to offer themselves as soul rings, working for life energy. Any soul beast with half a brain wouldn't refuse. Family, this is the chosen moment. Soul beasts have to work for me. After saying this, she cast a glance at my martial soul, the initially unyielding and now submissive Tanyu divine bamboo. My dad and my teacher fell silent right then and there. Their expressions seemed to say, "All right, you have a cheat code. You're impressive." My teacher just realized, "You mean?" "Yes, it's that bold move you're thinking of. We'll find a 10,000-year soul beast, hold it down, and then I'll summon my martial soul to negotiate terms with it using that special contract. Let me tell you, 10,000-year soul beasts are intelligent. They can do the math. Besides, even if it's unwilling and tries to resist with soul shock, with my current mental strength, I can handle it. If all else fails, my dad will definitely step in." Once I said this, my dad and my teacher immediately agreed. "This plan is feasible. No more searching. Let us change our target directly. I'm telling you, while we are busy working hard over here on the other side, those princes and princesses are engaged in some royal collective soul-hunting activity." The scene was just incredible. The royal beast taming arena in Xinglua City was packed with people, all dressed flamboyantly, with gems embedded in their combat outfits, afraid that others wouldn't know their families were wealthy. Their soul power was radiating like it was worthless, and their faces seemed to be engraved with the words, "I'm a noble. I'm a soul master. I'm awesome." These people naturally split into two major groups. One group surrounded the eldest prince, Davis, and Zhu Zhuyun, like stars surrounding the moon. The other group followed the second prince, Dayulan. Although there were fewer of them, Dayulan looked confident and assured. Last night, he had already practiced the martial soul fusion technique with his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. Goodness, the nether white tiger. He must be thinking, "My good brother, so what if your soul power is higher than mine? I'll unleash a big move first, and this soul hunting trip will be your end." As for Daimubai, sorry, in his brother's eyes. P.S. Just a useless little thing that only knows how to tremble. He doesn't even count as a person. Family, who understands? The two poor souls, Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing, stood there all alone, like outsiders. Supporting them? ISNT that, like, believing the national football team can win a World Cup? No one cares about them. With the Elder Soul Master leading the way, a grand total of over 50 Iron Eagle Soul beasts soared into the sky, heading towards the Stardow Forest. There was a little incident before takeoff. Davis tried to flirt with Zhu Zhuyin again, wanting to ride together, but Zhu Zhuyin firmly rejected him. Let me tell you, Davis's face immediately showed some embarrassment. Who knows how he cursed inside, but on the surface, he had to act like a gentleman. "I was too forward. We have plenty of time in the future." Huh, man. Fate, family. ISNT this, just a coincidence. The three of us wandered around the Starry Forest for half a day, but couldn't find anything suitable. As it was getting dark, my dad said we should set up camp, and he would go out alone at night to look for it. Just as we lit the campfire and brought the meat soup to a boil, I was holding a big pancake to soak in the soup when I heard a huge commotion coming from the sky. I looked up with Teacher Yang Wudi, and good heavens, a massive iron eagle was blocking the sky. Teacher Yang recognized it at a glance. "Don't be nervous, it's from the Xinglua royal family. It seems you managed to dodge the collective soul hunting, but not this time." As he spoke, he signaled to the elder Sioux New Jersey leading the group in the sky. Once they recognized their own, they landed smoothly with a large group of people. Guess what? They actually wanted to stay here too. I was speechless at the time. The Stardew forest is so big. Why do they have to come gather around us? That Davis, upon seeing me, came over again with a fake smile, trying to ease the relationship. Brother Tang, you are truly a young genius, almost a soul master at just 14. He started with a barrage of flattery. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I just brushed him off like shooing away a fly and went straight back to the tent. As a result, these people set up camp right next to us. Then, let me tell you, I witnessed a scene that made my blood pressure spike. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Those two poor kids were left unattended. Zhu Zhuqing, a little girl, took out a tent from the soul guide and wanted to set it up by herself. And Dai Mubai, he just stood there like a wooden post, not moving an inch. Zhu Zhuqing was only 10 years old, small in stature, and couldn't reach the top of the tent, her little face turning red with anxiety. And her so-called fiancé was just watching from the side. It was a simple task. Come on, big brother. At that time, I couldn't stay in the tent, so I jumped up into a tree to watch. It was unbelievable. How could I stand it? I jumped down directly, took the tent frame from Zhu Zhuqing's hands, and set it up in no time. As a result, the most explosive moment came. That Dai Mubai actually instinctively said to me, "Thank you." At that moment, I wanted to reply, "What do I owe you, bull demon?" But I held back, treating him like air and turning to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "It's just a small effort." The little girl blushed and thanked me, looking much cuter. When Dai Mubai saw that I was ignoring him and instead talking to his fiancée, his face instantly turned red with embarrassment and anger, wanting to explode, but not daring to, just getting mad by himself. The group of young nobles nearby watched like it was a show, probably imagining some melodramatic scene about offending a husband in front of his wife. Just then, there was movement from my dad's side. Teacher Yang was chatting with Elder Xuanji when he suddenly stopped and directly took his leave. My dad had intentionally released the aura of a tidal Deluau outside for just a moment. Do you understand what I mean? It was a silent warning. Elder Xuanji understood right away that behind the family, there was indeed a big shot. I also received internal news from my mom, saying that my dad has found a target and told me to gather quickly. I said hello to Zhu Zhuqing and then quickly dashed into the forest. The three of us met deep in the forest. My father said, "I found it a dragon of the gale from 10,000 years ago in a valley. Its condition is a bit strange, as if it's evolving." Wow, straight to the point. That valley is 50 miles from the camp, and the wind inside is so fierce that it feels like walking on a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. My skin feels raw from the abrasions. My father and Teacher Yang told me to tough it out, treating it as body training. After about a quarter of an hour, the view suddenly opened up, and the wind stopped. I saw it. A huge cyan stone was coiled around a cyan dragon over 30 meters long. The imposing presence, the dragon's horns, was simply stunning. When it saw us, its golden vertical pupils were filled with killing intent. My dad and Teacher Yang stood side by side, arms crossed. Xiaoyin, go ahead. All right, this is my personal showcase. I brandished my spear of destiny, with my soul power at level 40 ready to unleash. And the 3 purple soul rings beneath my feet spun rapidly. The dragon also realized that those 2 big shots opposite me weren't going to make a move. They were using it as a practice partner for me. I directly initiated the attack. First spirit skill, Dragonwood. 5 illusory dragon shadows sealed its movement, and I charged forward with the 6th dragon. Did I give that dragon a chance to unleash its breath? As soon as my 3rd spirit ring glowed, Phantom Shadows, my spear instantly shattered into countless fragments, striking its dragon head and knocking it off course, causing its breath to shoot wide. Vines quickly wrapped around it tightly. But after all, this is a 10,000-year spirit beast. Its scales glowed, and a gust of wind severed all the vines. I quickly retreated, and my face was slashed with 2 wounds. At the same time, I unleashed my 2nd spirit skill, Colorful Holy Domain. Within this domain, all its attributes plummeted. This dragon was clever. Knowing my domain had a limited range, it immediately created distance. The first round ended, and I realized my speed was still lacking. It panicked. Everyone, it actually gave up its speed advantage and tried to clash with me head-on, charging straight at me. Wow, isn't this just handing me an opportunity? The moment it charged in my domain, its speed drastically decreased, but it was still incredibly fast, just as it was about to crash into me. What saw on my face was not panic, but a smile. It sensed danger, but it couldn't stop. Countless vines erupted from the ground, slowing its momentum. My hand were instantly shattered at the tiger's mouth, blood gushing out, and I felt my organs shift, but I held my ground. Then, I released my grip on the spear and kicked it with my foot. Third spirit skill, Phantom Shadows, max version. The ethereal bamboo directly enhanced the spear, and thousands of afterimages instantly cut countless wounds on its body, piercing through it with a series of thuds. With a loud bang, its massive dragon body crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life. I wasn't in a hurry to kill it. Instead, I sat cross-legged and first healed my own wounds. After I had mostly recovered, I walked up to it. Did you think I was going to deliver the final blow? Think bigger. I plunged a spear into its body and injected a large amount of life energy while handing over a fate contract. The dragon was completely stunned. It had originally closed its eyes waiting for death, only to find that not only was it still alive, but its injuries were also healing. When it looked at the contents of the contract, it was astonished. How could such immense wealth come with the condition of having to take a beating first? Without any hesitation, it signed right there. Its massive dragon body transformed into specks of starlight, and a pure black 10,000-year soul ring firmly settled on me. After absorbing the soul ring, I officially became a level 40 soul master. But that wasn't the end. The most explosive part came next. I looked at the huge green stone, and the furnace of my destiny behind me suddenly expanded, creating a tremendous suction that directly swallowed the massive stone, which was dozens of meters long and wide, in one gulp. Teacher Yang was dumbfounded beside me. This thing would take several days to refine. The scene shifted back to 3 days later to the camp of those from the Star Luo Empire. Their soul hunting was quite smooth. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, Da Yulin, had obtained suitable soul rings. However, Davis's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Why? Because he had seen with his own eyes his brother Da Yulin and Zhu Zhuqing use their martial soul fusion skill, the Netherworld White Tiger, which scared him. That night, he got anxious and went to find Zhu Zhuyun, forcing her to practice the fusion skill with him. What happened? She refused again. Zhu Zhiyun's intuition told her that agreeing now would lead to regrets later. Davis exploded on the spot. Zhu Zhiyun, what the hell are you holding back for? I failed, and we both will die. The conversation ended on a sour note, which is why he still had a dark expression now. Meanwhile, in the canyon, I was nearing the end of refining that massive stone. The original spot had already piled up a mountain-high heap of gray waste. The fire in the stove here is about to go out. Let me tell you, that piece of green slate was actually refined by me using the transformative fire for a full 3 days, and in the end, it turned into a small jade pendant just the size of my palm, completely snow white and as smooth as a mirror. After all that time, I finally realized that this thing isn't even a stone. It's a highly pure crystal of wind element. No wonder that little dragon has been hanging around here. It turns out it wants to absorb this to level up. If it absorbs it all, wow, it would directly ascend on the spot and evolve into a true dragon. Speaking of that little dragon, during these 3 days in my soul B-space, it has been polished by Sister Zishi. Zishi treated it like Play-Doh, twisting it into a twist, then shaping it into a little dog. It's ridiculous. That little dragon has quite a bit of spirit, refusing to bow its head. Zishi found it amusing and said since it was idle anyway, having an extra toy could bring joy for several days. Let me tell you, that dragon was almost in tears. It originally thought it had signed a happy contract to lounge around for 200 years, but on the very first day of work, it encountered a boss that can transform into human form and was directly beaten down by society. It initially wanted to give up, but upon seeing the judging looks from the spectators, the vinewood dragon and the ethereal bamboo, it couldn't save face and stubbornly resisted, now finding itself in a predicament. I broke a large portion of the refined wind element crystal and directly sent it into the soul beast space. I said to Zixia, Sister Zixia, give this to that little dragon. It will be a huge benefit for it. Zixia took the crystal, tossed it in her hand, and the little dragon's head bobbed up and down like a rattle drum. Zixia teased, what? Do you want it? Call out loudly, and this stone will be yours. The family members understood, and that little dragon surrendered in an instant, even adding a flattering tone. Loud. Give it to me. The 2 plant-type soul beasts beside them were dumbfounded. Big brother, what happened to your previous bravado? I guess that the little dragon was thinking. Dignity? Can dignity turn me into a real dragon? What's face? Forget it. I put away the remaining small piece of crystal and stood up to hand it to my dad, Tang Hao, saying, Dad, these are top-grade wind element crystals, which are incredibly effective for wind, attribute, soul, master's cultivation. Can you run an errand and deliver them to Uncle Baihe? My dad looked at me, and his expression instantly softened. Didn't he understand? I was giving him a way out. allowing him to take this great gift to make up for the debts he owed to the Min family back then. Old Yang Wudi, who was watching from the side, directly interrupted this tender moment. All right, Xiaoyin, stop being sentimental. Quickly try out your fourth soul skill and see how it works. Sure. I stretched out my right hand, and the destiny spear formed directly in my grip. Purple, black for soul rings lit up, and my aura erupted. Fourth soul skill, Dragon's Break. Let me tell you, in an instant, a blast of white air erupted from my body, and I disappeared from my spot. The next second, I had already appeared on a cliff 100 meters away, thrusting my spear forward, causing stones to tumble down. When I flashed back to my original position, a white trail slowly appeared along the path I had just rushed through, like a fighter jet leaving a contrail. I explained, this move is called Rapid Dragon Break, which is a super speed charge with a lock-on feature. Their expressions remained flat after hearing this. I had to throw out my trump card. Moreover, if I hit the opponent multiple times, a mark will stack on them. Once it's fully stacked, I can detonate it, causing them to be forced into a brief stun, regardless of the soul power difference. As soon as I mentioned regardless of the soul power difference, their eyes widened. Isn't this absolute control? This is incredible. My dad immediately said, come on, Xiaoyin, use it on me. Let me see if it works on a tidal Dolua. Without hesitation, the old man Yang Wudi swiftly moved aside. My fourth soul ring lit up, and I transformed into a beam of white light, zipping around my dad in circles. He felt a gust of wind blowing. After circling him more than 20 times, I stopped 100 meters away and made a gesture. My dad immediately summoned the Haotian hammer, and the first soul ring just lit up, so I directly detonated the mark. I saw a dragon-shaped rune flash on him. Then his lit soul ring went out with a poof, and the Haotian hammer he had just lifted fell to the ground with a clatter, as if it had lost power. The spell was successfully interrupted. Although my dad was controlled, he was overjoyed inside. This meant that once I reached tidal law, I would be invincible at the same level. Anyone who came would be controlled to death by me. However, he also reminded me not to use this move up close against soul saints or above, as their pressure could seriously injure me. I nodded and took note of it. The three of us finished packing and had just walked out of the canyon when we sensed something was off. The entire forest was deathly silent. Not even a bird chirping or an insect buzzing. My dad's expression changed, and he shouted, not good, it's a beast tide. Damn, a beast tide. It's the kind of thing where thousands of soul beasts go crazy and charge forward, capable of flattening cities. My dad grabbed me, and the old man Yang Wudi followed, quickly jumping to the treetops. Looking into the distance, oh my god, a black line on the horizon, all dust kicked up by the soul beast running, was rushing towards us at an angle. It was headed for the camp we had just left. My heart sank. The Zhu sisters were still there. At the camp, the elder Su New Jersey also sensed something was wrong. His flying mount, which he had called with a whistle, hadn't arrived for a long time, indicating trouble. He made a quick decision. Everyone run. Leave everything behind. But it was too late. The ground began to tremble, and the old man's face turned pale as he screamed, it's a beast tide. Then he used his large umbrella martial soul to shield the few princes and princesses, desperately trying to fly away. The rest of the people were instantly engulfed by the beast tide. Let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. A young master screamed and was turned into mush. His soul emperor protector didn't even get a chance to intervene, crushed in a second. The elder Su Nu Jizi was also tragic. He exhausted his soul power protecting those 6 young ones, finally saying, I can no longer protect you, before falling to his death. His body shattered. And what happened? Not one of those princes showed any emotion, as if a nanny had died. The 6 of them fell from the sky, each finding a tree to land on. Zhu Zhuqing, with the weakest mental resilience, was almost on the brink of collapse, stepping into thin air and hanging on a tree, swaying precariously above the rushing soul beasts. She looked at her fiancé, Dai Mubai, with hope. What happened? That guy hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran. He ran away without looking back, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to wait for death. Damn, what a scumbag. The light in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes instantly extinguished. Her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, was furious and was about to save her sister when suddenly, her half-sister, Zhu Zhumin, clawed at her from behind. Wow, it was like a real-life version of Tiny Times, right? Zhu Zhuyun instinctively dodged, but her back was still slashed with 3 deep wounds, blood flowing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the 2 princes, Davis and Dai Yulin, started fighting. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate their rivals and pin the blame on the beast tide. How dirty! Zhu Zhuyun was injured and slowed down significantly, unable to beat her sister. and was kicked down from the tree, just about to be stomped to death by a giant armored rhinoceros. On the other side, although Davis had an advantage in soul power, Dai Yulin just dragged him down, managing to hold on until his wife, Zhu Zhumin, came to support him. When the two joined forces, they laughed. "Huh, my good brother, in the end I win." Then they embraced, white light and purple light merging, transforming into a massive, ghostly white tiger, both handsome and eerie. The tiger opened its mouth with Dai Yulin's voice. "Brother, dying under our family's inherited martial soul fusion technique is your honor." Seeing this situation, Davis was so scared that his soul almost flew out, and he desperately tried to run away. Just when Zhu Zhuyun closed her eyes, waiting for death, a flash of white light. That's right, it was me. I descended from the sky and caught Zhu Zhuyun, who was falling. The big sister in my arms was still dreaming, thinking some great hero had come to save her. Blushing like crazy, her body burrowing into me. I was speechless at the time, thinking, is this really the time for that? I directly slapped her on the butt. "Don't move." When she heard my voice, she woke up. I held her and landed on a tree, then transformed into a white light again, rescuing Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to lose strength, and placed her beside her sister. When I saw the injury on Zhu Zhuyun's back, it was so deep that I could see the bone. If it wasn't treated, she would really be finished. I immediately used the Fate Spear to inject her with life energy, and that terrifying wound visibly healed before my eyes. As a result, this big sister, after her injury healed, opened her eyes and saw me. Well, I was indeed curious about why her figure was so good, and I couldn't help but stare. Goodness, her face turned even redder, and her head nearly buried itself. After healing her, she stood up and looked at me with a complex expression, both grateful and curious, saying, "Thank you for saving us, sisters." I waved my hand and said, "It's just a small effort, but what do you plan to do in the future?" Zhu Zhiyun glanced at her sister beside her, then turned her gaze to the distance, where the nether white tiger was already chasing after Davis. Meanwhile, that Davis was running while cursing in his heart, and the one he cursed the most fiercely was actually his abandoned fiancée, Zhu Zhiyun, blaming her for causing him to end up in this situation. TSK, these royals, truly one is more extraordinary than the other. I have to say, the scene later was like a live-action version of Tom and Jerry, just bloodier by several levels. That netherworld white tiger, with wings on its back, was as fast as if it had cheat codes, lazily hanging behind Davis, 50 meters, 40 meters. Goodness, Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhumin weren't even trying to kill him. They were enjoying it, enjoying the thrill of walking the once proud big brother like a dog. This humiliation was more painful for Davis, who had been arrogant since childhood, than death itself. Dai Yulin was laughing wildly behind him, her voice sharp enough to shatter glass. "Big brother, I'm bored. I've experienced the fun you had back in the day. That's enough, goodbye." As soon as she finished speaking, the netherworld white tiger opened its mouth, and a wave of energy shot out so fast that not even a shadow could be seen. With a puff, it pierced right through Davis's chest. The scene cuts back to me, where Zhu Zhuyun was still immersed in sadness, shaking her head and saying, "I don't know what to do in the future." Her voice was soft and airy, filled with despair. I really didn't want to fight to the death with my own sister, but this is the curse of the Zhu family. From the day we were born, we have been each other's executioners. As she spoke, tears began to fall like beads from a broken string. Her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, that little one, was tightly hugging her arm, afraid that her sister would abandon her just like that scumbag fiancé did. I looked at them, feeling a mix of emotions. Turning my back to them, I gazed at the sunset on the horizon, putting on an air of mystery, and casually asked, "Have you never thought about controlling your own destiny?" Controlling one's own destiny, Zhu Zhiyun murmured, and in her dreamy eyes, a hint of longing seemed to flash by, but it quickly extinguished. There were those in our Zhu family's history who had escaped, but the family power was too great, with experts everywhere. Our own martial souls had a strong tracking ability. How could one possibly escape? I turned around and walked up to her. This sister was quite tall, so I had to slightly lift my head to look into her eyes. I directly reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. The movement was smooth and natural. Then I looked in her eyes and said word by word, "You can escape, as long as you want to." Let me tell you, the Yuming Zhu family, no matter how powerful they are, wouldn't dare to offend a title Doluo over an heir. Title Doluo? Zhu Zhuyun was completely stunned, but her mind was racing, and she immediately recalled what the emperor had mentioned before, saying that our broken family had a title Doluo backing us. At this point, she completely believed it. Yes, I continued to add, "You and your sister can worship my dad as your master, and that would rewrite your fate, right? Your dad?" Zhu Zhiyun's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. She probably couldn't fathom that a kid like me had a dad who was actually a title de law. I nodded proudly and said, "That's right, my father, titled Hao Yin." Wow. As soon as the name Hao Yin was mentioned, the air seemed to freeze. Someone from a prominent family, like Zhu Zhiyin, surely knew what that title meant. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent beside us, excitedly shouted, "Is it the Hao Yin from the #1 sect in the world, Hao Yin sect?" All right. Stop showing off about your dad in front of the young lady." Just as I was enjoying their admiring gazes, that old man Yang Wudi couldn't stand it any longer, and with a dark face, he stepped out. My father, Tang Hao, followed behind him, expressionless. It turned out these two old fellows had been here for a while, secretly watching. As soon as Yang Wudi came out, he made faces at my father, laughing with a face full of wrinkles. Hee, what did I say, old Tang, you're going to be a grandpa now. My dad was speechless. After holding in for a long time, he finally retorted, "My son is looking for a girlfriend. What's your excitement as a teacher?" With just one sentence, he made Yang Wudi fall silent. He couldn't possibly say that he treats my son like his own. I quickly went up to greet them. "Dad?" "Teacher." Zhu Zhiyin also pulled her younger sister and respectfully bowed. "The younger generation has met clan leader Yang and your highness Hao Yin." My father waved his hand, his voice hoarse, yet possessing an indescribable authority. "Get up." He looked over the Zhu sisters with a rather gentle gaze, lacking any sense of pressure typical of a strong person. Let me tell you, if I could read my father's mind at that moment, I probably would have died laughing. He was surely thinking, not bad looking, just my son's type. I'll take them. After all, the family fortune relies on my son. So as a father, it's only right to take care of my future daughter-in-law in advance. As for why there were two, sorry, but I have no obligation to take care of my son's sisters-in-law. After thinking this, he spoke directly, exuding undeniable confidence. "You heard Xiao Yin. If you become my disciples, the Yuming Zhu family won't dare to touch you. Even if the Star Luo Emperor and his wife use their martial soul fusion technique, they still won't be able to deal with me." That kind of confidence was incredible. Zhu Zhiyun's anxious heart finally relaxed, but she still looked at me, her eyes filled with complexity as she asked, "Why are you helping me like this?" I scratched my head and laughed sincerely. "We are friends." "Friends." Zhu Zhiyun repeated these two words, as if savoring something. Little Zhu Qing beside her immediately jumped in to ask, "Then are we friends too?" Afraid of being left out. "Of course. We are good friends." I didn't really understand what a friend was. To me, as long as I found someone pleasant to look at and easy to talk to, that was a friend, regardless of whether they knew me or not. This made things simple. Zhu Zhiyun asked her sister, "Zhu Qing, do you want to stay?" Zhu Qing didn't think twice. Of course. Duh. Who wouldn't want to escape from that hellish place? Would I want to go back and marry that Dai Mubai, who could abandon me? So, the two sisters immediately performed a master-disciple ceremony, and their mentor-student relationship was established. That evening, my dad and Yang Wudi went out to scavenge, saying there would be plenty of good stuff after the beast tide, like soul bones and whatnot. That left the three of us staring at each other. I suddenly remembered something and took out a pair of arm bones from my storage wristband. As soon as I pulled them out, the dark golden light almost blinded me, with 5 3-foot-long sharp claws glimmering coldly on them. These were the external soul bones I obtained from the dark golden terraclaw bareback in the day. I had originally intended to use them myself, but later felt they didn't fit my development path. So I separated them using life, energy, and they had been gathering dust in the soul guide device. Now they were perfect to give to them, practically tailor-made. I handed them over, even making an excuse that it was a gift from my dad for your initiation. Zhu Zhiyin certainly recognized what they were. Her face went pale. "No way. This is too precious. This is an external soul bone, a treasure that can grow with a person." I directly blocked her with a single sentence. "Don't forget, we are friends. What you need most right now is strength. The protection of the title de law is only temporary. If you truly want to break free from your fate, you must rely on yourselves." This was effective. Zhu Zhiyin took the left palm bone, and a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. I urged them, "Absorb it now. I'll protect you." The sisters stopped being pretentious, sat cross-legged, and pressed the soul bone against their palms. In the next second, overwhelming energy surged into their bodies, and the excruciating pain of their bones being shattered and reassembled drained the blood from their faces in an instant, yet not a single one of them made sound. I just watched from the side, not intervening. Some paths must ultimately be walked by themselves. While they were absorbing the soul bone, far away, in the core area of the Stardow Forest, a board meeting that would determine the fate of soul beasts was being held. Ordinary people had no idea about that place, The core of the Lake of Life was not shrouded in mist, but rather in liquefied life energy. On the surface of the lake sat 6 humanoid figures, each exuding a terrifying aura capable of altering the colors of heaven and earth. At the forefront was a handsome middle-aged man with black hair and golden eyes, named Tion, the 800,000-year-old golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the leader of the Soul Beast realm. Next to him was a muscular, hot-tempered man with 5 claw marks on his face, the 400,000-year-old Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear, known as Xiangjun. Then there was a stunning green-haired lady, by Ji, a 500,000-year-old Emerald Swan, a top-tier healer. A voluptuous purple-haired woman, ZG, was the Hell Dragon King. In any case, each of them was a top-tier boss. They had just been awakened from their slumber, and their mere presence triggered a beast wave outside. Xiangjun was the first to express his impatience. Tion, why did you wake us up? I haven't had enough sleep. Tion ignored him completely and directly dropped a bombshell. Our master has awakened. The entire venue was shocked. Tion continued. The master sensed an aura that could help her recover, appearing in the Star Doe Forest. It's a human soul master with extraordinarily high talent and an outrageous advancement speed. Next time he comes to obtain a soul ring, we must invite him over to help the master heal. Family members, who understands? Isn't he talking about me? I become Tang Seng's meat. Xiangjun's temper flared up again. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go grab him right now. Bai Ji quickly intervened. No. If we act recklessly, it will attract the attention of the divine realm, which will be detrimental to our Soul Beast clan. Tion nodded. Bai Ji is right. Qi Wang, you go inform the 2 guards at the entrance, that gorilla and the bull-headed snake, to keep an eye out for this aura. Saying this, he took out a silver scale that recorded my aura and handed it to the red-haired man. Meanwhile, outside the Lake of Life, Ming, the Titan giant ape, was burying his head in the water, sticking his big butt up in a cowardly manner, pretending like he was invisible. Beside him, Ming, the sky blue bull python, was curled up like a small snake, behaving obediently. They had been frightened out of their wits by the commotion from the core area. Just as they were trembling in fear, Qi Wang suddenly appeared, tossed the scale to them, and after giving them the task, vanished again. Ming and Ming stared at each other for a long time before finally reacting. We need to find someone. Ming felt the aura on the scale and thought that it wouldn't be enough for just the 2 of them. It would be best to have Xiao Wu help. After all, they were looking for a human. Yeah, when will Xiao Wu come back? I miss her, Ming said in a deep voice. The next morning, I was awakened from my dreams by the enticing smell of grilled meat. Opening my eyes, I found myself lying on a comfortable blanket, and the Zhu sisters had finished absorbing the soul bone and were now regulating their breathing. My father and Yang Wudi had also returned. Although they hadn't found soul bones suitable for us, they had procured 2 pieces that were 1,000 years old, which could be sold for a good amount of money, just enough to cover the relocation expenses for Yang Wudi's family. I was gnawing on a lamb leg when I suddenly made a decision. Dad, teacher, let's say goodbye here. Yang Wudi was taken aback. So sudden? Aren't you going back to pack your things? I shook my head, no. This beast tide made me feel too weak. I want to go out and explore on my own. Under your protection, I will never grow up. My father looked at me, his eyes filled with both pride and worry. In the end, he simply said, remember to remain cautious and respectful towards everyone and everything. Go and find your own path. I finished the leg of lamb in no time, waved my hand nonchalantly, and said, I'm leaving. Without looking back, I stepped onto my own path. However, just when I thought one chapter of the story had ended, a textbook-level twist was unfolding. Do you remember Davis, whom I thought was dead for sure? Just as Dai Yulin was laughing maniacally at his corpse and delivering a victory speech, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Dai Yulin shouted that the final victor was him, his throat suddenly erupted with blood, gushing out like a fountain. He looked down in disbelief and saw Davis, the one who was supposed to be dead, struggling to raise his body, weakly smiling and saying, Second brother, let me teach you 2 lessons. First, when killing someone, make sure to finish the job. Second, first figure out your opponent's trump card. You didn't know? My heart is naturally on the right side, did you? Who among the family understands this? This counterattack is simply incredible. Having my heart on the right side is even more outrageous than I am. When Davis saw Dai Yulin approaching, he gathered his last breath and unleashed a white tiger fierce light wave, directly countering this careless brother. Zhu Zhumin was also dumbfounded beside them, probably cursing Dai Yulin 1,000 times in her heart. Useless. How could you let such a huge advantage be reversed? Davis, gasping for breath, turned his gaze toward her and began his PUA. Zhumin, your sister and younger sister are dead, and my third brother has run away. We are now the only choice for the Empire. Do you want to be the queen? I can make that dream come true for you." This guy had a firm grip on people's hearts. Zhu Zhumin was indeed moved. It didn't matter who the emperor was. She only wanted to be the queen. She walked over and helped the severely injured Davis. Davis, with his blood-stained fingers, gently tapped her lips and smiled wickedly. "My future queen, let us go home." That laughter echoed in the empty forest, while the real clown, Daiyulin, was about to have his corpse turned into a soul beast meal. The story isn't over yet. Not long after, a sudden battle broke out at the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. The reason was absurd. A general's useless son from Xingluo was killed while fighting bandits, and in a fit of rage, the general sent troops to pursue them, only to accidentally cross the border and get killed by Tiando soldiers. And just because of this trivial matter, war erupted. The most outrageous part was that the general who instigated the war had nothing to do with it. However, neither side of the nobility wanted to actually fight, so they privately agreed to just have a fight on the plains, finish up, and return home to continue doing business. Meanwhile, after leaving my father and the others, I wandered around and found myself sitting in the military camp of the Tiando Empire, holding my spear and watching a young general deploy troops. This general's name was Guiyang, in his early 20s, with a soul power of level 46, and his martial soul was the Eye of the Tiger. His father was the military god of Tiando. He was dressed in handsome armor, standing tall, and looked quite capable. I tell you, this guy seems quite capable. But the process of getting to know each other was explosive. When I first met him, oh boy, that scene is something I can't forget to this day. I was passing through a village and saw a group of soldiers from the Star Empire, under the pretense of catching thieves, carrying out a scorched earth policy. Burning, killing, and looting. The cries were simply unbearable. Who understands the despair behind it? What the books say about soldiers being like combs only becomes clear when you see it in front of your eyes. I was furious and charged at those beasts, killing them all. Let me tell you, blood sprayed all over my face. The sticky feeling mixed with the smell of blood and the stench of those people who were scared to death. My brows didn't even furrow. I'm not bragging. I was truly numb. After I treated the wounds of the surviving villagers, Guiyang finally arrived late. When he saw me, a mere 11 or 12-year-old kid, having done such a big thing, his eyes were about to pop out. He insisted on recruiting me. I didn't refuse outright, but asked him a few questions. I asked him if the soldiers of the Star Empire were all like that. He nodded and said it was their main way of making extra money. I then asked, "What about fighting?" He was silent for a long time before finally saying, "At least my soldiers won't." All right then, because of that line, I temporarily became the honorary captain of their troop. It wasn't until we were on the road that I realized, wow, this battle felt like a performance. Guiyang told me this decisive battle was just a formality. Regardless of winning or losing, it would end after the fight, purely to give the nobles of both countries a way to back down. I was dumbfounded and said I didn't care about your fight. What about those refugees? Would those fat, big-headed nobles care about their lives? Guiyang, looking constipated, said the spirit hall would send people to assist. I was really speechless. After making such a mess, it would still be the spirit hall that had to clean it up. Soon, we arrived at the Yama Plain. The armies on both sides are like a sea of ants, dark and dense. When the drums sounded boom, 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 the heavy cavalry on both sides charged at each other. That scene was simply a torrent of steel. With a bang, they collided, and people and horses were thrown everywhere, blood and flesh flying. But this was just the appetizer. The real trouble came from those unruly imperial soldiers of the Star Empire. They thought the show was boring, and without waiting for orders, they charged straight at us. Oh boy, they were coming right at us. Guiyang was shouting over there to prepare for battle. And what did I do? I got off my horse. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt the entire battlefield's atmosphere surge towards me. The wind blowing my clothes and the ground shaking beneath my feet. Guiyang was still shouting, "Little brother, get back on your horse. It's dangerous. Why bother with him?" I was about to unleash my full power. I extended my right hand, and the spear of destiny fell directly into my grip. Then purple, 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 black. The four soul rings exploded in an instant. Guiyang beside me was completely stunned, his eyes wide open like copper bells, probably thinking, what the heck? What kind of divine being have I stumbled upon? I took a step forward, merging all my soul power, mental strength, and momentum together, and shouted my self-created first move, breaking the 1,000 armies. I soared into the air like a cannonball, as if 1,000 troops were following behind me, and with a loud bang, I crashed into their formation. The general leading them didn't even touch me. He was instantly overwhelmed by my momentum, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and died on the spot. The whole army collapsed in an instant, defeated like a landslide, abandoning their helmets and armor as they fled. One move, just one move, and an entire reorganized regiment was gone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Guiyang was dumbfounded, and even the marshal on the opposite side was dumbfounded. As a result, Xing Luo was not convinced and directly sent out a Soul Emperor, with 6 rings, riding a winged lion, aiming to take me down one-on-one. I'm afraid of him. I directly charge in with my 4th skill. With a loud bang, we collided head-on and surprisingly ended up in a stalemate. The Soul Emperor's face turned green, probably questioning his life choices. Just as he was about to unleash another ultimate move, the sky suddenly changed. It turned golden, and a massive chrysanthemum bloomed in the sky. Immediately after, a figure dressed in a red gown, looking androgynous, floated down, with 9 soul rings spinning beneath him. Title Doloa, he chirped, by the order of the Pope. Cease fire. Who would dare disobey? Finally, this chaotic battle was over. With the battle finished, it was time for me to leave. My buddy Guiyang insisted on reporting my merits, but I said no, I don't want the title, just donate the money to the refugees. I told him my name was Tang Yin, and we would meet again in the future, then activated my 4th skill and swiftly ran away. After that, I traveled west for 2 months and arrived at a place called the Extreme West Wilderness. Let me tell you, this place is definitely not for the faint-hearted. It's a chaotic land with all sorts of people, a pure lawless zone where strength is everything. As soon as I got there, I sensed something was off. There was a forest ahead, lush and vibrant, but it exuded a chilling aura. I was feeling uneasy, so I called out to my mom. My mom, Ain, she is currently in soul form following me. When she came out, she used the blue silver grass to scout the area and said she didn't find any issues, but still advised me to be cautious. I agreed and decided to retreat. But who understands the situation, right? Just as I took a step back, whoosh, I disappeared. It was like I was swallowed by space, vanishing into thin air. My mom was stunned, and upon looking again, that forest was merely an illusion. Beneath, it was a bottomless chasm. She couldn't return to my body and lost contact. Now things were out of control. My mom's eyes turned red with anxiety, but she forced herself to calm down and decided to find my dad, the Hao Hiandalo, for help. As for my dad, let me tell you, he had no idea that chaos was happening at home. At that time, he was on the back mountain of Nodding Academy, acting as my brother Tang San's personal tutor. This back mountain usually didn't attract even a bird, but because my dad had some connections with the academy head, it became my brother's VIP training ground. You have no idea how competitive my brother is now. At 11 years old, his soul power has already skyrocketed to level 29, and he is about to become a soul master. This is a whole year ahead of the original script. Why? Because of me. The heavenly materials and treasures my dad prepared for me, my brother also benefited from. His physical quality has long been maxed out. The meals are also top-notch, with soul beast meat for every meal. And my dad even gave Xiaojing a sum of money to provide my brother with extra meals. So, although my brother still looks quite ordinary, his physique is as sturdy as a little calf. I watched him as he swung a pitch-black Haotian hammer, practicing the chaotic cloak hammer technique with great effort. One strike after another, he shook the ground and mountains, but by the 23rd strike, he had reached his limit, his face turning beet red and his muscles nearly tearing. He still wanted to force out a 24th strike. Goodness, my father was quick-witted and caught him just in time. All right, Xiao San, my father has spoken. You still need to train that body of yours. You're about to reach level 30, and for the next stage, go directly for something over 2,000 years old. My brother was a bit nervous at the time and said, Dad, the teacher said that at my level, the limit is only about 1,800 years. My dad was so disdainful. He directly said, the knowledge your teacher has is all from books. He doesn't know anything. Your brother, which is me, is already at 15,000 in the 4th ring. With your physical foundation, 2,000 years means nothing. My brother heard this and fell silent. After all, I, as a living example, was clearly out of the ordinary. Speaking of which, my dad had 2 young girls with him, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Every time my brother had special training, the 2 of them would learn alongside him. Later, my brother found out that these 2 were my dad's new apprentices, and they had quite a close relationship with me. How close, you ask? Well, my brother accidentally overheard Zhu Zhuqing calling me brother-in-law once. Her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, who was listening beside her, turned red and surprisingly didn't refute it. Family, who understands? This left my brother, a lifelong single dog for 40 years, utterly bewildered. I'm only 10 years old, and someone else already reserving me. But my brother wasn't envious. He felt that he had Xiaowu. Just as my dad arranged for Zhu Zhuyin to spar with my brother to practice his movement techniques, a blue light suddenly shot down from the sky. When my dad saw someone coming, it was my mom. A smile just appeared on her face, probably thinking it was a date. But in the next second, that smile froze on her face. "Mom!" My brother shouted excitedly. Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing quickly looked over, knowing that this was their teacher's wife, my mom. But my mom didn't have time to pay attention to them. Her face was pale, and she was almost in tears as she said to my dad, "How? Xiaoyin is missing. All right, let's switch back to my side." What was my situation at that time? As I stepped out, I felt like the whole world was spinning as if it had drunk fake wine. The sky was swirling, and the light was twisted into a mess. In the next second, I was thrown into a bizarre space tunnel. My heart sank, and I wanted to contact my mom, but the signal was directly cut off. However, I had seen a lot in my life, so I quickly calmed down, thinking whatever happens, happens. Just let it be. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in a pitch-black forest. This place was eerily quiet, so much so that I couldn't even see a shadow of a 10-year-old beast. I instinctively tried to activate my martial soul, only to find that my soul rings were all sealed. I had lost contact with Zishi and the others. This was interesting. Which big shot had the leisure to kidnap me here? Since there were no soul beasts, the riverside was the safest place. I summoned my destiny-long spear. Although I couldn't use my soul skills, its inherent function was still there, able to sense the life energy of plants. I followed the spear's guidance, walking through the forest, taking deep and shallow steps. After about a quarter of an hour, I indeed heard the sound of water. I hurried over and reached the edge of a small stream. And guess what I found? On the wet mud by the stream, there were clear prints of high heels. It was a woman. I followed the footprints upstream, feeling quite hopeful. Meeting a living person in this eerie place would be a huge stroke of luck. But I hadn't walked far when all my hair stood on end. From the dark woods on my right, a shadowy figure suddenly lunged towards my face. I reacted quickly. As my body withdrew, I reversed the fate spear in my hand and executed an upward thrust just in time to poke that thing. What was it? A mass of gray-black mist, with a hideous, agonized human face on it, looking as if it had seen a ghost right before death. As soon as my spear touched it, it burst apart with a bang, turning into a wisp of black smoke that shot straight towards my forehead. A mental attack? I let out a cold laugh, and my powerful mental strength instantly radiated outward, forming an invisible wall on my forehead. The black mist slammed into it with a bang and was immediately repelled. It tried to escape, but could I let it run away? My mental power transformed into a cage, trapping it inside. I brought it up to my eyes and took a look. This thing was quite fierce, crashing wildly in my mental prison. I thought to myself, physical attacks are ineffective, so let's try crushing it with mental power. I controlled the mental barrier to continuously compress, and with a loud bang, that strange fog was directly crushed by me, turning to ashes. It turned out this thing could be killed by mental power. I had a clearer understanding now, so I continued to follow the footprints ahead. Not far along, I saw signs of struggle. A large tree had 4 holes punctured in it, and there were signs of corrosion around, clearly poisonous. My heart tightened, and I quickened my pace, finally finding that woman. Oh my gosh, that scene was simply like a large-scale boss battle. A woman in a purple long dress, with 8 spider legs behind her, was currently kneeling helplessly on the ground, surrounded by hundreds of those black misty ghost shadows. The most critical thing was that in front of her forehead, an obviously larger ghost shadow was extending a black line connecting to her brow, as if it was sucking her spiritual energy. No, I have to save her. I quietly approached and took out my second martial soul, the Dragon Phoenix bow. I had the bow, but the awkward part was that I didn't have any arrows. An idea struck me, and I directly used my destiny spear as an arrow. I drew the bow. This was my first real battle after practicing archery for 2.5 years. I poured all my mental energy into the long spear, and the whole spear shone like a little sun. But the power was too strong, and I couldn't aim at all. My mental energy was overloaded, and blood tears streamed down my left eye. Just a little more. I gritted my teeth, feeling like my head was about to explode. At that moment, ding, your external aid has arrived. Suddenly, a white gemstone flew out from the body of the Dragon Phoenix bow and directly drilled into my left eye. My mind suddenly filled with a wealth of information. This is the eye of the mythical beast Xieji. It can see through all illusions and discern right from wrong, good from evil. More importantly, a vast surge of spiritual power instantly filled my parched sea of consciousness. My whole demeanor changed in an instant. My left eye turned pure white, paired with dried blood tears, creating an eerie appearance. Let us go. I released the bowstring and the arrow of fate, imbued with the divine might of the Shijai, transformed into a beam of white light and shot out. All the ghostly figures blocking the way instantly evaporated, and with one shot, it was pinned right in the center of the largest ghostly figure's head. Boom! With a loud bang, all the ghostly figures around the woman exploded into a dazzling display of fireworks. At the center of the explosion, the woman in the purple dress lost her support and collapsed softly. Strangely, she wasn't injured at all. It was just that her purple dress was blown to tatters. I have just acquired the eye of the Qilin, which shines like a spotlight in the dark. Now I see the large expanse of snowy white skin beneath the skirt, the perfect curves of the body, those long legs. What does an 11-year-old virgin like me know about this scene? Is this overwhelming wealth finally my turn? My face flushed instantly, and I quickly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in my heart, and walked towards her. Meanwhile, on the other side, my dad and mom had rushed to the place where I had disappeared. My dad looked at the bottomless chasm with a grave expression. He knew there was a cursed place nearby called the City of Slaughter. He told my mom to wait and went to scout ahead by himself. The next second, my dad directly parachuted into the tavern at the entrance of the City of Slaughter. Without saying a word, he unleashed the Hautian hammer, and with a flash of yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, 9 soul rings rose up, activating the killing god domain. Wow, that aura was 8 meters tall. The group of outlaws in the tavern was scared out of their wits. My father smashed open the bar with a hammer, revealing a hole underneath, and without blinking an eye, jumped in. The entrance to the City of Slaughter, the terrifying knights guarding it instantly went on high alert. My father emerged from the darkness, slammed the hammer on the ground, and got straight to the point. Call the King of Slaughter to meet me. He possesses the domain of the god of killing, and the restrictions here are ineffective against him. Those knights dared not stop him and hurried to deliver the message. Before long, a figure clad in blood-red armor, with enormous bat wings on his back, arrived. He was the King of Slaughter. Unaware of the god of killing's return to this place, what business does he have? My father spoke in a cold tone. 10 days ago, was there a boy around 11 years old who accidentally entered this place with a brown long spear? The King of Slaughter thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I watch everyone who comes in every day, and there's no boy like the one you described. My dad exploded on the spot, his tone instantly rising. Isn't this the only ghost place around here? How could a living person just disappear like that? As a result, that King of Slaughter was still there, trying to play it cool, saying that there's only one entrance here, and it's impossible for anyone to wander in by mistake. So the person you're looking for definitely isn't here. My dad was so furious at that moment, but there was nothing he could do. Since they said so, we could only withdraw for now. I tell you, this blow is too heavy. When my dad went back and told my mom, she collapsed on the spot. Her eyes lost all their light, sitting by that bottomless crack, staring blankly, saying she would wait there for my brother to return. My mom's words left my dad silent. She said, I gave Xiaoyin life, and Xiaoyin gave me a new life. If I can't wait for him to come back alive, I will just return to my previous state. Goodness, what a thing to say, as if she could just turn back into a blade of grass. What could my dad say? His heart was shattered, so he could only slowly sit beside her and say, we'll wait together until Xiaoyin comes back. They were waiting in agony, while on the other side, my cheap second brother Tang, San, was living quite well, but he didn't realize it. In the middle of the night, he was dragging Xiao Wu on the grass of the back mountain, acting out some youthful pain literature. Seeing him gloomy, Xiao Wu asked him what was wrong. If he was feeling emo, he started pouring out his troubles, saying he was worried about his brother, that is, my brother getting into trouble. Then he changed the subject and began to complain. He said my dad used to be bad to both of them, but he got better because of my brother. He also said my mom lived in a place we didn't know, but my brother said mom lived in his body, making him feel like an outsider. Who understands family? Isn't this just pure why not eat meat porridge? Your dad is a titled Delaw. Your mom is a 100,000-year soul beast. You have dual martial souls with exceptional talent. And even a 100,000-year soul beast is willing to be your sister. And you're here complaining about your parents' favoritism? He also said my brother had better talent than him, was more handsome than him, and that their parents only praised my brother, making him feel like a failure. He even had a moment where he thought how great it would be if he were his brother, which is a dangerous thought. I tell you, with this mindset, he will eventually have big problems. Luckily, Xiao Wu was there to comfort him, patting her chest and saying, aren't you still have me, Xiao Wu? Did you forget you said you would protect me? This cheered him up. On the other side, Zhu Jiyun was also about to reach her breaking point. Ever since she learned about my brother's accident, she had lost her appetite and visibly lost weight, sitting in front of the window in a daze every day. Her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, couldn't stand it anymore, directly holding a mirror up to her face, saying, "Zhu Zhuyan, look at what you look like now. You're so ugly. Would Tangyin still like you?" Her master and mistress had gone to save people. Do they need a soul master like her to worry about this? This scolding actually woke Zhu Zhuyan up halfway. She said, all right, I'm tired, let's go to sleep," but the next morning, she was gone. She left a note with neat handwriting. "Sister, you still don't understand what it feels like to fall in love. I have to go find him. Forgive my sudden departure." Goodness, another brave warrior charging for love, directly putting on a show for love, leaving her sister Zhu Zhuqing confused, filled with questions. What exactly is this thing called love? The scene shifts back to my brother. He was in distress, facing an unconscious, stunning beauty. Although she was in a sorry state, her figure was outstanding. My brother, being a gentleman, quickly took out a piece of his own clothing from his soul guide to cover her key parts to avoid getting distracted. Then he pulled out his treasured spear and began to heal her. As the gentle life energy flowed in, her external injuries were resolved in no time. When he finally saw her face clearly, my brother was instantly dumbfounded. I tell you, she was stunning. With wavy purple hair, a smooth forehead, that face, those lips. It completely overwhelmed my pure-hearted little brother. He silently admitted that this sister was even more beautiful than my mom. Oh no, this kid was mesmerized. With reason and instinct battling fiercely, this was definitely love at first sight. But here's the problem. External injuries are easy to treat. Internal injuries are hard to heal. This sister's most serious issue was a heavy blow to her mental sea. This is like the brain's firewall, with a self-protection mechanism. You can't just barge in, or else she would be completely ruined. Just when my brother was feeling overwhelmed, that sister let out a painful moan. Here's a response. My brother quickly leaned down and softly said in her ear, "Can you hear me? I'm going to help you heal your mental sea. If you agree, please bend your left index finger." That sister was probably in so much pain that she grabbed onto this lifeline amidst the chaos, weakly squeezing out 2 words, "Save. Save me." At the same time, that snow-white slender index finger really struggled to bend a little. Now it was easier. My brother's heart trembled. Not hesitating anymore, the eye of the Xieji flashed white light, and a line of mental energy directly connected to the sister's forehead, with my brother's consciousness drilling inside. As a result, once inside, my brother was dumbfounded. This sister's mental sea was not shattered at all. It was like an endless dark ocean, filled with pain, resentment, and loneliness. These negative emotions had even formed a monstrous, terrifying creature. My brother's little bit of mental power was like a small boat that had fallen into the Pacific Ocean, about to capsize at any moment. Goodness, what kind of human suffering had this sister gone through? However, he quickly discovered a faint but stubborn light in this darkness, which was her remaining will. Later, my brother learned that this sister was called Bibi Dong, and she had come here to participate in the second test of the Rakshasa god. The task was to kill or absorb 1,000 things called vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits were immune to physical attacks, but Bibi Dong was even more ferocious, directly using her martial soul to launch mental attacks. She carelessly tried to absorb one, and as her mental power surged, she almost got overwhelmed by her own most painful memories and went crazy on the spot. Only then did she realize that this thing was a mental stimulant plus. Too strong, could only kill, not consume. But there was no soul power in this secret realm, and she had to eat and sleep like an ordinary person. As a result, while she was happily clearing small monsters, she was directly ambushed by a vengeful spirit king with hundreds of little minions. She was already tired and hungry, and couldn't withstand this assault. Several vengeful spirits invaded her mind, causing her mental defenses to collapse on the spot. Just as she was about to be completely devoured by that pile of negative emotions, my brother's voice appeared, becoming her last lifeline. My brother performed a series of operations inside, using his life energy and the righteous aura of the Xieji's eye to purify that black mass. Although he couldn't completely handle it, at least he stabilized the situation and opened up a small green safe zone for her. After that, my brother withdrew, his mental energy depleted by half, sweat covering his forehead, exhausted like a dog. Looking at the unconscious Bibi Dong, my brother maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, carrying her into his tent to settle her down, while he went to sleep in a makeshift shelter made of leaves. The next morning, he woke up to a faint fragrance at his nose, only to realize he was using her discarded purple dress as a pillow. This guy pretended nothing was wrong. calmly walked out of the tent and started preparing breakfast. He went to the river to catch fish, but his skills were too poor, and the fish slipped right under him. My brother was unhappy about that and went into overdrive. He placed a small amount of life energy, the size of a peanut, as bait at the tip of his spear, and the fish immediately turned back, eagerly biting down and getting caught on the spot. After catching 4 plump fish, my brother began to show off his cooking skills, scaling and cleaning them, slicing them thinly, and tossing them into the pot, then pulling out a bunch of jars and bottles of seasonings from his arm guards and sprinkling them in. The delicious aroma of the fish soup instantly wafted out. But that wasn't all. My brother's skills were extraordinary. While the fish soup bubbled with a milky white foam, he skewered 8 fish and started to show off his techniques. I tell you, it was dazzling. His hands moved like phantoms, the 8 fish spinning and jumping 360 degrees without a dead angle. Each side perfectly grilled to a golden crisp, oil sizzling out, and when the spices were sprinkled, gosh, I could smell it through the screen. This was true mastery. While Tang, Sin used hidden weapons, my brother grilled fish with his bare hands, expanding the scope of competition. Just then, the tent flap was lifted, and the big sister woke up. Family, who understands, waking up to find oneself in a strange man's tent. This girl immediately switched to battle mode. As she sat up, the clothes my brother had covered her with slipped off, and the scene. Ahem, she propped herself on the blanket, her mind racing to review. Ghost King. Mental attack. Mission accomplished. Wait, the mission was accomplished? She quickly checked her divine exam progress, saw the rewards, then looked at the tent, the blanket, and the clothes, and instantly understood that someone had saved her and even helped her pass the first 2 stages of the Rakshasa divine exam. Her heart sank. A bad thought emerged. This person, could it be another heir chosen by the Rakshasa god, here to compete with me for KPI? Just as she was thinking, her stomach audibly protested. The aroma of the grilled fish was too overpowering. Her face flushed, but she quickly returned to her cold poker face, changing into an oversized robe, wrapping herself tightly. I tell you, this sister had serious wariness toward men due to past issues. If the person who saved her was indeed a competitor, she would definitely look for an opportunity to stab him in the back. The kind little saintess from back then was long dead. What remained was a revenge machine. As she stepped out, she saw my brother guarding a pot of milky fish soup and a pile of sizzling grilled fish. My brother also saw her. Wow. A head of purple big waves, that face, that aura, absolutely stunning. Although she was dressed like a sack, my brother had seen the original version yesterday, and the contrast. Cough. He quickly shook off those distracting thoughts and greeted her calmly. You're awake. Come eat something. BB Dong looked at the little brat, who was at most 11 or 12 years old, and was stunned. Just him. He saved me? How could he possibly have the ability to defeat that large group of ghostly beings? Alarm bells rang in her mind, feeling that my brother must have some hidden abilities. Definitely not an ordinary person. With her guard fully up, she sat by the fire, and my brother handed her a skewer of grilled fish. She instinctively took it, but didn't eat, probably fearing it was poisoned. My brother understood immediately, took a piece of meat from his own skewer, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and said, You can eat this one, it's not poisonous. I tell you, sincerity is a killer skill. However, the sister didn't accept it at all. Her voice was quite pleasant, but icy. No need. After saying that, she lowered her head and took a bite of her own skewer. Hey, after that bite, a hint of shock clearly flashed in her purple eyes. The outer skin was crispy, while the meat inside was tender. After eating 2 days of dark cuisine, she had never tasted anything like this. Delicious. She must have been screaming inside, but her face remained indifferent, eating daintily. My brother's eyes were sharp. He had already seen through her little tricks. However, he didn't expose it. After all, the primary task was to find a way out. Mom was still waiting outside. How about some soup? My brother casually handed her a bowl of soup. The two of them quietly ate without speaking. After finishing the meal, without even washing the bowls, my brother got straight to the point. Miss, did you accidentally end up in this ghostly place too? Miss, BB Dong found this address quite strange. She thought she could almost be this little brat's mother, calling her Mississippi. Well, it seemed okay, better than Aunt. But she immediately caught the key point. This little brat said he also stumbled in, so he was likely not the heir chosen by the Rakshasa god. To be safe, she began to act, feigning confusion and asking back. You also stumbled in? Can you tell me what happened at that time? My brother is a straightforward person. He immediately told everything about how he saw the forest illusion and then got sucked in. As soon as BB Dong heard this, she felt assured. This place is close to the city of Slaughter, and his description completely matched up. This little guy is probably just an unfortunate soul. Thus, her intricate schemes began. She lied, saying that she had also stumbled in by mistake, but had arrived a few days earlier and had already found some clues. My brother's eyes lit up. Is it a way out? She kept my brother in suspense and said slowly, I'm not sure, but if there's an exit, the only possibility would be there. Then she changed the subject. Do you remember those monsters from last night? My brother instinctively replied, Are you talking about those strange mists? Strange mists? That's a very fitting name. Bibi Dong curled her lips into a smile. Wow, that smile completely dazzled my brother, who was cursing inwardly, damn wicked woman. My brother came to his senses and asked his confusion. Those strange mists are very peculiar. They can both harm the mind and enhance mental strength. Isn't that contradictory? This brings us to what I want to tell you. Bibi Dong began her performance, and it is not contradictory. They are like the ultimate tonic for mental power. But every medicine has its poison, and this thing is pure poison. They will contaminate your mind and drive you completely insane. My brother felt a chill in his heart and also had a bit of sympathy for the sister in front of him. How much suffering had she endured? Bibi Dong noticed my brother's sympathetic gaze and self-mockingly thought, Is he pitying me? How can anyone feel sad for me? She ignored it and continued to weave her story. I had ventured deep into the forest before and discovered a great secret hidden in the center. Do you remember that largest strange fog? As soon as I approached the center, I felt something was off and quickly retreated. I suspect that thing was coming to hunt me down. My brother's mind turned, and he took the bait. Are you saying that there are secrets guarded by these strange mists deep in the forest? And that secret is likely the key to getting out? Seeing him bite the hook, Bye Dong secretly laughed and continued to raise the stakes. That's why I said it's very likely. We must go there to investigate, or we will never get out. She firmly grasped my brother's weakness of wanting to go home. In the end, she launched a full attack. It's full of dangers inside, and I don't even know if there are risks. Do you want to join me? My brother bowed his head and thought for a moment. He had no choice but to nod. Let's go together. All right, the team up was successful. Bibi Dong began to probe into my brother's background. You can't use soul power here. You're so young. How are you so strong? My brother hesitated, pondering how many pitfalls there were in his sister's words. When Bibi Dong saw that he was suspicious, she directly dropped a bombshell to dispel his concerns. I am the title Doloa. My brother was stunned. Title Doloa? He thought my dad became a title Doloa at the age of 44 was a myth, but this sister in front of him, who looked even younger than his dad, was also one. He examined Bibi Dong from top to bottom, and no matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like one at all, lacking any aura of a strong ruler, just quite fair-skinned. Bibi Dong noticed his disbelief and smiled playfully. What's wrong, doesn't it look like it? After saying that, her gaze sharpened, and the pressure belonging to a title Doloa instantly surged over. My brother feels like an ant that could be crushed at any moment, but he's not the type to back down. He bears the pressure and counters with his own momentum. Although small, he refuses to yield. Bibi Dong was surprised, not expecting this little guy to hold his ground, but she also understood. If he didn't have some skills, how could he save her? She withdrew her pressure, and my brother breathed a sigh of relief, immediately respectfully saying, Senior, I apologize for the offense earlier. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze, Bibi Dong said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. And don't call me senior. It sounds strange. Just call me sister. Then, she threw out a second bombshell. Moreover, I have a twin martial soul. Wow. This girl went all in to uncover my brother's hidden cards. Seeing her sincerity, my brother felt it would be inappropriate to keep hiding his own. Sister, I saved you like this last night. With that, he summoned his dragon phoenix bow in his left hand and the destiny spear in his right, revealing both martial souls at the same time. Bibi Dong's pupils trembled. He also has a twin martial soul, and he can use them simultaneously? This was something she had struggled for many years to barely achieve with her martial soul switching. This little guy directly unleashed a martial soul fusion technique. My brother drew his bow and notched an arrow. A flash of white light appeared in his left eye, and a destructive aura gathered at the tip of the arrow. He didn't actually shoot. He was just demonstrating. This arrow was so powerful that it would take a month to cool down after one use. I only had one shot left. Bibi Dong understood everything now. No wonder he could save her. She solemnly advised him, This move is your greatest trump card. Save it for the most critical moment. I'll take care of it, my brother promised, patting his chest. Then he remembered to ask, by the way, sister. Sister, my name is Tang Yin. What is your name? Upon hearing the surname Tang, Bibi Dong felt a bit favorable towards it. After all, she couldn't take revenge on Tang Hao yet. She thought for a moment and decided not to reveal her real name, fearing that my brother would find out she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. which would put too much pressure on their relationship. After all, if my brother knew she was the disciple of his mother-s murderer, Shuanji, he would probably run away on the spot. As for my name, you will know it later. For now, just call me Dongjia. Dongjia, my brother obediently called out. Let us not delay. We'll set off immediately. They left without even taking their luggage. Bibi Dong led the way, summoning the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, whose 8 long legs cleared all the obstacles in front of them like a bulldozer. My brother followed behind. His Xieji I activated the whole time, acting as a human radar. Perhaps it was because my brother had dealt with the vengeful spirits last night. They didn't encounter a single one along the way. However, the deeper they went, the more bizarre the environment became. The trees and weeds grew sparser. Eventually, there were no leaves left on the trees around them, just bare black trunks and scorched earth, dead silent with not even a whisper of wind. Bibi Dong stopped. My brother noticed too. In front of them was a deep, bottomless pit that shone black, and even the light from his Xieji, I was swallowed by it. It's here, Dong Jia said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying sense of crisis instantly made my brother's hair stand on end. He stared intently at the pit, watching as black mist surged out from it. And then they both seemed to be hit by a pause button, unable to move. I watched helplessly as countless vengeful spirits gathered, twisted, and piled up at the pit's edge, eventually forming the shape of a woman. Her skirt was made of countless pained, ghostly faces, with glowing purple patterns etched on her arms. Her face had a certain allure, but the 2 streaks of blood tears on her cheeks were chilling. This was the final boss, the vengeful Yiksha. As soon as she took shape, 9 black rings materialized behind her, each one amplifying her aura. By the time the 9th ring appeared, even Sister Dong couldn't see through her power. At that moment, the restraints on my brother and Sister Dong vanished. Without hesitation, the vengeful Yiksha opened her mouth wide, splitting it to the roots of her ears, transforming into a massive blood-filled maw, unleashing a piercing sound wave. The 2 reacted swiftly, quickly raising a mental shield. But the sound wave seemed endless, and cracks began to appear on my brother's shield. If this continued, they would surely be doomed. He gripped his spear and began to gather energy. Sister Dong understood that they had to attack. Her 8 spider legs propelled her forward like a cannonball, aiming for the vengeful Yiksha's lower half, trying to sever her connection to the pit. The vengeful Yiksha remained unfazed, forming hand seals and conjuring a gigantic black shield in front of her. Sister Dong's spider spear struck fiercely against the shield, causing it to crack, but her spear also got stuck. The vengeful Yiksha began to repair the black shield, intending to trap her completely. Realizing the dire situation, Sister Dong decisively withdrew her martial soul, making the spear vanish and freeing herself. She immediately switched to another spider queen martial soul, her 8 legs gripping the ground tightly, using her waist strength to execute a backflip, forcefully pulling her hands free from the black shield's grasp and swiftly retreating. In a moment of high-level combat, Sister Dong found herself in a predicament but calmly escaped. Her movements were fluid and seamless. Just as she retreated, my brother finished gathering energy. He had been waiting for this opportunity. With the might of 1,000 troops, he aimed a fate spear at the gap created by Sister Dong and thrust it forward with all his strength. When that spear struck, let me tell you, the effect was extraordinary. There was a crisp crack, and that thing was pierced through like a thick eggshell. The vengeful Yiksha was blasted backward by this immense force, unable to retract the eerie smile from her face, and 2 of the rings behind her shattered, reducing the count from 9 to 7. However, goodness, when her shield broke, the vengeful spirits sealed within surged out like a disturbed beehive, overwhelming my brother in an instant. My brother wasn't foolish. Having landed a successful hit, he immediately retreated, not wanting to engage with these little ghostly brats. At that moment, Sister Dong charged back in. I tell you, this time she switched her martial soul to the more powerful, soul-eating Spider Queen, clearly ready to confront the monster head-on. The vengeful Yiksha was infuriated, howling in rage as we took turns attacking her, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Let me tell you a little secret. This girl is actually quite unfortunate. She used to be the heir of the Rakshasa divine position, but she failed her exams and was directly turned into a monster by that petty god, based on the principle of utilizing waste to serve as the final boss for the candidates behind her. So now she hates all the living people, especially those of us who look like a couple of dog-like lovers. It's just unbearable. She started screeching again, and that sonic attack was coming. But after having suffered once, Sister Dong learned her lesson this time and used her nearly uncontrollable corrupted mental power as a bomb. smashing it down hard. I tell you, this move is purely a self-destructive strategy, hurting the enemy 1,000 while harming herself 800 if she uses it too much. She'll completely go insane and become a mindless lunatic. With a loud bang, she smashed the ghostly face of Yasha's grudge, causing it to cave in, nearly reverting it back to its black mist form. Next is Sister Dong's solo performance. She chased after the mindless Yasha's grudge and gave it a storm of punches, with 2 loud slaps, shattering 2 more black circles. On the other side, my brother was clearing out the annoying little grudge ghosts while keeping a close eye on the battlefield. His role was clear: assist and damage output, part-time cleanup of small monsters, and rush in to steal the kill when the boss reached low health. Just as the Yasha's grudge was left with only 3 black circles and was about to unleash a big explosion, the opportunity arose. My brother instantly seized the moment when it knocked Sister Dong away, activating the Eye of the Xieji with all his might. The Crimson Dragon Phoenix bow appeared out of nowhere, and the pressure frightened the surrounding grudge ghosts away. He treated the Fate Spear as an arrow, channeling all his mental power into it. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, aim, release. A blinding white light shot through the air, striking right at the Yasha's grudge's forehead. Done. I tell you, it was clean and decisive. The entire body of Yasha's grudge, composed of grudge ghosts, began to collapse on the spot, with countless grudge ghosts screaming and turning to ashes. In the end, only a blood-red, formless soul remained, wailing in pain. Just when we thought we had accomplished our mission, an unexpected event occurred. Sister Dong suddenly collapsed to the ground, holding her head. She had used her mental power too forcefully and was backfiring, barely able to hold on. And in the last second before the Yasha's grudge's remnants died, it actually sensed the dark power of the same origin within Sister Dong, which was like a lifeline. It zoomed in as a streak of light and directly drilled into Sister Dong's forehead. Sister Dong let out a muffled groan and fainted on the spot. But even more outrageous came next, folks. In that abyss, a white light circle appeared, which surely was the exit. My brother didn't think twice and picked up Sister Dong to run towards the exit. But guess what? Bang! They were both bounced back. A line of text lazily floated down from the sky. Items from this secret realm are prohibited from being taken out. Below was a countdown, 1 minute. Folks, who understands? This clearly means that right now, Sister Dong is considered a prohibited item because she has the remnants of the Yasha's grudge in her body. Either abandon her and leave on her own, or stay together and wait for death. My brother was standing there, watching the countdown tick down second by second. On one side was our mother waiting for him to come home, and on the other side were comrades who had just fought side by side, now facing life and death. Each second felt like a century. Finally, when there were only a few seconds left on the countdown, my brother gritted his teeth and made a choice. He picked up Dongjie and ran deep into the forest without looking back. He couldn't overcome his inner barrier. He couldn't accept the idea of abandoning a comrade to save his own life, like Tang Yin did. He laid Dongjie flat on the ground and once again entered her spiritual sea with his mental power. To his surprise, what he saw inside was like the end of the world. The vengeful soul of the Yacha had merged with Dongjie's violent black spiritual power, transforming into a more distorted and grotesque monster, crazily devouring the last oasis of reason within Dongjie. My brother was so exhausted he was almost collapsing, barely managing to hold up the Dragon Phoenix bow to confront the monster. Just at that critical moment, a miracle happened. Dongjie's second martial soul, the dark green soul devouring Spider Queen, surprisingly emerged on its own. It seemed to have its own consciousness, wobbling over to my brother, and then with a whoosh, it transformed into a dark green arrow and jumped onto the Dragon Phoenix bow. My brother suddenly realized his bow could actually perform spirit fusion techniques with all beast spirit masters. He drew the bowstring and shot an arrow at the dark red light point inside the monster. The arrow, transformed from the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, pierced right in, and its passive soul-devouring skill activated immediately, mercilessly treating the remnant soul of the Yasha curse as its nourishment, starting to devour wildly. Once it was full, it transformed back into spider form and scampered back like a clingy dog, rubbing against my brother's pant leg. My brother was both amused and helpless. He helped it digest the spoils and used the last bit of his life energy to repair the almost disappearing mental oasis for Sister Dong. Then everything went dark, and he collapsed. In a last moment of losing consciousness, he felt like he fell into something soft, just like a mother's embrace. When Sister Dong woke up slowly, the first feeling was that her chest was heavy and she was a bit short of breath. Blurrily opening her eyes, She saw my brother's tired yet handsome face resting on her left chest, with clear tear stains at the corners of his eyes. In that moment, all her anger vanished, leaving only an indescribable complex emotion. She remembered how my brother had given up his only escape to save her. And this was the second time. Instinctively, she reached out to gently caress my brother's face, and when she realized what she was doing, her pretty face turned bright red. And she hurriedly moved my brother's head to the grass beside her. She quickly checked the divine examination information in her mind, and sure enough, the second exam was completed. But then, a new piece of information left her completely stunned. The third exam of the Rakshasa automatically opened. After reading the specific content of the third exam, Bai Dong's eyes widened like copper bells, and she probably had 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through her mind. Rakshasa God, what kind of international joke are you playing? After the death of the Yasha curse, this forest completely regained its vitality. That night, Sister Dong sat by the campfire and once again burnt the fish. My brother woke up from the smell of char, silently took it, cut off the burnt parts, and began to roast it again. Sister Dong looked at him and finally asked, "Why didn't you leave alone?" My brother sprinkled the seasoning without looking up and replied, "If I leave, you'll die." But he was clearly in a hurry to leave. I couldn't accept being someone who wouldn't help in a crisis. My brother's answer was simple, but the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. After a while, he handed the grilled fish to Sister Dong, took a skewer for himself, and then lazily lay on the ground looking at the stars, starting to ramble about his mother. He said how gentle his mother usually was, but if she couldn't find him, she would definitely go crazy. At that moment, he was no longer the calm and composed youth. He was just a child missing his mother. Sister Dong sat there quietly listening, a sense of guilt inexplicably rising in her heart. In the end, she spoke up to comfort my brother, saying that the flow of time in this secret realm was different from the outside, that here a year was only a month outside. She also assured my brother, "Trust me, at most in 3 years, I can give you a clear answer." Let me tell you, she was trying to emphasize a limited sincerity, but she herself had no idea when she could complete that ridiculous third test. The next day, my brother wandered around the forest and casually hunted a goat. His technique for processing the goat meat was quite professional. In no time at all, he had it cleaned up and roasting over the fire, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Sister Bai Dong sat beside him, quietly watching him work, and suddenly asked, "There's no soul power here. How do you plan to spend these 3 years?" My brother slowed down the action of roasting the lamb, closed his eyes, as if he was contemplating something. After a while, the teachings of his master from his childhood surfaced in his mind, and his gaze instantly became clear and determined. He looked at Bibi Dong and seriously uttered 4 words, "I want to cultivate." Sister Dong, who originally thought he wouldn't answer, was left stunned, with a face full of confusion. There isn't a shred of soul power here. What are you going to cultivate? And guess what? We really settled down in this godforsaken place. I tell you, life is so primitive. At noon, the two of us were roasting lamb around the campfire, cooking from day until night, hungry enough that our stomachs were touching our backs. Once it was ready, I cut a big leg of lamb and handed it to Dong Jia, and she quietly said thank you. I thought to myself, we've been through life and death together. Why be so polite? I was chewing on meat when suddenly alarm bells went off in my head. Wait a minute. Will I have to eat meat every meal for the next 3 years in this godforsaken place? Does anyone understand? No matter how delicious it is. I can't handle this every day. By then, just seeing meat will make me want to throw up. What should I do? I was lost in thought when suddenly I felt a chill on my face. I turned my head, and there she was, Sister Dong, seeing me in a daze. She directly slapped a lamb leg she was holding against my face, and a drop of oil slid down my cheek. Just as that oil was about to drip onto my clothes, she actually reached out and helped me wipe off the oil. I was completely stunned at that moment. Her hand was icy cold, while my cheeks were all flushed and bouncy. We just stared at each other, and the air felt like it had solidified. As an 11-year-old kid, I had never experienced anything like this. My face turned as red as a tomato, and my heart was pounding like thunder. I quickly turned my head away, too shy to look at her. Only then did she come to her senses, pretending nothing happened as she pulled her hand back and said, "You've got oil on your face." But let me tell you, she was definitely flustered too. I could feel that she was so nervous that she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment from under her high heels. After that little episode, we focused on eating, and we polished off an entire sheet between us. Once I was full, I lay down on the grass, gazing at the stars, feeling like life was just like this. The next day, I decided that since I couldn't train my soul power, I would cultivate my mind. I found a wooden stick and took out a treasure from my soul guide. a thread of silk from a 900-year-old cave magic spider. This stuff is incredibly tough. I had obtained it through friendly negotiation with a spider spirit back in the day. I played the good guy and even gave it some life energy as a reward. I used the silk to make a fishing line, grabbed a piece of iron as a hook, and sat by the riverbank, starting my journey as Jiang Taigong. I wasn't fishing for fish, I was fishing for state of mind, you know? I was just getting into meditation when Dong Jia over there did something even more outrageous. As soon as she entered the forest, the divine exam system directly gave us a cheat. Rice, vegetables, fruits, meat, and even pots and pans were all provided, better than the service at Hadaleo. The next second, with a ding, a beautifully decorated wooden cabin appeared out of nowhere. When I went to take a look later, the living room and bedroom were all complete. But in that bedroom, there was just a big bed 2 meters wide. This implies that it's just short of moving the Civil Affairs Bureau here, right? Dong Jia is also a down-to-earth person. She took the ingredients provided by the system and showed off her cooking skills. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a kitchen disaster movie. After fussing for 2.5 hours, which is about a Korean time, she brought out a pot. How should I put it? It was all about visual confusion. The rice was cooked like cement, the meat slices were dark, and the vegetables were unrecognizable. Pure new Chinese-style meditative cooking. I came back from fishing with my stomach growling, and when I saw the presentation of the food, my heart sank. But there was no choice. I had to force myself to eat. Guess what happened? The first bite made my eyes light up. Although it looked like dark cuisine, the taste was surprisingly good. I devoured it, and Dong Jia beside me was stunned, probably thinking, this tastes way better than what you usually make. Is it really that good? After the meal, I said I would wash the dishes today since you cooked. And just like that, days turned into years. And in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. In these 3 years, I practiced by the river every day without fail, and my demeanor transformed. I went from a sharp, ambitious young talent to a deep and reserved veteran. Until that day, I sat there for a whole day and night without eating or drinking. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide, and with a gentle poke of my fate spear at the stream in front of me, let me tell you, a miraculous scene happened. The entire stream actually froze. Falling leaves stopped in midair. Time seemed to be paused. In that moment, I understood. This move is called eternity. After I finished my enlightenment and returned, I saw Dong Jia cooking beside the small cabin. That feeling, let me tell you, was just like a husband returning home to see his busy wife, so natural. I opened my mouth and asked, Dong Jia, what are we having for dinner today? She naturally replied, I cooked some lamb. You must be tired after a whole day of practice yesterday. After 3 years of being together day and night, I admit, I couldn't hold back anymore. The pure love warrior fell to the ground. I had developed feelings for this mysterious woman who was much older than me, but I didn't dare to say it. I could only stay with her in the same room every night under the pretense of helping her heal her mental trauma. Sleeping on the same bed. Of course, we slept separately. I secretly felt her presence, and my heart raced. She seemed to rely on me too, but we just didn't break that barrier. That day at dinner, I finally gathered the courage to tentatively ask her, Dong Jia, are you still not willing to tell me your name? She hesitated noticeably. Her mouth opened, but in the end, she shook her head. Don't rush, you'll know it later. Well, another rejection. I felt so disappointed inside. But what we didn't know was that our little affair was being live-streamed by an old Six in the divine realm. That Rakshasa goddess, a beautiful yet vicious deity, was using a crystal ball to ship us. She had wanted to devour me back in the day, but was stopped by a mysterious big shot, and she was unhappy about it. Now, watching us play the nurturing game, she found it very interesting. Seeing my confession fail, she became displeased, thinking our progress was too slow, and decided to personally intervene to stir the pot. That evening, after we finished dinner and were lying on the grass watching the stars, the old Six explosive news hit us. I suddenly felt a surge of wicked fire rushing from the soles of my feet straight to my head. My whole body was burning, and there was only one thought left in my mind. Family, who understands? It felt like being cursed. I turned my head, and Dong Jia was already slumped on the ground, unable to move. My rational little man is screaming wildly, telling me I can't become a beast. But the beast inside me is about to break free from its cage. I desperately claw at the ground. My nails are breaking and gritting my teeth. I shout at her, get out, but she can't move. The fragrance on her body at this moment is like a deadly poison, and the demon in my mind is laughing wildly. What are you pretending to be a gentleman for? Go for it. The opportunity is right in front of you. In the end, my little bit of rationality was still swallowed. I stiffly got up, step by step approached her, and then slowly bent down, leaning over her body. The distance between us became closer and closer, and I could feel her hot breath. She closed her eyes in despair. and I saw a tear slide down the corner of her eye. Just as my hand was about to touch her, let me tell you, in that moment, I don't know where the strength came from. I grabbed the small knife on my waist, and against my uncontrollable hand, fiercely stabbed it into the grass next to her head with a thud. The sharp pain immediately woke me up. Blood splattered all over her face. I looked at her terrified eyes and shouted with all my might, I cannot become a beast. To avoid losing control again, I turned the fate spear around and stabbed it into my own belly. With a thud, a mouthful of blood gushed out, and the intense pain made me black out. Sister Dawn's body finally could move. She trembled and turned her head, witnessing all of this. She watched me go to such lengths to preserve her innocence, even to the point of self-harm. At that moment, the wall that had been frozen for 20 years in her heart, along with my blood, collapsed with a bang. In her blurry, tear-filled eyes, the figure that had been blurred for many years completely disappeared, replaced by the sight of me lying in a pool of blood. She finally understood that the dependence, the sense of security, the feelings she dared not admit, were nothing else but love. I'll tell you, just as Dong Jia was figuring this out, the broken system in her head suddenly beeped. The third trial of the Rakshasa, falling in love with Tang Yin, has been completed. Reward, a different kind of life. Goodness, why does this reward sound so eerie? But Dong Jia didn't care about that anymore. Her mind and heart were completely filled with me. As soon as she regained control of her body, she stumbled and crawled over to me, looking so disheveled that there was no trace of the Pope's authority left. She touched my neck and felt a faint pulse, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Who understands what family means? At that moment, she was frantic and directly pulled out a precious millennium spiritual medicine from her storage soul guide. But I was already unconscious and couldn't swallow it. So guess what happened? Gritting her teeth, Dong Jia stuffed that incredibly precious spiritual medicine into her mouth, chewed, and then, yes, you heard it right. She directly leaned down and mouth-to-mouth fed it to me. The effect of that millennium spiritual medicine was truly remarkable. My pale face instantly regained some color. Seeing that I had stabilized for the time being, she pulled out the dagger from my hand, tore her clothes to bandage me. But she really didn't dare to touch the gaping hole in her chest, so she could only watch helplessly. After finishing all this, she relaxed her spirit, could no longer hold on, and directly collapsed in my arms, fainting as well. Let me tell you, there's a hidden mastermind behind this. The Rakshasa goddess from the divine realm, just like someone binge-watching a drama, watched the whole thing from a god's perspective. When she saw us both collapsing in a pool of blood, she couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, saying, "Hey, we have a new script." She snapped her fingers, and a surge of divine power pulled away Dong Jia's consciousness. Then, the scene suddenly changed. Dong Jia's consciousness was whisked away into a bottomless black hole. Her memories began to be formatted, just like restoring a phone to factory settings, wiped clean, from her innocent girlhood to those 20 years she wished she could forget. And finally, even the 3 years she spent with me were all erased. She desperately tried to hold on to something, but it was useless until a flash of white light appeared before her, completely blanking her out. A different life began. She was reborn in a place called Blue Star, becoming a little girl named by Donger. This world had no martial souls and no soul power, completely ordinary. Her parents were good buddies with the neighbors, and she was very close to that uncle and aunt since she was little. When she was over 2 years old, the neighbor aunt, with a big belly, smiled and said to her, "Little Dong, how about I give you a sister to keep you company?" Dong Jia was so happy at that moment, eagerly waiting for her sister's birth. But after waiting and waiting, when her dad finally took her to the hospital and she looked through the glass, oh my goodness, it was a wrinkly little boy. She muttered right on the spot, "So ugly." That's right, that boy was me, Tang Yin. Although I was initially disliked, I grew up differently, beautifully carved and adorable to the max. When Dong Jia started kindergarten, the first thing she did every day after school was run to my house to see me. She chattered away about the trivialities of kindergarten, and I, being particularly intuitive, would laugh when she was happy and cry when she was sad, perfectly syncing our emotions. Our parents watched us being so close every day and jokingly said they should arrange a marriage for us. After I learned to walk, I became Dong Jia's little follower, always trailing behind her and calling her sister every day. Occasionally, she would get annoyed with me, pouting her little mouth in anger. Without saying a word, I would tiptoe and give her a kiss on her chubby face, and she would immediately calm down. This continued until I was in the 1st grade and Dong Jia was in the 4th. The mischievous kids during puberty express their feelings in such clumsy ways. A chubby boy would always bring a few followers to bully Dong Jia, making jokes about her name by Dong in front of the whole class, which made Dong Jie so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in the desk. I was supposed to deliver the cookies my mom prepared for her that day. But as soon as I arrived at their classroom door, I witnessed this scene. My temper flared up in an instant. Without thinking, I used the cookie box in my hand as a projectile and smashed it right onto that fatty's face. Then, I lowered my head and charged at him like a little cannonball, delivering a headbutt right to his nose. The fatty immediately started gushing blood from his nose and fell to the ground, hitting his head on the corner of the table, crying out that he was going to die. His little gang had already scattered in fear. I walked up to Dong Jie, patted my little chest, and proudly said, "Dong Jie, I defeated the bad guy." At that moment, Dong Jie looked up at me, who was a head shorter than her, and the tears in her eyes instantly turned into stars. In my heart, she was the princess I wanted to protect. In her heart, I had become her knight. Of course, the teacher came, and then it was the classic parent-teacher meeting. When my dad arrived and heard that I had hit someone to protect Dong Jie, he not only didn't scold me, but also secretly gave me a thumbs up in front of the teacher, quietly saying, "Good kid, fighting bravely for your lady. After school, I'll buy you grilled sausages." Wow, that really made my CPU overheat. Although I didn't understand everything, it felt super cool. The fatty's mom tried to make a scene, but was quickly shut down by my dad and Dong Jie's dad, who said if she kept making trouble, they would see her in court. That woman immediately wilted. From then on, no one dared to bully Dong Jie anymore. Rumors began to spread at school that she had a little husband who was several years younger. Dong Jie didn't care at all and walked home with me every day after school. Fast forward. To avoid being separated from Dong Jie, who was in high school, I switched to study mode, skipping 3 grades within a year, and we both got into the same 3rd year of middle school, then to the same high school, in the same class. My height also shot up, and I quickly caught up with her. We became the recognized 1st and 2nd in the school, and the most famous early couple. The teachers wanted to separate us and called our parents. But both sets of parents expressed their support. The teachers could only turn a blind eye. In the winter of our senior year, it rarely snowed here. During evening study, I secretly took Dong Jie to the rooftop to watch the snow. The snowflakes fell on her hair tips, looking like a painting. I held her hand, my heart racing, and mustered all my courage to say, "Dong Jie, be my girlfriend." She looked at me and smiled more purely than the snow. Sure. Then I kissed her. After the college entrance examination, we got into the same university. During our graduation trip, we traveled through mountains and rivers, kissing on the beach under the sunset and cuddling on a little boat in the water town of Jiangnan. After returning from the trip, in a small house that belonged to both of us, we gave each other our most precious selves. In college, we remained a couple in love. One time, I was singing on a school playground, performing a somewhat sad song called Year Wheel. Dong Jie started crying as she listened, fearing that the ending of the lyrics, which spoke of fate not coming together, would become our future. I quickly ran over to hug her, bought her a cup of milk tea, and told her that we would always be together. After graduation, we returned to our hometown. I joined the judicial system, and she became a teacher. We naturally got married. On the wedding day, she wore a phoenix robe, beautiful enough to take my breath away. Life after marriage was plain yet sweet. We went grocery shopping together, I cooked, and she kept me company. Soon, Dong Jie became pregnant. She started to feel anxious about her appearance, reminding me of that song. I held her and softly sang Year Wheel in her ear again, telling her that our year wheel would only grow tighter with each turn. Our son, Tang Yin, was born on our 2nd wedding anniversary. Let me tell you how sweet we are together. Our son is 3 years old now, sitting in his high chair eating by himself, while we take turns feeding him, kissing him in between, completely immersed in our little world. Family members, this little son of ours is practically an accident. We are true love, and the child was unexpected. My mom couldn't bear to see it anymore, worried about us, and came over every day to help take care of our grandson, which is how this little guy safely made it through his early years. Just like that, life passed by as if in fast forward year after year. Arguments between us? Not a chance. Whenever BB Dong pouts, a few sweet words and a cup of milk tea from me guarantee she'll be all smiles. If I get angry, even easier, she just puts on my favorite outfit, family. Who can resist that? So sweetly, we went from being young at 20 to old folks in our 80s. I tell you, when the scene shifts, I was completely stunned. In the yard, I'm lying on a rocking chair, soaking up the sun, at 81, and BB Dong is 84, her hair completely white. She moves a small stool next to me, shakily calling me old man. My eyes can barely stay open, yet I tease her, saying I'll call her Donger for a lifetime. Then, she suddenly says she wants to sing for me. Honestly, her voice is about as good as a broken gong. But to me, it sounds like heaven. She sings that song Year Ring, and as she sings, I feel her voice starting to tremble with emotion. She gently asks me, Xiaoyin, does it sound good? I didn't reply to her. Who understands family? At that moment, I was lying in the rocking chair listening to her singing and just quietly passed away. It seemed like she understood in an instant, and tears started flowing right away. She didn't cry out loud. She just picked up the phone and called her son Tang Yin, calmly saying, come back for a while, your dad is gone. Then, she held my still warm hand against her wrinkled face and continued singing that song. After finishing the last line, she lay in my arms and slowly closed her eyes. And guess what happened? As soon as her eyes opened, wow, she woke up from the dream. Bibi Dong suddenly sat up, her head buzzing. That sweet yet heartbreaking 80 years felt like a VR movie, directly pouring into her mind. Only then did she realize that this was the third test of the Rakshasa god. It made her love me completely in the illusion for a lifetime. This was simply the best electronic ibuprofen of 2025. So sweet it was overwhelming, with a lingering effect strong enough to make one forget all pain. She looked at me, lying next to her, still unconscious and covered in blood, feeling a mix of emotions. That 80 years of love made her gaze at me so intense, it was almost tangible. She was clear-minded. The Tang Yin in the illusion and the me in front of her were definitely the same person. But just as she was savoring the sweetness of those 80 years, a burst of purple mist suddenly appeared before her. Bibi Dong instantly became alert, protecting me behind her and watching that mist warily. From a mist came a frivolous and cheeky laughter. Hee hee, my little successor. Have you found yourself a little husband? I tell you, when that voice came out, Bibi Dong's face turned as white as a sheet. She recognized her. This woman was the true essence of the Rakshasa god. Just thinking about how she had fainted for no reason before and my bizarre state of severe injury, she immediately understood that all of this was the trickery of the charlatan in front of her. But what did she do now? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. I was still lying half dead behind her, so she could only suppress all her anger and respectfully lower her head. I didn't know the Rakshasa god had descended. What brings you here? The Rakshasa god, acting like a pervert, laughed so hard that her body trembled as she walked over step by step, saying, Lil Donna, don't be nervous. I just saw you found love and was afraid you might be deceived by a man again. So I came down to help you keep watch. Saying this, she even squatted down and with her glowing hand, directly lifted my chin. Damn it, Bibi Dong's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She was just a step away from fighting her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Our little Donger has good taste. This guy is really handsome, and his skin is as smooth as jade. While the Rakshasa god was touching me, she was speaking in a strange tone. Bibi Dong had only one thought in her mind. You better get lost. But the Rakshasa god had played enough. She stood up, pretended to clear her throat, and the smile on her face sent chills down my spine. She said slowly, I came this time not only to test the little man, but mainly to issue the fourth test task. Bibi Dong could only brace herself and say, please go ahead. Then came the most explosive words I had ever heard in my life. The Rakshasa god's eyes narrowed, and her tone suddenly turned as sharp as an ice knife. Rakshasa god's fourth test, kill Tang Yin. Impossible. Bibi Dong stood up on the spot, her eyes filled with a hatred that seemed like she wanted to devour the Rakshasa god alive. The Rakshasa god raised her eyelids, and that divine pressure almost made Bibi Dong kneel. What, are you going to defy my orders? Bibi Dong was also a tough character. She dropped to her knees with a thud, her forehead touching the ground. Please retract your command, Rakshasa god. Guess what the Rakshasa god said? She pretended to help Bibi Dong up, wearing a face of concern. Little Dong, look at you now, lowering yourself for a man. Where's the decisive killer you used to be? I still prefer the rebellious you from before. Bibi Dong shot back. If the fourth test is to kill him, I would rather give up the divine test. Give up? The Rakshasa god laughed. Have you forgotten the monster you killed in your second test? She was the last inheritor who gave up, and I turned her into your stepping stone. Are you willing to die for this man? Bibi Dong didn't hesitate for a second. If my death can save him, come and take me. Wow, this move left me speechless. The smile on the Rakshasa god's face also faded. She pushed Bibi Dong away and coldly threw out a more brutal option. All right, you do it yourself. With his vitality, there's a 20 chance he could survive. If I do it, he will definitely die, and there won't be a trace left. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was completely stunned. She couldn't understand why it had to be me who had to die. The Rakshasa god seemed to see through her thoughts and directly threw out a bombshell. Understand one thing. Right now you are Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the crazy woman with a daughter named Qian Renshua. You are not the Bai Donger in the illusion who had a son with me. The CPU burned out, folks. This sentence shattered BB Dong's entire worldview. The Rakshasa, God wasn't done yet. She added another knife. All right, since you dared to contradict me. The difficulty of the fourth test has been upgraded. You can see for yourself. After saying that, she vanished. BB Dong immediately broke down, curling up on the ground, holding her head. Am I BB Dong? Or by Donger? The memories of reality and the illusion were fighting crazily, and she felt like she was splitting apart. In the illusion, she was my childhood sweetheart, the little princess I had spoiled for a lifetime. But what about in reality? She was a nearly 50-year-old old woman, mentally and physically unclean, with blood on her hands, even wanting to kill her own daughter. She felt like a rat hiding in a sewer, only worthy of secretly lifting the manhole cover to peek at others' happiness. She didn't deserve me. This thought surged up, and she couldn't suppress it any longer. She activated her crazy self-PUA mode, telling herself over and over again, I, such a dirty and despicable person, do not deserve to have Tang Yin's love. When she finally raised her head again, her eyes were already dead. She glanced at the upgraded fourth test, which had an additional line. Make him hate the one who killed him. Fine. BB Dong thought, let you hate me. That way, after you survive, you won't have any entanglements with this worthless person. On the other side, I also woke up. A segment of memory that didn't belong to me appeared in my mind, which was in the illusion when I confessed to Sister Dong in the snow at the age of 15. While I was still confused, the intense pain in my chest pulled me back to reality. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw BB Dong's figure. Seeing that she was fine, I instinctively smiled. Sister Dong, it's good that you're okay. I tell you, my smile is like a heavy hammer, shattering the psychological defenses she had just built. She became flustered, but when she thought of that only 20 chance of survival, she forced herself to become cold. To ensure my survival, she had to make me hate her. Just as my vision was still blurry, she swayed, and I felt a chill in my heart. A dagger had already been plunged in. The excruciating pain made me widen my eyes instantly. I saw clearly that the one stabbing me was my long-desired Sister Dong. But her face was so cold and unfamiliar. Unbelievable? Her icy voice came, Little ghost, you're like other men. You make me feel disgusted. The word disgusting hit my heart like 2 bullets, instantly exploding it. My mind went blank. She squatted down and, with a look of disdain, lifted my chin. Stop that dying look. Seeing you on the verge of death. Let me satisfy you. I am BB Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Pope BB Dong. The enemy of my family. And I actually fell for her. The light in my eyes gradually dimmed, and that gaze, like a knife, was cutting at her heart bit by bit. She knew that what she was doing was more painful for me than killing me directly. But she had no choice. You don't think I would fall in love with you, do you? She continued to stab me with the most vicious words. Don't be ridiculous. I only value your abilities. It's just a small tactic to make you serve me. Xiaoyin, hate me quickly. She screamed wildly in her heart. But I could only look at her with a heart as dead as ashes. Reality and memories intertwined chaotically in my mind. Those warm images shattered completely in the face of this knife. Finally, as my consciousness was about to fade away, I used all my strength to utter 2 words, Dong. Sister. These 2 words instantly broke her defenses, and my body began to disappear inch by inch in front of her. When I completely vanished, Bye-Bye Dong's emotions completely collapsed. She frantically leaned over the place where I had disappeared, burying her face in the pool of blood I left behind, crying out in anguish. The notification sound for completing the mission rang out, but for her, it was the greatest irony. She looked at the dagger in her hand, stained with my blood, and a mad smile appeared on her face. Without hesitation, she slowly stabbed it into her own heart. Meanwhile, in the farthest western land, my mother, Ayin, my father, Tang Hao, and Zhu Zhuyun, who had specially come to find me, were anxiously waiting around the campfire. It had been 2.5 months, and there was no news at all. Suddenly, my mother shuddered. She sensed me, but the next second, her face turned pale. She felt my life force, flickering like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Just a short distance away from them, the space twisted, and I, covered in blood, fell out of thin air. My mom went crazy at that moment, rushing over to pour her immense life energy into my body, her own figure starting to become ethereal. My dad held her tightly, not letting her continue. Ayin, calm down, he shouted. The external injuries have stabilized. If you keep this up, the source will be damaged. What he was really hurt by was a mental illness. I tell you, when my dad said that, my mom finally calmed down a little bit. She and that girl named Zhu Zhuyun hurriedly got me into the tent. My dad told my mom and the others to rest while he went out to keep watch, but who understand the family dynamics. Those two women couldn't sleep at all. They helped me clean up and change clothes, and when they saw the shocking injuries on my body, tears streamed down their faces like they were free, feeling heartbroken. Just then, out of nowhere, a woman's voice suddenly came from my body, urgently asking, "Senior Ain, what happened to Xiaoyin? I've lost contact with him for 3 whole years." It was my sister Zishi inside my body. My mom was stunned. 3 years? What the heck? It's only been 3 months for us. She quickly leaned in to look at me, and hey, I have to say, my face has indeed lost a lot of its youthful innocence and matured a lot. My mom suddenly realized that the place I was taken to had a different flow of time compared to ours. I had truly spent 3 years in there. 2 days passed like this. My mom stayed up without rest and infused me with life energy several times, to the point where her own figure was almost transparent. Just when Zhu Zhuyin was advising her to take a break, I coughed twice and woke up. I tell you, the tent instantly became as quiet as if someone had pressed the pause button. As soon as I opened my eyes, my mom, my dad, and Zhu Zhuyin all gathered around. But the look in my eyes, I understood it myself. It was that kind of feeling of utter despair, a dead heart. When my dad rushed in and saw me, he was completely stunned. He had watched my mom sacrifice herself back in the day, feeling dead inside once. But the look in his eyes when he saw me said I was in more pain than he had been at that time. Good gracious. He directly certified that I was in the Heart Dead Pro Max version. After I woke up, the first thing I said was, "Mom," and I wanted some water. My voice was so weak, like a spoiled little kid. My mom quickly helped me sit up and gave me water. Then I asked her a really serious question. "Mom, what does it feel like to love someone?" My mom told me that love is about giving, about tolerance, and being willing to sacrifice your life. I tell you, every time she said something, it felt like a knife stabbing my heart. Each stab aimed at my deepest feelings. I couldn't hold back and asked my mom, "Can you pretend to feel all this?" My mom, being wise, countered my question. "Xiaoyin, do you think love can be faked?" My mind instantly started playing a slideshow of those 3 years, all the moments when Bai Dong treated me well. But the last image frozen in my mind was her cold, piercing words. "Everything was just a performance for you." The intense contrast almost burned out my CPU. I couldn't take it anymore. So I closed my eyes and told my mom I was fine, urging her to go back to my body and rest, pretending to be relaxed as I said good night to her. Who understands this painful facade of forced smiles? The result? The next morning, my mom came out and was completely stunned. I had gone gray overnight. My once black hair had turned white, and my eyes were bloodshot. My mom hugged me and cried, and all I could say was, "Mom, I'm sorry, I can't forget, I really can't forget." My mom felt heartbroken too, and said, "If you can't forget, then don't. Just take care of yourself." Then she mentioned that the girl, Zhu Zhuyin, had crossed thousands of miles to wait for me and had been here for almost 3 months. I had just stepped out of the tent when I saw Zhu Zhuyin. Let me tell you, that girl looked so haggard that it tugged at my heart. I knew very well that she had feelings for me, but in my current state, I was nothing but a love terminator. How could I possibly accept someone else? Just as I wanted to refuse her and give her a clear answer, she shot back. "But we are friends. You said it yourself." Wow, isn't that the hottest meme of 2025? It's all about companionship, right? Staying by my side in the name of friendship. What else could I say? I had to maintain some dignity in the end. Then my dad, out of nowhere, pulled out a wooden wheelchair and, without saying a word, forced me into it, telling me not to be stubborn. On the way, I found an excuse, saying I needed to use the restroom. So I had my dad push me to the side. Once I avoided my mom and the others, I whispered to my dad, "Dad, can you help me with something?" My dad thought it was something serious, but when I spoke, his eyes nearly popped out. I said, "I want to know about the past of the current Pope Bibi Dong. The more detailed, the better." My dad wasn't stupid. He understood right away. I laid it all out. "You're not wrong. The person I've been with for 3 years is Bibi Dong." Let me tell you, my dad's expression at that moment was like he had seen a ghost. But he didn't ask anything, just replied, "Xiaoyin, I understand." We arrived at a small town and found a shabby hotel to stay in. My dad originally planned to take me to Tiando City to find my teacher, and then he would help my brother Tang San with his soul rings. But I outright refused, saying I didn't want to go anywhere. I was tired and just wanted to go back to Shenghun Village. My dad immediately agreed without a word. At that moment, Zhu Zhuyin, who had been silent, spoke up. "Xiaoyin, let me go to Shenghun Village with you." I wanted to refuse at that moment, but she used the line "we're friends" to corner me. This trick really works every time. Well, I was once again at a disadvantage. My dad found a carriage and said goodbye to us. The look in his eyes before he left was quite complicated. He must have thought that my relationship with Bibi Dong was absurd, being with a woman only a few years older than him, and me a young kid. But he didn't say anything, just supported me. Then, he He disappeared in a flash to find my brother. After swaying in the carriage for over 2 months, I tried some small skills and found I could still use them. Just as I was about to summon my martial soul, Sister Zishi screamed in my head for me to stop. When I asked her why, she finally told me the truth. She said she had sealed my soul power because a dark version of me had suddenly appeared in my body. It looked just like me, but emitted a chilling aura that even scared her. This dark Tang-in was bound to my soul power, and whenever I practiced, he would grow stronger. Goodness, isn't this a heart demon? My calamity has come. Sister Zishi advised me not to cultivate during this period, just to take a break for myself. Finally, we arrived at Holy Soul Village. Looking at the nearly unreadable plaque at the village entrance, I felt a mix of emotions. The villagers stared at us as if we were aliens. After all, in my current white-haired look, who could recognize me? The village chief, Grandpa Jack, came out with a cane, and I smiled at him from my wheelchair. Grandpa Jack, long time no see. While I was feeling emo about going back home, something was happening on the other side with my brother, Tang-san. His teacher, Yu Xiaojing, called him into his room in the middle of the night. After chatting for a while, he finally got to the point and started asking about me. My brother, being honest, sold me out. When he mentioned that my innate soul power was level 20, I tell you, Yu Xiaojing's eyes almost popped out. Level 20 innate, having lived nearly 50 years. He had never even heard of it. His mind was racing with calculations. He thought, if he could take me as a disciple, with both Tang-san and Tang-in, they would be a twin star. Who would dare say he was incompetent in theory? Who would dare laugh at him? The look in his eyes towards my brother became fervent. He suppressed his excitement and pretended to analyze that I must be a twin martial soul. My brother thought his teacher was a genius, but in reality, he was just thinking about how to latch onto me, this future big shot. Yu Xiaojing was quite ambitious. I couldn't care less about his little schemes. After all, whether he wanted to take me as a disciple depended on my willingness. Let me tell you, while he was dreaming about the twin stars, the scene shifted to the Spirit Hall, which was bustling with activity. Spirit City, the holy land of soul masters, was impressively powerful. Anyone you randomly picked from the guards on the city walls could easily walk over the average soul master. Inside the Academy of the Spirit Hall, 2 guys were fiercely fighting on the arena. One was a red-haired muscle man named Yen, whose temper was as explosive as his martial soul. The other was a silver-haired handsome guy named Xieyu, who had a charmingly wild look. Both were level 45 soul masters, with 4 soul rings swirling beneath them. Let me tell you, these 2 people are fighting, and it's not fundamentally for a spar, but because of a girl in the audience. That girl is called Hulaina, the younger sister of Xieyu. Yen, yes, just like a lovesick fool, has been pursuing Hulaina for a long time, calling her Nana every day, and Hulaina is fed up with him. Can Xieyu, as her brother, tolerate this? Teasing my sister in front of me? He tightened his grip on the moon blade in his hand and directly spat out. Yen, you haven't beaten me since you reached level 30. And today will be no different. Yen is also stubborn, shouting, just because I like your sister doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Nana, just watch. Today I will make your brother submit. What a declaration. Unbelievable. Hulaina rolled her eyes in the audience, her voice sweet yet hoarse, with a hint of seduction. Don't call me Nana. As soon as she finished speaking, Xieyu moved. In a flash, he was right in front of Yen, the moon blade in his hand glinting silver as he swung it down. Yen wasn't foolish. Knowing he couldn't match Xieyu's speed, he activated his second soul skill, encasing himself in a layer of stone armor to withstand the blow. With a loud clang, the stone armor cracked. But Yen achieved his goal. He grabbed Xieyu's moonblade, his third soul ring lit up. Magma starting to bubble in his palm and burning along the blade towards Xieyu, creating hellish flames. Could Xieyu take this hit? His third soul ring also lit up, a round moon shadow appearing behind him, a light shield directly blocking the flames, and with a shake, he pushed Yen away. The following scene, who among the family understands, was pure torture. Xieyu toyed with Yen like a sword master playing with a sword demon, pulling and tugging. Relying on his speed, he went around Yen, delivering a flurry of slaps, low damage, but extremely humiliating. Yen, a heavy armored warrior, couldn't touch him, and was furious, screaming. Eventually, Yen's mentality broke, and he directly surrendered. I'm not fighting anymore. This is so frustrating. Xieyu put away his martial soul and walked over to Hulaina, and my chief disciple immediately handed him a towel, smiling sweetly. Brother, wipe your sweat. Yen, behind them, looked enviously and came over. Nana, I'm sweating too, where's mine? Hulaina's face turned serious. None for you. Handle it yourself. TSK. What a difference in treatment. Xiaoyu was speechless, having hinted to Yin many times that his sister didn't tea like simps, but this guy's thought process was unique, saying that loving someone requires sincerity and time. All right, you continue. Just then, a big sister in a silver robe approached, respectfully saying, "You three, the Pope summons you." The three hurriedly went to the Pope's hall. On the way, Xiaoyu muttered quietly, guessing it was about the elite soul master competition in 3 years. The previous time, their spirit hall lost, and the Pope was furious, sending all the participants to some lost canyon. Hearing that name, Yin shivered in fear. Upon entering the Pope's hall, they didn't see anyone. The attendant led them to a small room next door. Let me tell you, as soon as I saw the room's decor, I thought, wow, this is just a replica of the study I used to live in with her. Even the furniture was arranged the same way. Then, Bibi Dong was sitting there. Today, she wasn't wearing the Pope's robe, but a white turtleneck sweater, a black coat over it, and black thigh-high boots. Her aura was cold and noble, simply stunning. As soon as she spoke, her presence filled the room. Her voice as icy as ice. In 3 years for the Soul Master competition, you three must reach Soul King. Just as expected. Then she said, your merits are insufficient. Here are 3 easy tasks for you to complete. After speaking, she let Xiaoyu and Yin leave first, keeping my chief disciple Hulaina behind. Once the 2 boys left, Bibi Dong's aura softened instantly, acting like a big sister, patting the chair beside her for Hulaina to sit. Hulaina relaxed and went over, linking her arm with her, acting cute. Teacher Bibi Dong looked at her with fondness, handing her 3 task documents, letting her choose one. This was giving her special treatment. As a result, Hulaina giggled, not even looking, directly pulling out the one from the middle, implying fairness. Just then, Hulaina noticed a strange cup on Bibi Dong's desk, transparent, with brown liquid and black beads inside, topped with a straw. She was curious. Teacher, what is this? Bibi Dong said lightly, try it. Hulaina picked it up and took a big sip, and the next second, her pretty face scrunched up. Teacher, why is it so sweet? Her expression was as if she had drunk fake alcohol. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Sweet? Who among the family understands? She was trying to replicate my memory. She wanted to recreate the taste of the pearl milk tea I made for her back in the day, but ended up adding spoonful after spoonful of sugar, unable to taste the sweetness herself. Once Hulaina left, she picked up that cup of milk tea, took a gentle sip, her face full of melancholy. What she was drinking wasn't milk tea. It was nostalgia. It was a knife. Hulaina came out with the 3 task documents, and that boiling yin came over again. Xiaoyu still felt sorry for his sister, wanting her to choose the simplest one. But Hulaina raised her little face, shaking the document she had picked. Humph, this time I won tea, let you succeed. She had already made her choice. After saying that, she ran off. The task she chose was to eliminate a pack of wolf bandits. This was no joke. These were half-human, half-wolf beasts, specifically capturing human female soul masters as breeding tools, with extremely cruel methods. Hulaina had previously seen victims rescued from them, all suffering from psychological shadows. But this time, she wanted to prove herself, not wanting to be protected by her brother anymore. The scene shifted back to me, still on the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, stargazing with Zhu Zhuyan. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was peaceful and beautiful. But just as we were about to head back, I suddenly felt something was off. It was too quiet, eerily silent around us, not even the sound of insects. Zhu Zhuyan also sensed it. I opened my left eye, the Xieji pupil, and wow, it was as if I turned on night vision, seeing everything clearly. I saw in the woods a beautiful girl with long black hair, supporting another woman who seemed to be a soul master, desperately running towards us. Her face was full of panic, and behind her, dozens of green eyes flickered in the darkness, the half-human, half-wolf form. Wasn't he that the wolf bandits? Having recently received a memory, the seals on me had already broken. She had previously warned me not to use soul power recklessly, but in this situation, to watch someone die and do nothing? I, Tang Yin, cannot do that. I stretched out my right hand, and the spear of fate was directly in my grip, with soul rings rising beneath my feet. Purple, 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 black. The girl ran closer. It was Hulaina. She was almost exhausted, supporting another spirit master who was breathing heavily, clearly on the verge of collapse. Their small team had encountered an accident, running into a mutated wolf bandit leader, and the Soul King leading them fought desperately to carve out a bloody path for her. Hulaina saw us and was about to shout for us to run when she heard me coldly say, "That person next to you won't last much longer." She was taken aback and finally saw me clearly. When she saw the 4 soul rings beneath my feet that defied common sense, she was completely stunned. her eyes wide open, probably thinking she was hallucinating from exhaustion. At that moment, 16 wolf bandits charged out of the woods, and the leader, with a head as big as a water bucket, was clearly a mutated type. It looked at us, drooling with disgusting saliva, its eyes nearly overflowing with greed. I wasn't in the mood to flirt with it. I only said one sentence to Zhu Jiyun: "Go knock that person out." Zhu Jiyun understood immediately, and in a flash, she moved behind Hulaina. Before she could react, a chop from her hand knocked my cheap disciple unconscious. The scene that followed was not suitable for children, so she better not watch. The next second, I moved. The first, second, and fourth soul rings lit up simultaneously. The colorful holy domain unfolded in an instant, and dozens of phantom images of divine dragon would whistled out, binding that group of little minions, the wolf bandits, tightly. As for me, I activated the swift dragon break, transforming into a streak of light, charging straight at the wolf bandit leader. When the wolf leader saw me rushing over, its green pupils suddenly brightened. Actually tried to play a mental attack on me? An invisible mental force transformed into a ghost and lunged at me. Goodness. It was trying to reenact the most popular meme of 2025. How will you respond, my lord? Little did it know, in front of my Xieji, attempting a mental attack was like rushing into the mouth of a gun. I tell you, crashing in is just a matter of turning to dust. That green energy, still 3 meters away from me, was instantly purified by the beam of righteous light from my Xieji, just like a piece of paper thrown into the fire. Not even a sound was heard. It evaporated in an instant. The wolf leader's eyes bulged out like green beans. Probably for the first time in its life, seeing its prideful killing move just vanish like a fart. Poof, gone. I don't have time to argue with it. The person is already in front of it, and with a flick of the spear, it's headed straight for its waist. Let me tell you, when it comes to wolves, no matter how human-like they look, their weakness remains the same: copper skin, iron bones, and a tofu waist. As a result, this old wolf was quite tough. Instead of retreating, it charged forward, its iron claws reaching for my gun. Trying to go head-to-head with me? Hey, do you think I'm going to fight you? My fourth soul ring shone brightly, and with a sudden burst of speed, I zoomed past it. I know the principle of clearing the minions before fighting the boss. I directly charged into the group of tied-up minions behind it. As soon as I thought of it, the vines binding those little wolf cubs instantly tightened. I heard the sound of bones cracking, and those wolf thieves howled in agony, their faces twisted in pain. I am a kind-hearted person and can't bear to see them suffer. So, with a shake of my spear, I quickly sent them off to meet the king of hell. The wolf leader turned its head, and to its shock, saw its subordinates falling down like dumplings. Its eyes widened in horror, and 2 streams of blood tears shot out. The entire tribe was left with just it, the lone commander. It completely went mad, bursting forth in speed, letting out a howl as it lunged at me. Wanted to fight to the death. I positioned my spear to block its first wave of attack. Wow, its speed was truly fast. I almost didn't react in time. We clashed several times, sparks flying. Suddenly, the old wolf leaped high, aiming a paw down at my head. Even more astonishing, when my spear touched its claw, it actually cracked with a sound. The wolf's face revealed a smug expression, drool almost splattering on my face as its claw was about to split my head open. Zhu Jiyun beside me was so shocked that she was frozen, her soul ring lighting up to prepare to save me. But she quickly noticed that the corner of my mouth was curving upwards. I was smiling. Family, who understands? The whole world instantly entered silent mode. With an absolute sense of control, centered around me, all colors faded away, turning into a black and white film. The wolf leader's claw stopped just 1 centimeter from my forehead. Even its lewd expression and the drool suspended in midair were frozen in time. I slowly withdrew my hand, and the third soul ring beneath my feet lit up. The long spear that had just shattered was nothing but an illusion. In the next second, thousands of spear shadows appeared out of thin air, piercing into the body of the wolf-headed leader like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. The blood that splattered out at the moment it approached me was also frozen in midair. I snapped my fingers, and the black and white world regained its colors. The expression on the wolf leader's face shifted from arrogance to extreme pain in an instant. With a scream, it flew backward, covered in bloody holes. It never understood what had happened. It was so close to victory just a second ago, yet now it was ruined. This move, Eternal, performed well in its first real battle. It will be my trump card from now on. Just as I was about to go in for the kill, the old wolf, on the brink of death, suddenly had a surge of intelligence. It spotted Zhu Jiyun nearby, realized she was mine, and tried to grab her as a hostage. Dragging its half-dead body, it lunged toward Zhu Zhuyun. What about me? I'm just standing there, arms crossed, watching the show. I want to see how capable my future partner. Cough, my companion really is. Zhu Zhuyun understood and realized this was a test I set for her. Her expression changed instantly, and she shot me a look that seemed to say, just watch. I saw her left hand shining with golden light, and a dark golden claw over 3 feet long directly covered her cat paw. The fourth soul ring lit up, the strongest move, Phantom Slash. She moved like a ghost, deftly dodging the leader of the wolf's attack, and instantly flashed behind it. The wolf leader, having missed its strike, knew it was doomed. Zhu Zhiyun's body arched in the air like a crescent moon, her claws coming together, and a beam of purple golden light struck fiercely on the wolf leader's back. The enormous wolf body, 3 meters tall, froze on the spot, blood gushing out like a fountain. It looked unwillingly at its own downfall, utterly defeated. Zhu Zhiyun landed steadily. Not a drop of blood on her clothes. She turned to look at me, her little eyes clearly saying, praise me, but I wasn't looking at her at all. I felt something was wrong. Zhu Zhiyun also noticed as I stood there motionless, my aura turning cold and piercing, and the black in my eyes had inexplicably turned into a deep crimson. Oh no, everyone, my inner demon has come out again. A voice in my head is mocking me wildly. Were you pretending to be Tang Yin? Who are you trying to maintain that ridiculous integrity for? You could have easily taken that woman back then, but you insisted on being a virtuous gentleman. And what happened? You ended up hurting yourself, right? I am you. I know your desires best. Stop suppressing them. Accept me. I understand in my heart that what it says is true. I have been. In the next moment, I felt as if I had embraced that devil-like self. Rather than suffering, it's better to accept. Zhu Zhiyun, standing next to me, was terrified. She felt my strangeness was frightening and anxiously called out to me. Xiao-yin, what's wrong with you? I didn't answer her, my crimson eyes fixed on her. She looked especially beautiful today, at 17, her figure already curvy, both innocent and alluring. I suddenly reached out and pulled her into my arms, burying my head in her snowy neck, my hands also unrestrainedly sliding to her pert backside. The soft and elastic sensation made me unable to resist squeezing it a couple of times. Zhu Zhiyun was completely stunned. She had fantasized countless times about being embraced by me, but not like this. She sensed something was off with me and struggled to slap my face. Xiao-yin, wake up. I couldn't listen anymore and directly blocked her incessant chatter. During our first kiss, she was flustered and at a loss, but quickly fell into it. Just as she was about to lose herself, she suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that indulging me now would be harmful. With a firm resolve, she bit my tongue hard. A rush of metallic sweetness came, and I reluctantly released her in pain. With a trembling voice, almost pleading, she whispered in my ear, please. Xiao-yin, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I hope our first time is when you're sober, okay? Okay. I felt like I'd been pressed on pause, mechanically responding with one word. I let her go, but the desire within me was still burning wildly. My gaze fell on Hulaina, who had just woken up not far away and was pretending to be dead. This woman was indeed stunning, with a bun hairstyle, an oval face, and a seductive demeanor. She was a real beauty. I directly ignored the middle-aged woman next to her. I wasn't that desperate yet. I walked towards her step by step, and Hulaina trembled in fear. I commanded in a cold voice, stop pretending, get up. She shivered in fear, sat up trembling, and asked in terror, what? What do you want to do? Let your hair down. How dare you? I'm from a spirit hall. Let your hair down. I repeated, you, let your hair down. I intensified my tone, a chilling murderous intent enveloping her. Her psychological defenses completely collapsed, and with a choked voice, she reluctantly untied her bun. Her long hair fell down, and paired with her tearful expression, she looked truly pitiful. Then, I uttered for words that plunged her into deeper despair. Take off your clothes. Just as she trembled and fumbled with the buttons. Zhu Zhiyun couldn't bear to watch any longer. She took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, and quickly walked behind Hulaina, delivering a chop that knocked her out cold. I looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, a charming smile blossomed on Zhu Zhiyun's calm face. Xiao-yin, it must be hard for you, right? Let me help you. Family members, as for what happened next, I can only say thank you to my sister for the rocket. At that time, although my mind was not clear, I felt it was, well, very wonderful. In this absurd yet beautiful moment, none of us knew that secretly, my father Tang, How was confronting an old acquaintance. Goodness, my father and I really are close. He was actually acting as my cover outside. He was originally protecting me in secret, but ended up running into the Judoa who was sent by Bibi Dong to protect Hulaina. My dad took one look and laughed, then directly sent a message. Old chrysanthemum, at your age, still dressing so flamboyantly. Want to chat? Ju Doloa was so scared that he almost wet himself when he realized that my dad's injuries had completely healed and his soul power had skyrocketed to level 96. What is the point of fighting now? 12 years ago, my dad could take on 3 when he just entered the title Doloa rank. With this level of power now, even if he teamed up with Ghost Doloa, they would still get beaten up. Ju Doloa wanted to sneak away, but my dad wouldn't let him go. He felt that I was about to handle serious business, which concerned the important matter of the Tang family's lineage. How could he let outsiders interfere? My dad directly lifted the Hao Ian hammer. No way, I'm itching to try it out, let's have a spar. Ju Dao was almost in tears from anger. Tang Hao, don't go too far. My dad arrogantly replied to him. I'm just taking advantage of you. Come and hit me. Then, my dad led Ju Doloa to a distant place and slammed him to the ground with a flurry of punches. Of course, he went easy on him, otherwise, old Ju would have been done for right there. When my dad felt that I was almost finished with my side of things, he punched Ju Doloa away and said in a bored tone, all right, you're too weak, this is boring, you can go back now. Ju Doloa was left feeling extremely frustrated and ran away in disgrace. My dad's performance was simply the best support of 2025, far ahead of the rest. After that night, my relationship with Zhu Zhuyun became particularly delicate. She didn't mention what happened that night, as if nothing had happened at all. But I started to drink heavily, only getting temporarily relieved from the pain brought by BB Dong when I was drunk. Every time I got completely wasted, it was Zhu Zhuyun who took care of me. One night, while she was wiping my face, I looked at her and finally asked the question in my heart. Sister Zhuyun, I'm so down right now. What do you still like about me? She gently rested her head on my chest, listening to my heartbeat, and said softly, Xiao Yin, I know you still love that person, but I love Tang Yin, no matter how you change. When I needed help the most, you appeared, and that's enough for me. I want to force you. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's good enough. I was immediately overwhelmed and tightly hugged her. The next morning, my dad came to knock on the door. Seeing my dejected state, he directly told me that he had found out some past events about BB Dong, her relationship with the master and the former Pope Qiang Sunji. But more importantly, much of it was buried in the 10 years she was missing. After hearing this, I felt a sense of calmness in my heart, because I knew I had already found a new anchor within me. My father saw that I was in the right state of mind and said, let's go. I'll take you to a place to calm down. Then our family of 4 went to Tiando City. In the end, my father stopped us in front of a building called Yuexian. This place looked very elegant, and the people coming in and out were all nobles. Our attire looks like that of beggars, and the 2 doormen at the entrance directly stopped us, looking disdainful. Sorry, you're not properly dressed, you cannot enter. My father has quite a good temper. He said calmly, go inform your Lord Xian to say that Tang Hao requests an audience. The 2 guard dogs had never heard of my father's name and became even more arrogant. Get lost. The Moon Pavilion is not a place where just anyone can enter. My father was furious at that moment. A wave of killing intent enveloped the 2 guys, and he coldly spat out, I'm here to find her master. And you 2 guard dogs dare to bark here? The 2 young men immediately went weak in the knees. Their faces turned pale with fear. One of them crawled inside to report. After a while, we saw that kid come out following a middle-aged man in purple clothes. The moment that guy appeared, it was something else. He was so arrogant because of his power. He pointed at us and shouted to the middle-aged man in purple, Supervisor, it's them. They came to cause trouble at our Moon Pavilion. I was speechless at the time. I told you, do these nobles have holes in their brains? Do they go out without any IQ? What if one day they really provoke a hidden powerhouse posing as a weakling? They wouldn't even know how they died. Sure enough, that purple-robed steward shot us a sideways glance, his chin raised so high it seemed like it could poke the sky. His tone was exactly like that kid's before. Yuxian does not entertain beggars, get lost. This really angered my father. I could feel the killing intent around him almost solidifying. If I didn't stop him, I guess these few in front of us would turn to molecular state on the spot. My father's identity was special, so he couldn't act directly. Therefore, it had to be me. I took a step forward, directly thrusting my spear of destiny into the ground with a loud bang, causing the marble floor to tremble. Then, the highlight came, everyone, purple, 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 black. 4 soul rings shot up from beneath my feet in an instant. That color combination, is it exaggerated or what? The 2 middle-aged men in blue robes behind the purple-robed overseer almost had their eyes pop out, their mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg, gasping in shock. Probably thinking to themselves how terrifying this is. I pointed my gun and coldly said, step aside. Otherwise, if things get physical, I can't guarantee that this Yuxian will remain intact. The two in blue robes visibly flinched. After all, my soul ring configuration was too intimidating. And seeing that I was the youngest, they knew they would be at a disadvantage if it came to a real fight. But the purple-robed overseer still stubbornly held his ground, his face turning the color of liver as he shouted at me. Are you threatening me? This is Tiendo City. Strong warriors abound. If you dare to harm any of the nobles here, even 10 of your heads wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Nonsense about nobles. I couldn't be bothered to play along anymore and retorted directly, I'll give you a chance. Anyone below Soul Sage who can kill me, come and try. I tell you, I'm not usually this impulsive, but today I just happen to be filled with anger with nowhere to vent it. And here comes a punching bag right to my door. Why not take advantage of it? Second soul skill, activate. A burst of colorful light exploded around me, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Within this domain, I am the rule. That young man who was flaunting his power earlier was immediately scared into rolling his eyes and passed out from fear. The three soul masters fared a bit better, but they were still quite frightened and hurriedly summoned their own martial spirits, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. The purple-robed steward had 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, a pretty impressive configuration, and he was a soul king. As soon as my sister Zhu Yun saw the bright guy opposite, she immediately summoned her martial spirit and stood beside me. The purple-robed steward was still making his last struggle. Kid, let me tell you, our master is receiving esteemed guests today. If you disturb those adults, you'll really be dead. Oh, then I really appreciate your reminder, I said, while the long spear in my hand began to hum. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point and was about to erupt, suddenly, a particularly calm, middle-aged voice came from the Moon Pavilion. Why not both sides take a step back? Since you are here to visit the Moon Pavilion, why not come up for a gathering? As soon as this voice came out, the purple-robed steward, who had just looked so harsh, instantly changed his expression, withdrew his martial spirit, and respectfully bowed to the upstairs, agreeing. Wow, this change of expression was so quick that even a Sichuan opera master would have to offer a cigarette. My father's expression also softened as he turned to us and said, Xiaoyin, Zhuyun, put away your martial souls. Let's go up. When we got up there, we realized, wow, there were all heavyweight figures inside. The master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, was there with his notoriously spoiled and willful daughter, Ningrongrong. It is said that this little witch cried and threw a tantrum at home to avoid attending etiquette class, cuddling her father and then hugging Grandpa Jian. However, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu had already been informed by her father and directly dealt with her, leaving her to cry and be stuffed into the carriage. The people from their sect reportedly celebrated with champagne when they heard she had left. Besides the father and daughter, there was also a white-bearded old man standing nearby, exuding a strong aura. I later learned that he was the Swordlaw Chenexan. There was also a prince named Shui Qinghe sitting there. It turned out that they all heard the commotion downstairs. That Swordlaw had a good eye and said he sensed a strong intent from me. This old man really had something. In the end, it was still Ning Fengji who spoke up, saying he would invite us to meet them. As soon as we walked into the room on the top floor, my dad locked eyes with a beautiful lady in a light blue dress. Let me tell you, the moment she saw my dad, she started trembling all over. She is the owner of this place, Tang Yuehua, and also my dad's biological sister, my aunt. She immediately threw herself into my dad's arms, crying as if she were a pear blossom in the rain, mumbling that she had been looking for him for over a decade, and finally he was willing to come out to see her. A reunion between siblings is usually quite touching. However, who understands the family dynamics? I just felt that the atmosphere was off. That was not the look of a sister seeing her brother. The love in her eyes was about to overflow. At that moment, I had the same expression as an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone, completely shocked. My mom gently patted me on the back, meaning, son, you guessed it right. Wow, it turns out my mom knows too. She had long noticed that my aunt had feelings for her own brother that went beyond sibling affection, and she had often given my mom a hard time because of it. After they finished hugging, my dad started the introductions. This is my wife, Yin. This is my son, Tang Yin. This is my disciple, Zhu Jian. When my aunt saw my mom, she was obviously taken aback, probably not expecting my mom to be alive. Then her gaze fell on me. She walked over, held my hand, and I instantly felt a particularly peaceful and comfortable energy coming over me, which made the irritable emotions caused by my inner demons dissipate a bit. Later I found out that this was her innate domain, something she was born with. Impressive. Just when our family was recognizing each other, Ning Fengji and the others were preparing to take their leave, saying they didn't want to interrupt our reunion. When his daughter Ning Rongrong heard they were leaving, her eyes lit up. Then she started secretly observing us, and when she saw me, her little face suddenly turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, shrinking behind grandfather Jiandolaw. Little girl, still a bit of a beauty connoisseur. I also took a look at the people in the room. I exchanged a glance with that sword Delaw, feeling a sense of mutual appreciation for our shared weapon skills. Then, my gaze landed on the crown prince, Xue Qinghe. In the next moment, I was completely stunned. Let me tell you, what I saw was definitely not a man. It was a woman's face, stunningly beautiful, and that face even had some resemblance to Bapasha Basu in the end. My heart demon acted up on the spot, and my eyes turned red in an instant. To see the truth clearly, I directly activated my Xieji eye. With a flash of white light, the crown prince immediately panicked. I could clearly feel that my eyes had completely seen through her disguise. Her CPU was almost overheating. She must have been thinking that this script was wrong. How could her angelic armor disguise possibly be seen through? She froze, probably frantically calculating how to escape, especially since my father and the sword Delaw, both titled Doluos, were sitting in the room. Fortunately, my sister Zhu Yun reacted quickly, grabbing my cold hand tightly. Her fingers interlocked and softly called out to me, "Little Een." I instantly became clear-headed, and the red light in my eyes faded away. I patted Sister Zhu Yun's hand, then gave the frightened prince a kind smile. There's no benefit in exposing her now. I should stabilize the situation and see what she intends to do. As a result, when Sister Zhu Yun saw me smiling at a guy, her expression instantly turned strange. Family, who understands? She must be wondering if there's something wrong with my orientation. This misunderstanding has gotten way out of hand. The prince, being clever, noticed that I had no intention of exposing her and actually took the initiative to walk over, extended his hand towards me, and smiled, saying, "Hello, little brother, my name is Xue Qinghe. Nice to meet you." I hesitated for a moment, then reached out to shake her hand. Let me tell you, to outsiders, it looked like two men shaking hands, but in my eyes, it was a delicate jade-like hand. With my left hand holding on to Sister Zhu Yun and my right hand shaking Qianrenqiue's, oh no, Xue Qinghe's hand. TSK, the sensation was incredible. Sister Zhu Yun's hand felt like cold, beautiful jade, while hers was warmer and smoother. Even the blue-silver royal bloodline within me felt quite comfortable. Sister Zhu Yun saw me holding onto a man's hand without letting go, looking like I was savoring the moment. She was almost frantic, squeezing my hand hard to bring me back to my senses. I quickly let go of my hand and smiled, saying, "I'm also very happy to meet you. My name is Tang Yin." The old fox Ning Fengji looked at us and even asked his disciple if he knew me. That Qianrenqiue, without a blush or a heartbeat, said, "No, teacher. I just find this young brother very friendly." I rolled my eyes inwardly. Sure enough, the prettier the woman, the better she is at lying. Then, my father started to engage in mutual flattery with Ning Fengji. "You say, Brother Tang, your charisma remains," and I reply, "Lord Ning, you hold the world in your hands," with the two old foxes putting on a show. After finishing the flattery, Ning Fengji changed the subject and brought out his precious daughter, Ning Rongrong. He first praised me lavishly, then mentioned how mischievous his daughter was, implying that he wanted to arrange a marriage between our families. My dad is also a 1,000-year-old fox. How could he not understand? He directly laughed and said, "Oh, my son doesn't let me rest easy either, so young yet obsessed with love. Look, his hand is still holding on to my disciples, not willing to let go. This move is amazing. It completely blocks the way." My sister Zhu Yun's face instantly turned bright red, but she held my hand even tighter, probably feeling overjoyed inside. As for me, of course, I just went along with it. What my dad said was indeed the truth. Ning Fengji saw that it was hopeless, and in order to avoid awkwardness, he prepared to take his people and leave. Just then, as this group was about to walk away, that silent sword law suddenly made a comeback, walking straight up to me and giving my shoulder a slap. I told you, that moment gave me a start. And then the person spoke, "Young one, come visit our Qibao Liuli sect when you have time, and I'll give you some guidance." I was shocked at that moment. The title of Dolua, the big shot, is going to personally take me. I quickly bowed and thanked him. Of course I have to go. This is a huge honor. After they all left, the last one, that prince, who was actually Qianrenqiue in disguise, turned back at the corner of the stairs and gave me a meaningful smile. Wow, that smile completely broke through my girlfriend Zhu Zhiyun's defenses. As soon as the person left, she leaned over to me, looking serious, and whispered, "Xiao Yin, there's something off about this prince. He can't possibly have some kind of affection for men, right?" Who understands? Her eyes saw that prince as a man. And since she didn't see any resistance from me, her sense of crisis instantly skyrocketed. I could almost see in her mind the drama of what if my boyfriend gets taken away by a man. Waiting online urgent. Unfolding. I'm still confused here. But my parents and my aunt have already started talking. My aunt Tang Wahua got straight to the point. How good you came this time for Xiaoyin, right? My dad also confessed that if it weren't for my health issues, he might have waited a few more years to come. He said this to my aunt, and it sounded quite resentful. It seems like you only think of people when there's something going on. How annoying. As soon as my mom saw the situation, she quickly stepped in to smooth things over, since my heart problem still needed my aunt to treat it. She sincerely said, I'm counting on you, Yuehua, for Xiaoyin's matter. Guess what? My aunt actually waved her hand and said, Sister-in-law, no need to be polite, Xiaoyin is also my nephew. With that one word, sister-in-law, I tell you, all the grudges between them over the years were instantly erased. It was a monumental reconciliation. My dad, who was listening nearby, looked so relieved. Then my aunt said that I needed a calming elixir and told my dad to take me to the Tiendo auction house tomorrow to look for it. And she would cover the cost as a gift for our meeting. That night, back at the hotel, Zhu Jian insisted on sharing a room with me. Her attitude was so firm that I wondered what she was up to. Just after I finished showering and lay down on the bed, wow, she pounced on me like a hungry tiger. Her expression was so serious, and she immediately asked, Xiaoyin, do you think I'm good looking? I was stunned at that moment. The ambiguous lighting, the faint fragrance, and a strand of her hair brushed against my nose. Who could resist that? Seeing that I didn't respond, she chuckled softly, exuding a charm that was alluring yet not vulgar. All right, sister knows her answer now. Today, I'll reward you with something different. I took a deep breath and just sat up, pulling her into my arms and kissing her. As a result, she became shy and avoided my gaze. Just as I was about to take the next step, she suddenly playfully hit my head and said, no biting. I gave a sheepish smile, and she took a breath, as if to encourage herself, then declared with a fierce expression, for the rest of the time, you are not allowed to move around. Everything will be led by me. I'm telling you, in that scene, she was arching her body, and her curves were absolutely stunning. Even her toes wrapped in black stockings were tensed up. It was all about being both innocent and alluring, completely different from before. After it was over, she looked like she had discovered a new world. Let me tell you a secret. After she found out about what we did, her cultivation speed skyrocketed like she was on a rocket. In less than a month, her soul power shot up from level 42 to level 44. She was stunned herself. Upgrading after level 40 is so difficult, but with me, it was like she was cheating. But she couldn't really say that, could she? She couldn't just grab me and say, man, you're really useful, come help me ascend, right? Once she was exhausted and fell asleep in my arms, I finally had time to deal with my own matters. After seeing Qian Rinxue today, I gained another memory orb in my mind. I clicked to take a look and found myself back in that world without extraordinary abilities. In my memory, I lived especially happily with Bibi Dong, and we even had children. The last scene was our 40th wedding anniversary by the seaside, where I held her from behind. She already had white strands in her hair and wrinkles on her face, but we were still as affectionate as when we were young. But in the next second, that gentle smile on her face switched in my mind with the cold expression she had when she stabbed me with a sword. On one side was growing old together, and on the other side was a deep-seated hatred. I tell you, that feeling almost burned out my CPU, and I was about to lose control right there. Just then, Zhu Jian woke up, holding me and almost crying. Xiaoyin, what's wrong with you? I suddenly woke up, looking at her face full of worry and guilt. She actually thought it was her who had upset me, and with a choked voice said, I didn't mean to monopolize you. I just don't want to see you suffer like this. I'm sorry. She cried so hard that I felt a deep ache in my heart. I was the one who should be saying sorry. I cupped her face, kissed her lips, and held her in my arms like comforting a child, and then we fell asleep together. The next morning, I got up early to avoid waking her. When I looked outside the hotel, I saw my dad already waiting for me, looking quite energetic. I asked, where's my mom? My dad coughed at that moment, covering his mouth with his fist. It was so awkward. Your mom is still sleeping. We could just go by ourselves. As soon as I saw his expression, I understood immediately. I teasingly reminded him, Mom hasn't fully revived yet. Take it easy. Don't cause any trouble. Well, my dad got so angry that he slapped the back of my head. You little brat, telling your dad what to do. When we arrived at the Tiendo auction house, the scene was really impressive, shaped like an inverted giant bowl. And at the entrance stood 4 tall hostesses over one. 75 meters, all in high-slit kipeos. Those who know. No, my dad was dressed to the nines today in a black tuxedo, exuding confidence. He went up and directly pulled out the black level pass my aunt gave him. The receptionist, who had been smiling formally just a second ago, immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle the next second, her voice overly sweet. "Esteemed black level guest, welcome." After we went inside, we changed receptionists, and this new girl was even more outrageous. She kept giving me hints all the way, occasionally making casual physical contact with me. I thought this routine was so old. To make her give up, I directly hit her with a strong response. "Sister, please keep your distance, I like men." I tell you, my dad's gaze towards me changed at that moment. The receptionist's sister was frozen on the spot, awkwardly smiled, and then became quiet. The auction had already started, and not long after we sat down, we saw a necklace called Colorful Star, featuring 7 gemstones and 7 1-cubic storage spaces. Although it wasn't practical, it looked really beautiful. I remembered that Zhu Zhuyun's birthday was coming up, and this would be a perfect gift. I directly won it for 25,000 gold soul coins. While I was watching, I suddenly noticed a familiar figure sitting in the red VIP area ahead. That silhouette belonged to Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect from yesterday. He was wearing a mask, but his aura couldn't be hidden. It seemed he also sensed me. He turned around and then walked over to us with a very large old man beside him. Ning Fengji was so enthusiastic. "Coming up to build a connection. Little brother, we meet again. Don't call me Sect Master Ning, it feels too distant. Just call me Uncle Ning." I was caught off guard at that moment, and my dad spoke up, saying that Ning Zhongzhu was his friend and that I should call him that. I had no choice but to obediently call him Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji was so pleased, it was as if he was over the moon. I later found out that after he returned home yesterday, Jindaluo praised me highly, saying that my talent was the strongest he had ever seen, without exception, and that I would be the second Tang Qian in the future. This shocked Ning Fengji, and he regretted not arranging a betrothal between me and his daughter on the spot yesterday. Today, he came to invest like crazy, trying to make up for it. He directly said, "Xiaoyin, if you see anything you like, just tell Uncle, and I'll give it to you as a meeting gift." I was being polite to him when suddenly a large iron cage was pushed onto the stage. When the red cloth was lifted, there was actually a girl inside who was barely covered. I tell you, at that moment, the blood rushed to my head. The so-called VIPs in the audience were all wide-eyed, and the atmosphere instantly became filthy. I stood up after a nudge, trembling with anger, my voice suppressing my fury. "How dare you openly buy and sell slaves?" What happened next? The whole place was first stunned, then erupted into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha, where did this little brat come from? It's too funny. Law. My dad is the president of the Supreme Court, and you talk to me about law? Ha ha." One mocking voice after another drilled into my ears, and I was filled with murderous intent. The 4 soul rings, purple, 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 black, suddenly lit up, and I reached out to draw my weapon. Ning Fengji and the old man next to him looked like their jaws were about to drop, probably thinking, what a bizarre soul ring configuration. Just when I was on the edge of losing control, my dad's big hand pressed on my shoulder. His voice very steady. "Xiaoyin, calm down." Then, his tidal Dilua's pressure instantly enveloped the entire venue, and he simply uttered 2 words, "Quiet." I tell you, with just these 2 words, the entire auction house fell into an instant silence, where even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be heard. Those nobles who had been laughing arrogantly just a moment ago turned pale, not daring to breathe. The whole place was silent, and only then did I slowly sit down. My father saw that I calmed down, and, "You may continue." The auction host was so scared that his legs were trembling. Let me tell you, the look in my father's eyes was like he had seen the living Yama, and he dared not let out another peep. He quickly cleared his throat and finished explaining the situation of the cat-eared girl in a few sentences, saying that during the awakening of her martial soul, someone had tampered with it, causing her martial soul and body to fuse together, and it couldn't be reverted. After that, he simply said, "Everyone, you may place your bids," not even daring to say a word to encourage bidding, fearing that my father might slap him against the wall. After all, with a salary of just a few dozen gold soul coins a month, who would want to risk their life? As a result, the whole place fell silent, and no one dared to say a word. After a long while, someone with a bit of courage tentatively offered a bid, 110,000. Immediately after, a loud and arrogant voice rang out. "Humph, isn't it just a tidal Dolua? What's there to be afraid of?" Goodness, this guy was really bold. His shouts seemed to bring everyone's courage back, and the sound of hesitant bids began to rise again. I completely ignored them and turned to my dad, saying in a firm but soft voice, "Dad, help me buy her." My dad didn't even look at me, just one word, "Good." Unkle Ning Fengxi, who was beside me, seemed to be interested and asked with a smile, "Xiaoyin, What's the use of saving this girl today? I looked at the poor girl on the stage and said softly, I can't just watch her fall into the hands of those beasts and become a plaything. Uncle Ning sighed and began to give me a lesson in philosophy. What if another fox girl or leopard girl appears in the future? Last week, that arrogant guy who just spoke spent 150,000 to buy a snake girl. Can you save her? Who understands this? His words left me speechless. Indeed, can I save one? Can I save 100? In this world where nobles set the rules, what do I have to save these poor souls? In that moment, countless images flashed through my mind. The disgusting faces of the nobles, the exploited commoners. Suddenly, I understood. This world is sick, very sick, and I must do something. Just as my father was about to press the bidding button, Uncle Ning smiled at him, signaling him to come over. My father then withdrew his hand. Just as Uncle Ning was about to press the button, I spoke up, my voice not loud, but every word seemed squeezed out from between my teeth. Then I will overturn this outdated world and build it into what I want. Wow. As soon as I said this, Uncle Ning's hand froze in midair, and he was momentarily stunned. The look in his eyes was a mix of shock and disbelief. Probably wondering, has this kid gone mad? But for some reason, deep in his gaze, there seemed to be a hint of expectation. In the end, he pressed the button, 160,000 gold soul coins, and directly bought the cat girl. The arrogant second-generation rich kid who had just jumped up was furious and stood up to see who dared to compete with him. But when he saw that it was Ning Fengji, his face turned pale, cold sweat immediately broke out on his back, and he no longer looked arrogant at all. The people beside him quickly pulled him back to his seat. Thank you, Uncle Ning. I sincerely thanked him. Uncle Ning waved his hand and smiled like an old fox, saying, I'm not bidding for you. The sect happens to need a maid, and I think she is quite good. If I don't believe that, I understood what he meant. This doesn't count as a favor for me. This old guy heard my crazy talk and was still willing to be kind to me. Today's goodwill might save their entire 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. I lost interest in the auction afterward. After getting the nebula flower, my father and I left directly. As soon as we exited the auction hall, my father started lecturing me. Xiao-yin, you were too impulsive today. Even if you have such thoughts, you shouldn't say them in front of Ning Fengji. I know what's going on in my heart, and I explained to him, Dad, I'm just testing him. Now, I finally have a goal, and I can't go on aimlessly anymore. To be honest, I've been a bit slack in the past 6 months, but even if I do nothing, my soul power has naturally increased from level 45 to level 46. Aren't you frustrated? Now that I have a goal, I can't help but take off. Just as I was saying this, a young lady in court attire came running over. After confirming my appearance several times, she respectfully handed me a token. Young Master Tang Yin, His Highness the Crown Prince invites you to gather at the Crown Prince's residence tonight. The Crown Prince? My mind suddenly lit up. It's that girl disguised as a boy. Qianren Xue. What does she want with me? She must be in a panic because her identity has been exposed. Just when I was worried about how to topple the Sky Do Empire, she has come to me. What do you call this? Someone brings a pillow when you're sleepy. I took the token and politely replied, please inform His Highness the Crown Prince that Tang Yin will definitely visit tonight. Once that sister walked away, my father, looking confused, asked me, aren't you planning to overthrow the Tian Do Empire? Why are you going to see the Crown Prince? I gave him a mysterious smile and said, Dad, you'll know in the future. When I returned to my Aunt Tang Yuehua's moon pavilion, it was truly elegant. My aunt was kneeling there playing the piano, exuding an ethereal vibe. When she saw my dad arrive, the light in her eyes was undeniable. But who is my dad? A steel-hearted man. He directly returned the black card he borrowed yesterday and said, I got the things, little sister. Xiaoyin is in your hands now. I have to leave. My aunt was immediately anxious, grabbing my father's arm and saying with a pitiful look, you're leaving just like that? We just met. And I even called for my elder brother. Mentioning my uncle, my father's expression also dimmed, but he still shook his head and said, I have no face to return to the sect. I have another child named Tang San, who is Xiao Yin's older brother. I need to go guide him in his cultivation. Now it was my aunt's turn to be dumbfounded. Her dazed little face probably thought, huh? There's an older one? Before my father left, he gently raised his hand and pinched my aunt's face, saying, Yuehua, I'm leaving. Then he turned around and disappeared. Oh my, what a scene like in an idol drama. I looked at my aunt, who was still in a daze, and couldn't help but softly remind her aunt, my father has already gone far away. Her face flushed instantly, and to cover her embarrassment, she quickly cleared her throat and softly said to me, Xiaoyin, come to me for an hour every day, and I will help you cleanse your mind. All right, I nodded obediently. I had lunch with my sister Jian at noon, and in the afternoon, she said she wanted to go shopping and didn't let me accompany her, which was strange. I couldn't be bothered to think about it. and went back to my room to cultivate. In the evening, when I told my sister Jiyun that I was going to the prince's residence for an appointment, she suddenly became uneasy, her eyes filled with panic, making it seem like I was about to do something bad. I explained the whole situation to her, and only then did she reluctantly feel ease. But before leaving, who understands family? She insisted on hugging me affectionately before letting me go. I was completely dumbfounded at the time, walking on the way to the prince's residence, still wondering why this was happening. Later, I figured it out. She must be afraid that I would get together with that cross-dressing prince, right? Goodness. This thought process is all about cutting off the source of the problem, isn't it? The prince's residence was resplendent, dazzling my eyes. I was led by a maid to a secluded palace, where only Qian Ruxue was present. Oh no, it's Xue Qinghe, leisurely brewing tea. She pretended to ask me about the auction, but I was too lazy to beat around the bush. So I directly ignored her question and dealt a heavy blow. Beautiful sister, you invited me here tonight. It can't just be for this trivial matter, right? As soon as I finished speaking, I felt two killing intents from the shadows instantly lock onto my back. Qian Ruxue simply waved her hand, and the two pressures disappeared in an instant. She smiled and said, "Since you call me sister, I won't beat around the bush." Saying this, she raised her hand and removed her disguise. Let me tell you, when that stunningly beautiful face appeared, I was completely mesmerized. She was so beautiful, and between her brows and eyes, she looked just like Bibi Dong, as if they were carved from the same mold. Is she beautiful? She smiled in a way that could captivate anyone. Very beautiful, I answered honestly. She then asked, "Can you tell me how you saw through my disguise?" A flash of white light appeared in my left eye, briefly illuminating my cheek. She asked me again why I didn't expose her yesterday. I said, "First, exposing you is not beneficial for me. Secondly," I paused, looking into her eyes. "The most important point is that you look a lot like an old acquaintance of mine." "Oh, who is it?" I spat out 3 words one by one. "Bibi Dong." Her pupils immediately contracted sharply, but she still pretended to be tough, lowered her head to pour tea, and said softly, "She is my sister." Sisters? Fine, I'll believe it for now. My mind raced quickly. Pope, sisters, Spear Hall, Tiendo Crown Prince. Usurpation? Isn't this a coincidence? I got up directly, leaned over the table, and whispered in her ear in a voice only we could hear, "I will help you with your plans for the country, and you will help me with my reforms." The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Our faces were almost touching, and we could smell each other's fragrance. She looked at me with a smile in her eyes and asked, "Why do you think I would collaborate with you? Aren't you afraid that I might kill you?" I looked at her and blinked my innocent big eyes. "Sister, if you want to kill me, why haven't you acted sooner? But you look like you aren't even 15. What can you use to cooperate with me?" I continued to speak in a hushed voice and threw out my trump card, just based on my innate soul power of level 20. She was completely stunned after hearing this, her eyes filled with shock. After a full 3 seconds, she suddenly leaned forward, and her warm lips pressed against mine. Before I could react, she pulled away and said with a domineering tone, "Allies are too unreliable. From now on, you're my person." I froze on the spot. My mind went completely blank. Once I regained my composure, I quickly said, "Wait, I'm already in a relationship." And guess what she said? She gave me a glance and confidently replied, "I'm not asking you to leave your girlfriend. In the future, I'll be the big one, and she'll be the small one." Wow, would you want this kind of luck? I was completely thrown off by her move and stammered, "But I don't even know your name." "My name is Qian Ruxue." "All right, stop being so wishy-washy. You sound like a girl. We are all smart people." She knows that beating around the bush is pointless. The vendetta for killing a father, the opposition of factions, can all be temporarily set aside in the face of absolute interests and common goals. After I left, her 2 titled Hulua bodyguards, one tall and thin, the other short and fat, emerged from the darkness. The fat old man called Sishue was anxious, looking like a firecracker. "Young master, why don't we kill that kid? He knows your identity. He mustn't be left alive." Qian Ruxue just gazed in the direction I had left. "He let me go yesterday. Isn't it inappropriate for me to kill him today? But the former pope was killed by his father. How could you?" "Sishue," the old man's tone turned cold. "Grandpa sent you to protect me, not to criticize my actions." The old man immediately wilted, not daring to utter a word. After they all retreated, only Qian Ruxue remained in the room. What she was thinking was, "Tangyin, how interesting." Finally, she met someone like herself. The scene shifted to Wuhuan City, the Pope's Hall. My unfortunate sister, Bibi Dong, was being bullied by those old geezers in the Dola Hall. A brash man called the Lion de Law was practically riding on her face, presenting a personnel adjustment plan clearly intending to weaken her power and replace her people. Bibi Dong was furious, her hands gripping the table so tightly that they turned white. But she had no way out. She couldn't tear her face with those old geezers just yet, so she had to endure, dragging her exhausted body back to her home, a place that belonged only to her and Tang Yin. She saw the untouched men's slippers at the entrance and a huge wedding photo of herself and her past self hanging on the living room wall. She threw herself onto the sofa, gazing at that picture, and her eyes softened. She took off her pope robe and walked into the bathroom, soaking herself in a tub filled with flower petals. She was not washing her body, but rather the troubles of the day and the gloom in her heart, her mind filled with sweet, youthful memories of the past. After her bath, the most extraordinary moment came. She rummaged through her wardrobe and carefully put on the phoenix robe and veil she wore during our wedding. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at herself in the wedding dress, a shy expression reminiscent of a young girl appeared on her face. Dressed in this outfit, she walked to the balcony, overlooking the night view of Wuhan City. The supreme power that so many people longed for lay beneath her, but she was indifferent. She simply leaned on the railing, gazing at the moon and stars in the sky, softly murmuring, "Little Lean, you're still alive, right?" She didn't dare send someone to find me. She was afraid of receiving the news she dreaded the most. If so, she would go completely mad. A melodious yet sorrowful song escaped her lips, and a stream of tears quietly fell. Meanwhile, the terrified Hulaina, who had been scared out of her wits by me, fainted in the back mountain overnight and only woke up at dawn. She touched her heavy head and hurriedly checked her body, relieved to find it was still intact. However, my cold gaze and commanding tone had already become her psychological shadow. All the way back, she was absent-minded, curling up in the corner of the carriage, returning to Wuhan City in a daze. While she was lost in thought, Zhu Tao was anything but vague. As soon as the protection mission ended, he rushed to the Pope's hall to report. Let me tell you, Zhu Tao was feeling incredibly stifled. Just thinking about being pressed to the ground by my father Tang, how made his face look like he had eaten a fly. Upon entering the Pope's hall, he immediately began to vent to Bibi Dong, conveniently reporting the major intelligence about encountering my father. Who is Bibi Dong? The top authority of the Wuhan Hall, a powerhouse among strong women. As soon as she heard, her brows furrowed, realizing the situation was not simple. She quickly caught on. Wait a minute. You said this time the wolf thieves' intelligence was incorrect, and even the Soul King was killed? Then my disciple Nana was chased, and just as you were about to act, Tang Hao stopped you, saying his son could handle it? Zhu Doluo felt wronged like a 200-pound child. Yes. Not only did he stop me from saving people, but he also beat me up. However, Nana is indeed fine, and those wolf thieves are all done for. Oh, did you check the bodies? How do they die? Bibi Dong pressed on. I checked. I wouldn't dare slack off regarding anything related to Tang Hao. Zhu Doluo quickly nodded. Except for the wolf thief leader who was clawed to death from behind, the rest of the minions were all directly pierced through their bodies. Pierced through? Good heavens. Bibi Dong's heart skipped a beat. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, his son S. Martial Soul is a gun. With a gun Martial Soul, surname Tang. Let me tell you, just these two pieces of information led to a wildly bold guess exploding in Bibi Dong's mind. Her voice grew urgent. Are there any other clues? Judo shook his head. None. Nana might know more. Kulme, bring Hulaina to me. Poor Hulaina, just returning from a night of fright in the back mountain. Hadn't even warmed her seat before she was dragged in front of Bibi Dong. She thought her teacher was coming to give her a comforting hug for her wounded little heart. But instead, it was a barrage of questioning, instantly making her little face fall. But there was nothing she could do. The teacher's words were like an imperial edict, and she could only force herself to start recalling. That person, probably around 14 years old, very good-looking, with white hair. Hearing white hair, Bibi Dong's heart sank, feeling cold all over. No, that's wrong. I clearly have black hair. Then Hulaina's next words were a heavy bombshell. He is a soul zone. His martial soul is a brown long spear. But his soul ring configuration is terrifyingly purple, black. I thought I was seeing things and checked several times. It was definitely that color. Purple, black. Zhu Doluo was shocked beside her. I remember now. A year ago, when I was on a business trip to the Ballot Kingdom, I heard about a monster genius with this kind of soul ring configuration on the battlefield. At that time, I thought it was just boasting. I didn't expect it to be true. I'm telling you, this configuration is simply leading the soul ring world by a mile, focusing on a dimensional strike. Hulaina added, by the way, teacher, it seems his martial soul can also heal. Just a little touch, and my companion's serious injuries were healed. Now, all the clues matched up. Bibi Dong felt dizzy and controlled her emotions, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. Get out. Hulaina and Ju Dolua exchanged glances, sensing that the teacher was acting strange today, but they didn't dare ask more and quickly left. As Hulaina was leaving, she looked back and saw her most respected teacher sitting there with her head down, motionless. Once everyone had left, Bibi Dong slammed the door shut and locked it, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. She slid down the door, hugging her knees, and burst into tears, crying heart-wrenchingly. He's still alive. He is still alive. Tang Yin, the man she loves to the bone, is still alive. She had thought I was dead, and she felt hopeless, now knowing I'm alive. The overwhelming joy and heartache instantly drowned her. Just thinking about my white hair made her heart ache to pieces. She couldn't bear to think about what I had gone through to go from black hair to a head of white snow. She knew how much I loved her, and also understood how cold-hearted she had been to protect me. No, I have to find him. I must explain everything to him. Who understands family? Once love takes over, all rationality must step aside. Bibi Dong made a decision right then and there. What responsibilities of the Pope? What nonsense of the Spear Hall? Those old geezers love to point fingers, right? Okay, the stage is yours. I'm done. I'm going to chase after my husband. She rushed back to her room, opened the wardrobe, and after a long time picking through a pile of strange outfits, chose a special outfit and stuffed it into her soul guide, then set off on her journey to find her husband without looking back. Goodness. The Pope vanished into thin air, and the Spirit Hall immediately descended into chaos. The elders were frantic, almost ready to report to the Dolua Palace and have those old offerings come out to take charge. And our protagonist, Bibi Dong? She was speeding through the Ballot Kingdom, heading straight for the Fasnuo province. She didn't know where Holy Soul Village was, so she first went to Notting City. Coincidentally, just a few days before she arrived, my brother Tang San and Xiao Wu had just graduated from Notting Academy and were heading to Shrek Academy, allowing Xiao Wu to escape another calamity. To avoid revealing her identity, Bibi Dong donned a large black robe and went directly to the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. Guess who she asked to guide her? Su Yun Tao, the legendary blind law, the one who helped me awaken my martial soul, only to say I had a useless martial soul. Bibi Dong revealed her identity as the crown, and Su Yun Tao, being astute, immediately understood this was a golden opportunity. He quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, showing utmost respect. Bibi Dong didn't have time to listen to his flattery and casually promised him that once he reached level 30, he could take over his leadership position, directly promising him a branch master role. This thrilled Su Yun Tao, who immediately performed a 120-degree bow and eagerly led Bibi Dong to Holy Soul Village. At the village entrance, Bibi Dong sent him away. She slowly walked along the village path and finally knocked on the door of Old Jack, the village chief. Old Jack opened the door, looking puzzled at the black-robed stranger before him. Bibi Dong took off her hat and revealed what she believed to be her kindest smile. Old village chief, may I ask if there is someone named Tang Yin here? You're too late. Xiao Yin has already left. Left? Where'd he go? Bibi Dong's heart immediately leapt in her throat. Old Jack became wary. What do you want with him? What is your relationship with him? Seeing the old man's expression, Bibi Dong quickly explained, please don't misunderstand. I'm Xiao Yin's girlfriend. We had an argument, and I'm here to apologize. I tell you, her expression at that moment looked like a wronged little wife. Old Jack was taken aback. Huh? Another girlfriend? Isn't Xiao Yin already with someone? The moment those words left his mouth, Bibi Dong was frozen in shock. She felt her heart sink, her voice trembling. He has a new girlfriend? Old Jack went on to explain how I had returned from serious injuries. My hair turned completely white, and how I was being taken care of by a beautiful, noble girl, Zhu Zhuyin. He mentioned how attentive she was to me, and even my mother, Yin, liked her very much. After hearing all this, Bibi Dong's impulsive courage leaked away. He already had a new life, with her current state. Should she still disturb him? The self-doubt surged back, dimming her eyes. Seeing her lost and despondent, Old Jack sighed, feeling that this girl was quite pitiful, and told her, Xiao Yin went to Tiando City to find his aunt, a place called Yueshuan. Girl, if you really want to apologize, go and clarify things. Right? Even if he has a new love, I still need to clarify what happened back then. Bibi Dong reignited her fighting spirit, solemnly bowed to Old Jack, and without any hesitation, headed north straight to Tiando City. Tiando City, snow was falling heavily. When Bibi Dong arrived, I was at Yueshian, my Aunt Tang Yuehua's place. She was using her noble domain ring to calm my restless heart. In simple terms, it was a physical sage time, allowing me to calm down. After the treatment, my aunt teased me, saying that with my silver tongue, I wouldn't know how many girls I would deceive in the future. I chuckled, picked up the birthday gift, the nebula flower I had prepared for Zhu Zhuyun, and took my leave. All of this was clearly seen by Bibi Dong, who was hiding outside Yuexian. This was the first time she saw me after we separated. Who understands family? When she saw my head of white hair, tears immediately streamed down her face. She was wearing the beige coat and cat earmuffs from the time I confessed to her in the snow, standing there in the wind and snow. Several times she wanted to rush in and hug me, to tell me all the truths. But her inner self-doubt and rationality pinned her firmly in place. She couldn't dare. She could only follow me like a shadow from afar. She watched me return home, knock on the door. Zhu Zhuyun, wearing a black velvet outfit, opened the door with a joyful expression, took the things from my hands, and linked her arm with mine as we entered the house together. Bibi Dong stood outside, looking through the window at everything inside. She watched me personally prepare dinner for Zhu Zhuyun, lighting the candles on the birthday cake. She watched as Zhu Zhuyun made a wish in the candlelight, and then I took out the colorful star necklace and personally put it on her. Zhu Zhuyun hugged my neck and asked, "Does it look good?" I said, "Of course, you look good in anything." Then, under Bibi Dong's heartbroken gaze, we kissed. Inside the room, there was an unbreakable atmosphere of love. We embraced and kissed, and then I picked her up and walked toward the bedroom. Outside, it was a cold night with snow falling everywhere. Bibi Dong stood there in a daze, a thin layer of snow covering her. She watched helplessly as the man she loved embraced and kissed another woman, until the lights finally went out. At that moment, she felt like a rat living in a dark sewer, only able to peek at the happiness and light of others through the gaps in the manhole cover. Just when her heart shattered into a QR code, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded behind her, startling her. "Let's talk." Bibi Dong instinctively wanted to run, but her wrist was caught. Just as she was about to use her soul power, she heard the person say, "I am Tang Yin's mother." Wow! Being caught in the act by the mother of the person being spied on, Bibi Dong's face flushed red instantly, embarrassed enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. The person who came was my mother, Yin. She had already noticed Bibi Dong, having seen her standing there for a long time, and could smell the bitterness from a distance. Yin took Bibi Dong back to her small courtyard, right next to where I and Zhu Zhuyun lived. Once inside, the firelight from the fireplace dispelled the chill. But Bibi Dong's heart was colder than ice. Yin looked at her, sighed, and opened with a bombshell. "To be honest, as Tang Yin's mother, I really dislike you. My son loves you so much, yet you hurt him like that." Bibi Dong lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake. However, Yin changed her tone, saying, "As a woman, I know your feelings for him. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood outside for so long without even noticing me approaching." Yin directly asked her, "You're the one Xiao Yin likes, right?" Bibi Dong gently replied with an "Can you tell me your identity?" "I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong." Yin was surprised for a moment, but continued to ask, "Xiao Yin should know your true identity, right?" "Yes." "Then why?" "No, that's not it." Bibi Dong's emotions instantly collapsed, raising her head with red eyes to explain, "At that time, if I didn't do that, Xiao Yin would have surely died." She was unable to speak through her tears, and kind-hearted Yin directly pulled her into an embrace. After she calmed down a bit, Yin told her, "Letting me be with Zhu Zhuyun is what both my father and she hoped for, to help me get out of the shadows as soon as possible." Bibi Dong's heart felt like it was being cut, but she still forced herself to say, "I understand." Finally, Yin looked into her eyes and asked the most critical question. "I will only ask you one thing now. Do you still love Xiao Yin?" This question, which seemed so simple, Bibi Dong couldn't bring herself to say it. It wasn't that she didn't love him, but she was scared and insecure. She feared that I would despise her and that she had tarnished me. In the end, she lowered her head and uttered 3 words. "I don't know." Yin saw through everything. "Silly girl, I understand your thoughts." After a long silence, Bibi Dong stood up, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Annie, knowing that he is still alive, surrounded by you and those who love him, I'm already very content. From now on, I will not disturb him again." This was not relief at all. It was clearly a humble fulfillment to the bone. Just as she turned to leave, my mother, Yin, suddenly recalled a long-buried memory that was related to Bibi Dong. She immediately grabbed Bibi Dong. "Wait, I just remembered something." A night without a word. The next morning, Zhu Zhiyun woke up in my arms, recalling the sweetness and shyness of last night, her face reddening like a cooked shrimp, and she reached out to pinch my face. I was woken up by her, just about to start my wonderful morning exercise, when suddenly a familiar voice came from outside. "Sister, are you there?" It was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyun immediately sprang up like a startled cat. At the same time, with no restraints, she trembled a bit. And I can only say, greatness, no words needed. She looked like she had been caught in bed, hurriedly picking up the clothes on the floor and putting them on, looking at me, still lying there, panicking. Xiaoyin, Zhuqing is here, hurry and get dressed. I was speechless and stood up to hug her. We're a serious couple. What are you afraid of? Zhu Jian finally realized, right? Why was I in such a hurry? So, the two of them calmly tidied up the mess before Zhu Zhuyun went to open the courtyard door. Outside the courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing looked puzzled. Sister, why did it take you so long to come out? Zhu Zhuyun smiled to cover it up. I was sleeping pretty soundly and didn't hear anything. She quickly changed the subject, by the way. Zhuqing, why did you come to Tiano City? Zhu Zhuqing wrapped her arms around her sister's arm. Looking proud, the teacher asked me to come find you. I haven't been slacking off these days. I now have level 28 soul power. I tell you, that little girl was so smug, but the next second, she pushed the door open and couldn't even speak clearly. What was going on inside? Tang Yin, who I hadn't seen for 2 years, had just put on her clothes, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail, and was holding a basin of water to hand to my good friend Zhu Jian. And my friend, her face was as red as a monkey's butt, frantically pulling up her collar. Goodness, with my titanium alloy eyes scanning the scene, I immediately spotted the key detail. On Zhu Zhuyun's fair neck, there was a clear mark. A strawberry. Zhu Zhuqing, this innocent girl, didn't understand and foolishly asked, Sister, why is your neck red? Did a mosquito bite you? But come on, it's winter. Or would there be mosquitoes? Who understands? Family members. I felt embarrassed just listening to that excuse. After stammering for a while, Zhu Jian finally managed to say, maybe I pressed on it while sleeping last night. I really can't believe it. Your excuse is worse than saying it was a mosquito bite. That kid Tang Yin is also a remarkable person, explaining without changing his expression. I got hurt a bit, but I'm almost better now. Hurt? You call this a hurt? This is a badge of love. Okay. Once Tang Yin sensibly slipped out, only the two sisters were left in the room. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hold back any longer and quietly asked, Sister, you and Tang Yin. This time, Zhu Jian didn't hide it at all. The sweet smile on her face was impossible to contain. Yes, Zhuqing, I've already gotten together with Xiaoyin. I'm now his girlfriend. Oh my, seeing her sister finally achieve happiness. Zhu Zhuqing was also happy for her and immediately started teasing. So from now on, should I call Tang Yin brother-in-law? You little girl. Zhu Jian reached out to pinch her sister's face. Just as they were joking around, Tang Yin came in while drinking water. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up and she cheerfully shouted, Brother-in-law. With a loud puff, Tang Yin sprayed water 3 meters away. Wow. This was more powerful than a soul skill. He coughed like it was earth-shattering. Zhu Jian quickly went to pat his back and shot a reproachful glare at her sister. Once Tang Yin caught his breath, not only was he not angry, but he also hugged Zhu Jian and smiled wickedly at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, call out brother-in-law a couple more times for me to hear. Wow, these two started showing off their affection right on the spot. After enough fun, Zhu Zhuqing finally got to the main topic. It turned out her teacher, who is also Tang Yin's father, wanted her to convey a message that Tang Yin's teacher Yang Wudi has united with several other sects to make a big move in Tiando City, establishing a new sect called the Four Extremes sect, and that Tang Yin should visit it as soon as possible. By the way, the two sisters also needed to cultivate together with Tang Yin. Tang Yin slapped his forehead, only then realizing that he had forgotten about his teacher after being in Tiando City for so long. No time to waste, they set off immediately. Tang Yin originally only wanted to take Zhu Zhuyun, but Zhu Zhuqing's sweet brother-in-law completely drained his energy, so he had to bring this little sister-in-law along as well. The Four Extremes sect was located in the southern outskirts of Tiando City, having taken over an entire mountain, which looked quite impressive. Just think about it. For families with single attributes, besides the relatively poor Min family, the other 3 families combined, with 4 soul Duo stationed, this power suddenly shook Tiando City. Only second to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. When they arrived at the mountain gate, 2 disciples were on guard. Tang Yin went up to announce himself. Excuse me, please inform that Yang Wudi's disciple Tang Yin is here for a visit. Guess what? One of the gatekeepers, who looked like a mountain, was surprisingly not from the Power family, but from the Break family. As soon as he opened his mouth, Tang Yin was stunned. I know you. You are the clan leader's disciple. I only had one expression at that moment, an old man on the subway looking at his phone. JPG. In this day and age, you really can't judge a person by their appearance. The disciple didn't dare to waste any time and rushed up the mountain. In no time, a shadow shot down from the mountain with such speed that even its shadow was hard to see, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of me. The person was none other than Yang Wudi. I tell you, as soon as he heard his precious disciple had arrived, he was in the middle of sparring with Old Titan and immediately stopped fighting, rushing down the mountain. Yang Wudi looked at Tang Yin, and his excitement was palpable. All the words he wanted to say turned into one sentence as he patted Tang Yin's shoulder. You've grown up and become much stronger. Tang Yin chuckled, pulling over Zhu Zhuyan. Teacher, I'm fine. By the way, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, whom you've met before. Yang Wudi nodded and said to Zhu Zhuyan, Little girl, since you're with Xiaoyin now, you don't have to worry about anything else. This is a promise from the Soul Brothers. Then he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and showed a meaningful smile. I know, she's my sister-in-law, I understand. Goodness, this old man is getting quite cheeky. After some pleasantries, Yang Wudi declared, Let's go to the ring, so I can properly test your cultivation results from the past 2 years. Tang Yin got excited too and made a request. Sure, teacher, but let us agree. No soul techniques. The group arrived at the ring, and Titan and old Niu Gao, who were halfway through sparring with Yang Wudi earlier, also came over. Titan saw Tang Yin and greeted him warmly. Young master, long time no see. Niu Gao chuckled beside him. Tang Yin quickly greeted everyone. Just then, Tang Yin suddenly asked, Grandpas, why didn't I see Uncle Bai He? Niu Gao scratched his head. He was just here, not sure where he ran off to. Little did they know, that old fox Bai He, upon hearing that Tang Yin had arrived, had immediately had a thought and ran off to find his granddaughter by Qinxiang. What did he want? A matchmaking. He wanted his granddaughter to get closer to the extraordinary genius Tang Yin. Meanwhile, the master and disciple had already stood on the ring. Without saying a word, Tang Yin feinted and thrust his spear, Destiny, straight at Yang Wudi's lower body, initiating a sneak attack. Yang Wudi easily blocked it. Good boy, learn how to sneak attack. The two master and disciple exchanged blows in a spectacular fight. Just then, Bai He arrived with a purple-haired beauty, who was his granddaughter by Qinxiang. This little cousin was also a genius, reaching level 26 at just 12 years old, quite proud of herself. However, upon arriving, she first saw Tang Yin's fierce spear technique on the ring, then looked at the Zhu sisters standing beside him and their figures. She looked down at herself and immediately felt self-conscious. On the ring, the battle reached a fever pitch. After dozens of exchanges, Yang Wudi seized a flaw and pushed Tang Yin back, commenting, Your spear technique is good, but your attacks lack a bit of fierceness. Tang Yin smiled mysteriously. Teacher, my results are still to come. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire aura suddenly changed. An invisible pressure enveloped the area, and in Yang Wudi's eyes, his disciple seemed to transform into an unparalleled general leading thousands of troops. Tang Yin jumped high, executing a breaking army move from the sky. But Yang Wudi knew this was just a feint. The real killing move was yet to come. Just as the spear was about to make contact with Yang Wudi's defense, an incredible scene unfolded. I tell you, in that moment, the whole world turned black, white, and gray, as if the pause button had been pressed. This is the real-life version of the most popular absolute territory meme of 2025, right? It's simply amazing. Tang Yin's body passed through time, and the tip of the spear of fate silently broke through Yang Wudi's defense, steadily pressing against his chest. As time resumed, Tang Yin landed and smiled. Teacher, I concede. The entire venue fell silent. Yang Wudi snapped back from his shock. Instead of being angry, he laughed heartily. Haha, taking you as my disciple is the best decision of my life. The old gentlemen in the audience were all dumbfounded. Bai He even dragged his granddaughter over and forcibly introduced, Xiaoyin, this is your cousin Bai Qinxiang. Bai Qinxiang's little pride was crushed long ago, and she reluctantly asked the question, You, what level is your soul power now? Tang Yin scratched his head. Probably around level 46, why? This one sentence directly shattered the last psychological defense of his little cousin, leaving her completely deflated. Zhu Zhuyan walked up with concern, taking out a handkerchief to wipe Tang Yin's sweat. Bai He saw this scene and was stunned. Who is this? Tang Yin embraced Zhu Zhuyan and generously introduced. Oh, uncle, this is my girlfriend, Zhu Zhuyan. That's her sister, Zhu Zhuqing. Both the grandfather and grandson were completely thrown off guard. And it wasn't over yet. Old Titan somehow brought his grandson Talon over and directly pushed him in front of Tang Yin. Xiaoyin, this is my grandson Talon, he'll assist you. Old Niu Gao, upon seeing this, became anxious. Xiaoyin, I also have a grandson. I was thinking at that moment, Are they here to pay respects? Or are they here for thee if you are the one Dolua special? One by one, they were almost ready to directly hand over their grandchildren to Tang Yin. In the end, it was Yang Wudi who stepped in to mediate and brought everyone to the conference hall. When Tang Yin asked about the sect leader matter, Yang Wudi made a shocking suggestion. In my opinion, let Xiao Yin be the sect leader. Tang Yin was so startled that he quickly waved his hands, thinking, how old am I? Is this really happening? Finally, it was Bai He who came out to smooth things over, and the matter was temporarily put aside. Yang Wudi then asked Tang Yin about his next plans. Tang Yin said he was planning to enroll in a high-level Soul Master Academy in Tiando City and stay there for a while. He needed a place to study systematically, and more importantly, he wanted to participate in the next Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Of course, he also had a little secret that no one knew about. He wanted to see her again. Just then, someone brought a pillow when I was sleepy. As soon as that old man Titan heard I was looking for an academy, he immediately started promoting his grandson's school like a salesperson called Blue Tyrant Academy. I told you. His tone was so flattering that even his grandson Talon beside him turned green with envy, looking so aggrieved as if he were the one who was picked up. Titan didn't care about him at all and slapped Talon on the back of the head. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and introduce your young master. Only then did Talon come to his senses, mumbling a couple of O's, and started reciting. Our academy is called Lamba Academy, and the principal is a female soul saint, but we usually don't see her. After listening to him ramble for quite a while, I asked the most critical question. Are there many nobles in your school? Not many, not many. As soon as Talon heard me call him Big Brother, his attitude did a complete 180. Most of our students are commoners. Wow, isn't that convenient? In Tiando City, there are nobles everywhere, like dumplings. You can grab a handful. The last thing I want is to deal with those arrogant folks. Having a quiet place is simply perfect. All right, then I'll trouble you, Big Brother Talon. My too. With them we'll go to register tomorrow. I originally wanted to say with Zhu Zhuyun, but seeing Zhu Zhuqing beside me, I quickly changed my words. Zhu Zhuqing, with her big eyes blinking, looked at me and sweetly said, the teacher asked me to follow you. Great. Now we've become a trio. That's how it was settled. Talon was really efficient. That very afternoon, he took his grandfather Titan to the academy to handle my enrollment, with the Soul Doloa personally taking action. The director of education didn't dare to say a word against it, and right on the spot, they enrolled the three of us as transfer students. That night was a bit awkward. Who understands family? There was only one suite, and Zhu Zhuqing's little sister was still there. Zhu Zhuyun stood there not knowing where to put her hands. It was Zhu Zhuqing who was sensible. She said, Sister, I'm tired, and went to the adjacent guest room, even locking the door behind her. Once the door was locked, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit, well, you know, Zhu Zhuyun and I lay on the bed, both pretending to be dead, not talking to each other. After a while, I tentatively asked, Sister Zhuyun, are you asleep? No, not yet, she replied, her voice trembling a bit. I told you. I became bold at that moment and directly reached out to hold her little hand, our fingers interlocked. Her hand was soft and cool, as smooth as jade. She shivered all over but didn't pull away. Wow, isn't this like giving the green light? I became even bolder and let my hand slide down her thigh. Xiao-Yin, her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. And Zhu Qing was still next door. I leaned in with a mischievous smile and whispered in her ear, so should we keep it down? At that critical moment, I felt a sneaky gaze from the crack of the door. My heart skipped a beat. That girl Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't be eavesdropping, would she? Sure enough, after a while, I heard the sound of someone stealthily sneaking back into the room. This girl has quite the curiosity. The next morning, Zhu Zhuyun was beaming, radiant with energy. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing had dark circles under her eyes and looked lethargic. Zhu Zhuyun pretended to be concerned. Zhuqing, did you not get enough rest last night? Zhu Zhuqing blushed and stammered, maybe. I'm just not used to it. As if I would believe you. After breakfast, the three of us followed the address to find the Lamba Academy. The academy's gate was as grand as a city gate, 10 meters high, made of white marble, with 8 golden characters reading Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy on it. Truly impressive. Tai Long and his father, Tai Nua, were already waiting at the entrance. His father, nicknamed the Strong King, a Soul King, immediately bowed to me, saying, Subordinate Tai Nua, greeting the young master. I hate this the most. Hurry up and stop it. Uncle Tenal Brother Tai Long. Don't call me young master, just call me Tang Yin. Seeing that they were still hesitating, I directly unleashed my big move. Then, in my capacity as young master, I order you not to call me young master from now on. Now, they had no choice, and Tai Nua had to change his words and call me Xiao Yin. Once I entered the academy, I realized that this place is really big. It's practically a school built in the forest, with towering trees everywhere and an absurdly good environment. To have such a large green space in Tiendo City, where land is so precious, the principal must be really wealthy. The procedures were completed yesterday, and today it's just a matter of going through the motions, registering and conveniently testing my soul power. The registration teacher said in an official manner, "Classmate Tang Yin, please test your soul power." I placed my hand on the crystal ball and infused a bit of soul power into it. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The crystal ball shattered instantly, exploding into a pile of debris. The registration teacher's eyes nearly popped out as he held my registration form, his hands trembling as he repeatedly confirmed the words on it. Name, Tang Yin, age, 12. His lips quivered, and he struggled to speak, 12 years old. Soul power exceeding level 40. Why you wait? He hurriedly scrambled out, probably to report it. Tai Nua beside me also looked like he had seen a ghost, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Before long, the teacher returned with a beautiful woman. She was in her 30s, wearing a simple blue dress. But her figure was astonishingly attractive. Her delicate face told many stories, especially her eyes, which were beautiful yet carried an indelible sadness. She was the principal, Lu Erlong. As soon as she arrived, she went straight to the point. "Who is Tang Yin?" I stepped forward. "I told you, when we locked eyes, that feeling just came." I saw sadness in her eyes, and she probably sensed a similar vibe from me. Is this the mutual perception between defeated souls, as the legends say? "I am the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy. Can you show me your martial soul?" There was a hint of expectation in her tone. I didn't refuse. I summoned the Fate Lance directly. Then, the 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black rose in order. In that instant, the entire registration office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lu Erlong's red lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief at the soul ring configuration she was seeing. Is this real?" Her voice trembled with excitement. I retracted my martial soul and asked her, "Is it okay now?" Yes, absolutely." She excitedly reached out her hand to me. "Tang Yin, right? The Blue Tyrant Academy welcomes you." Next was the testing for Zhu Zhuyun and the others. Zhu Zhuyun, 18 years old, level 44 soul master. The future looks promising. Zhu Zhuqing, standing beside her, was dumbfounded. Her sister had only been separated from us for a short while, yet her leveling speed was like riding a rocket. She immediately felt suspicious, thinking there must be a secret behind it. When it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, she was a level 28 Great Soul Master. That was pretty good. That soul bone had indeed helped her a lot. Let me tell you, while I was busy handling the enrollment procedures over here, my unfortunate brother Tang San was having a completely different experience. He and that rabbit girl, Xiao Wu, had already gone to Shrek Academy, and Ning Rongrong had also run away from home to join them. They went to the Star Doe Forest to find a soul ring for Oscar, but ended up running into the forest overlord, Titan Giant Ape Erming. Erming came to find Xiao Wu, and without saying a word, grabbed her in his palm. Tang Sin wanted to be a hero, but he was flicked away by a single finger, severely injured and unconscious, with several broken ribs. Erming took Xiao Wu and ran, explaining that the one from the Lake of Life had given a death order to find a specific human, and if they couldn't find him, both he and his brother Deming would be eaten. Upon hearing this serious matter, Xiao didn't care about Tang San anymore and went with him. When they arrived at the Lake of Life, Deming gave Xiao Wu a silver scale and told her to find the owner of the scent on the scale in the human world. I couldn't help but laugh. Sending Xiao Wu, that silly rabbit, to find someone was like asking her to solve advanced math. She sniffed the scale for a long time and thought, wow, this smell is so familiar. How could she know that the scent was actually from me? She had been hanging out with Tang Sin every day, and he had long since picked up my scent. By the time Xiao Wu rushed back, Tang Sin had just woken up, and his first words were to ask if she was all right, which deeply moved Xiao Wu. Poor Sangu, he had failed to protect Xiao Wu twice in a row, and his self-esteem took a huge hit. After going back, he became obsessed with how to become stronger. His teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, noticed something was off and started giving him motivational speeches, saying that Titan Giant Ape was a title, dual-level existence, and it was normal that he couldn't beat it at 12. There was a bright future ahead, and so on. Then he began his traditional training methods. Come on, it's 2025, who still does weighted running. It's simply a primitive way of training. Soul power directly washes the body, precisely strengthening it. Doesn't that have 100 times the efficiency compared to your random running? His teaching emphasized companionship, right? Yet somehow, Tang San and the others were completely impressed, bowing down to him in admiration. Later, they participated in competitions at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, but since our Zhu Zhuqing was missing, they could never gather 7 people, and their coordination was all over the place. However, Tang San was sufficiently stimulated. In 6 months, his soul power went from level 31 to level 33, which was some progress. As for Xiao Wu, she was still desperately sniffing the scale, searching the world for someone whose appearance she didn't even know. On the other side, let me tell you, it was quite the spectacle. Just when Xiao Wu was still busy playing the sniff and identify the man game, Tang San finally woke up. Goodness. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Xiao Wu, he was so excited, looking as fragile as a paper doll. His first words were still about how good was that Xiao Wu was all right, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Right after that, he devoured 18 of Oscar's big sausages like a glutton, finally managing to recover. But this experience had a huge impact on him. He felt incredibly weak, unable to even protect a girl. So early in the morning, he went up to the roof to emo, preparing to practice with his purple eye orb. Guess who he saw? Yu Xiaojiang, his theoretical king of a teacher. I tell you, Yu Xiaojiang is simply a walking master of inspirational quotes. Just by looking at Tang San's expression, which was like he had lost his parents, you can tell this kid is stuck in a rut. The two of them put on a classic father-son heart-to-heart on the rooftop. Tang San was there crying, "Teacher, I'm too weak. I can't protect the people around me." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang thought, "No way, my disciple's mindset is about to break." He immediately took on a masterly demeanor and started to explain. "Xiao San, how old are you?" 12. "What level are you?" 31. "Do you even know what that big gorilla is?" "That's the Titan Great Ape, the boss of the Stardow Forest. Its strength is comparable to a tidal Dolua. As a 31-level soul master in front of it, you're just like a little chick. It's already a miracle if you survive. What you need to do now is not to aim too high, but to lay a solid foundation, understand?" After this series of advice, Tang San was left stunned, and then Yu Xiaojiang bombarded him with more motivational talk, saying things like, "In the future, at least you'll be a tidal Dolua, and there are no shortcuts in cultivation," just to keep him grounded and not to be reckless. After hearing all this, Tang San felt enlightened and declared, "Teacher, I understand now." While Tang San was having his epiphany on the rooftop, Xiao Wu was still in bed, clutching that scale and inhaling deeply. The more she smelled it, the more familiar it felt, yet she just couldn't remember. Family members, who understands? This scent, she had clearly smelled on Tang San before, but it had long faded into oblivion. Asking her to find someone was simply making it difficult for me. Fat Tiger. The next day, Yu Xiaojiang started his first practical lesson. That routine was almost unbearable to watch. First, he had the students beat each other up while he stood by giving pointers. And then there was that age-old weighted running. My goodness, it's 2025. Who still uses such outdated methods? Isn't this just pure physical labor? Wouldn't it be more efficient to use soul power to cleanse the body? But surprisingly, the kid from Shrek ate it all up, each one in awe. Just as they were huffing and puffing through their running, I tell you, the real show was just beginning. The scene shifted to the Lamba Academy, where my Zhu Zhuqing had already been a detective for half a year. What was she investigating? Her sister, Zhu Zhiyun. Over the past 6 months, Zhu Zhiyun's cultivation speed had skyrocketed like a rocket, jumping from Soul Master to level 46. What's a bottleneck? Non-existent. But the problem was her speed fluctuated wildly, like a roller coaster. Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. I spent every day with my sister. What kind of black technology has she been using? To uncover the truth, Zhu Zhuqing started her surveillance plan. She discovered that every 2 days, her sister's cultivation speed would experience a massive surge. And the day before the surge, her sister would definitely go find her brother-in-law, Tang Yin. So, Zhu Zhuqing fully utilized her stealth ability as a ghostly spirit cat, quietly following her sister. She watched her sister and Tang Yin being affectionate under the moon pavilion, holding hands to go home, and even timed their hugs down to the second for a comparative experiment. But none of this helped. She still couldn't find anything unusual. Until that night, Zhu Zhuqing finally decided to uncover the last mystery. She stealthily crept outside her sister's and Tang Yin's room. Goodness, she hadn't expected what she saw. Inside the room, it was like a warm spring night with fierce action going on. Once everything calmed down, Zhu Zhuqing peered through the crack in the door and witnessed a scene that shattered her worldview. She saw her sister, like a protective little cat, consuming Tang Yin's spoils. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, her face turning so red it could bleed. So that is how it was. This immense wealth was actually acquired this way. She suddenly had an epiphany. Everything made sense. The next day, during cultivation, she took a sneaky look, and sure enough, The martial spirit shadow behind her sister was like it had been injected with adrenaline, absorbing soul power at an incredible rate, almost like a pump. The truth was clear. Her brother-in-law, Tang Yin, was her sister's human cheat. Moreover, this cheat had to be consumed to be activated. Now things were interesting. Ever since discovering this earth-shattering secret, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards Tang Yin changed completely. She would come home and stare at him blankly, and when he looked back, she would immediately blush and lower her head. Tang Yin was puzzled. What's up with my sister-in-law? Could it be she has a crush on me? Zhu Zhuqing was in even worse shape. Her mind was filled with those indescribable images of her sister and brother-in-law, and she couldn't shake them off. As a result, she had a dream that night, directly staging the strategy of wearing my sister's nightgown to seduce my brother-in-law. In the dream, Tang Yin held her in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Zhuqing, I really like you in your sister's clothes." And then, the next morning, Zhu Zhuqing jolted upright in bed, gasping for air, and when she touched the blanket, it was wet. She was practically on fire and feeling guilty. She clutched the change bed sheets and underwear and rushed to the bathroom. Just as she stepped out, bam, she ran smack into the early rising Tang Yin. Tang Yin smiled and greeted her, "Good morning, Zhuqing." Zhu Zhuqing was so startled her soul almost left her body. She lowered her head and muttered a good morning while trying to slip away. But in her haste, she accidentally bumped into Tang Yin. Let me tell you, the next scene is simply the top awkward moment of 2025. She was running too fast, and her panties fell out of her hand. Tang Yin picked them up and chased to the bathroom door, knocking. "Zhuqing, you dropped something." Zhu Zhuqing was dumbfounded when she saw it. The white panties Tang Yin was holding had some not-so-obvious stains on them. She snatched them away, clenching them in her hand, her face red enough to explode. Tang Yin thought it was a good opportunity and wanted to talk to her directly. "Zhuqing, I've noticed you've been a bit off these days." Zhu Zhuqing thought her little secret had been discovered, and in a panic, she directly covered Tang Yin's mouth with the same hand still holding the evidence. The air instantly froze. Tang Yin was stunned, and Zhu Zhuqing was also stunned. The next second, seeing what she had done, Zhu Zhuqing's CPU directly burned out, and she cried out loud. Tang Yin, not caring about the sensation on his mouth just now, started to comfort her in a flurry. In the end, Zhu Zhuqing cried and made him promise not to tell her sister about this. After this little episode, there was an undercurrent at the breakfast table. Zhu Zhuqing felt guilty the whole time and didn't dare to lift her head. Zhu Zhuyun, with a concerned look, asked her if she was feeling unwell, which made her feel even more guilty. She thought about her cowardly fiancé, Dai Mubai, and then looked at the gentle, strong, and considerate brother-in-law Tang Yin in front of her. Her young heart was already a mess. Finally, after finishing her meal, she said, "I'm done eating. I'm going to class," and hurriedly fled the scene. Watching Zhu Zhuqing run away faster than a rabbit, Zhu Zhuyun was completely bewildered and instinctively looked at me, her eyes seemingly asking, "Brother, what is going on?" What could I say? I could only laugh it off and say, "Hey, young girls probably have something on their minds. Let her figure it out herself." Just as I finished comforting my family, the scene shifted, and guess what? Something was going wrong at the Prince S mansion in Heavendo City with Qianren Xue. Let me tell you, this girl is really impressive. Her study looks like an office on the surface, but in reality, it resembles a secret agent's base. I saw her operating at her desk, and with a series of clicks and whirs from gears, the bookshelf behind her split open, revealing a resplendent secret chamber. As soon as she entered, the bookshelf closed up again. It was incredible. Once inside the secret chamber, she could finally take off her war persona, ripping off the male disguise from Xue Qinghe, and plopping down onto a soft chair with her legs crossed, exuding a queen-like aura. But the next second, she frowned. Why? Because there was only one document on her desk, densely packed with my itinerary reports from the past few days. The more she read, the darker her expression became, and she started muttering, "What on earth is Tang Yin doing? Why is he either cozying up to this woman or that one every day? Family, who understands? This isn't jealousy, it's pure disappointment. She thinks we are meant for great things, yet here I am, wasting my talent on romance every day." She's so frustrated, feeling that my mindset is problematic and that she must personally train me. Without hesitation, she immediately sent someone to find me. When I received the invitation from the prince's residence, I was stunned. I thought about how long it had been since we last contacted each other. She didn't look for me, and I was busy with my cultivation and dating, living a fulfilling life, almost forgetting about her. But with the prince's invitation, I could not go, so I had to give up my evening cultivation session. Before leaving, I informed Sister Zhiyun that I was going to the prince's residence. I originally thought it was just a casual mention, But when Sister Jian heard the words Prince's residence, she froze, her expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. It's no wonder she reacted this way. I can tell you, the memories she thought were dead suddenly started to attack her. The combination of Prince and Tang immediately triggered a flashback in her mind to the time when I exchanged glances with Xue Qinghe. She thought that the storm surrounding my fondness for men had long passed, especially since we had been through so much together in the past 6 months. And she knew I wasn't into that. But now, her heart started to beat faster again. However, Sister Jian is still Sister Jian, although she was panicking inside. She only said 4 words, "Go early, come back early." She didn't stop me, because she knew that no matter how good the relationship between two people is, they shouldn't limit each other with affection. This mindset really makes me want to cry. I gave her a kiss on the forehead and headed straight to the Crown Prince's residence. With the Crown Prince's order in hand, I had a smooth journey. It was still that same room, and as soon as I pushed the door open, I sensed that something was off. Qian Renxue had changed back into women's clothing and was sitting directly across from me, her expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. How was I supposed to know I had upset her? I foolishly walked up to her and said, "Sister, what do you need me for?" As soon as I finished speaking, she suddenly stood up and walked straight towards me. Wow, her presence was intimidating, making me feel like a student who had done something wrong. She took a step closer, and I took a step back, continuously pushed until I had nowhere to retreat. My back hitting the door with a thud. She pressed against me, giving me a wall slam. It was then that I realized this girl was really tall. With her shoes on, she was almost my height. I looked at her stunningly beautiful face and those predatory eyes, feeling nervous and swallowing hard, stuttering, "W, what do you want?" She reached out, lifted my chin, her tone both cold and fierce. "I heard you've been indulging in women lately and neglecting your training. Let me teach you a good lesson." At that moment, I felt something bad was about to happen. Looking into her eyes, filled with aggression, I surprisingly felt a little bit of anticipation, my heart racing. But in the next second, the situation took a turn. The dominance in her eyes instantly transformed into cunning, and she started to pinch my cheeks as if teasing a cat. "Humph, little pervert. What are you thinking? Are you wondering if your sister will kiss you?" I fell for it directly. Out of guilt, I just stood there stiffly, letting her manipulate me. My face even turned red from her pinching. When she was done having her fun, she finally let me go and turned back to sit down. I rubbed my face, but inside, my heart was racing a bit. Honestly, who can resist such a cute contrast? I cautiously sat down across from her, and she gave me an annoyed glance. "Why are you acting like a little chick? Weren't you pretty bold last time?" I could only chuckle and pretend to be clueless. "I didn't want to make you angry, sister." She chuckled and laughed. In fact, she wasn't really angry. She just wanted to give me a little scare. With my show of weakness, her intensity faded away. While pouring me tea, she asked, "By the way, what level is your soul power now?" "Level 49. As soon as I said that, her hand that was pouring tea froze in place, and the water overflowed without her noticing as she stared at me in shock. I quickly reached out and pressed her hand along with the teapot down. "It's full. It's full, sister." That hand felt icy cold, completely different from the gentle yet firm touch of Sister Zhuyan. She came to her senses. A hint of shyness flashed across her face, and pretending nothing had happened, she pushed the teacup towards me and then asked very earnestly, "How old are you this year?" I thought for a moment, and considering those 3 years in the secret realm, I said, 15. 15 years old, level 49. This number left her speechless. She thought about herself and realized that she only broke through level 50 when she was almost 17. This comparison made her feel a bit inferior. She sighed and said, "Sai, your talent is really impressive. I'm 6 years older than you, and my soul power is only 10 levels higher than yours." I thought to myself, a 21-year-old with a 59th level soul king. Isn't that called having great talent? Isn't that just pure Versailles? I asked her why she felt this way. She hesitated for a moment and then dropped a bomb on me. "There are others in this world who also have innate 20-level soul power besides you." Well, I understood immediately. It turns out this person in front of me is also a hidden powerhouse. Thinking about it this way, all her previous strange behaviors made sense. I wondered why she insisted on binding emotions with me. It turns out we are kindred spirits. She noticed my silence and seriously said, "I sense the aura of a kindred spirit in you. We're meant to be together." The way she said it was so rational that it made our relationship seem completely justified. I suddenly didn't know how to respond, seeing the atmosphere getting a bit awkward. She took the initiative to change the topic, inviting me to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings next time, since we were both close to a breakthrough. I hesitated for a moment, but agreed. After we finished discussing, just as I was about to leave, she suddenly grabbed me. I was about to ask what was going on when her head leaned in. This time she was serious. The assertive sister, Shue, directly hugged me and didn't plan to let go. But I quickly realized that although she wanted to take the initiative, she was purely a theoretical master and couldn't even find the right direction. Well, it was my turn to teach her. In a short while, the roles reversed, and I directly kissed her to the point where she was dizzy and weak, gasping for breath in my arms. Just like that, she still tried to act tough. This is a punishment from your elder sister, but don't think too much about it. I held her, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and didn't refute her, following her words. Then, thank you for the punishment, sister. Releasing her, I turned and slipped away. As soon as I left, her legs went weak, and she almost couldn't stand, only managing to support herself against the table to avoid collapsing. On the way home, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, with thoughts of Sister Zhu Yun's gentle face filling my mind. When I got home, the lights were off, and I didn't disturb her. Instead, I found an empty room to start training, preparing to break through to level 50. On the other side, Qianrenxue was also feeling guilty, secretly cleaning up the scene, taking a bath, and then focusing on her training as well. A few days later, both of us broke through and arranged to meet at the north gate of Heavendoe City, ready to set off for the Sunset Forest. When I arrived, I saw her from a distance. Today, she surprisingly didn't disguise herself, just wearing a loose black robe and a hood, wrapping herself up tightly. But that aura was like a spotlight in the crowd, making it hard not to notice her. After we met, we didn't exchange any pleasantries and went straight out of the city. After walking for more than 10 miles, I started to tease her. Sister Shue, why are you showing your true self today? As soon as she saw me, she remembered what happened that night. Her face turned a bit red, and she pouted. What difference does it make whether I pretend or not in front of you? Of course, there's a difference. I teased her if you pretend. Only I can see Sister Shue's face. With that one sentence, I rendered her speechless again. I realized the aftereffects of that kiss were quite significant. When we reached the Sunset Forest, we began discussing our needs. She said she wanted a soul beast with a light attribute around 40,000 years old. I also said I wanted one that was 40,000 years old. The stranger the attribute, the better. You're only at your 5th soul ring, and you want one that's 40,000 years old? She was directly shocked by my words, looking at me in disbelief. I can't be bothered to explain, so I directly summoned my martial soul, and the 4 soul rings, purple, 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 and black, shone brightly. I said, Sister Shue, all my soul rings are absorbed beyond their years. Qianrenxue fell silent again. My words were like Garen's light speech, making her both speechless and defensive. She didn't say anything, turned around, and walked ahead, deliberately quickening her pace to shake me off. I, on the other hand, sped up to keep up with her. When she stopped, I stopped, just like a little follower trailing behind her. In the end, she was so annoyed that she laughed, turned around, and asked me, "What are you doing?" I innocently said, "Isn't it just to avoid making my sister angry? I'm not a punching bag, let's go." All right. The deeper we went into the forest, the creepier the environment became, and the soul beasts grew stronger. After we just bypassed a 10,000-year-old rock armored bear, we ventured deeper for over 10 miles and decided to split up to search, planning to regroup in half an hour. I activated the Eye of the Xieji, just like turning on night vision goggles. After not walking far, I pushed aside a dense thicket of bushes, and wow, the scene in front of me completely stunned me. It was a flower radiating a dazzling white light, like a little sun in this pitch-black forest. The petals and the stamen were entirely transparent, of perfect quality. The knowledge from the pharmacopoeia in my mind spun wildly, and I finally confirmed that this was the best of the best, crystal radiance hibiscus. Such a heavenly treasure must be guarded by a powerful being nearby. I immediately thought that the guardian beast was most likely fire or light attribute. How convenient. It was exactly what Qianrenxue needed. I quickly cleared away my traces and went back to find her. Qianrenxue had found nothing, but when she heard what I said, she was equally astonished and delighted. We immediately made a turn and quietly observed from the trees. It wasn't long before the main character arrived. It was a white tiger, 3 meters long, with wings on its back, completely snow white, radiating holy light. Instead of a royal symbol on its forehead, there was a strange rune. Holy light, white tiger. Qianrenxue recognized it on the spot, her voice trembling with excitement. This creature ranked very high on the soul beast recommendation list of her angel family. The white tiger probably had over 40,000 years of cultivation, perfectly suited for her 6th soul ring. Without saying a word, Qianrenxue directly summoned her martial soul. The 6-winged angel's phantom shining behind her, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rising up, holding a light sword in her hand. She told me she was going down, and then she dove down. I originally wanted to launch a surprise attack, but now I've been exposed directly. Forget it. I'll just watch from the side and look for an opportunity to deal the finishing blow. Qian Rinxue used her 5th soul skill, Holy Sword, and thrust it towards the tiger's kidneys. The tiger remained calm, roaring loudly as a light shield appeared around it. The light sword purified the shield in an instant. But the tiger had a hidden move, Mental Shock, which hit Qian Rinxue right in the face. She quickly used her 1st soul skill shield to block it. Although the sword's momentum weakened a bit, it still managed to leave a cut on the tiger's back. The tiger let out a painful howl, accompanied by the mental attack. And Qian Rinxue could only retreat. Now's the time. I seized the opportunity and activated Dragon Break, moving with my gun. Before the tiger could react, my Destiny Spear was already in front of it. Bang! With a loud explosion, the tiger's massive body was sent flying by my spear, crashing violently into a large tree behind it. That was something sturdy. Let me tell you, that tree, with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, snapped with a crack and broke right there. Goodness, this tiger is tough too. It got up from under the broken tree, its black eyes glowing with white light, staring fiercely at the two of us. Those little eyes were darting around like a calculator, frantically calculating whether it could take us on or if it should run away. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue's face was still a bit pale. The mental attack from earlier had shaken her quite a bit. She quietly leaned over and asked me, "Are you okay?" Its mental attack is so hard to defend against. What can I do? I didn't even blink at that tiger, staring at it while saying to her, "Sister, don't worry. My mental strength is max, all right? Its little attacks are too weak. I wouldn't even feel it if it were giving me a gua sha treatment." Just as I was speaking, I saw the tiger's paws already starting to dig into the ground, its hind leg muscles tensed up. This guy wants to run. Damn, how can this work? Can a soul ring that has been in my grasp for 40,000 years still let you fly? With a quick thought, I got an idea. Ignoring it completely, I turned around and sprinted 100 meters straight towards the precious immortal item it was guarding, the crystal glimmer lotus. I was running while looking back and showing it a friendly smile. Hey, the meaning was too obvious. You run, and if you run away, this flower will be mine. The tiger was dumbfounded at that moment. Damn, I ran into a tough opponent. Its paw hesitated to flee, but was quickly nailed back to the spot. Its soft spot firmly grasped by me. It got anxious, stopped running, and let out a long howl towards the sky, ready to fight us to the death. I assisted you. I immediately retreated behind Qian Rinxue, activating my 2nd soul skill. The halo of the 7-colored sacred domain buzzed and enveloped her. Let me tell you, Qian Rinxue looked like she had entered Super Saiyan mode, her aura fully unleashed, and the 6-winged angel behind her was dazzlingly bright. But the tiger was in trouble. My halo shared the same energy source with it, and instead of boosting its power, it suppressed it firmly, leaving it dazed. Qian Rinxue seized the opportunity, charging forward with a flaming great sword. This time, her speed was even faster, and her damage higher, like a streak of light. Immediately after, her 4th soul ring lit up, Angel's Praise. Wow, all attributes skyrocketed by 200%. This was like the official cheating. The tiger was beaten back repeatedly, its claws digging deep grooves into the ground. But this little bastard was cunning. It pretended to fight hard while secretly conjuring a light ball, simultaneously launching a mental attack. Qian Rinxue, caught off guard, was momentarily dazed for a fraction of a second. This moment was crucial. The light ball shot towards her face. In a critical moment, Qian Rinxue barely activated a shield instinctively to block it, but she was still blasted away by the immense impact. How could I just watch? I quickly countered with a divine dragon wood, and countless vines thicker than water barrels burst out of the ground, firmly binding the tiger. I pushed off with my foot and lunged forward, securely catching the airborne Qian Rinxue in my arms. A warm and safe feeling spread from my broad chest to her. I saw her consuming a lot of energy, panting, and said, "Sister, take a break for now, and watch how I operate next." Qian Rinxue didn't try to be strong. She leaned against me and nodded, her beautiful eyes watching my back. She also wanted to see just how much I had hidden. That tiger was really fierce. In no time, it broke free from my vines. When it realized that the main attacker had changed to me, its eyes started to turn. It estimated that I hadn't done much damage after scraping for so long. And a bold idea formed in its mind: steal the home. I saw it pretend to pounce on me, but halfway through, it made a sharp turn and dashed towards the crystal young hibiscus. It wanted to forcibly swallow the flower and evolve on the spot. Family, who understands? It thought I was on the first layer, but I had been waiting for it in the atmosphere all along. I had been prepared for this move. Just as it opened its massive mouth, about to bite the flower, the corner of my mouth curled up, and I pulled out my treasure from behind. The dragon phoenix bow. The fate spear in my right hand clicked as it rested on the bowstring. All the marks I had left on it before activated at that moment. For stun, the tiger's movements froze in midair, as if time had stopped. Now's the time. As I released the bowstring, the fate spear, carrying the momentum to destroy heaven and earth, transformed into a scarlet streak of light and shot out with a whoosh. The tiger was like a broken sack hit by a truck, flying backward for dozens of meters, and finally, my spear pinned it to the ground, blood pouring out everywhere. And it looked like it was on its last breath. I hurriedly shouted at the dazed Qianren Xue, Sister Xue, go finish him off. Don't let me take the kill. Only then did Qianren Xue come back to her senses from her shock, gripping the holy sword and rushing over. With a swift motion, a pitch-black, eternal spirit ring floated out from the tiger's corpse. You can absorb it safely. I'll protect you, I said to her. Then, with a grin, I walked over to the tiger's corpse, waved my right hand, and a light blue life furnace appeared out of thin air, directly engulfing the entire tiger carcass along with a nearby, celestial-grade flower. Alchemy? No, today we're going for something big, an external spirit bone. More than half an hour later, as the flames in the furnace gradually dimmed, a pair of wings burning with pale, white flames quietly hovered in the air. By this time, it had already turned dark. I nibbled on some rations, feeling a bit regretful. I should have saved some tiger meat to roast and eat earlier. After all, it was 40,000-year-old tiger meat. What would that taste like? Once Qianren Xue finished absorbing the spirit ring, the freshly forged spirit bone wings seemed to have found their long-lost mother. Swooping in and perfectly merging with her back, Qianren Xue was taken aback, feeling the surging power within her and the new wings on her back. She knew how precious this external spirit bone was. I had actually just given it to her like that. She stood up, the firelight illuminating her stunning face, her eyes carrying a hint of daze and ambiguity as she softly asked me, "Little brother, you've helped me so much. How should I thank you?" As soon as I heard this, my heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it's coming. Sure enough, the next second, she pulled me into her arms, so forcefully. Then, she leaned down and kissed me. I tell you, after being apart for 3 days, one should look at each other with new eyes. This time her skills have improved by leaps and bounds. It's obvious that she secretly took extra classes. I was a bit too excited at the time, and my hands weren't very honest. As a result, I accidentally touched a place I shouldn't have, and she froze all over, instantly pushing me away. Her beautiful eyes wide open, both shy and angry. I quickly changed the subject, pretending nothing had happened. By the way, Sister Xue, what skill did the external soul bone give you? She glared at me for a long time, and finally told me, with a cold expression, that it was a passive skill called Eternal Burning Wings, which could greatly increase flight speed and reduce attack damage by 20%. As she spoke, she took off her black robe and showed me. Wow, that flawless white back, those graceful curves. When that pair of wings, burning with holy fire, unfolded from her back, I couldn't help myself and impulsively reached out to touch them. She let out a soft hum from her throat, shivered, and went limp all over. In that moment, I realized, wow, this is a sensitive spot. I suddenly remembered the time I touched Zhu Zhuyun's tail. I had been careless, as the derived parts after the martial soul manifestation are all super sensitive. The atmosphere instantly became awkward to the freezing point. She silently put on her clothes, sat by the fire, and stopped talking. After a while, she coldly told me to go to sleep while she kept watch. I wouldn't dare to leave. I immediately got up, squatted in front of her, and locked eyes with her cold gaze. Then, taking advantage of her moment of distraction, I quickly pecked her lips. I clearly saw a flush suddenly appear on her icy face. Hey, I knew she wasn't really angry. I was feeling braver. So I gave it another peck and said with a smile, "Good night, I'll come to switch with you later." After saying that, I slipped into the tent. Family, take note. This round is all about extreme tension. There was no conversation throughout the night. The next day, we continued our journey, looking for a suitable spirit ring for me. After wandering in the depths of the forest for several days, we finally discovered a huge creature by a lake that looked like a crocodile and had transparent scales all over it. The mirror beast. Its ability to replicate images was simply tailor-made for me. This is the one. We have become much more in sync now, and without saying a word, we went for a sneak attack. I used my vines to bind it first, and then Qianren Xue followed up with a sacred sword strike. However, with a clang, it turned out this guy had tough skin, and we only left a shallow mark. Qianren Xue didn't hold back either. she activated her newly acquired sixth soul skill. Angel's Roar. An invisible sound wave rushed forward, and the mirror beast immediately let out 2 lines of blood and tears. This pushed it to the edge. It performed a death roll to break free from the vines, and with a flash of white light, it pulled out an identical copy of itself from the reflection on the lake's surface. One became 2. 2 giant beasts over 8 meters long lunged towards us in a crisscross pattern. We each had one, grappling together. But as we fought, I realized something was off. With one move, shadowy light, 1,000 shadows, I shattered its scales, but the next second, with a whoosh, the wound instantly healed as if the video was being played in reverse. It was the same with Qianrenxue over there. I quickly activated my Xieji's eye and focused my gaze. Goodness, is this a game of finding the real and fake Monkey King? It turns out that these 2 mirror beasts, one is the real entity, and the other is a phantom. And it can switch between the real and the illusion at any time. Attacking the phantom is completely a waste of effort. I see now. I instantly understood. Its switching must have a cooldown time. I immediately shouted to Qianrenxue, Sister Shui, don't worry about anything else. Use your fastest speed and attack that one on the left with all your strength. Qianrenxue trusted me unconditionally. Her figure flashed, and before she could get close, she unleashed another Angel's Roar. This time, the mirror beast didn't have time to switch. It took the full brunt of this mental shock with its true form. I immediately understood. Just now, to evade my attack, it had already used up one chance to switch between reality and illusion, leaving no time to dodge Qianrenxue's skill. I had grasped its weakness. In the next moment, I didn't hesitate at all, directly summoning the Dragon Phoenix bow, knocking an arrow, waiting for that instant. I tell you, just when that woman Qianrenxue's holy sword was about to strike the mirror beast, that beast tried to use the same trick again, switching between reality and illusion. But it was too late. What I was waiting for was this moment. Whoosh! A golden light pierced through the air, hitting the target right on. The mirror beast didn't even let out a sound before dying on the spot. Goodness, a pitch-black soul ring exploded out, 40,000 years fragrant. I collected the martial soul and leisurely walked over, and Qianrenxue also lifted the angel possession. But as soon as she spoke, she didn't ask about the soul ring, but about the bow in my hand. That bow you just had. I understand what she means. Let's get straight to the point. Twin martial souls. That is my second martial soul. I tell you, when Qianrenxue looked at me with that little gaze, although I had anticipated it, hearing it with my own ears still made my pupils tremble. The way she looked at me instantly changed. That kind of satisfaction of being with a man I admire was almost overflowing from the screen. Family, who understands? This girl's desire for conquest is truly at its peak. She just loves this script of strong conquering strong. I couldn't be bothered to care about her little thoughts. So I simply sat cross-legged and began to absorb my 5th soul ring. The mirror beast was indeed unfortunate. If it were in the past, I would have gladly taken it as a little brother and later mixed in as a divine beast. Unfortunately, that's not possible now. Those who stand in my way will die. Absorbing the soul ring was no big deal. My body's strength allowed me to withstand the energy of 40,000 years like it was nothing. Half an hour later, I was done. I directly leveled up to a level 50 Soul King. Immediately, I gained information about a new skill in my mind, and when I looked, wow, it was a divine skill. The 5th soul skill, Mirror Realm. Simply put, it allows me to create a clone that possesses 80% of my battle power. The clone performs mirror actions with me, and the best part is, I can switch between real and clone at any time. Although each switch has a 1-minute cooldown. In a fight, who's real and who's fake will be enough to confuse the opponent. Now, I feel like I'm almost invincible below the Soul Saint level. I'm that confident. I shared a new skill with Qianrenxue, and she was still rummaging around the corpse, trying to see if there were any soul bones, but there was nothing at all. I waved my hand dismissively, too lazy to talk, and right in front of her, I activated the Heaven and Earth Furnace, which quickly swallowed the corpse of the mirror beast and started refining it. Qianrenxue was dumbfounded at that moment. Her expression seemed to say, "Little brother, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about?" Half an hour later, when the furnace lid opened, bang, something was produced, a diamond-shaped crystal. This thing was even more amazing. It wasn't a soul bone, but it could directly replicate one of my skills. I demonstrated it to her on the spot, and with one divine dragon tree, it instantly turned into 2. Let me tell you, the way Qianrenxue looked at me back then was no longer curiosity. It was a blatant exploration and possessiveness. She even stuck out her little tongue to lick her lips. Oh my, that was quite seductive. Who could resist that? When smart people fall in love, It's like this, just enough to hint at it. I briefly explained that the furnace is my unique secret technique, and she didn't ask much more. On the way back, the atmosphere was a bit suggestive. It was hot, we were dressed lightly, and our elbows kept bumping into each other. The warmth passed through the thin fabric, and I thought, it's gotten to this point, might as well go for it. I grabbed her little hand, fingers interlocked. She even stole glances at me, looking a bit pleased. I got it. But then, just as we were enjoying our little world, a deafening roar suddenly came from the mountains, not far away. It was heart-wrenching. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was definitely not a soul beast, but a person, and a top-notch expert at that. Qianrenxue frowned and said she recognized that aura. It seemed to belong to the poisoned Deloa de Gobo. Good heavens, a title Deloa? Then she filled me in, saying she was undercover in the Heaven-Do Empire for a coup, but this old poison master had received royal favor and was an unstable factor. Now hearing his tragic scream, it seemed something had gone wrong, and she was conflicted about whether to take advantage of his misfortune and give him a needle to send him on his way. As soon as I heard it, I thought, an opportunity. Isn't this a typical scenario of providing timely help? I analyzed with Qianrenxue that since this old man has received kindness, it shows he values loyalty and righteousness, so saving him is definitely more worthwhile than killing him. But we can't be reckless. What if he wakes up and retaliates? So, I decided to shake someone for help. I silently thought, Mom, let me tell you. My mom, Ain, replied in seconds. At that moment, my dad Tang Hao was probably being all lovey-dovey with my mom, getting ready to review the lesson on how the protagonist is born. But he was directly kicked over by my mom to be her bodyguard. I can already imagine the look of a resentful husband on my dad's face. Middle-aged and unable to control his own life. Haha. When my mom replied that my dad was already in position, I finally felt at ease. With my dad, this top-tier combat power, secretly observing, I could directly grab Qianrenxue's hand and said, let's go take a look. As we got closer to that place, the air around us turned cold and reeked. We found a wooden house, and when we looked inside, good heavens, there was a person lying on the ground, with green hair and eyebrows, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. I directly opened the eye of Xieji and took a look. I'm really dizzy, it's not an act. I said to Qianrenxue, wait for me here, I'll go in and take a look. No way. She rejected without even thinking. This is my matter. I can't let you take risks. Oh, this little girl, she is starting to care about me. All right, if we're going together, then we'll go together. I walked in front and told her that if there's danger, she should run first and not worry about me. She didn't say anything, but her expression was clear to those who understood. The closer we got to that house, the thicker the poisonous mist became, and the surrounding air glowed green. I directly summoned my martial soul, destiny, activated the life core, and a vast amount of life energy instantly enveloped us both tightly. Let me tell you, Qianrenxue had actually been slightly poisoned at that time, but she didn't realize it herself. Once I activated the life energy, I conveniently purified her. As we got closer, I was taken aback. A title dog known for poison was actually knocked down by his own poison. This was simply the most absurd thing of 2025. After confirming it was safe, I didn't waste time and directly thrust a life energy into Dugubo's chest to inject him with life energy to save his life. Of course, I held back a bit and didn't fully heal him, just ensured he wouldn't die. This is called gambling, betting that he is a person who knows gratitude and will repay kindness. Did I lose the bet? He, my dad, Tang Hao's hammer, is not to be taken lightly. Once everything was done, we retreated and sat at the entrance waiting. I told her I was tired, and I just tilted my head and leaned on her shoulder to sleep. Hey, after a while, she secretly reached out to touch my face and whispered, what a fool. Good thing I met you. Family, isn't this perfectly controlled? Just then, a refreshing long howl suddenly came from inside the house, shaking off all our drowsiness. Dugubo was awake. Speaking of this, it's somewhat related to me. Half a year ago, my dad had beaten that judo law, and that sissy was angry and went to find Dugubo to vent his anger. Dugubo couldn't win, so to escape, he forcibly absorbed the snake poison from his own poison pellet, which greatly increased his strength and allowed him to escape, but it also left him with a huge after effect. His martial soul had defects. Practicing to the later stages, he would also be poisoned himself. That is how his son died. That is why he cared so much for his granddaughter. This time, when the poison suddenly erupted, he thought he was doomed, but I saved him. After the old man woke up, his gaze was sharp like a knife. But he didn't make a move because he could feel the gentle life energy within him and knew we had saved him. I stood up and called out confidently, Senior, you are awake. He looked us over for a while, and finally his gaze landed on me. Who are you? How did you end up here? I briefly mentioned how I passed by last night, found him poisoned, and saved him just in time. After examining his body, he was shocked. The snake venom in his body was separated by a layer of protective membrane. He couldn't figure it out himself, and I actually did it. He looked at me incredulously and asked, How? How did you do this? I pretended to be nonchalant and said, The martial soul of the younger generation carries a bit of healing effect. It only temporarily suppresses the toxins and hasn't cured them completely. As soon as I said this, the old fox, Dugyabo, had an even colder look in his eyes, and a terrifying pressure directly locked onto the two of us. But I wasn't worried at all. My dad was nearby watching. Then he suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. I've played with poison my whole life. Yet I didn't expect to almost die from my own poison in the end. He regained his composure and looked at me. Kid, you're not here waiting for me to wake up out of concern for my safety, are you? Senior, you have keen insight. I laid my cards on the table. Dugyabo, I want to make a deal with you. Oh, what kind of deal? He became interested. I was thinking, let us first take advantage of the situation. Before we talk about the trade, Senior Dugu, you see, I've put in quite a bit of effort to save you. I hadn't finished speaking when the old man waved his hand and said, That's natural. Dugyabo, will repay any kindness. I have a medicinal garden where you can pick any rare flowers and herbs you want. Additionally, I promise to do 3 things for you that do not go against my will. Huh, is that it? Both Qianren Xue and I were stunned. I had prepared a whole speech to negotiate with him for a cure in exchange for him not interfering with the Tiendo royal family in the future. But he just gave us a super double gift package. What a deal. Dugyabo looked quite pleased at our expressions, acting like a senior expert, with his hands behind his back, saying, There's no rush for the deal. Let me first take you to a place and give you the reward I promised. Thank you. Senior Dugu. Kid, keep up. With that, he suddenly dashed up the mountain. His speed was incredible, covering dozens of meters in a single step, almost like teleportation. Qianren Xue and I quickly followed, barely managing to keep up with him using our physical speed. Soon, we reached the mountain peak. I looked around and was shocked. The mountain was hollow. Before us was a massive inverted conical depression, surrounded by swirling mist, with half being bone-chilling cold and the other half burning hot. Cold spring and hot spring? I couldn't help but exclaim. Dugyabo glanced at me appreciatively. Good kid, your perception is sharp. Indeed, my medicinal garden is right below. It's a place of ice and fire duality. Saying this, he leaped directly into the bottomless depression. Qianren Xue smiled at me, and the wings of the holy light white tiger behind her suddenly spread out. She opened her arms and patted her chest, saying, Hold on tight. Sister will take you down. I seriously suspect that old Deng has no idea how valuable the thing I took is. And I bet that in this broken medicine garden of his, the big grudge holder known as Dolua's backyard, there are definitely good things beyond just the chaotic spring I just took. Does anyone understand? Facing such a huge treasure trove, I'm almost drooling. I deliberately pretended to look skeptical, glancing at him sideways. Really, just take it? Goodness, this old man really fell into the trap. He got anxious right on the spot, puffing his beard and glaring, his green whiskers on his lips trembling. Humph. Dugyabo, a dignified title de law, conceal a deal with just a spit. All right. Seeing his reaction, I felt a bit embarrassed to really take everything from him. I decided not to bully this 78-year-old comrade. I would first take a good look around and then discuss it with him. Just then, I noticed that the atmosphere around Qianren Xue was off. She stood all alone in the corner, watching our happy family of 3, and her eyes were filled with loneliness. Let me tell you, she lost her mother when she was young, and later her father was gone too. How could she not feel envious seeing this scene? She seemed to have switched to silent mode, completely out of place in this lively atmosphere. She murmured softly, I should leave, right? As soon as I heard that, I couldn't take it anymore. Just as she was about to leave, I swiftly moved and wrapped my arms around her slim waist from behind. The familiar scent hit me, and her lonely heart was instantly filled by me. Sister Xue, I'm sorry. She didn't turn around. Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Why are you apologizing to me? I gently leaned my head on her shoulder, feeling her warmth through her soft golden hair, and softly said to her, Everything will be all right. I can feel the girl in my arms starting to tremble slightly, and then her emotions suddenly burst out. She turned around sharply, holding me tightly, as if she wanted to merge me into her body. She whispered in my ear, her voice choked with tears. 5 words. I only have you left. I have to tell you, just these 5 words, my heart is completely under her control. I need to calm down, Sister Xue. We still have important matters to attend to. Now, with the Eye of Ice and Fire, my parents are gone, and the old poison master has gone to the mountain top to isolate himself. leaving just me and Qian Renshua. It's practically our own little world. We cuddled for a while, and our feelings warmed up quite a bit. Qian Renshua, this woman, prioritizes benefits above all. She can even temporarily set aside her grudge against my father to win me over. At the same time, she has an intense desire for affection, whether it's familial or romantic. She is sticking around now, and I'm not rushing her to leave. After all, there are no secrets left to hide from someone I've decided on. All right, let's get to work. I started wandering around the Eye of Ice and Fire, fully in treasure hunting mode. This place is simply a paradise for plants, with all sorts of exotic flowers and herbs that dazzled my eyes. Let me tell you, right by that milky white cold spring, I dug down with my shovel, and guess what I found? The finest treasure among cordyceps, snow silkworms. This thing can greatly replenish energy and blood, nourish the kidneys, and benefit the lungs. It's simply a miraculous medicine. I carefully dug out this treasure, leaving the root intact so it can continue to grow. Sustainability means not overharvesting. Wow, a cinnabar lily. Is this a starry herb? Folks, those rare medicinal herbs outside that are valuable yet hard to find are just like wild grass here. I'm almost getting numb looking at them. For efficiency, I activated my Xieji's eye, the one that allows for perspective vision, to locate the best celestial products based on energy strength. Suddenly, dozens of towering beams of light appeared in my vision, shining many times brighter than other plants. I immediately headed towards the two closest beams of light. These two celestial products were growing right at the center of that dual hot pot. On the white spring side, there was a large white star-shaped flower, with a stamen that looked like ice crystals, and it had no fragrance. On the red spring side, there was a red plant that resembled a cabbage, with red light flowing inside, like blood. As I flipped through the pharmacopoeia in my mind, I stood up immediately. Star anise, ice crystal grass, and fiery apricot blossom. These two substances, when taken alone, are both highly toxic. One is the king of ice poison, and the other is the king of fire poison. But when they grow together, just like this spring water, they create a subtle balance. I'm not foolish enough to jump in directly. I take out my spear of destiny and use it like a shovel. Let me tell you, my martial soul is immune to ice and fire. It's practically negligible. I wielded the long spear and swiftly struck at the root of the octagonal ice grass, slicing it off with a flick. The celestial herb traced a graceful arc and landed steadily in a mini version of a life furnace that I had conjured with my soul power. Are you kidding? Catching it with my hands? That is not a hand. That is a part of me, and I do have to amputate right on the spot. I followed the same method to collect the fiery apricot flower. Looking at the two precious plants, one red and one white, in my little stove, my heart was filled with joy. Holding my treasured stove, I walked around the spring and discovered an energy light column even stronger than the previous two. I eagerly pushed aside the surrounding weeds. A large pale pink flower appeared before my eyes. The stem was long, the flower enormous, with petals as crystal clear as water, emanating a faint, delicate fragrance, not strong, but refreshing, reminiscent of a young girl's scent. I leaned in and took a sniff. The fragrance was still so faint, refreshing and soothing. A name that could shock the entire continent flashed in my mind as my pharmacological knowledge turned another page. Yuxi in Q Lu Xianpin. Let me tell you, this thing is simply the nemesis of all poisons. Just by inhaling its floral fragrance, no matter what kind of messy poison you've been afflicted with, it will cleanse you completely on the spot. Moreover, the range of its floral aroma creates an absolutely non-toxic zone, making it a walking purifier. Without saying a word, I used a special method to pick the flower and directly handed it to Qian Renshua. Sister Shui, take it. She looked confused and asked me what it was. I explained to her that it's called the Yuxiang Chilua celestial product, specifically designed to counteract toxins. This cursed place has a lot of poisonous substances, so I'm at ease with you holding it. What about you? Goodness, she still refused to take it. I couldn't help but laugh. Did you forget? Your brother is immune to all poisons. Seeing her still hesitating, I directly shoved the flower into her hand. Only by having it in your hands can I feel at ease to go, oh no, to gather other treasures. It was then that Qian Renshua accepted it, feeling incredibly warm inside. Although she didn't understand medicine, just by looking at my treasure and hearing the name of this celestial product, she knew it was definitely of an incredible level. I sent it to her without any hesitation, completely shattering the last bit of defenses in her heart. I swept through 7 or 8 types of celestial products, and it felt incredible, no matter if it was a tonic or a poison. I didn't let a single one slip by. I was even complaining to myself. saying that the senior Dugabo was really sitting on a gold mine while begging for food. If he had just casually consumed one or two, he wouldn't have been tormented by his own poison for so many years. Then I reached the last one, which was also the most explosive energy source in the entire herb garden. It was a white flower the size of a palm, resembling a peony, but instead of soil. It was connected to a pitch-black stone at the root. There were also a few streaks of blood red on the petals, looking quite ominous. I hurriedly recalled the knowledge Yang Wudi had taught me. Born for love, perish for love. The king of flowers. Love breaks the heart. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Isn't this the legendary love-stricken red that only exists in books? The books say that eating it can allow you to ascend on the spot, increasing your soul power by at least 10 levels, and even undergo a complete transformation. It's simply against the heavens. But the requirements for picking it are ridiculously strict. You must think of your one true love, drop a drop of your heart's blood, and if you have even a hint of indecision, you'll immediately spit out blood and die. I couldn't help but smile wryly at that moment. Who can understand my family? My restless heart is home to several people. Isn't this just the exclusive skin of the pure love battle god? As a master of time management, how could I have the right to take it? I originally wanted to give it to Sister Shui, but my heart was just not willing, so in the end, I secretly pocketed it. After gathering herbs, the next step is to refine. The immortal grade healing potion can be taken directly, but the poison is different. Even a little contact could send you to meet the king of hell. Besides the ice-fire dual element, Ba, Jiao, Xin Bing Chao, and the fierce fire Xing Jiao Shu, there's also a highly toxic immortal grade herb called blood-colored swan kiss. This thing itself isn't poisonous, but it can amplify any toxin in your body by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. When I was gathering, I stayed at least 8 yards away from the deadly poison, afraid that a moment of carelessness would send me away. I threw the star anise, ice grass, and the fiery apricot blossom into my personal furnace, lit the fire, and started refining. Let me tell you, using celestial gray herbs for alchemy is like a young girl getting on the sedan chair for the first time. My heart was racing with anxiety. At first, everything was going well, and the 2 celestial herbs slowly turned into liquid medicine. But the moment those 2 liquids met, wow, the furnace erupted like a feast. The clash of ice and fire was explosive, and my furnace was almost overwhelmed. Inside, it was a chaotic battle of red and white, like a world war. With neither side willing to back down, both wanted to be the boss. I was sweating profusely at the time, and quickly thought of a solution. I grabbed a thing called the primordial immortal herb and threw it in. This thing has properties similar to chaos, and is specifically meant to harmonize such volatile energy. Sure enough, as soon as it went in, those 2 ancestors instantly calmed down and obediently began to merge. Half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted out. It was done. I didn't dare to rush to open the lid, and carefully nourished it for a while, afraid of ruining everything. Finally, I opened the furnace lid, and 2 pills flew directly into my hands. I pinched a pill and held it up to the light. It was crystal clear, with red and white colors swirling inside like a Taiji diagram. The luster and quality clearly indicated it was not an ordinary item. The toxicity must have been completely neutralized. But I couldn't even estimate how terrifying the energy from these 3 celestial products fused together would be. This is not just 1 + 1 = 2. It's a geometric explosion. Just right, I won't refine it for now. I'll enjoy the benefits first. I took these 2 pills. Of course, I want to find my snow sister to share them. When Qian Rinxue saw me busy for a long time and was the first to come to her, she felt sweet inside. I handed her the pill and said, "Sister Shui, I have a good thing for you." She took it in her hand and played with it, asking what it was for. I explained to her that this thing was refined from 3 celestial products, and I couldn't even estimate how strong the medicinal power was. To give her a concept, I took out a chrysanthemum flower to show her, saying, "Look at this flower, the heavenly chrysanthemum. The martial soul of the chrysanthemum dua from the spirit hall is this thing." Now she understood. The quality of the celestial product is roughly equivalent to a 95th level title Dolua. A pill refined from 3 celestial products is simply invaluable. She looked at the pill in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then handed it back to me, saying, "It's too precious. I can't accept it. I'm telling you, I really can't handle this." She's even started giving me lectures, saying that in our relationship, it can't always be me making one-sided efforts, that love is a 2-way street. And she's feeling a lot of pressure. Who understands, right? It just made me go silent. So I decided to be bold and lay everything out. I looked in her eyes and forced a smile, saying, "Shuejia, actually, I'm not a good person. In terms of relationships, I'm just a terrible person. I clearly have a girlfriend, yet I can't seem to cut ties with you. To be honest, I've also had feelings for your sister. If you ask me to choose now, I can't let go of either of you. I'm just that selfish. The reason I'm good to you both is actually to make myself feel better, because I owe you both. You've been understanding of my infatuation and have tolerated me. So I inherently owe you. I poured out all my thoughts and felt completely relaxed. After listening, Sister Shui silently retracted her hand, gripping the elixir tightly, looking at me as if I were a foolish younger brother who had made a mistake and refused to repent. Finally, she sighed, thinking to herself, what a fool. Seeing her accept the elixir, I felt relieved and quickly urged her, Sister Shui, hurry and take it. The environment here can enhance its effects. She nodded and directly threw the elixir in her mouth. I swallowed mine as well. As soon as the elixir entered our stomachs, wow, we both immediately sat cross-legged. That overwhelming energy exploded in my body like a nuclear reactor. The power of ice and fire was crazily transforming our bodies, bones, meridians, and organs, all undergoing a baptism of ice and fire. But that wasn't the best part. The most incredible thing was that the elixir created a high-speed, rotating energy vortex in the position of our hearts using the ice and fire energy. Soul Core. This thing was equivalent to giving us an extra engine, doubling our cultivation speed and soul power, bringing us double the joy. In this age, no one else could do this. We were already winning at the starting line. Once the Soul Core was formed, the remaining medicinal power transformed into the purest soul power, rapidly boosting our levels. Sister Shui just reached level 60 and instantly broke through to 61, 62, 63. She kept climbing until she stopped at level 64. Wow. One elixir saved her several years of hard cultivation. I was also impressive, jumping straight from level 50 to 54. This was insane. I was even scared myself. However, let me tell you, the aftereffects of this ice-fire alchemical body were coming. I felt a heat all over, an evil fire surging straight to the crown of my head. When I opened my eyes, I saw Sister Shui's face was flushed, her gaze dazed. At that moment, the atmosphere was like thunder striking fire. Just looking at each other was electrifying. She breathed heavily and whispered, someone will come here. I said breathlessly, I have a way. I directly enlarged my furnace and pulled us both inside. From the outside, nothing could be seen, but from the inside, everything outside was crystal clear. Family. I can only say that in these 3 days, we successfully turned this ice and fire duality into our exclusive live streaming room. That thrill made Sister Shui fall in love with it. 3 days later, we flew out of the mountain valley, feeling refreshed, and at a glance, we spotted Dugu Bo sitting at the mountain peak. His green hair was too conspicuous. I greeted him with a smile. Senior. The old poison master glanced at us with annoyance. You little brat, you stayed in there for 3 days. I don't know what kind of mess you've made of my medicinal garden. I chuckled and said, Senior, your medicinal garden really has great treasures. I've gained quite a bit. I even took the initiative to tell him that I used the herbs from it to refine a pill that can cure snake venom. Dugu Bo immediately jumped up from the ground. His previous demeanor of a wise master completely vanished. I took out a pill and then presented 2 celestial plants, the 8-petal fairy orchid and the Chihuahua tulip, explaining their effects and usage one by one. Dugu Bo was so stunned that he couldn't speak for a long time. The way he looked at me was like he was seeing the foolish son of a landlord, thinking I was too naive for revealing treasures instead of keeping them to myself. He decided to teach me a lesson, suddenly darkening his face and saying with a murderous intent, Kid, hand over all the herbs you pick from my medicine garden, or else. That chilling, killing intent instantly locked onto me. But was I scared? Not all. The next second, a pressure 100 times stronger than has descended from the sky, nearly forcing the old poison master to his knees. He was stunned on the spot, knowing who had made the move. He, my father Tang Hao, had long been in the atmosphere, anticipating this kind of trick. The old poison master quickly retracted his killing intent, and the pressure disappeared. Seeing my calm demeanor, he realized I had come prepared and was playing mind games with him. He sighed and said, All right, kid, I originally wanted to teach you a lesson, but unexpectedly, you've taught me a lesson instead. We had a good talk, and he asked me if I could help his granddaughter, Dugu Yin, with a poison issue. How could I refuse such a favor offered to me? I agreed on the spot. The old man was so happy that he told me not to call him senior anymore, but to call him Grandpa Dugu. I immediately changed my words. All right, Grandpa Dugu. I tell you, when this old man heard me call him Grandpa, he was so happy that he couldn't help but laugh. His expression completely out of control, just like that meme of Elbu, with his eyes closed. I couldn't hold it in either and quickly reminded him to compose himself. His old face turned red, and he hurried us along. I pulled Qianren and quickly slipped away. When we reached the edge of the sunset forest, we had to part ways. Sister Shui started to feel emo again, unwilling to go back and continue being that Prince Shueqinghe. I squeezed her little hand and comforted her, saying, Sister Shui, I'll come to see you often after returning to the city. Her eyes lit up, but she immediately put on a cool facade and said, Who wants you to come see me often? First deal with your two sisters. I understand her so well that I playfully follow her lead and say, I can't live without Sister Shui. I'll be sad if I can't see you for a few days. After hearing this, she felt overjoyed, but pretended to be reluctant and said, I really have no way to deal with you. Before leaving, we shared a moment of flirtation. This big sister is truly captivating. After bidding farewell to Sister Shui, I headed home. I knocked on the door, and a light, cheerful sound of footsteps approached. It was my younger sister, Zhu Zhuqing, who opened the door. She was wearing a black home dress, and when she saw me, the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide. Brother-in-law, you're back. I walked into the courtyard and asked her, Zhuqing, where's your sister? She went out to buy something. For some reason, I sensed a hint of disappointment in her tone. My heart sank a little. It seemed that I wasn't the only one with other thoughts. Ever since the misunderstanding that morning, we hadn't really talked alone. Now, it was just the two of us in the courtyard, and the way she looked at me. Oh, the feeling of being both happy and a bit guilty. Who can understand this, my family? The BGM of this chaotic scene has already started playing in my mind. I'm telling you, that little girl, Zhu Zhuqing, definitely has inappropriate thoughts. The way she looks at me, with a mix of shyness and anticipation, is just too obvious. Ever since the misunderstanding last time, this girl has been like possessed, secretly observing me and her sister every day, her mind filled with all sorts of forbidden literature, like the thrill of having a crush on her brother-in-law, making her sink deeper and deeper. I don't want to keep things unclear anymore, so I'll get straight to the point. I asked her, Zhuqing, how's your cultivation going recently? As soon as she heard me talking to her, her eyes lit up like a little cat that had just been stroked, and she excitedly told me, Brother-in-law, I've reached level 30. I praised her by saying she was amazing, and then directly revealed my trump card. I took out a rare medicinal herb from my storage soul guide called Water Narcissus Jade Skinbone. It was crystal clear, clearly not an ordinary item. I said, Here, this is a gift I brought back for you. She was stunned at that moment and quietly asked me, Rare item? It must be very precious. Her little expression showed she wanted to accept it, but was hesitant to do so. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I told her that during times like this, one has to say something flirtatious. I looked into her eyes and said, word by word, no matter how precious the herbs are, they can't compare to the relationship between us. Wow, that line left her speechless. Her face instantly flushed, and her heart probably felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. She bit her lip and asked me in a tiny, almost mosquito-like voice, What is our relationship? After asking, she immediately regretted it, her expression resembling that of a child who had done something wrong, fearing that I would get angry and that I would draw a line between us in the future. What am I even angry about? My heart is almost melting. I reached out and touched her smooth black hair, saying, Silly, our relationship is just like you imagine it to be. Like I imagine it to be? She was taken aback at first. Then it seemed like her whole mind just crashed, probably filled with thunder and lightning. I had already seen through her little secret crush on her brother-in-law. I looked at her eyes filled with surprise, joy, and disbelief. I directly confessed, That's right, Zhuqing. I know what you're thinking. I like you too. Boom. In an instant, her eyes sparkled like two black crystals, shining brightly. I took advantage of the moment and continued. Because of your sister, I originally wanted to avoid this relationship. But later I realized that if I let go today, you will be in another man's arms in the future, and I can't bear that. I don't want to regret it when I see you wearing a wedding dress for someone else. This may sound a bit selfish, but who understands family matters? When dealing with girls like her, one has to be this domineering. Sure enough, after hearing this, she was almost in tears, feeling that this was the most beautiful confession in the world. Her only concern was her sister, but what about my sister? I will talk to her about that. I took on all the issues directly. She looked down at the dessert in her hands, then looked up at me, and then she did something I never expected. She suddenly gathered her courage, stood on her tiptoes, and quickly kissed me on the lips, then immediately pulled away. After the kiss, she couldn't handle it. Her face was so red it seemed like it could bleed, her head almost buried in her chest, mumbling, No, don't look at me like that. I looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but pinch her little face, which felt icy and nice to the touch. She became even more shy from my teasing, dropped on going back to my room first, and ran away as if she were escaping. I called out to her back, reminding her to stay calm and collected while absorbing the herbs. Just then, after sending off a sneaky little cat, the main character returned. I had just finished my shower when I saw Zhu Zhuyun, my official girlfriend, and her sister. After not seeing each other for so many days, she immediately pounced on me like a swallow returning to its nest. Xiaoyin, I missed you so much. I held her close, saying I missed her too, but for the first time, I felt a bit guilty inside. After all, I had just gone with her sister. She snuggled into my arms and said, "Shall we go back to the room?" How could I refuse? I picked her up and went straight into the room. Soon, indescribable sounds filled the room. What I never expected was that Zhu Zhuqing in the next room hadn't gone to absorb that so-called fairy herb at all. She buried herself under the blankets, her mind filled with thoughts about confessing to me earlier, her face flushed and heart racing, until she heard the noises from our side. Her guilt about digging a wall had long been washed away by curiosity. She actually tiptoed to the door, pressed her ear against it to eavesdrop. Hearing me take her sister into the room, her little thoughts resurfaced, and she even peered through a crack in the door to take a look. She mumbled to herself, "I'll just take a look, just one glance. It's not the first time." Wow, so this is on-site practical teaching, huh? After we were done, I held Zhu Zhuyun, and it was time to give her a reward. I took out a fairy herb from my storage soul guide, a light purple chrysanthemum called Qirong Tantianju, and told her that this could help her cultivate an indestructible body. While we were chatting, I suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, through the door crack, a pair of big, bright eyes. It was Zhu Zhuqing. She was still watching. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, pretending I didn't see anything and continuing to talk to her sister. The instant Zhu Zhuqing and I made eye contact, I could guess her heart probably stopped for a moment. She was so startled that she quickly closed the door and slipped back to her room. Zhu Zhuyun had complete trust in me. When I suggested she absorb the fairy herb, she didn't hesitate, threw on a sheer robe, and sat cross-legged on the bed to start practicing. Seeing that she had entered the right state, I quietly put on my clothes and slipped out of the room. Where was I going? Of course, to settle the score with that peeping little black cat. I walked to Zhu Zhuqing's door, gently twisted the knob, and found that the door was surprisingly unlocked. I pushed the door open and saw her wrapped up like a silkworm baby, pretending to be asleep on the bed. Can I trust her? I walked directly to the bedside, leaned down, and pressed my forehead against hers, saying in the most ambiguous tone, "Because I want to be with you." She suddenly woke up, her whole body jolting, unable to keep up the act. She panicked and begged in a low voice, "Sis, brother-in-law, please, sister will see us." I laughed and directly picked her up along with the blanket from the bed and placed her on my lap, saying, "Don't worry, your sister is practicing and can't hear us." Only then did she feel a little more at ease and rested her little head on my chest. After a long time, she quietly asked, "Brother-in-law, are we going to hold each other like this forever?" I looked down at her, smiling wickedly. Of course not. Let me check what our Zhuqing has just learned. The next morning, the iconic scene happened. The three of us were having breakfast together, and Zhu Zhuqing had just taken a sip of milk, when suddenly, she sprayed it all out with a puff. Zhu Zhuyun was startled and quickly patted her back, asking what happened. Zhu Zhuqing coughed, her face turning red, and stammered, "No, it's nothing. I just choked because I drank too fast." I sat to the side, raised my cup to drink water, trying to hide the corners of my mouth that were crazily curling up. My heart was as clear as a mirror. This girl must have recalled some unhealthy milk scenes from last night, aiming for an instant breakdown. At that moment, Zhu Zhuyun excitedly told me that she had not only leveled up 4 times to level 50, but her martial soul had also mutated. She immediately summoned her martial soul for us to see. The original ghostly spirit cat had gained many golden stripes, exuding an impressive aura that rivaled top-tier martial souls. In her excitement, she didn't care that her sister was present and gave my face a kiss. I was holding my excited sister in my arms, but out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of my younger sister beside us. Zhu Zhuqing was also looking at me, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Then, things got even more exciting. While I was holding Zhu Zhuyun, this little cat Zhu Zhuqing, who was being sneaky, was bold enough to secretly reach out her small hand under the table and accurately grasp my other idle hand. I have to tell you, in that moment, I was completely stunned, with my left hand holding my sister affectionately and my right hand holding my younger sister's hand under the table. The thrill of sneaking around right in front of the main person. Ugh, it was just incredible. The only one who might be hurt is probably Zhu Zhuyun, who was kept in the dark. After being all lovey-dovey, the two sisters went to find my cheap old dad, Tang Hao, to prepare for hunting soul rings. I also had something important to do. I promised Dugibo that I would go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to treat his granddaughter, Dugwian. I set off directly and arrived outside the Heavendo City. That Royal Academy, wow, what a magnificent sight. Built against the mountains, it was resplendent and extravagant, like a gathering place for tycoons. A teacher at the entrance stopped me and asked if I had any identification. It was then that I remembered I forgot to ask Dugibo for a token. However, it wasn't a big deal. I quickly thought of something and took out the prince's token that Qian Renshue had given me from my pocket. With a serious face, I said to the teacher, "I am here on the orders of His Highness the Prince for a secret inspection. Please keep it discreet." When the teacher saw the token, his legs went weak, and he immediately saluted and let me pass. His respectful attitude made me laugh. Once inside the academy, I casually asked a female teacher who looked approachable for directions, inquiring about Duguian's whereabouts. Upon hearing my question, the teacher informed me that their battle team was training at the training ground and reminded me that their team leader, Qin Ming, had a bad temper and didn't like to be disturbed. I thanked him and then reached the training base. Pushing open the door, I heard the sound of fighting inside. In a huge, fully enclosed training ground, two groups of people were engaged in a 3-on-3 match. On the sidelines stood a middle-aged male teacher, who should be Qin Ming, and next to him was a young woman dressed in a black dress and wearing a veil. I glanced over and sensed a very familiar life force coming from the woman in the black dress. I was intrigued. Could she be a healing soul master? Moreover, her strength was more intense than anyone I'd seen before. It seemed that she noticed my gaze and looked over at me from a distance. The match on the stage had reached a heated stage. On one side was Duguian accompanied by two others, surrounded by a green toxic mist. On the other side was their captain, Yu Tianheng, enveloped in blue-purple lightning. The six of them were fighting fiercely, showing no mercy just because they were teammates. When they were nearly exhausted, Qin Ming from the audience finally called for a stop. The six of them retracted their martial souls and started to tease each other. Duguian was even flirting playfully with her boyfriend, Yu Tianheng. Qin Ming ignored them and directly said to the woman in the black veil, "Lingling, you heal them first." The woman named Yi Lingling nodded, her voice as cold as ice, and without saying much, she summoned her martial soul. It was a pink begonia flower, incredibly beautiful. Then I heard the story about her. Wow, this martial soul is called 9 Hearts Begonia, and it's truly impressive, said to be able to fully heal the entire team as long as one teammate is still alive. However, there's a huge curse. There can only be 2 possessors of 9 Hearts Begonia on the entire continent at the same time. The birth of a new one means the death of an old one. On the day Yi Lingling awakened her martial soul, her mother passed away. But when her martial soul appeared, it was like a radiant holy light. Pink petals filled the air, falling down on those who had just been knocked down, and their wounds visibly healed, like a moving spring of water. My buddy Tang Yin was watching nearby and recognized it immediately. 9 Hearts Begonia? No wonder. I tell you, this martial soul is referred to as a miracle among martial souls in the book, so you can imagine how impressive it is. Just then, a teacher named Qin Ming came over, looking serious as he questioned my brother. "Excuse me, who are you? What are you doing here?" My brother, being quick-witted, saw the situation and quickly changed his approach. "Teacher, I'm looking for Duguian. It's her grandfather, the Poison Delaw, who sent me." As soon as he heard the words Poison Delaw, the teacher's face instantly transformed from an iceberg to a radiator, his attitude doing a complete 180. My brother was overjoyed. Having a title like Doluo is really effective, like a VIP pass. "Follow me," Qin Ming said as he led him inside. In just a few sentences, the team members had fully revived, all looking at my brother curiously as if nothing had happened. Qin Ming directly addressed the green-haired girl, "Duguian, Duguian, this young man is here to see you." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became a bit subtle, especially the guy next to her, named Yu Tianheng, who was probably Duguian's boyfriend, was scanning my brother and Duguian back and forth with his eyes like a radar. My brother is straightforward and looked at Duguian and said, "You must be the granddaughter of Senior Dugu, right?" Of course, it's obvious. There are only 2 women present. The other one is Yi Lingling, and this one is exuding a toxic aura all over like a walking poison bomb. How could he be mistaken? As a result, Duguian looked confused and said, "Looking for me? I haven't seen my grandfather for a long time." Damn, the air suddenly became tense. Does anyone understand the situation? It's like when you brag about knowing some big shot, and then they ask you right in front, "Who are you?" My brother was also awkward. Seems like we arrived too early. That old toxic person is probably still at home concocting potions. Duguian's face instantly turned cold. "So, you can't prove your identity now?" My brother sighed and said, "It seems like a scholar has met a soldier. It's hard to explain the reasoning." He directly said something offensive, and the next second, I tell you, I was dumbfounded by his actions. He suddenly pulled out a big gun, and without saying a word, stabbed it right into Dougie Yan's chest. Damn! Everyone in the place was stunned. Even the sole emperor teacher Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment. By the time he reacted and tried to intervene, it was already too late. Yu Qianheng was even more anxious, seeing his girlfriend about to be stabbed. His dragon claws were already out. At this critical moment, the usually quiet Yi Lingling suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." But my brother didn't stop at all. The gun pierced into Dougie Yan's chest, but strangely, not a single drop of blood was shed. Qin Ming and Yu Qianheng were both furious and ready to kill. But then Yi Lingling added, "He's healing, Sister Yan." Everyone was dumbfounded. How can you call stabbing someone with a long gun healing? Your medical viewpoint is a bit ahead of its time. Yi Lingling quickly explained, "I can feel that he has healing energy stronger than mine." At this moment, my brother also spoke up, his tone much calmer. "Senior Dugu is healing. He can't come. I'm just here to help his granddaughter detoxify, fulfilling a promise." Meanwhile, Dougie Yan, who was being stabbed, couldn't say a word. As soon as the gun went in, a torrent of life energy washed over her body, and the sensation was so pleasurable that she nearly cried out. The toxins in her body were being frantically purified. The green on her nails faded, and her eyes returned from green to normal purple. When the detoxification was almost complete, my brother swiftly pulled the gun out. Dougie Yan's body went limp and directly fell into Yu Tianheng's arms. Family, who understands? After being stabbed by such a large, life-filled object, when it was pulled out, she felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and loneliness. She felt like she could never go back. Ha ha ha. My brother didn't care about any of this. After finishing the matter, he hugged his fists and said a few polite words. "Everyone, I apologize for any offense earlier. I wish you all good results in the Soul Master competition. Farewell." After saying that, he turned and left, looking quite dashing. In his eyes, this royal team, without even a soul zone, was just a bunch of small fry. Not worth forming a deep connection with. Wait, a cold voice came from behind. "What is your name?" My brother turned around and smiled. "My name is Tang Yin. See you next time." As he walked away, Teacher Qin Ming looked at his back, his face darkened. He really didn't react in time. This guy's speed was outrageous. He took a deep breath and shouted at his dazed team members, "What are you still standing there for? Do you see the difference? He's much younger than you. Everyone, gather up. 7-person combat training. I will personally accompany you to practice." Good grief, since he couldn't beat my brother, he was taking it out on his own students. Qin Ming directly stepped onto the stage, and as 6 soul rings lit up, his imposing aura scared the team members so much that their legs went weak. Meanwhile, my brother, feeling light after finishing his business, was just strolling around when he ran into a few clueless ones. 5 or 6 noble youngsters in school uniforms, reeking of alcohol and perfume, walked with a swaying gait, clearly a gang of debauched young masters drained by indulgence. The one at the front, with a defiant look, blocked my brother's way. "Which academy are you from? How dare you come to our Tiendo Royal Academy to cause trouble?" My brother couldn't be bothered to look at him, and simply swatted his hand away, continuing to walk forward. The young man got angry. "Hey, what a tough guy. Get him, break his legs." My brother is speechless. How dare these strongest level 30 Karamis provoke him? When he turns around and takes a look, oh, isn't this the big spender who competed with him for Catwoman at the auction house? The 4th prince of Tiendo, Xueping. Let me tell you a secret. In the original story, this guy pretends to be an underdog, but in reality, he has done plenty of bad things. He even has a rather unusual relationship with his uncle, Prince Xueshing. I've heard they've engaged in group activities together. Oh my, entertainment circle is truly chaotic. As his few lackeys were about to rush over, my brother couldn't be bothered to fight. He swiftly moved through the crowd and suddenly appeared right in front of Xuebong's face. The lackeys were so scared that they scattered like birds and beasts, leaving their leader all alone. One of the fearless ones shouted from a distance, "Don't do anything reckless. This is His Highness, the 4th prince." Xuebong was so frightened that his legs trembled, and he couldn't speak properly. "Why you? Don't do anything reckless." But who is my brother? He stared into Xuebong's eyes for a long time, and in that extreme fear, he caught a glimpse of a calmness that didn't belong to a spoiled rich kid. Wow, what a great actor. This guy's been acting all along. After discovering the secret, my brother didn't expose him and just turned around and left. Xuebong collapsed on the spot. The pressure he felt was no different from having a lion's paw on his neck. My brother walked while pondering, thinking this was a great discovery, and he had to quickly tell his snow sister. Before long, he arrived at the prince's residence. As soon as he entered the study, he saw Qian Renshua, dressed in men's clothing, sitting sideways on his lap, her head resting on his shoulder, her face flushed, clearly indicating that they hadn't been up to anything good just moments before. Qian Rinchue's voice was both husky and commanding, making one feel weak in the bones. Xiao Yin, it's only been less than a day, and you've come to find your sister again? My brother has a sweet tongue. Of course, I'm thinking about it every moment. Oomph. Save your sweet talk for your little sister-in-law. Qian Rinchue said this, but in her heart, she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. After the flirtation, my brother brought up the matter of the avalanche being the best actor. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue frowned. I have suspected him too, but I never had any evidence. Since you say so, I believe it now. My brother directly helped her analyze. Killing him now would only cause trouble. It's better to let him continue playing his role. Once our plan succeeds, we can eliminate the entire bloodline of the Heavenly Dou royal family, cutting the roots. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue felt a bit guilty. After all, the little princess, Shui, who always called her big brother, was quite cute. She quickly changed the subject. All right, no more of this. You've helped your sister a lot this time. What reward do you want? Saying this, she changed her position and directly sat on my brother's lap. As for what happened next, my brother made a request, and Sister Shui rolled her eyes at him, but still complied. In the large study, only the sound of sucking on lollipops could be heard. In the past few days, my brother had been staying at the prince's residence every night, and rumors spread like wildfire outside, saying that Prince Shui Qinghe was infatuated with a young man and spent every day having deep conversations with a pretty boy in the study. When his father, the Emperor Shui, heard this, he was first stunned. Then, after checking my brother's background, son of the Haotian Law, his attitude changed immediately. He called his son over and said earnestly, Qinghe, your father respects your choice, but you are the prince after all. You still need to find a woman to have a child and inherit the throne. Qian Rinchue came back dazed, and after discussing with Tang Yin, both felt it was time to find a princess to act as a shield for the prince. Qian Rinchue said, I have a candidate. The one from Nine Hearts Sea Pearl. Yilingling is pretty good, her status is sufficient, and she can be easily controlled. My brother shook his head and proposed a bolder move. What do you think about Duguyen, the granddaughter of Poison Doloa? Duguyen? Qian Rinchue was taken aback. Isn't she in a relationship with Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? That's exactly why we need to snatch her away. My brother's eyes turned cold as he said, marrying her would not only sever the connection between Dugabo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, but also put his granddaughter in our hands. That old poisoner wouldn't dare to play tricks then. But that's not all. What my brother said next left Qian Rinchue stunned. He looked at her and said word by word, my plan is not just to deal with one sect, but all the sects on the continent, including the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. He wants to unify the entire continent and have an absolutely just and selfless God oversee everything. Qian Rinchue's heart sank. She knew that the God my brother referred to was himself, a God willing to abandon all emotions. She remained silent for a long time before finally looking up and staring intently at Tang Yin. I can agree to help you betray the Spirit Hall, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Qian Rinchue said with a choked voice. You're all I have left. That selfless God absolutely cannot be you. She was scared that the future Tang Yin would become a stranger who didn't recognize her. She forced my brother to swear by the name of the Spirit. I swear by the name of the Spirit that I will never forget Qian Rinchue in this life. If I betray her, may my soul perish. My brother looked at her and solemnly made the vow. Only then did Qian Rinchue's emotions calm down a bit, and she kissed him again. After they had been entangled for a while, my brother asked, Sister Shui, who will the crown princess choose in the end? Qian Rinchue panted and said irritably, just pick whoever you like. Now shut your mouth. Just as they were tangled over the choice of the crown princess. On the other side, Prince Shui Xing found his still sulking nephew Shui Beng and excitedly said, Beng, your opportunity has come. Your older brother likes men. And, at over 20, he doesn't even want a crown princess. Hurry up and have a child so your father can see who the qualified heir is. This immense wealth is finally about to be yours. After hearing this, Shui Beng no longer had any trace of a playboy. All that remained was a cold calmness and determination. Uncle, don't worry, I will live well. But guess what? Just as Shui Beng was setting up his flag, over at the Spirit Hall, those old-timers had already started causing trouble. That old fellow Salas was busy writing a report to the Pope. What was he writing about? Suspected appearance of the Haotian Law, his son having too close a relationship with the Tiando Crown Prince. Suspected of having a close relationship. Good heavens, what imagination! He should be writing novels instead. However, These petty matters wouldn't affect others for now. Let me tell you, on the other side, Dugabo was simply over the moon. Ha ha ha. That laughter seemed to shake the birds down from the entire sunset forest. The frustration of being pressed down by the chrysanthemum pass was all gone. He was thinking one thing. You chrysanthemum pass, next time we meet, if I don't beat the crap out of you, it's not worth it. You wouldn't believe how good he felt right now. His hair was starting to turn from white to black, and the snake smell all over him had disappeared, replaced by a faint floral fragrance. The pills that Tang Yin gave him were simply miraculous. Not only did they defuse the ticking time bomb inside him, but they also allowed his green scale snake poison to merge with the celestial product, doubling its power. In the past, his poison was nothing in front of BB Dong. But now, he felt that he was truly leading the poison world. His soul power was also surging up, directly reaching level 90. Let me tell you, after becoming a tidal daw, leveling up is harder than ascending to the heavens. But this time, he just took off in place. Something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. The old man stretched his muscles and bones, and there was a series of satisfying cracks. It felt so good. He was thinking that Tang Yin's favor was becoming greater and greater. No more thinking about it. Let us see what kind of celestial herb that kid left behind. He took out the 8-petaled celestial orchid, thinking that this thing had mild medicinal properties and was just right for his precious granddaughter, Yin Yin, to replenish her body. As for Yin Yin's boyfriend, Yu Tianheng, forget it. They've only been dating for a few days, and he wants to take my treasure that's comparable to 100,000-year spirit bone for free. Why should I give it to him? Based on his zombie face, or his blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, old dragon zombie face. Thinking of his granddaughter, Dugabo suddenly felt a jolt. Oh no, a whole week had passed, and he was so busy enjoying himself that he forgot to tell Yin Yin in advance. That kid Tang Yin didn't have any token on him. What if there was some misunderstanding? He hurriedly dashed to the Tiendo Royal Academy. Those 3 old fossils at the academy? In his eyes, they were nothing. He completely ignored them, with a sweep of his divine sense. He instantly locked onto his granddaughter's position. At that moment, in the rest area of the Tiendo Royal Battle Team, Teacher Qin Ming was holding a meeting with the team members, preparing for the upcoming competition in Swoto City. He first praised them, making the young ones proud. But then he turned the conversation and was about to use Tang Yin as a negative example to chastise them. However, don't get too proud too soon just recently. Before he could finish, the door creaked open, and Dugabo walked in as if he were strolling through his own back garden. When Yin, who was next to Yu Tianheng, saw him, her eyes lit up. Grandpa, she screamed and rushed over, her affectionate demeanor showing no trace of the cold and aloof poison girl. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming quickly stood up and bowed. Junior Qin Ming pays respects to Senior Poison Doloa. The other team members also stood up. Dugabo waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal, but his gaze lingered on Yu Tianheng for a few seconds longer. Let me tell you, he was calculating in his heart, directly comparing Yu Tianheng with Tang Yin. Looks, Tang Yin crushes him. Talent? Even more so, he was pressed down. Emotional intelligence? Good heavens. He came right up and called me Grandpa. Who are you familiar with? The more he compared, the angrier he got. This candidate for his granddaughter's husband was miles away. He couldn't be bothered to look at Yu Tianheng anymore and directly pulled Yin out of the rest area. Grandpa, where have you been these days? You didn't come to see me. Yin cuddled his arm and started to act spoiled, her tone filled with grievance. Dugubo's heart melted at her coaxing, and he smiled. Grandpa met an interesting person. Who? Yin immediately thought of the white-haired boy who helped her detoxify. His name is Tang Yin. All right, has that white-haired kid come to find you these days? Dugubo was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I'm getting old and forgetful. Only then did he notice that the familiar toxic aura on his granddaughter had completely vanished. It seemed that Tang Yin had already come by. What? Didn't anything happen between you two? The old man's eyes sparkled with gossip, hoping for some sparks to fly between the two. But Yin pouted. Something did happen, but it wasn't a good thing. Then she recounted how she had mistakenly thought Tang Yin was a rogue. After hearing this, Dugubo sighed deeply. It was his fault for forgetting to give her a token. Forget about that. He quickly changed the subject and mysteriously said, Yin Yin, Grandpa brought you a good thing that can transform you. A spirit bone. Yin's eyes lit up. Not a spirit bone, but far better than a spirit bone. Dugubo proudly took out a jade box. When Yin opened it, a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance rushed out, revealing a crystal-clear orchid lying inside. She was a bit confused. Grandpa, what is this? This is called the 8-petal immortal orchid. Bo began to recite the instructions from Tang Yin. You just need to consume it directly. It can help you level up to level 40 and become a soul sect. Yin was stunned, and her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at her grandfather. Bo was so proud that his mustache almost curled up. However, Yin's words left him speechless. But Grandpa, didn't you say you don't recognize the herbs in your garden? Cough, cough. Bo's old face turned red, and he quickly changed the subject. You should absorb it quickly. The sooner, the better. Yin was very intelligent and understood everything. She realized that the one who told her grandfather about this must be that interesting person named Tang Yin. Before this, Tang Yin was also busy. He went to deliver the celestial herb to his teacher, Yang Wudi. It was a black jade divine bamboo. Although it didn't add soul power, it could greatly enhance the martial soul itself, which was simply tailor-made for Yang Wudi's broken soul spear. At first, Yang Wudi refused to accept it, saying, Xiao Yin, you need it more than I do. But in the end, he was persuaded by Tang Yin to accept it. 2 days later, Yin returned to the team looking radiant. Wow, her soul power had soared directly to level 40. And a pair of small dragon horns had even grown on the head of her martial soul, the blue-scaled serpent. It seemed like she was on the way to transforming into a dragon. Bo was so happy that he almost jumped up, feeling even more grateful to Tang Yin. The team members were all astonished to see her. Osro exclaimed, Sister Yin, it's like you've become a different person after just 2 days. Yu Qianheng chimed in. Maybe our Yinzi has just become more beautiful. Qin Ming saw everyone was ready and waved his hand. Let us go. Our target is Soto City. At that moment, the Sanwa team, still practicing hard in the Soto City Great Soul Arena, had no idea that a crisis was rapidly approaching them. A few days later, in the Soto City Great Soul Arena, the Tiendo Royal team was dominating, easily defeating the Silver Soul teams, which had no chance to fight back. And they were starting to get a bit carried away. In the lounge, Yin was lounging back in her chair with her legs crossed, feeling very relaxed. Without the burden of snake venom, she felt incredibly strong, and her controllability was at its peak. Ah, so boring. I thought I would encounter some strong opponents. Yu Qianheng and Osro were busy praising her, elevating Yin to the heavens. But Yin was thinking of Tang Yin. He should also participate in this Soul Master tournament, right? Just thinking about that guy's elusive shot made her feel a bit uneasy. All right, stop the flattery, she said, feeling a bit irritated. What was Teacher Qin Ming thinking? Coming to such a rural place was purely a waste of time. Just as she was feeling bored, Yin suggested, who wants to accompany me for a 2-on-2 match? What happened next? Osro and the others were all cowardly like quails, either staring at the ceiling or pretending to drink water. In the end, it was Yu Qianheng who smiled wryly and stepped up. Yinzi, I'll go with you. What a bunch of cowards. Yin rolled her eyes at them and dragged Yu Qianheng to sign up. On the other side, Tang San and Xiao were also preparing to go on stage. The master had given them their second phase training, which was to practice in the Soto Great Soul Arena. However, their team was short one person, so they had to let the master, a level 29 rookie, substitute, which severely affected their output, making it quite frustrating. Brother San, do you think we can win today? Xiao Wu asked, bouncing around. Don't worry, we will win. Tang San patted her head, but his expression was serious. He was currently level 35, and his confidence came from having recently defeated Dai Mubai in a one-on-one match. Just then, the announcement rang out. Please, the Sanwa team and the Longxi team prepare at the number 3 two-person battle platform. Longxi team? Tang San's heart tightened. The master had said that any martial soul with dragon in its name was not to be underestimated. Xiao Wu, however, was carefree. Who cares about dragons or snakes? Watch Sister Wu beat them into little bugs. As the two stepped onto the platform, the crowd erupted in cheers like a tsunami. After all, they were the ace team with 24 consecutive victories. Their opponents were none other than Yu Qianheng and Yin, who were walking out from the opposite side. Are these two guys really that strong? Yu Qianheng wondered. Yin was unconcerned. Who cares? 2 high-level soul sects. Can we be afraid of 2 famous ones from a rural area? As the host announced the start of the match, all 4 released their martial souls. A uniform display of yellow and purple, the best soul ring configuration. The host's voice was almost hoarse. Oh my god, what am I seeing? How Ian Hammer and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Is this a peak showdown between the new generation of the top 3 sects? I tell you, the supervisor in charge of arranging the matches in the background was called into the office by the higher-ups of the fighting arena on the spot and was told directly, you don't need to come tomorrow, shattering his job right then and there. What a tremendous fortune to miss out on. On the arena, Tang San and Xiao Wu erupted with perfect synergy. Xiao Wu stepped on Tang San's Haotian hammer and shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for the two opponents. Yu Qianheng stepped forward, his first soul ring lighting up, and a violent lightning dragon claw reached out to grab her, just as Xiao Wu was about to collide. The third soul ring flashed with purple light, and with a quick teleport, she zipped through the dragon claw and appeared right in front of Yu Qianheng. Yu Qianheng reacted quickly, swiftly retreating to avoid Xiao Wu's waist bow. But just as Xiao Wu wanted to pursue, a thick purple mist surged toward her. Dugian made her move. Xiao Wu was startled and wanted to retreat, but felt her leg being firmly gripped by a hand. It was Dugian. As Dugian's other hand was about to strike down with deadly poison, Xiao Wu activated her teleport again and narrowly returned to Tang San's side. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang San had just smashed that lightning dragon claw with his Haotian hammer. Xiao Wu was panting heavily, her face a bit pale. I'm fine. Still have time for sweet nothings? Du Guyan sneered, her second soul ring lighting up, and an even denser toxic mist instantly filled the entire arena. This poison carried a peculiar fragrance, and Tang San's expression changed drastically. Xiao Wu, quickly cover your mouth and nose. He quickly pulled out 2 detoxification pills and stuffed them into his mouth. But this poison, enhanced by the celestial herb, was not something ordinary detoxification pills could counter. Tang San used Haotian shield to create a barrier, barely holding it off. At that moment, Yu Qianheng spoke up. Yinzi, leave that rabbit to you. I'll take care of this one with the hammer. He looked at Tang San, his eyes filled with battle intent. Brother, I want to experience your Haotian hammer. Tang San's mind raced. He knew that if this continued as a 2-on-2, Xiao would eventually be overwhelmed by the poison, and with the opponent's higher soul power. They would undoubtedly lose if it dragged on. Weighing his options, he replied solemnly, all right, I accept. The 2-on-2 battle instantly turned into a 1-on-1 showdown. Du Guyan and Xiao Wu each retreated to the edge of the arena, watching the center intently. Yu Qianheng was surrounded by crackling lightning, his right arm making a series of explosive sounds, his clothes bursting apart, and hard blue-purple dragon scales rapidly growing over his strong muscles. His fingers transforming into fierce dragon claws. This was the exclusive skill of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Dragon Transformation. Tang San's pupils contracted, but the Haotian hammer in his hand gave him boundless confidence. He had the pride of the Haotian sect. Who could he be afraid of? Yu Qianheng stomped his right foot hard, cracking the arena slightly, and his strongest third soul ring suddenly lit up. Fury of thunder. In an instant, the lightning around him entered a frenzied state, his momentum skyrocketing, and his soul power surged by 50%, while the power of the lightning doubled. This soul skill consumed a lot, but at this moment, for the honor of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, he was giving it his all. The next second, this guy charged at my brother Tang San like a purple lightning bolt. I tell you, before the lightning even got close, my brother already felt a tingling sensation all over. Wow, this was getting intense. But who is my brother? You play with lightning. I understand lightning even better. Third soul skill, thunderclap. Tang San's Haotian hammer buzzed and exploded with a sky full of purple lightning, directly colliding head-on with Yu Qianheng's dragon claw. Boom! A massive sound rang out. The entire arena lit up as if it were daytime, and the audience below squinted their eyes. I tell you, that scene was like the Thunder God and Lightning Mother fighting online. The result was that my brother's soul power was a bit lower, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of old blood, almost spitting it out, and his hand gripping the hammer cracked, blood flowing profusely. On the opposite side, Yu Qianheng was also suffering. His dragon claw arm had several cracks and was bleeding as well, but relying on the lightning to numb his pain. He noticed my brother's state was off and immediately pounced like a mad dog, launching a relentless close-quarters assault. My third brother seemed to be retreating step by step, but his mind was racing, and he was fully aware of the situation. He knew he couldn't just go head-on. He had to find an opportunity. However, that kid Yu Qianheng was also getting anxious. His ultimate move consumed a lot of mana, and he couldn't drag it out. Suddenly, he threw a punch with his left hand, and my third brother blocked it with his hammer. In that instant, his defense revealed a tiny flaw the size of a needle tip. Yu Qianheng seized the opportunity and shouted, second soul skill, Thunderstrike. Damn, here it comes again. Countless snake-like lightning bolts instantly exploded, raining down like a thunderstorm, all aimed at my third brother. My third brother's fighting instinct was fully activated. As the second soul skill, Haotian Guardian was unleashed. Suddenly, 81 thorny bone spikes burst out from his back. Wow, I couldn't help but exclaim, what a surprise. At that moment, I wanted to say that the key was to catch them off guard. Yu Tianheng was stunned. External soul bones are harder to come by than winning the lottery. But he was tough, determined to take my third brother down despite the bone spikes. The sizzling sounds were incessant, and my third brother could smell the aroma of roasted meat. Who understands this, family? It was like electric therapy, just at that critical moment. My third brother's purple extreme magic eyes suddenly lit up, and a mental shock fiercely struck Yu Tianheng's mind. Yu Tianheng's body stiffened. That split second was all they needed. The 81 bone spikes pierced into various acupoints and joints on his body. Although my third brother's aim was slightly off due to his severe injuries, it was enough. Yu Tianheng's left arm and left leg instantly lost sensation, and the pain twisted his face. Xiao Wu, my third brother, shouted with all his might. This call was like the strongest summoning spell. Sister Xiao Wu had already been feeling heartbroken from behind. Upon hearing the call, her figure flashed, and she instantly teleported between the two, the scorpion braids swiftly wrapping around Yu Tianheng's neck. The sudden turn of events left the opposing Dugu Yin stunned. As a control type, she couldn't dare to use her skills with the three of them entangled. My third brother quickly shouted, Xiao Wu, conserve some soul power. Sister Xiao Wu initially wanted to deliver a powerful 8-section throw, but upon hearing my third brother, though a bit displeased, she flicked her braid and directly threw the towering Yu Tianheng, who was nearly 2 meters tall, off the stage. As soon as Yu Tianheng was eliminated, Dugu Yin immediately attacked, unleashing a large cloud of green poisonous mist towards my third brother and Sister Xiao Wu. What kind of person is my third brother? He has a Tang Sect treasure chest. He quickly pulled out a large water pouch filled with Realgar wine, with a wave of his left hand. As the wine splashed out, he rubbed 2 bone spikes together to ignite them. A seamless sequence of actions. As the flames ignited, the Realgar wine instantly exploded in flames, aiming to use fire to counteract the poison. But what happened? The poisonous mist, as if it had a membership, showed no fear of the fire and instead swallowed the flames, transforming into a strange purple color. My third brother was stunned. How is this possible? Oof. Let you see my true strength. Dugu Yin coldly sneered, slapped her hands on the ground, and activated her third soul skill, Emerald Scaled Poison Marsh. My third brother and sister Xiao Wu were suddenly enveloped in a layer of green poisonous mist, and even through their shoes, they felt a sharp pain in the soles of their feet. My third brother tried to smash the ground with a hammer, but it was useless. He could only rely on the protection of Hao Yin to withstand it. Dugu Yin crossed her arms and urged them to surrender, saying she didn't want to go all out. As a result, Sister Xiao Wu, with her violent temper, immediately retorted, Stinky snake, do you think you've won? This provoked Dugu Yin, who snapped back, You dead rabbit. What did you say? Without a second thought, Sister Xiao Wu teleported over. However, Dugu Yin had already anticipated this move. Her snake tail whipped around and accurately struck Sister Xiao Wu, who had just appeared. Sister Xiao Wu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. I was watching from below, my fist clenched in anger. Don't hit people in the face, sisters. What do you mean by shooting corrosive venom at my sister Xiao Wu's face? Ah, my face. Sister Xiao Wu let out a tragic scream, feeling her face melting, and she fainted from the pain. Xiao Wu. My third brother's eyes turned red at the sight, and he lost all rationality. He didn't care that he was low on energy and his body was on the verge of collapse. He dragged Hao Yin's hammer and began to use the chaotic hammering technique. Yushinheng, who had just been helped up from below, turned pale with fear and shouted with all his might, Yanzi, be careful, it's the chaotic hammering. Dugu Yin snorted coldly. At the end of a strong bow, the poisonous swamp beneath her boiled instantly, and even more potent toxins invaded my third brother's body. With a heart full of anger and unwillingness, after swinging out the third hammer, everything went dark, and he fell straight down. Still muttering, Xiao Wu. The match ended, and the venue fell silent. Then, there was a thunderous uproar of refund. Our Shrek team rushed forward, and as soon as we saw my third brother covered in blood and sister Xiao Wu's face a bloody mess, Dean Flender, teacher Zhao Wujia, and the master all felt their anger rise instantly. We are known for protecting our own in Shrek, and with teacher Zhao Wujia's explosive temper, he directly confronted the girl, coming at her with a set of rogue lines about how they hurt our people and still wanted to leave. Dugu Yin also got angry, pointing at the unconscious Yu Tianheng beside her. You can't take a loss, can you? Didn't you see my teammate is injured too? Seeing that we had the numbers and all looked fierce, she became even angrier and sarcastically said, You call yourself an academy? You don't even have a uniform. and your teachers are dressed in rags. I don't know what kind of poor university this is. This made Dean Flinder laugh in anger. Just as Teacher Zhao Wujie was about to take action, Teacher Qin Ming from the Imperial Fighting Team arrived. Du Guiyin thought reinforcements had come and called out pitifully. Teacher Qin, but what happened? Good heavens. As soon as Teacher Qin saw Dean Flinder and the others, he acted like he had seen his own father, being overly friendly. He completely ignored Du Guiyin, running over to greet them with bows and small talk, only to find out that he was also a Shrek graduate. Teacher Zhao Wujie embellished the story, and after hearing it, Teacher Qin turned back to Du Guiyin and scolded her fiercely. Du Guiyin, why did you use such heavy hands? Do you know you were trying to kill someone? At that moment, I wanted to say, has your elbow bent all the way to the Pacific Ocean? Your student is still lying there, and you want your team's healer to treat the opposing team? This operation is simply incomprehensible. Du Guiyin had tears welling up in her eyes, so wrong that she couldn't even speak. The healer named Yi Lingling had a martial soul called Nine Hearts Sea Pearl, and her healing effects were indeed extraordinary. My third brother's injuries visibly improved, but she said the poison couldn't be cured and that it had to be Du Guiyin. Qin Ming frowned and ordered Du Guiyin. Du Guiyin felt so resentful. Her teacher wasn't helping her, her boyfriend was unconscious, and the opposing team was acting like bullies. What did she do? She could only endure the immense grievance, suck out the poison, and then turned and left without saying a word. Later, Yu Qianheng woke up and even called the master uncle, leaving us all stunned. It turned out the master used to be close to their family. Qin Ming asked Yu Qianheng to go see Du Guiyin, and this guy confidently said, "Teacher, I understand. I will talk to Yin Zi properly." However, this guy went to the lounge, where Du Guiyin was crying in grievance, and instead of comforting her, he acted as if he were a mediator, saying that Teacher Qin wasn't wrong. Oh my, family, could you endure that? Du Guiyin exploded on the spot, pushing him away. Are you saying it's my fault? In the end, Du Guiyin directly made a tough statement. Yu Qianheng, let me tell you, from today on, the Imperial Battle Team can have him or me, but not both. Think it over before you come to find me. Otherwise, don't ever see me again. After saying that, she slammed the door and left. Now, Qin Ming, in order to quell the anger, said he wanted to resign. Yu Qianheng, caught in the middle, didn't dare to say a word. Meanwhile, my third brother, waking up from his coma, immediately looked for Xiao Wu. When he found out that Xiao Wu was fine, he completely deflated. He remembered being beaten down by the blue lightning tyrant dragon, remembered how easily his proud poison skills were countered, and remembered his helplessness when Xiao Wu was disfigured to protect him. Scenes replayed in his mind. He grabbed the master's hand, his voice trembling. "Teacher, I'm too weak. I can't do anything right now. I'm telling you, this battle has really brought out the inner demons in my third brother. He's totally fixated on it, and something just feels off about him, like he's lost his soul. He's mumbling about how he let down the Haotian hammer and how he couldn't protect Xiao Wu, and it's making my head hurt just listening to him. Let me tell you about Master. He usually seems to have a set of theories, but when it matters, he's tough. Once he saw that talking wouldn't work, he didn't hesitate, swung his arm, and slapped someone hard. The sound was so crisp that I heard it from far away. Third brother's dark face instantly turned red, swollen like a pig's head, and he was stunned, staring at Master with eyes wide open like copper bells. No wonder he was shocked. In his heart, Master was both a teacher and a father figure. Since childhood, not only had he never been hit, but he had hardly ever said anything harsh. This time, it was a direct physical awakening. Master was really angry and started scolding him. "Look at you now. Is the sky falling just because you lost once? Your father is Tang Hao. I'm Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, and this is your level?" To be honest, that scolding was effective. Third brother finally realized that his mindset was indeed problematic. Who understands what it's like to have someone else's child, even if it's your own younger brother, looming over you from childhood? The feeling is something only those who have experienced it know. He had been holding back a lot of frustration, wanted to win just once, to win thoroughly. Otherwise, he couldn't overcome this inner demon. He apologized to Master with a drooping demeanor, and seeing him like this, Master softened inside, and shook his shoulders vigorously, saying a bombshell of a statement. "Little three, you are no longer just yourself. You carry my future on your shoulders." When I heard that, I thought, wow, what kind of pressure transmission master is this? But guess what? Third brother was genuinely warmed by those words, realizing, wow, I'm actually this important. While my third brother was just being enlightened, on the other side, there was a big issue with Du Guiyin. She had locked herself in a small dark room for several days, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Why? Clearly, that rabbit was the one who started it. And it was her family's Tianheng who got hurt first. Was there anything wrong with her retaliating? And yet, her teacher didn't protect her. And her boyfriend wanted to smooth things over. She was holding her breath, waiting for Yu Tianheng to give her an explanation. As it turned out, Yu Tianheng really did come. When the door opened, De Guyan was like an ice block, getting straight to the point. Did Qin Ming leave? Yu Tianheng wanted to play it cool, saying, "Oh Yanzi, teacher Qin resigned on his own." This matter, De Guyan interrupted him directly, her eyes sharp as a poison knife. "So you did nothing, right?" Yu Tianheng got upset and started to criticize her. "Why can't you just control your bad temper for the team?" That was it. He hit a nerve. Those words directly set De Guyan off. She sneered. "You think my temper is bad? Then go find someone better. I'm not staying in this broken team. Whoever wants to be vice captain can take it." After saying that, she turned to slam the door, tossing out her final words lightly. "You and I are done." Bang! The door slammed shut, and they were no longer on speaking terms. Outside, Yu Tianheng was stunned, while inside, De Guyan's tears started flowing. As De Guyan was putting on a dramatic breakup show, "What was my second brother doing?" "Let me tell you, he was at the prince's residence. Well, having a deep conversation with his highness. Qian Ruxua, also known as Prince Xue Qinghe, was like a boneless cat, resting in my second brother's arms, telling him that De Guyan and Yu Tianheng had broken up." My second brother's eyes lit up instantly. Wasn't this a pillow delivered right to his door? He immediately transformed into an emotional mentor, teaching Qian Rinxue how to encounter the recently heartbroken De Guyan, emphasizing the importance of being approachable and subtle. Qian Rinxue listened, stunned, and directly asked, "Aren't you quite skilled?" What followed was even more amazing. She changed the subject and asked my second brother if he minded that De Guyan might not be a virgin. My second brother was momentarily confused, thinking, what does this have to do with me? But then Qian Rinxue shot him a glance, saying that the princess he chose would ultimately be for him anyway. She even started to imagine the scene on their wedding night, with the two of them serving my second brother. Good heavens, isn't this the age-old question of whether boys or girls are better? She basically chose both for him. My second brother, being an honest man, said, "Oh, I've fallen." But inside he couldn't have been more excited. He declared that he would not disappoint the expectations of the prince, which only served to irritate Qian Rinxue, leading to another round of battles between them in the secret room. When my second brother emerged from the prince's residence, feeling refreshed and returned home, he was immediately caught by Zhu Zhuqing, the little kitty. Her small nose sniffed him, and she quickly discovered a new scent. "Brother-in-law, you smell of another woman." Before she could finish her sentence, my second brother covered her mouth and pulled her into his embrace, managing to subdue her completely. By the time her sister Zhu Jian returned from grocery shopping, Zhu Zhuqing was still nervously wiping the water stains on the floor. What a scene. Meanwhile, De Guyan had just finished crying to her grandfather, De Gubo, and conveniently received a fourth soul ring, a 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, officially becoming a soul sect member. Upon returning to the academy, she walked down the road, feeling lost, when suddenly she bumped into a warm embrace. Looking up, she saw a handsome guy, gentle as jade, with golden eyes full of concern. "Miss, are you all right?" Who could resist that? Qian Rinxue's acting deserves full marks. Just as they were chatting, the chief of the academy's teaching committee, Dream Machine, arrived, calling him Your Highness, and directly revealed Qian Rinxue's identity. Dream Machine even tried to persuade De Guyan to return to the royal fighting team, saying that with Qin Ming gone, she could take the lead. De Guyan, of course, was unwilling. It was too painful. Seeing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue quickly interrupted, smiling. "Since Miss De Guyan doesn't want to stay, we shouldn't force it. I have a great place for you. I have a friend at Lamba Academy, and you can transfer there and still participate in the Continental Soul Master competition." Dream Machine tried to intervene, but was overruled by the prince's authority. When De Guyan heard this, she was first taken aback, then asked, "Is your friend named Tang Yin?" Qian Rinxue nodded. De Guyan's eyes lit up, and her tone changed. "He is my savior." She immediately decided, "All right, I'll go to Lamba Academy." The efficiency of the prince's side was remarkable. He turned to Dream Machine and said, "Please help De Guyan with her transfer." Goodness, being a prince is all about decisiveness and speed. Let me tell you, Qian Ruxue is over the moon right now. She's thinking about having Tang Yin handle the chaotic situation between De Guyan and the Zhu sisters while she sits back and enjoys the show. Isn't that wonderful? She's just waiting to see a good drama unfold, and also waiting for her little male pet to come serve her. As for De Guyan, she's quite straightforward. Her grandfather, De Gubo, has already told her everything about how Tang Yin saved her, including the deadly martial soul defect that Tang Yin managed to fix. So now, in her heart, Tang Yin is a lifesaver with an extremely high status. As for the friend that the crown prince mentioned, Dugu Yan's mind instantly conjured Tang Yin's face. She knows very well that this matter is settled. On the other side, Tang Yin, who was practicing, suddenly sneezed loudly. He had no idea that a huge surprise was rushing towards him. The scene shifts back to Dugu Yan, who had just finished her paperwork and returned to her dorm building. To her surprise, she saw a familiar figure at her apartment door. Who is it? Her ex-boyfriend, Yu Tianheng. Anyone who understands knows that this guy has been waiting like a stone statue at the door for a full 3 days. He looked as haggard as if he had just returned from Syria. Upon seeing Dugu Yan, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Yanzi, you're back. For a brief moment, Dugu Yan felt a flicker of pity in her heart, but just a flicker. This guy faltered at the critical moment and hesitated. He was already out of the picture. Her voice was as cold as ice. What are you doing here? Yu Tianheng immediately pleaded. Yanzi, I was wrong. Can we not break up? Huh. Dugu Yan found it amusing, looking at him as if watching a show. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Guess what? Yu Tianheng struggled for a long time and finally managed to say, I shouldn't have stood on your side. At that moment, I wanted to laugh too. Buddy, this apology is worse than not apologizing at all. It's 2025, and even AI-written reflections are more sincere than yours. Dugu Yan was too lazy to waste any more words with him. She pushed him aside and went into the room to pack her things. Yu Tianheng wanted to follow her in, but Dugu Yan shot him a glare. Are you trying to barge into my room? Scared. His foot that was extended out quickly retracted. Dugu Yan didn't have many things. She stuffed her belongings into her soul guide storage device and grabbed her bag to leave. At the door, she casually threw out a sentence. You can stay here as long as you want. Then she turned and left, looking exceptionally carefree. But Yu Tianheng grabbed the corner of her clothes, his voice choked. Yanzi, are you really that cruel? Is our relationship really that fragile? Dugu Yan had already reached her limit and finally said to him, Yu Tianheng, what I like is a strong and decisive person. I once thought you were one. Having said this, if he still didn't understand, he would be a fool. Yu Tianheng's hand weakly let go, and Dugu Yan disappeared around the corner without looking back. This relationship was completely over. Just as Dugu Yan prepared to start her new life, a huge change occurred at Shrek Academy. After being persuaded by Master, the stingy Flander finally decided to give up the rundown village academy he had managed for over 20 years. For the future of Tang San and the other little monsters, Shrek Academy was about to be fully merged into the Tiando Royal Academy. The scene shifts back to our protagonist. Tang Yin was called to the office by Dean Liu Erlong. Let me tell you, this Liu Erlong is not simple. She was wearing a low-cut black long dress and had her hair styled up, exuding an intellectual and mature vibe, while fiddling with a potted plant. She gestured for Tang Yin to sit down and smiled. Tang Yin, you're here. She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The reason I called you is to ask if you're interested in participating in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Tang Yin thought this was a given. He came to the academy for this. Of course, he said it beautifully, Dean. This competition is the dream of all young soul masters. I definitely want to participate and see the talents of my peers. Liu Erlong smiled in satisfaction and poured him a cup of tea. The look in her eyes was as if she were looking at an extraordinary gem. Your talent is the best I've ever seen, bar none. After the flattery, she dropped a bombshell. This time, I've decided to delegate all matters regarding the elite competition to you. Selection, training, tactics, it's all up to you. Wow. This is a direct delegation of power, putting the future of the entire academy in Tang Yin's hands. This move is aimed at locking Tang Yin, the true dragon, firmly within the Blue Tyrant Academy. Tang Yin understood this, raised his teacup, and drank it all in one go, exuding confidence. I will not disappoint the Dean's trust. This year's championship will belong to Blue Tyrant. After leaving the office, Tang Yin started planning the team. He alone could take down the entire field, but he still needed a few teammates to round out the group. With himself and the Zhu sisters, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, that made 3. He found Tai Long and said, Brother Tai Long, we still need a few more people for the team. Can you help me find some reliable ones? Tai Long was delighted to hear this. Being a sidekick to Tang Yin, finally, the time for him to shine had come. He patted his chest and promised to go find people right away. Before long, he brought back the substitute from the original work, Jiang Zhu, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan. Just when Tang Yin was preparing the 7-person roster to report, Liu Erlong found him again. Tang Yin, I have good news. She didn't keep him in suspense. A student from Tiando Royal Academy is transferring to us and has specifically requested to join your team. Tang Yin was taken aback. Tiando Royal Academy? Their SA master? Her name is Yin, a level 41 control system soul master. When Tang Yin heard that name, he was stunned. Yin? What's she doing here? What is Sister Shui up to? He had 1,000 questions in his mind, but his face remained calm. Just in time, our team is short on control-type spirit masters, and her joining will allow us to go further. Little did he know, Qianren Xue, this hands-off manager, had already kicked the daunting task of winning over Yin back to him. Lu Erlong took the list that Tang Yin handed over, and when she saw the first line, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her breath quickened. Your spirit power, it's level 54? The paper clearly stated, Tang Yin, martial spirit wooden spear, spirit power level 54. Tang Yin shrugged. I've been breaking through quite quickly lately. Quite quickly? Lu Erlong felt offended. If this is what you call quick, then all spirit masters in the world might as well stop training and retire on the spot. She continued to read down the list. Zhu Zhuyun, level 51. Zhu Zhuqing, level 47. Goodness, this spirit power is skyrocketing like it's on a rocket. Lu Erlong's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly understood. This kid must have gotten his hands on some kind of elixir. Her heart immediately perked up. If she could get this treasure and give it to her little gang. Wouldn't little gang? Of course, this thought only flashed by. She couldn't make it clear yet, so she just smiled, tucked the list away, and gave Tang Yin a training field token, shifting the best resources toward him. As Tang Yin came out of the office, he bumped into the Zhu sisters walking hand in hand. They had just finished their training and had successfully touched upon the threshold of martial spirit fusion skills. Zhu Jian leaned happily on Tang Yin's shoulder, sharing this good news. But next to her, Zhu Zhuqing looked at her brother-in-law and sister being so close. Her little face instantly fell, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Who understands the feeling of being abandoned by the whole world? But Tang Yin, this little rascal, was quite mischievous. While chatting with his sister, his free hand quietly reached over and grasped Zhu Zhuqing's icy little hand. As the warm touch came, Zhu Zhuqing's heart instantly came alive again. She looked around in a panic, found that no one was paying attention, and secretly enjoyed the thrill of holding hands with her brother-in-law in front of her sister. The next day, Tang Yin went straight to the Crown Prince's residence. As soon as he entered the study, Qianren Xue didn't even lift her head and coldly asked, "Why do you have time to come here today?" Tang Yin didn't waste any words. He directly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath blowing into her ear. "Sister Xue, I miss you." Qianren Xue said she was busy with work and to let go, but her body softened, allowing him to hold her. Only then did Tang Yin start to settle accounts. "Hey, this is still your highness's problem. My battle team has just been formed, and you just had to throw someone into the mix." He weakly asked, with Yin by my side, "What about your marriage with her?" Qianren Xue shot him a glance and pinched his ear. "Humph, you want me to fulfill your sweet dreams, huh?" She leaned closer to Tang Yin's ear, her voice dripping with charm. "If you want to completely bind Bo to our ship, my identity cannot be hidden. How could he possibly allow his granddaughter to marry a woman and live in widowhood? So, the task of winning over Yin still falls on you." And she dragged out her tone. "If you want to be a couple, you first need to make my wife fall in love with you." "Why, I told you this." Tang Yin immediately felt something was off in a certain part of his body. Qianren Xue clearly sensed this discomfort, rolled her beautiful eyes, and slowly slid down from him. By the time Tang Yin left the prince's residence, it was already noon. As he was leaving, Qianren Xue covered her cheeks and watched him leave with a resentful expression. At the same time, Yan's enrollment procedures were also completed. Her grandfather, titled Bo, personally escorted her to the school gate, and that presence directly stunned the entire academy. Yan was not surprised at all that she could join the battle team. After all, a level 41 soul ancestor is top-tier combat power anywhere. What she didn't know was that the medicinal effects of the 8-petaled immortal orchid were still at work in her body. On this day, she broke through to level 42, and the remaining medicinal power was enough to propel her all the way to level 45. This feeling was just like my own cut brain. All the key information was filtered out by that good teacher of his, and I couldn't absorb a thing. I watched as the two of them, one a master of PUA and the other in the late stages of love brain, disappeared around the corner. I really had a premonition that my relationship with this cut would gradually drift apart in the future. I tell you, as soon as those two left, that old rascal Yu Xiaojing hurried back to his theoretical research, leaving my brother Tang San all alone. He even remembered what I said and went to check on our parents, but ended up with nothing since they had gone out. My brother was so disappointed that he could only hurriedly make his way to the Heavenly Fight Royal Academy. Why the rush? Obviously, the city gate was about to close, He didn't want to stay at my place, especially with two beautiful girls in my room. It would be awkward for a single guy like him. Plus, he didn't want to spend money on a hotel. That little stash of his was reserved for something important. So he activated his Xiantian skill to the max, using ghostly shadow to dart through the crowd like an eel, and finally rushed out just before the gate was locked. On his way back to the academy, my brother started to think. Just the thought of the bet I made with you Xiaojing, forcing him to make me use my soul skills, put a lot of pressure on him. After all, I was a soul king at level 54, and him, he was far behind. As he walked, he pondered how he could make rapid progress in a short time. While thinking, he touched the storage belt I gave him and pulled out that heavenly herb, the Phoenix Coxcomb sunflower. Let me tell you, as soon as that herb appeared, his eyes lit up. He felt that incredible fortune had finally come his way. The fragrance, he thought, was even better than the scent on Xiao Wu. Wait a minute. He immediately scolded himself for comparing Xiao Wu to a herb. That was ridiculous. Holding the herb, the little annoyance he felt for me, slapping his teacher vanished instantly, replaced by a bit of guilt. At that moment, he had only one thought in mind. Absorb it. He had to absorb it. Once he did, breaking through to Soul Sovereign wouldn't be a dream. By then, with 4 soul rings, how could he not force out one of my soul skills? Family. Look at this unique thought process. He just got a benefit from me and immediately started thinking about how to beat me. While he was happily thinking, he looked up, and hey, who did he see? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were taking a stroll in the academy. He quickly put away the heavenly herb, and his gaze became much more determined. Xiao Wu, with her sharp eyes, spotted him from afar, third brother. After calling out, she immediately abandoned Ning Rongrong and dashed over like a little cannonball, diving straight into my brother's arms. Ning Rongrong, that clever girl, saw the situation and understood. She quickly slipped away, not wanting to be a third wheel. My brother was overwhelmed by the warmth and softness, feeling all his fatigue vanish in an instant. But the next second, something strange happened. Who understands what the family is going through? Xiao Wu froze completely, and then she actually buried her face in my brother's arms, like a treasure-seeking mouse, sniffing left and right, and finally took a deep breath. My brother was stunned at that moment, completely at a loss. His first reaction was, "Oh no, do I smell weird?" It was then that Xiao Wu realized she had lost her composure, and, blushing, she whispered, "I was just thinking about third brother. My brother is also a typical straight man." He rubbed her head and said indulgently, "Silly girl. Didn't we just see each other this afternoon?" As a result, Xiao Wu directly unleashed her charm, looked up at him with her big, watery eyes, and softly said, "But I've been thinking about you every minute and every second, wow. Who can resist that?" My brother's heart was racing, and he felt he was falling for her. Xiao Wu didn't forget the main point. She calmed down and started to ask questions. "Third brother, where did you go today?" She was so sure that the aura she had been searching for a year definitely wasn't Tang San's. My brother is also honest and sincere. He opened up completely to Xiao Wu, directly telling her about how I followed you Xiaojing to my house today, how I got slapped in the face, and how I ultimately got the immortal grass. He revealed everything in detail. Younger brother? When Xiao Wu heard these 2 words, her mind buzzed and everything clicked together. It was him. The source of that aura was my brother's younger brother. To be sure, she asked again, "So you didn't see anyone else when you went out today?" My brother nodded honestly. At this point, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back anymore. Her face turned red with excitement, and her breathing became rapid. After searching high and low, she found the person she had been looking for all year was actually the younger brother of her beloved. In her excitement, she directly crossed her legs and wrapped them around my brother's waist, giving his face a big kiss. "Third brother, I love you." My brother was completely stunned by the kiss, frozen in place with a blank mind. Taking advantage of his daze, Xiao Wu quickly jumped off him, turned around, and ran away while shouting, "Third brother, good night," leaving my brother alone in the wind, feeling confused, touching the spot where he was kissed, and grinning foolishly for quite a while. The scene shifted back to me. After seeing off the master and apprentice, my sparring session with the Zhu sisters, Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Jiqing, had just begun. I have to say, these 2 sisters are becoming increasingly in sync. They're not foolish. They know that flanking me from both sides doesn't work, so today they directly changed their tactics. Zhu Jian launched a strong frontal assault to put pressure on me, while Zhu Jiqing, she directly used her 4th soul skill, Shadow Stealth, blending into the shadows and playing the disappearing game, just waiting for me to reveal a flaw so she can deliver a fatal blow. To be honest, this tactic is quite impressive and nearly caught me off guard. Just when Zhu Jiyun's attack was at its most intense, and I was about to block with my spear, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appeared from the darkness, her sharp cat claws heading straight for my arm. Unfortunately for her, her soul power was still a bit lacking, and a slight gap appeared in their coordination, which I seized in an instant. I pushed off strongly with my feet, retreating explosively, and, with a shake of my fate spear, I instantly broke their offensive. In battle, once I controlled the rhythm, there's no suspense left. All right, stop. I put away my spear and walked over to the two sisters, who were panting, to channel life energy to heal them. Sister Zhuyin, Zhuqing, you made great progress today. I truly mean it. Their tactics really impressed me. Zhuqing pouted, saying it was just because they couldn't beat me, but inside, she was already overjoyed. The three of us were resting when an unexpected person suddenly arrived at the training ground, the dean of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong. She was dressed in a long black dress, and her mature and charming face carried a hint of sorrow, exuding an air of pity. The dean? The three of us quickly bowed. She waved her hand, her gaze sweeping over Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing, finally landing on me. I understood at a glance that she had something to ask of me, and it was the kind of significant matter that couldn't be discussed in front of others. She pressed her lips together and asked me softly, Tang Yin, do you have time tonight? Can I say no? I nodded, yes. Then, in the evening, I'll treat you to dinner. I instinctively glanced at Zhu Zhuyun, and my wife's radar went off immediately, warily glancing at Lu Erlong. But then she thought about it. Lu Erlong was over 30 years older than me. Safe. Family, this is the sense of security that comes with age differences. She gave me a slight smile, indicating her agreement. All right, Dean. I agreed. Lu Erlong seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Her fingers clenched tightly. I couldn't tell if it was excitement or nervousness. All right, I'll go prepare first. Wait for me outside the training ground later. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Once she was gone, only the three of us remained in the training ground. We practiced for a few more rounds until we finally exhausted their soul power. I watched as Zhu Zhiyun's chest rose and fell slightly. Her red lips slightly parted, and her enchanting eyes held a hint of fatigue after battle, simply mesmerizing. She was both pure and alluring, making one a little intoxicated. I told her to go back and rest early, not to work so hard. Goodness. She just smiled at me and said nothing. But I understand. Who among the family understands? She just doesn't want to be a decoration. She wants to stand by my side on her own. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing, with her little eyes darting around, is clearly a bit uneasy. She knows I have other women in Tiando City, and that vinegar jar has probably been overturned long ago. I watched the two sisters leave, and before Zhu Jin left, she turned back and gave me a look that said, I'll come back tonight to tidy you up, which made my heart flutter. After sending them off, I sat alone on a bench, watching the sun slowly set. The feeling was incredible. Rarely having such leisure time, I felt completely relaxed. However, after just a few minutes of peace, I sensed someone watching me from behind. When I turned around, lo and behold, it was Dean Lu Erlong. She stood there looking at me, her gaze somewhat dreamy, as if she were looking through me at someone else. I must say, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. It seemed like she was reminiscing about something from 20 years ago, looking a bit dazed until I called her name, which startled her back to reality. Sorry, Tang Yin. I was reminded of some past events. She seemed a bit embarrassed but quickly adjusted, smiling at me. Come on, I made dinner myself. You better not dislike it. The dean cooking personally? That's quite the honor. I immediately followed her. As we walked, I unconsciously observed her. Lu Erlong's figure is completely different from Zhu Zhiyun's style. Zhu Zhiyun embodies extreme sensuality, while Lu Erlong has a mature and rich charm. Her long legs crossed as she walked, exuding allure with every step. She was practically walking hormones. She led me deep into the academy to a small forest, winding through until we reached a shimmering little lake. There was a small wooden cabin by the lake, looking ordinary but exceptionally clean, surrounded by blooming flowers. I thought to myself, this dean has quite the taste. As soon as we entered, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over, reminiscent of her scent. The room wasn't lavishly decorated, but it felt warm and cozy. The dining table was already set with dishes, still steaming. She lit the candles, and I noticed these weren't ordinary candles. When lit, they released a fragrance of gardenia that calmed the mind. My heart skipped a beat. I was familiar with this kind of thing, usually used by those troubled at night and unable to sleep. I instantly felt that this dean was also someone with a story, a kindred spirit. This vibe is giving emotional damage. The table was small, and we sat across from each other, close enough that I could feel the warmth from her legs on my knee. What made the dean suddenly think of inviting me for dinner? I asked directly. She smiled and started with some formalities, saying I was the pillar of the academy, and that the elite competition relied on me, so as the dean. She had to reward me. Of course, I reciprocated with pleasantries, assuring her that I wouldn't let her down. Come on, eat. She served me some dishes. I took a bite and my eyes lit up. The meat was rich, but not greasy, melting in my mouth, better than any delicacies I'd tasted while traveling. Just as I was about to compliment her, wondering which man would be lucky in the future, I swallowed the words back down. Sensing that she might be troubled by love. Wasn't tea that a sensitive topic? I changed my tune and praised her cooking skills. She was particularly happy to hear that, saying it was her first time showcasing her culinary skills to someone outside. We chatted like this, and she talked about the hardships she faced when she was young, mentioning that there weren't any Spirit Master subsidies back then, unlike the happiness we have now. As we talked, she took out a white porcelain bottle from the side, shook it, and revealed that it contained alcohol. Want some? She asked, looking at me with a certain glint in her eyes. I felt that the main event was about to begin. When she saw that I didn't respond, she poured herself a glass, then stared at the reflection in the wine glass, lost in thought again. I knew she was thinking of that man again. Shortly after, she tilted her pure white neck and downed the drink in one go. As the alcohol hit her, a charming blush spread across her face. Want some? She asked again, her voice slightly tipsy. This time, I didn't refuse. She immediately raised her glass boldly, clinked it with mine, and then with a rip. She tore open the sleeve of her right shoulder, revealing a large expanse of snowy white skin. Wow, that move left me stunned. She gulped down another drink, and, seeing that I had only taken a small sip, she complained, "Are you just here to fish? A big man, like you can't even drink better than a woman?" I ignored her and continued eating my vegetables. She looked at me like a silent person and didn't bother to seek trouble. As a result, after a few drinks, her emotions suddenly broke down, and she buried her face in her hands, crying softly. I didn't persuade her, just quietly watched. Sometimes crying is a good thing. It's better than bottling it up inside. Where her sobs subsided a bit, I handed her a handkerchief. She snatched it away, wiped her tears haphazardly, her nose red and sniffing, looking quite pitiful. Then she raised her glass and took another gulp, only to choke and cough. I was about to go over and pat her back, but I held back. After all, men and women should keep their distance. Then she said with a sobbing tone, "You don't keep your distance with those two young girls, do you? Are you saying I'm old and unattractive?" I was caught off guard right on the spot. What kind of wolfish words are these? She saw my awkward expression and let out a laugh, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Just kidding. How could I possibly like a kid like you? I just breathed a sigh of relief when she changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. How come your soul power has been increasing so quickly lately? Don't ruin your future by being too eager for success. Here it comes. It's finally here. I knew this meal wouldn't be that simple. I casually made up an excuse about an adventure. Is that so? Her eyes lit up. I wonder if you have any more treasures like that? I instantly became alert, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned tense. It turned out that today's banquet was for the celestial herb on me. I inwardly scolded myself for being careless. I definitely shouldn't go out alone with people I'm not familiar with and can't beat. She saw my expression change and quickly explained, "You misunderstood. I will trade something for it. Look, how about this academy? I'll exchange the entire academy." I was even more confused. This woman is really going all out for her man. I decided to probe. Does the dean want to use it himself? To be honest, this thing doesn't do much for you anymore. She hesitated, didn't answer directly, but instead began to reflect on life, saying she envied my good talent, good background, and the beautiful company. Then she started drinking again, this time directly hugging the bottle. Hee. Tangine, do you think I'm pathetic? She looked at me with a flushed face. In fact, all the elegance I show in front of you is just a fade. Back in the day, I single-handedly fought my way through the entire soul beast forest. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, starting to tell her past. The thing I hate the most is men like you who are so fickle. In the past, I would have cut you down already. She didn't forget to scold me. I could only awkwardly touch my nose because she wasn't wrong at all. She intermittently told stories about the Golden Triangle, how she fell for that talentless, dull Yu Xiaojing, and about their wedding day when her father, whom she had never seen, suddenly appeared and dropped a bombshell. She and Yu Xiaojing were cousins. Ha. Isn't that hilarious? She was both crying and laughing, her expression twisted. Then he ran away, and I waited alone in a red wedding dress in the bridal chamber, waiting and waiting for 20 years. As she said this, tears started to fall again. I asked her, "So, you want the treasure just for that man?" She didn't answer, swaying as she stood up, and then directly fell towards me. I quickly caught her. As soon as she was in my arms, she began to mumble and squirm, saying things I couldn't understand. I called her name a few times, but she was already so drunk that she was out of it. There was no choice. I had to lift her up in a princess carry. At 175 meters tall, it was a bit of a strain for me. I carried her into the room, laid her on the bed, and helped her take off her shoes and socks. Just as I was about to leave, she grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Don't go, don't leave me. I felt a heavy weight in my heart. She was treating me like Yu Xiaojiang. When she saw that I didn't struggle, she directly wrapped her arms tightly around my waist from behind. Was it really that painful to be with me? So painful that you could go 20 years without seeing me. I didn't care whether we were siblings or not. I just wanted you, had wanted you for over 20 years. As she spoke, she started tearing at my clothes and even ripped apart a large portion of her already torn dress. Who understands what family is like? This situation startled me awake. I definitely didn't want to be anyone's substitute. Taking advantage of the moment when she was struggling with her underwear, I quickly made a run for it. As I escaped the cabin, the cold wind outside hit me, and I finally regained my composure. That scene was too intense. To be honest, Lu Erlong was indeed tempting, but I had my principles. What I didn't know was that just after I left, the heavily intoxicated Lu Erlong slowly opened her eyes, sighed, and said, "So you're still a principled gentleman." Good grief. She wasn't truly drunk at all. It was all an act, just to test me. This woman has more schemes than a beehive. I returned home. The living room was dark. Zhu Zhuqing's room was also dark. Only the light in my room was still on. I tiptoed in, but was still discovered by Zhu Zhuyin. She came out, smelled the alcohol on me, and didn't complain, quietly helping me take off my coat. "Go take a shower first," she said softly. I looked at her. The fire that had just been ignited by Lu Erlong could no longer be suppressed. I hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, together. In another room, Zhu Zhuqing's ears twitched. In the darkness, she heard everything. 3 days later, on the other side, Flander returned with Tang San from the Sunset Forest. Let me tell you, a lot has happened these past few days. That kid Tang San has actually reached level 40. When he told Yu Xiaojiang about it, he nearly scared the master to death, thinking he had practiced some evil technique. Later, when Tang San explained that it was due to the immortal herb I gave him, Yu Xiaojiang finally understood, and his eyes instantly filled with a longing for the herb. He must have been thinking that if he had had this thing back in the day, Bibi Dong wouldn't have left him. Huh, man. Now. Flander patted Tang San on the shoulder and, with a mysterious expression, said to Yu Xiaojiang, "Xiaojiang, congratulations. Xiao San, quickly, release your soul ring for your teacher to see." As a result, let me tell you, Yu Xiaojiang's face froze at that moment, wearing an expression that said, "Don't mess with my mindset," and said to Flander, "If there's something to say, just say it directly, don't keep me in suspense." My brother Tang San was quite cooperative and directly summoned the Haotian hammer. Goodness, when the first 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple appeared, Master S's zombie-like face showed no change at all. Clearly he had known about it long ago. He was just waiting for the 4th one. The next moment, I tell you, a circle of faint black light suddenly burst forth. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes instantly widened like copper bells, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and he screamed in shock, 10,000-year soul ring. Flinder was so pleased, patting Master on the shoulder, saying, "That's right, it's 10,000 years. I was almost scared to death, but this kid insisted on trying, saying someone had succeeded before, so he could too. I couldn't persuade him otherwise, so I had no choice but to risk my life to accompany him. Let me tell you, for this 4th ring, my brother really came to the doorstep of death with his driving test. He had taken some kind of magical herb before, and his soul power skyrocketed 5 levels overnight. He was ready to advance to Soul Zone. Flinder originally found him a 6,000-year-old explosive bear, but my brother outright rejected it. He said he didn't want it. He wanted the best. Before long, he actually stumbled upon a golden lion that had just reached 10,000 years. My brother's eyes lit up, insisting on fighting it. The absorption process was something else. It took a full 2 days and nights. My brother was in so much pain, he felt like he was dying. If it weren't for his iron will, he would have exploded right there. But the risks were high and the rewards were great. The master was so excited his voice trembled, quickly asking, "Xiao San, what is the 4th soul skill?" My brother received his martial soul and coolly replied, "Haotian Golden Lion Break. It can cause a tremendous dizzying shock to both the target's body and mind." After hearing this, the master exclaimed "good" 3 times, and his expression was as if he had already envisioned me becoming his disciple, leading him to the peak of his life. To be safe, he trained my brother for another 2 days before confidently coming to confront me again. That day, I had just returned from the Blue Tyrant Academy, when I saw you, Xiaojiang, standing at the door like a guardian. When he saw me, he was so nervous, afraid that I would back out, rubbing his hands together and saying, Xiaoyin, about the duel. Does it still count? I was stunned for a moment, and it took me a while to remember. Oh, right, there seems to be such a thing. The main reason is that these days, Dean Liu Erlong has been making me feel overwhelmed. So how could I pay attention to him? Who understands the family members? Dean Liu Erlong comes to find me every day, creating all kinds of opportunities for solitude after training, with those lingering gazes and crazy hints. As a pure love warrior, I can't handle it. If this continues, I'm really afraid that one day she won't be able to control herself and will trample on this delicate flower of mine. Fortunately, she hasn't been drinking. Otherwise, I would really have to run away overnight, with nowhere to vent my anger. I can only make things difficult for Zhu Yun and Qian Renxue. Once, Qian Renxue was almost in tears, biting her teeth and scolding me for being unworthy of being a gentleman. I smiled and said, "Oh, Sister Xue still has the energy to talk?" This made her so angry that she immediately decided to hurry and bring the crown princess back to share the pressure. I digressed. Anyway, seeing Yu Xiaojiang's nervous look, although I don't think much of him, I still believe in keeping promises. I nodded. Of course it counts. Has the master set a time? He breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at the gate of the Tiando Royal Academy. I'll wait for you. The next day happened to be a day off at the academy. Just as I was about to go out, Zhu Zhuqing's little head peeked out from her room, weakly asking, "Brother-in-law, can I go with you?" As soon as I looked, wow, her sister Zhu Zhuyun was still sleeping in from overworking, while this little girl was recharging just to be alone with me. What could I say? Just indulge her. As soon as we went out, she clung to me like a pendant, half of her body stuck to mine. I bought breakfast, and just as I was about to sit down to eat, she insisted that eating while walking was romantic. All right, I'll go with your suggestion. Once we were out of the city and the road was empty, Zhu Zhuqing took a sip of milk and suddenly asked me, "Brother-in-law, do you want some? It's really good." I said okay. Just as I was about to reach out to take it, she directly gulped down the remaining milk, then wrapped her legs around my waist. I was so startled that I quickly supported her. The next second, my mouth was blocked and a rush of milky fragrance hit me. Wow, so this is what it means to eat while walking. This little girl is getting better at playing. By the time we finished all our breakfast in a sweet and cozy manner, we were almost at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. From a distance, I spotted Yu Xiaojiang, my brother, and a girl I didn't recognize. As I got closer, I saw that the girl had scorpion braids, white stockings, long legs, and big pink eyes that sparkled and looked particularly lively. I couldn't help but stare a little longer, feeling that her aura was a bit strange. In the next moment, I quietly activated my Xieji. Whoa, a rabbit. Its true form is a soft-boned charm rabbit. Xiao Wu was so scared that she shivered and her hands turned cold, while my brother foolishly asked her what was wrong. Looking at their intimate actions, I had only one thought in my mind. Should I also find a soul beast girlfriend? Xiao Wu was almost in tears from fear, so I smiled at her lightly, not intending to expose anything. Then I said to my brother, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" "Oh, right, Xiaoyin, this is Xiao Wu, my little sister." "Xiao Wu, this is my brother, Tang Yin." Xiao Wu relaxed when she saw I meant no harm and stammered to greet me. As we climbed the mountain, Master was at the front, my brother and Xiao Wu were in the middle, and I was at the back with Zhu Zhuqing. That girl Xiao Wu would glance back at me secretly every couple of steps. Zhu Zhuqing was displeased and tightened her grip on my arm. I could feel the little jealous pot stirring, which I found amusing. To appease my girl and tease the one in front, I took the opportunity when my brother wasn't paying attention to make a gesture toward Xiao Wu. "Rabbit." Xiao Wu trembled all over, as if she had been electrocuted, and suddenly turned her head back, tightly clutching my brother's arm, not daring to look back again. Haha, curiosity killed the rabbit. Zhu Zhuqing beside me was dumbfounded and quietly asked me, "Xiaoyin Gij, what did you do to her?" That Xiaoyin Gij made my bones feel weak. I pinched her cheek and said, "It's adult business, kids shouldn't pry." She immediately protested and puffed up her chest. "Who is a kid? I'm not small anymore." We were flirting with each other, and soon we arrived at training ground number 3. Wow, it was crowded. The Shrek crew was all there, along with the 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy, and even Yu Tianheng and his group were present. At that moment, a shocked gaze shot out from the crowd. Following Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze, I looked over and saw, "Oh, isn't that Dai Mubai?" When he saw Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes nearly popped out. In his mind, Zhu Zhuqing had long been dead during the beast tide 3 years ago. Now, seeing his deceased fiancée alive and snuggled up in another man's arms, his face instantly turned green. I can't help but laugh out loud. "Dude, 3 years ago, you sold out your teammates and ran away, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to wait for death alone. Now you have a nerve to put on this angry face like you've been cheated on? Before you Xiaojiang could say anything, Dai Mubai rushed out of the crowd like he was on gunpowder, his face so dark it could drip water, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing and shouting, "Zhu Zhuqing, what is your relationship with the man beside you?" All eyes in the room instantly turned to them. Ning Rongrong in the back had her eyes shining, looking like she was stuffed from eating gossip. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even look at him, coldly replying, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Dai Mubai immediately lost it, his face pale as he cursed, "You shameless woman, don't forget your identity." As soon as the words shameless woman came out, I tightened my grip around Zhu Zhuqing. My person is someone you can insult? I narrowed my eyes and said, "Where did this wild dog come from, daring to bark wildly in front of me? Get lost." My brother was completely stunned, probably because he had never seen me so angry. Dai Mubai was thoroughly provoked by my words, and without a second thought, he tightened his fist and swung it toward my face with the sound of wind. He actually dared to strike first. Zhu Zhuqing was startled and, without thinking, rushed forward to block the punch for me. I quickly pulled her back into my embrace, firmly pressing her against my chest. Faced with that fierce punch, I didn't even raise my eyelids. I simply reached out casually and effortlessly caught his fist in my hand. "What's wrong? Still want to throw a punch?" My voice was as calm as a still pond. A soul respect at level 39, attempting to sneak attack a soul king? He must be dreaming. Dai Mubai's face turned a deep shade of purple, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't retract his fist. Flandra hurriedly came forward to mediate, asking me to let go first. I laughed. Sure, let him apologize first. Dai Mubai, under Flandra's glare, reluctantly squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. "Sorry." That attitude was just short of carving. I refused to accept this on his face. Do I buy it? Of course not. My gaze turned cold, and I suddenly shook my wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed, accompanied by Dai Mubai's pig-like wail. He was thrown out by me, his right hand hanging limply, sweating profusely from the pain. Zhao Wujia quickly supported him, and upon seeing his hand, he became furious, pointing at my nose and cursing. What a vicious little brat. But he didn't mention a word about Dai Mubai being the one who acted first and insulted me. My brother also frowned, feeling that I was a bit too much. "Xiaoyin," I interrupted him directly and coldly said, "If someone insults Xiao Wu as a slut, I hope you can still be this rational." My brother suddenly choked, and, after thinking for a moment, he probably felt that the other party had already found a way to die. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the pained Dai Mubai, then turned and walked out of the training ground. "Little Silver, I'll wait for you outside." I took a deep breath, turned to look at the completely stunned Yu Xiaojiang, and said coldly, "Master, can we start?" Yu Xiaojiang finally reacted, quickly taking advantage of the situation to let Flander take Dai Mubai to recover. He walked over to my brother, lowered his voice, and said, "Xiao-san, use all your skills, including your soul bones and hidden weapons." On the other side, the 3 judges in the stands were already enjoying the show. The chubby Bai Baoshan directly bet on my victory, wagering a spirit herb. The other 2 old men bet on my brother's victory. Soon, only my brother and I were left on the field. I walked up to him, looked into his complicated eyes, and said lightly, "Bro, keep your distance from that Dai Mubai. He's not a good person." He replied, "Xiao-yin, I have my own judgment." "Fine judgment, huh? I understand now. It seems that today isn't just a competition. I also need to teach you a lesson on how to recognize people on behalf of her dad. I won't waste words either." I reached out and grasped my spear of destiny, skillfully twirling it in my hand before plunging it into the ground. Then, with my arms crossed over my chest, I calmly looked at him. My brother took a deep breath and became serious. The Haotian hammer. A dark hammer appeared, followed by 4 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, and black. The pressure from the 10,000-year 4th ring instantly swept across the stage, causing a wave of gasps. Yu Tianheng watched from below the stage, his fists clenched tightly, his face filled with disbelief. My brother raised his hammer with both hands, his momentum reaching its peak. Meanwhile, I stood quietly, without activating a single soul ring. Yet the aura I exuded completely suppressed him. The teachers in the stands instantly got excited, and the old man named Jilin directly placed a bet, saying he wanted to gamble. And guess what? That old man by Baoshan didn't think twice and directly bet on my victory, wagering his treasure dragon blood wine that he had kept for 20 years. Wow, what great taste, old dang. As for my dear brother Tang San, he didn't care what others were doing at all. As soon as the signal was given, he immediately made his move. I tell you, as soon as he came up, he pulled off a flashy move called the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Step and he ran like a ghost, rushing forward. But in my eyes, it was like watching something at 5x speed. I could clearly see where he was going to step next. He closed in, and without a word, he directly revealed his pitch-black fourth spirit ring, a 10,000-year one. The Hautian hammer buzzed and instantly changed from pure black to blinding gold, looking like a little sun, and a phantom of a golden lion appeared above it, roaring. The sound waves spread out in circles, and I estimated that even someone of Yu Shaojing's level would die on the spot from just one hit. And what happened next? I didn't even move. I simply lifted my spear of fate with one hand, lightly tapping the tip against his hammer face. It rang out crisply. As for that so-called sound wave attack, completely ignored it. My mental strength was already far ahead, all right? With that one move, Tang San was completely stunned. He felt his hand go numb. The tiger's mouth directly shattered, blood flowing freely, and the Hautian hammer in his hand couldn't advance even a fraction. His expression was as if he was asking, "Bro, is my soul skill that has lasted for 10,000 years fake?" He wanted to run, but could I let him? I stomped my right foot, and in a flash, I caught up to him. He was pushed to a corner, and his hands instantly turned as tough as jade. He was using the Shin Jade hand. Seeing me thrust forward with my spear, he didn't dare to take it head on and try to chop at the tip of my spear with his palm. Does anyone understand? My spear may look like wood, but it's sharp as hell. The moment he touched it, he immediately used some technique called controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Tried to use 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. A little trick, but not much. In the face of absolute power, all fancy moves are futile. I flicked my right wrist, doubling my strength, and thrust again. With his thrust, he knew he absolutely couldn't take it. He quickly activated his second soul skill, called Hautian Guardian, raising an energy shield in front of him. Unfortunately, under the tip of my spear, that shield shattered like glass, cracking from a single point and then shattering completely. In that instant, he was forced to bring out his external soul bone. 81 spider legs. Oh no. Thorn spikes, lunging at me from all directions. And me? I just stood there, twirling my spear, drawing a perfect circle, creating a series of ringing sounds. And his 360-degree attack didn't even touch a single hair on me. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They had no idea whether what I did was a soul skill or not. My brother Tang San is truly feeling a bit desperate now. He feels like he's used up 2/3 of his skills, yet he hasn't even forced out what my soul ring looks like. He took a deep breath, and his hand has already reached for his belt, looking like he's ready to pull out those Tang sect hidden weapons. I thought Zhu Zhuqing was still waiting for me outside, so I couldn't continue to play with him. Just as the gem on his belt lit up, I unleashed my ultimate move. A wave of invisible mental power erupted from me, directly sending all 81 of his spikes flying. Tang San, who was staring at me with his purple extreme magic eyes, had his pupils instantly. In his eyes, it seemed as if thousands of troops were charging towards him. He froze on the spot, completely stunned, motionless. Of course I'm keeping it under control, otherwise he would really become an idiot. I jump high, gripping the spear in reverse, and aimed the tip steadily at his throat, rendered unable to move. You lost. After saying that, I put away the spear and walked away without looking back, leaving everyone in the training ground in disarray in the wind. Tang Sen was completely broken down, having lost so thoroughly that he had nothing left. And throughout the whole match, I hadn't used a single soul skill. I rushed outside and saw Zhu Zhuqing sitting alone on a bench under the shade of a tree, her little face filled with unhappiness. It must be that little brat Dai Mubai who upset her again. I quietly circled behind her and directly lifted her up in a princess carry, my hands perfectly supporting her impressive assets. She was startled and was about to struggle, but upon catching a whiff of my familiar scent, she instantly relaxed. The little kitten nestled her head against my chest, and I felt the atmosphere change. Suddenly, she hooked her hand around my neck, hanging on to me, gently blowing into my ear, and in a soft, sweet voice said, "Brother-in-law, can we not go back today? Is that okay?" Goodness, who can resist that? I instantly understood the vibe. Isn't this the most popular meme of 2025? Love like fire, melting me away. I was just about to say something when she mischievously smiled and changed the subject. "Let's go shopping." "Oh, so you're playing this game with me?" I directly slapped her perky bottom and said in a tone that left no room for refusal, "Be good." Her face instantly turned red, and she obediently leaned on my shoulder and hummed in agreement. Then we spent the whole day in Tiendo City, buying a bunch of things and eating and drinking until night fell. During dinner, the little kitty clearly started to get nervous, her face flushed and looking troubled. I teased her, "Still calling me Little Silver? Come on, shout Big Brother Silver like you did this morning." She gave me a little punch, too shy to respond. Stop it. I won't. As for what happened that night. Ahem. I can only say that I made her call me brother, and in the end, she dizzily called out brother several times, big brother Silver, and even added brother-in-law at the end. The next morning, we sneaked back home like thieves. As soon as we entered, just as we let out a sigh of relief, a cold voice came from the couch in the living room. Did you two have fun yesterday? I was petrified on the spot with Zhu Zhuqing. When I turned around, Zhu Zhuyun was sitting there in a nightgown, crossing her legs and scanning us with a knife-like gaze. It's over. We're done for. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, looking like a guilty elementary school student, and said softly, Sister. I quickly stepped up to take the blame. Sister Zhiyun, this is not her fault, it's mine. Before I could finish, Zhu Zhiyun interrupted me. Xiaoyin, I know you. It must be that Zhu Qing had feelings for you first, and you couldn't bear to hurt her, so you accepted. Wow. She really knows what's going on. She's not mad that we are together. She's mad that we dared to hide it from her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing burst into tears and hugged Zhu Zhiyun, crying, Sister, I'm sorry. Zhu Zhiyun sighed and held her even tighter. Silly girl. There's no need to say sorry. From now on, we should share. As soon as I saw the touching scene of sisterly affection, I had to get involved. I immediately stepped forward, stretched out my arms, and hugged the two sisters tightly. You are all my wings. On the other side, in the dormitory of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, my cheap brother Tang San had been sitting there for the whole night, completely withdrawn. Having been crushed by me, his pride was shattered into pieces. In the end, he became obsessed and insisted on starting to cultivate his second martial soul, that broken blue silvergrass. Yu Xiaojiang came to see him, and, seeing his disciple in such a half-dead state, felt heartbroken. This time, he surprisingly did not oppose him. Instead, he affectionately patted Tang San's head and said, Little San, wait a little while, and I will help you resolve the issue of dual martial soul cultivation. To fulfill his promise, Yu Xiaojiang directly found Flander and said he needed to leave the academy for a while. Flander was drinking tea at the time and casually asked, Where to? Yu Xiaojiang expressionlessly replied with 6 words, Martial Soul City, Hall of the Pope. Flander sprayed his tea all over Yu Xiaojiang's face. He jumped up and grabbed Yu Xiaojiang by the collar, roaring, Didn't you promise that you would never go looking for her again? Yu Xiaojiang pushed him away, straightened his clothes, and coldly said with his deadpan expression, I'm going this time for Little San's future. In other words, it was all for his own pitiful sense of pride. Family, you haven't seen the way Yu Xiaojiang is, his little schemes nearly spilling out. He feels that the whole world has wronged him. His family looks down on him. His ex-girlfriend Bibi Dong despises him, and even his second uncle calls him useless. He is holding back a surge of determination. I am not useless. I must prove it to you all. I tell you, this guy was so obsessed that he wouldn't listen to anyone's advice and set off alone on the road to Spirit City. This journey took a month and a half. After much effort, he finally arrived at Spirit City, and wow, it was a sea of people. He looked at the little soul masters around him who were visiting for the first time, their eyes filled with admiration, and his lips curled in disdain. Even if they were soul zone, in his eyes, they were just country bumpkins from who knows where. Goodness, how could a Grand Soul Master have the audacity to look down on a soul zone? He ignored those bumpkins, held his head high, and marched straight to the Hall of the Pope. But as soon as he reached the entrance, he was stopped. 2 rows of silver-armored knights suddenly drew their swords. Hundreds of long swords pointed at him. The imposing atmosphere declared that this was a forbidden area. If he took another step, he would be killed without mercy. Anyone else would have been scared out of their wits. But who was Yu Xiaojiang? He was a theoretical master. He puffed out his small chest, looked down his nose at them, and said in a commanding tone, Go in and announce my arrival. Say that Yu Xiaojiang seeks an audience. The 2 knights at the entrance were stunned, thinking, where did this flashy guy come from? Yu Xiaojiang? Is he famous? Looking at his meager soul power fluctuations as a Grand Soul Master, they figured he was either crazy or had some background. Following the principle of better to avoid trouble, one knight went in to report, thinking that if the Pope really didn't recognize him, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him later. At that moment, inside the Hall of the Pope, my goddess Bibi Dong was resting on her throne with her eyes closed. She had been quite troubled lately. First, she received a report from her subordinates saying that her daughter Qian Renxua, who was disguised as the Crown Prince of Heaven-Do, couldn't stand being lonely and found herself a man. This was already enough to give her a headache, and before long, the man's information came in. Goodness. His name was Tang Yin. He was our male lead, Tang Yin. Bibi Dong exploded at that moment. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. She wished she could sprout wings and fly to Heaven Do City to snatch Tang Yin away as her own Pope husband, cutting off Qian Renshu's thoughts. But then she remembered Yin's instructions and could only endure her longing, silently waiting for the so-called opportunity. She barely got through each day, relying on those precious memories. Just then, a guardian knight came in to report, interrupting her thoughts. She was already filled with rage. And when she heard the name Yu Xiaojiang, her anger flared even more. "Let him in," she said, her tone so cold that it made the knight kneeling below shiver, his back drenched in cold sweat. Before long, Yu Xiaojiang was brought in. As soon as he entered the grand hall, his gaze locked onto Bibi Dong high above. Completely entranced, my goddess was still as beautiful as ever, noble and cold, as if time had no effect on her. A flicker of remorse, nostalgia, and a hint of melancholy passed across Yu Xiaojiang's otherwise expressionless face. And my goddess Bibi Dong, looking down at him, glanced at his stiff, unshaven face and couldn't help but curse in her heart. Which dog-ass was I blind in to fall for something like this? I really want to time travel back and slap myself. What do you want? Bibi Dong's tone was as flat as if she were asking about today's weather. Yu Xiaojiang's voice was complicated and he hesitantly spoke. "Bibi Dong, how have you been all these years?" "Damn. Family, who understands?" My fists are clenched. "Is this name Bibi Dong what you called her?" As expected, my goddess's cold gaze unleashed a terrifying pressure, and Yuxiagang plopped down, collapsing to the ground. "Out of consideration for our past, I'll spare your life. If you dare to overstep again, you won't need to live anymore." Yuxiagang was stunned. The Bibi Dong in front of him was domineering and noble, completely different from the gentle girl he remembered. Trembling, he changed his words. "Yes, your holiness. I came here to ask for a favor." "Oh." Bibi Dong was amused by this. "You still ask for favors? Who was it that said they would never come to find me again?" Yuxiagang's face turned pale and then green. If it weren't for his precious disciple Tang San, he would never want to suffer this humiliation in his life. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Your holiness, I want to know how you overcame the twin martial soul challenge back then." Mentioning twin martial souls, Bibi Dong immediately thought of our male lead Tang Yin. But she quickly regained her composure and coldly said, "What does this have to do with you?" "It's my secret." Yuxiagang was not giving up and started to play the sympathy card. "I have taken a direct disciple with extraordinary talent, also a twin martial soul. I hope to cultivate him into a powerful figure." "What is your disciple's name?" Bibi Dong straightened up, her emotions agitated. She thought it might be Tang Yin. "His name is Tang San." Upon hearing this name, Bibi Dong's excitement instantly cooled. "Tang San, Tang Yin." Her mind turned, and she suddenly asked, "Is this Tang San the son of Tang Hao?" Yuxiagang's heart sank, cold sweat pouring down, but for the future of his disciple. He steeled himself and admitted, "Yes, he is the son of the Hao Yin de Law, but I assure you, he will never be an enemy of the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong was already calculating in her mind. The son of Tang Hao? Isn't that just little Yin's brother or younger brother? Fine, considering little Yin's face. It's okay to tell him this secret. But Yuxiagang didn't know. He still thought Bibi Dong was hesitating, so he decided to play his last trump card, the emotional card. With a voice full of nostalgia and longing, he called out tenderly, "Dunger, I tell you, this is simply the ultimate trash work." He thought he could make my goddess regret it, but with just one shout, he directly stirred up her hidden anger. Who else dares to call her that besides Tang Yin? It felt like you were enjoying a top-notch meal when suddenly someone stuffed a dead fly into your mouth. Disgusting. Explosive. Boom. Bibi Dong's fury erupted completely. A terrifying pressure instantly pinned Yu Xiaojiang to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the cold floor red. The double torment of body and mind made this self-proclaimed smartest person in the world shed humiliating tears. "I said, don't overstep." Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. After venting her anger, Bibi Dong stood up, glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, who was like a dead dog on the ground, and casually waved her hand, causing a wooden tube to fall beside him. "This secret, if it weren't for his face, you would never learn it in your lifetime. Remember, tell your disciple, this is my gift to him." As soon as she finished speaking, the pressure disappeared. Yu Xiaojiang gasped for breath, regardless of his injuries, and crazily lunged to grab the bamboo tube. He opened it and memorized the contents firmly in his mind. As for what Bibi Dong said about whose face, he didn't care. Telling Tang Santa was a gift from the Pope? What a joke. Doesn't he care about his own face? Turning around, this secret became the result of his painstaking research. He limped away with his seriously injured body, and the knight at the door saw his miserable appearance and felt very pleased. "Serves you right. You garbage soul master, for pretending to be great. A month later, Yu Xiaojiang returned to the academy and immediately started secretly guiding Tang San in cultivating his second martial soul. This had to be kept from Tang Hao, otherwise, his father would use the Hao Ian hammer to let him experience what it means to have a father's love like a mountain. Just as Tang San was secretly practicing hard, the scene shifted to our male protagonist Tang Yin. His little life, family, this is what they call extraordinary wealth, right? Surrounded by sisters. Sister Zhu Zhuyin and Sister Zhu Zhuqing. The joy of sisterly bonding has arrived. Sister Zhu Zhuyin even suggested letting her sister join the battlefield because she couldn't handle Tang Yin's fighting power, aiming for resource efficiency. Besides that, Tang Yin also made time to chat about life with his snow sister Qian Ruxua, and there was also the beautiful Dean Lu Erlong in the academy, who looked at him as if she was about to drool. Every time Tang Yin came out of her office, he was disheveled and exhausted. He was really afraid that one day Dean Lu Erlong wouldn't be able to help but swallow him whole. One day, Tang Yin escaped from Lu Erlong's clutches again and went home with the Zhu sisters. Seeing him like that, Zhu Jian's heart was crystal clear. She had long seen that the way the dean looked at Tang Yin was exactly the same as when she begged for mercy in bed. Just as the three of them arrived at the door, Tang Yin was about to push the door open when suddenly he felt a chill all over. Something was wrong. There was a murderous aura inside. He instantly calmed down, exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, who immediately understood, retracted her presence, and silently slipped away to find their father. Tang Hao for help. Once Zhu Zhuqing left, Tang Yin had no more concerns and pushed the door open. Boom! A violent surge of energy rushed towards him. Tang Yin smirked, pulling Zhu Zhuyin back instantly, while a giant divine dragon would burst forth from the ground, forcefully blocking all the attacks. In a moment, the door exploded. The situation in the yard was laid bare. Goodness, a dense crowd of assassins, 2 Soul Kings leading 5 Soul sect members, with a Soul King wearing a tiger mask at the forefront. Tang Yin knew exactly what was going on. This was definitely that bunch of scoundrel from the Star Luo Empire, seeing his 2 fiancé ES running away with another man and unable to save face. They sent people to silence him. The informant was most likely that defeated opponent Dai Mu Bai. Before he could think more, a colder aura emerged from the shadow behind the tiger masked man. The shadow slowly stood up, with 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black silently pulsating. Damn, a soul sage. Quickly go kill the target. This person is mine. The shadow commanded the tiger-faced man. You two, go together. Tang Yin wielded his spear, his fighting spirit soaring. He couldn't let Zhu Zhuyin face so many people alone. 3 years ago, he could confront a soul emperor as a soul sect. Now that he was a soul king, what was there to fear from a soul sage? Tang Yin's 5th soul ring suddenly lit up, mirror world. With a snap, a mirror image identical to him, possessing 90% of his combat power, appeared beside him. The opposing soul sage and the tiger-masked soul king were both dumbfounded. In the next second, both Tang Yins leaped high at the same time, launching a double attack that directly locked onto the tiger-masked soul king. The overwhelming pressure left him unable to move, and on the spot, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Now the good show was just beginning. I tell you, when that soul saint old Dang saw his teammates were gone, he raised his hand and slapped towards my main body. Goodness, the 6th soul ring under his feet was shining black, and I knew right away that something was off. My battle instincts kicked in, and I instantly activated my 5th soul skill, swapping places with my clone on the spot. But guess what happened? As soon as my soul power clone switched over, I got stuck by that black light. That black mist crawled up my clone's weapon like a virus, and in an instant, it devoured half of my clone's arm. Incredible. Meanwhile, my main body wasn't idle either, shooting straight through the heart of that tiger-faced soul king, sending him down to get his box lunch. But my clone was entangled by the black mist, and my soul power was flowing out like a faucet that had been turned on. At that moment, I thought, no way, if this continues, I'll be drained dry. With a determined heart, I directly recalled my ability, and my clone vanished with a bang, along with the half of the arm that had been blackened, all sucked into old Deng's body. Later, I learned that his move was called Shadow Transformation of All Things, which could absorb anything and was focused on turning waste into treasure. After he finished absorbing, he cast a dissatisfied glance towards Zhu Zhuyin. I tell you, my wife is incredibly fierce, single-handedly facing off against 1 Soul King and 5 Soul Ancestors, and she was holding her own, even finding an opportunity to take one out with a claw. When old Deng saw that he had a chance, he activated his 4th soul ring, and in an instant, he transformed into a paper-thin shadow, trying to burrow underground to ambush Zhu Juyin. But did he have a chance? No. At that moment, my father, Tang Hao, arrived. A gigantic Hao-Ian hammer fell from the sky, just like a whack-a-mole, smashing that shadow, trying to escape back in a human form. The explosion that followed was even more spectacular. The 6 black-clothed attackers surrounding Zhu Juyin suddenly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and the next second, boom, boom, boom. 6 consecutive explosions turned them into 6 clouds of blood mist, clearing the field in an instant. Just in time, Zhu Juqing, who had just rushed back, witnessed this scene and was so scared she started patting her big watermelon, muttering how lucky she was. I tell you, she had gone to get reinforcements in a hurry, rushing to my parents and only saying 4 words, "Home, they're assassins." As soon as my parents heard this, it disappeared in a flash. Just in time for this group battle. The soul saint that was smashed out was an old man with gray hair and a sinister face, clutching his chest and spitting blood. My father descended step by step from the sky, and that aura, tiske, the oppressive feeling of a tidal daw. Those who understand will understand. When the old man saw this situation, he knew he was done for. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to poison himself to death. Want to die? Did I agree? I still have questions to ask. I immediately shot a spear of fate into his heart, directly locking his blood with life energy. But this blood lock was quite particular, only preserving the heart and brain while allowing the poison to corrode his body elsewhere. Family, who understands? It's the feeling of watching yourself rot little by little while being fully conscious, unable to die even if you wanted to, focusing on a day trip to the cyber underworld. The old man went mad on the spot, going from just kill me to please just kill me, and finally crying out, "I was wrong, please stop torturing me." Old Deng was directly burned out by my CPU. Willpower? Non-existent. When he was about done, I squatted down and smiled, asking him, "Old man, do you want to live?" He was so tortured that he was hallucinating, looking at me like I was a devil. I slightly retracted my life energy, and the excruciating pain returned, causing him to scream, immediately changing his tune. "I want to live. Save me. Save me. All right. If you want to live, then speak properly." I asked who sent him, and at first, he tried to be tough, but when I said he shivered in fright and spilled everything like bamboo shoots. It was Emperor Xinghua who sent him, targeting Zhu Juyin and Zhu Juqing, saying they had brought shame to the royal family. Moreover, the Duke of Yuming, their biological father, also sent people. My wife Zhu Juyin and Zhu Juqing beside me were heartbroken, especially Juqing, who burst into tears on the spot. Being chased by people sent by your own father. Who can bear that? I was furious at the time and grabbed the old man, asking one last question. Who leaked the information? The old man said he really didn't know, only that Dai Mubai was studying at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Good heavens, Dai Mubai. As soon as my father heard this, his expression turned cold. Without saying a word, he told my mother he was going out for a while and turned to leave. I knew my father was going to reason with the Star Luo Empire. After my father passed away, I always felt a powerful aura flash by, but I couldn't grasp it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it for now. The urgent matter is to comfort my family, who was crying like a waterfall. A few days later, my father came back and said the situation was resolved, but the process was very strange. That Emperor Xinghua treated him like a grandson, apologizing and offering compensation, even saying that Dai Mubai could be disposed of by us, as long as we didn't kill or seriously injure him. My father was bewildered. This was a completely different person from the proud and arrogant Emperor of Legend. He suspected that before he went, a more ruthless character had already gone to educate that emperor. As soon as I heard it, I immediately recalled the mysterious aura that flashed by that day. To frighten an emperor of an empire like that, and to quietly come to help me. My mind buzzed, and a figure I least wanted to remember flashed through my thoughts. Who else could it be but her? The current Pope, Bibi Dong. But I really don't understand why she would do this. My mom saw my confused expression, patted my head, and told me not to think too much and to first resolve the issue with Dai Mubai. The next day, I was ready to go find Dai Mubai to settle the score, but Zhu Juqing stopped me. Her eyes were red, but her gaze was determined as she said, "Brother-in-law, take me with you. This matter started because of me, so it should be resolved by me." Looking at her little appearance, my heart melted. I pinched her cheek and said, "All right, but if we can't win, don't start crying." She blushed and softly replied, "I won't. I'm a soul master now." On the other side, the culprit Dai Mubai, let me tell you, has been living a luxurious life these days. After snitching, he spent all his time messing around with the pair of twin sisters he brought from Soto City, neglecting his training. That morning, He finally crawled out of his soft haven and rushed to the academy for assembly. As soon as he arrived, he saw the fat guy Ma Hongjun approaching him with a lewd grin, and the two began to exchange last night's new moves. Talking so dirty it was hard to watch. Just then, Master Yu Xiaojing walked over with a stern face, and training officially began. It began. What a joke. I tell you, as soon as the words train Yu Xiaojing came out of my mouth, in the next second, 3 figures appeared as if they had teleported. The leading middle-aged man, radiating a presence of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, could only be Tang Hao. Goodness, Dai Mubai's face turned pale in an instant, trembling as if it had switched to vibration mode. Next to him, the fat guy Ma Hongjun was still oblivious, quietly asking Boss Dai, "Did you overexert yourself last night and empty your body?" Before the words finished, Dai Mubai was suddenly grabbed by an invisible hand at the back of his neck and flew out from the team, landing with a thud, kneeling straight in front of Tang Hao. The whole place was stunned. Tang Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. His voice was not loud, but every word pierced like an ice pick. "Dai Mubai, it was you who had your father send someone to kill my son and daughter-in-law, right?" Dai Mubai was so scared that he lost his wits, shaking his head frantically, unable to speak fluently. No, it wasn't me, really not me." Tang Hao sneered. "I have already been to your palace, and your father has confessed. I'm not here to listen to your excuses." As soon as this was said, Dai Mubai completely collapsed. Who could understand that his biological father had sold him out to save his own life? Just when everyone thought Dai Mubai was done for, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. That girl was exceptionally fierce today, her voice as sharp as ice shards. "Dai Mubai, let's not involve Xiao Yin in our matters. Today, we settle this once and for all. If you win, I, Zhu Zhuqing, will commit suicide on the spot to protect your reputation. If you lose, just roll back to the Star Luo Empire and wait for your brother to deal with you." Wow, that gamble is too big. When Dai Mubai heard Zhu Zhuqing call Tang Yin Little Yin, the flames of jealousy instantly flared up, and in a moment of impulse, he actually agreed. "Okay, you said it. Don't regret it." He felt pleased inside, thinking that Zhu Zhuqing was just a love-struck person. 3 years ago, she was still a rookie, and now she could turn the tables? "I told you." Tang Yin exploded on the spot and shot back with a direct "no way. Are you kidding me? Bet my wife's life on you? Who do you think you are?" But old dad was calm, and Tang Hao spoke up. "Forget about betting lives. But we can have a match. If you win, this matter ends here. If you lose, be prepared to accept punishment." Dai Mubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. There's actually such a good deal? If he wins, everything will be fine? He quickly nodded and confirmed. Tang Hao couldn't be bothered to look at him, meaning, "I'm not so low as to lose credibility with someone like you." Tang Xin was anxious on the side, torn between his brother and his father. He wanted to plead for mercy, but was afraid of his father's temper. In the end, he could only fret, thinking that big brother definitely wouldn't lose. But then he remembered that Tang Yin had celestial herbs, and probably Zhu Zhuqing had eaten them too, making his heart sink. Once the two entered the arena, their auras were fully unleashed. On Dai Mubai's side, his martial soul manifested, muscles bulging, with a huge white tiger phantom behind him, sporting 3 yellow and purple soul rings, which looked quite intimidating. But when he turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, it was just the same. Also 3 yellow and purple soul rings, Soul King. Her momentum was not inferior at all. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded at that moment. How could this be possible? It had only been 3 years. Just as he was dazed, Zhu Zhuqing had already moved. With a whoosh, she vanished like a ghost. Dai Mubai wasn't foolish. He was very familiar with the moves of the Nether Cat and directly activated his ultimate move, the 3rd soul skill, White Tiger King Transformation. His muscles expanded even more, black patterns emerging on his skin, and his attack and defense doubled. Sure enough, just as he finished transforming, Zhu Zhuqing's claws shot out of the darkness, delivering a fierce strike. Claw against claw, with a clang, sparks flew. Zhu Zhuqing missed her strike and immediately tried to run, but was caught by the transformed Dai Mubai. That girl was fierce too, executing a spiral midair, using her 2nd soul skill, Nether Claw, launching a frenzied assault on Dai Mubai's chest, spinning like a little black top. Dai Mubai, pushed to the limit, had no choice but to unleash a white tiger light wave from his mouth, like a cannon, forcing her back. Although he repelled her, his chest was still scratched, and the wound had a continuous bleeding debuff, making him wince in pain. Now he didn't dare to be careless, directly lying on the ground, closing his eyes, relying on the slight sensing between martial souls to locate Zhu Zhuqing's position. On the other side, Tang Hao directly spoiled the plot for me. Zhu Qing is going to lose. The White Tiger martial soul, is still of higher quality than the nether cat. Sure enough, Dai Mu Bai's eyes suddenly widened, rushing toward a direction like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Zhu Zhuqing was also forced out, and she didn't dodge, confronting him head-on. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Dai Mu Bai, anticipating this move, activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield Barrier, simultaneously. With a loud boom, the two skills collided, creating a cloud of dust, obscuring everything. When the dust settled, I was stunned to see another person on the field. Tang Yin had entered at some point, grabbing Dai Mu Bai's paw that was reaching for Zhu Zhuqing's chest with one hand and holding Zhu Zhuqing tightly in the other. Dai Mu Bai's claws had pierced into Tang Yin's hand, blood flowing down, looking painful. This guy was really ruthless, trying to take the chance to cripple Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Tang Yin, Dai Mu Bai became even angrier, wanting to exert force on Tang Yin's hand. But guess what? Tang Yin twisted his wrist, and with a few cracking sounds, he directly broke Dai Mu Bai's claws like he was peeling corn, casually tossing them aside, as if it were nothing. Tang Yin held the still somewhat dazed Zhu Zhuqing and simply said, "You won," before turning to leave. Tang Hao followed suit, patting Tang San on the shoulder before leaving, telling him to stay away from Dai Mu Bai. But Tang San, being loyal, still went over to comfort his big brother Dai, and the two were back to their deep brotherly bond. On the way back, Zhu Zhuqing looked like a kitten that had done something wrong, her head almost buried in her chest, not saying a word. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore, tugging at Tang Yin's clothes, and with a choked voice said, "I'm sorry." Tang Yin was actually not angry that she lost, but that she had joked with her life. Then, let me tell you, it was unbelievable. He pulled Zhu Zhuqing over, raised his hand, and gave her a sharp smack on her pert backside. The sound was crisp. After the slap, he warned, "If you ever dare to bet your life again, I'll take your pants off and spank you." As a result, wow, that slap seemed to open some strange switch. Zhu Zhuqing's little face turned an abnormal red, her eyes watery, rubbing against Tang Yin like a little kitten, making those sounds. You know what I mean? It was like she had awakened some strange XP. Seeing this scene, Tang Yin was also dumbfounded, holding her and rushing home like he was on oil-slicked feet. As luck would have it, this scene was caught by her sister, Zhu Zhuqing. So, during dinner, the atmosphere was incredible. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms, looking like a curious little baby, staring at her sister for a long time, then turned to Tang Yin and asked, "Xiao Yin, is it really that comfortable?" Puffed. I almost spat out my food at that moment. To save face for Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin could only stiffen his neck and say it was just something he wanted to try. As a result, her sister became even more excited, looking at Tang Yin with shining eyes. "How about we try it too?" I tell you, Zhu Zhuqing died on the spot socially. She pushed her bowl away, said "I'm done eating," and then swooshed back to her room. At speed, truly deserving of being A. However, the next morning, I tell you, Tang Yin was standing there enjoying the morning breeze, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and made a rather pretentious remark. "Sigh. Why do all the girls I've had relations with seem to awaken some strange attributes? Me? Dude, are you showing off? You must be showing off." Anyway, after this incident, time seemed to speed up, and before we knew it, the 5-year continent-wide Soul Master competition was about to kick off. Our Lamb Academy is strong and ready. Zhu Zhuqing successfully broke through to level 40 and obtained her 4th spirit ring, officially becoming a Soul Master. But the most astonishing one is Duge Yan. After consuming that celestial herb, her spirit power skyrocketed from level 41 to level 46, making the other team members' eyes nearly pop out. As for Tang Yin, this guy, as our team's super substitute, has no intention of going on stage and spends his days idly scratching his feet, pondering how to slack off during the competition. The Zhu sisters, on the other hand, train intensely every day, so exhausted that they collapse in a bed at home, leaving Tang Yin with no chance to do anything. All right, over at the Crown Princess residence, Qian Rinqiu even sent someone to urge him. I can just imagine Sister Shue's icy exterior with a hint of resentment inside. This guy talks about being overwhelmed, but the expression on his face shows he's enjoying it. On the other side, Shrek Academy is struggling much more. Without the celestial herb I provided, their overall strength has dropped significantly compared to the original story. Besides Tang, San, and Dai Mu Bai, everyone else is at the Soul Master level, with Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun barely reaching level 30. Only Tang, San, relying on the twin martial soul training cheat given by BB Dong, now has 310,000 year spirit rings on his blue-silver Emperor martial soul, and his spirit power is nearing level 49. Master Yu Xiaojing looked at these kids, and initially felt quite confident. But as soon as he heard that Tang Yin was also competing, his hopes for the championship were instantly crushed. He first poured a big bowl of motivational talk for the team, saying how proud he was of them. However, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, these two clowns, immediately got carried away, patting their chests and shouting, "Don't worry, master. With third brother here, we can still fight for the championship. Family, who understands?" Master S' face instantly turned dark. It felt like a boss was painting a big dream, and the employees immediately wanted stock options. He coldly said, "Are you feeling proud?" The whole place fell silent. Then he directly named Tang San. "Xiao San, explain to your teammates what kind of monster your brother is now." Tang San stepped forward, looking bitter as he began to introduce the final boss. "My brother Tang Yin was already level 54 half a year ago. The last time we fought, I revealed all my cards, and I couldn't even force out his spirit rings. Moreover, he has at least one self-created spirit skill." Upon hearing this, everyone at Shrek gasped in shock, especially Dai Mubai, who had just been bragging, turned pale, probably recalling a certain fateful afternoon when something shattered and the pain hit deep. Master saw that the atmosphere was set and began to PUA, giving a slap and then a sweet date. "All right, Tang Yin is indeed a rare prodigy, but you should still be fine against the other teams." 3 days later, the opening ceremony of the competition. The streets of Heavendo City were packed with people, just like during the New Year. Our Lamba Academy's leader, the elegantly dressed Dean Lu Erlong, had an incredible presence. I was wearing a handsome dark blue team uniform, and Tang Yin, with his white hair paired with the uniform, was like a walking heartthrob, making the girls around him almost burn his clothes with their gazes. Zhu Zhuxing immediately went into protective mode, scanning the surroundings warily, and with her arm around Tang Yin's neck, whispered fiercely in his ear, "I still remember you have other girls in this Heavendo City." Before she could finish, Tang Yin quickly covered her mouth. I couldn't help but laugh at this little couple. We entered the rest area and soon saw the group from Shrek Academy. They are now the second team of the Tiendo Royal Academy, dressed in royal uniforms, looking quite impressive. Tang Yin glanced over and felt nauseous when he saw Dai Mubai, so he didn't bother to greet him. The gaze of director Lu Erlong met with Yu Xiaojiang's, but it was just for a moment before she calmly looked away. She has moved on, good for her. Soon, the opening ceremony began. The host introduced the academies one by one, and when it was our turn, the whole venue erupted. Next to enter was the Lamba Academy. Their slogan was, "Champion." Oh my, I was really looking forward to their performance. Just those 2 words, champion, instantly focused tens of thousands of eyes on our mere 8 people. There were looks of surprise, disdain, and mostly, people were just there to watch the show. In the VIP section, Ning Fengxi's eyes lit up when he saw Tang Yin. The nearby Snow Knight Emperor asked, "Who did Sect Master Ning see?" As a result, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, also spotted Tang Yin, and his gaze was like a wolf seeing meat. I really need to have a good talk with this guy. He had previously received a secret letter from Pope Bibi Dong with just 4 words, "Let it be," telling him not to bother with Tang Yin. Not long after, the real Bibi Dong teleported directly to his office and gave him a scolding, saying he didn't even know there were assassins in the city targeting Tang Yin, calling him useless. That time, Salus was almost scared out of his wits, and since then, he regarded Tang Yin as a golden opportunity to reach the peak of life. Today, seeing him again was quite thrilling. While these big shots were puzzling over things, the draw results came out. The host announced loudly, preliminary round, first match, Tiendo Royal Academy versus Lamba Academy. Wow, the opening match is a brotherly showdown. Shrek's side turned pale. Yu Xiaojiang was probably thinking of surrendering immediately, but that wouldn't do. This was the first match representing the royal face. Losing was acceptable, but they couldn't back down. Back in the rest area, the atmosphere on Shrek's side was as tense as if they were attending a funeral. Yu Xiaojiang reminded Tang San, "If the situation isn't right, just admit defeat, don't push yourself." But on our side, it was like a tea party, chatting and laughing. If it weren't for the impact, Tang Yin would probably have been glued to the Zhu sisters. Half an hour later, the match officially began. The 2 teams walked out from the passage and stood in the center of the arena. Tang Yin and Tang San faced each other from a distance. Tang Yin smiled relaxedly, teasingly calling out, "Cut." Tang San's face was as stiff as iron, completely ignoring him. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was like a knife, locking onto Dai Mubai. With the referee's command, the match begins. Both sides had 1 minute of preparation time. The first match of the preliminary round officially started. The dazzling soul rings instantly lit up the entire venue. When Tang San's 4th ring appeared, it was a black 10,000-year soul ring, and the audience gasped. Everyone thought this was the peak of the day. But in the next second, Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul manifested. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The fifth soul ring suddenly rose, also a deep black. Soul King. The Snow Knight Emperor jumped up from his seat, his face full of disbelief. What? Soul King? But that wasn't the end. The referee noticed that Tang Yin was slow to act and reminded, "This student, please summon your soul rings." Tang Yin just smiled. "Thank you, senior, but I have my own judgment." Just as Duge Yin was about to order an attack, Tang Yin's voice suddenly rang out. Not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. "Zhu Qing, do you want revenge?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, looking at Dai Mu Bai, but still shook her head. Tang Yin waved his hand to interrupt her. "Hey, it's okay to be a little willful sometimes." As soon as he finished speaking, our Lamba Academy's formation suddenly split in the middle, creating a path. Tang San felt something was wrong immediately and shouted, "Not good. Attack quickly." But it was too late. Tang Yin walked forward leisurely. With each step he took, a soul ring rose beneath his feet, and an invisible, tsunami-like pressure bore down on the 7 members of Shrek. With the first step, the first ring, purple. 1,000 years. The audience went wild. The second step, the second ring, still purple. The third step, the third ring, still purple. Tang San and the others felt as if their bodies were filled with cement, unable to move. With the fourth step, the fourth ring black. 10,000 years. The black light was even deeper than Tang San's. The entire audience held their breath, staring intently at the only focus in the arena. In the final step, Tang Yin reached the front of the team, and the fifth soul ring rose with a roar. Still that suffocating black. Purple, 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 black, black. 5 soul rings hovered silently. The unspoken pressure making the entire battle arena so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This soul ring configuration was simply far ahead. After a brief silence, there was an eruption of cheers, like a volcanic eruption. "Oh my, what am I seeing? This soul ring configuration is even more luxurious than a soul sage. So handsome and so strong. Who is that white-haired young man?" Some even wanted to give him a child on the spot. Family, who understands? The atmosphere on site was simply explosive. But let me tell you, that white-haired guy Tang Yin, as handsome as he is, has no mercy in his actions. He pointed his spear directly at Dai Mu Bai, meaning, "You come out and take a beating. What about the others?" Wow, that overwhelming pressure was still there, making them continue to stand still. Then he turned around, looking as gentle as water, and said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhu Qing, it's your turn next." I can't believe the difference in treatment. Dai Mu Bai's face turned green when he saw Zhu Zhuqing walking towards him from the opposite side. He instantly understood. This isn't a team battle at all. This is about pulling him out for a one-on-one fight, rubbing his face in the ground in front of the entire continent. His teammates, including Tang San, were all immobilized, as if they had been paralyzed, forced to watch helplessly. I tell you, Tang San's eyes were so red, they looked like they were about to explode. The Xin Tiangong in his body was running wildly, and his purple extreme demon eyes were about to shoot out sparks, desperately trying to break free from that pressure. But what was the result? Useless. He was probably roaring inside. I refuse to accept this. Even with my cheat, I still can't beat you. It was simply a live broadcast of a major breakdown. Dai Mu Bai was also tough, or rather stubborn. He walked up to Zhu Zhuqing and said calmly, "Do you still want to challenge me? If it weren't for that person stopping you last time, you wouldn't even be standing here today." Haha. He originally wanted to say adulterer, but when he thought of Tang Yin's terrifying strength, he swallowed the words, probably fearing that Tang Yin would remember it and give him a physical lesson after the match. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, closing her eyes to start reminiscing. Let me tell you, this is all thanks to Tang Yin secretly giving her special training. Baby, remember, when a sensitive attack type fights a strong attack type, it's all about one-hit kills. Just like an assassin fighting a warrior. Her third spirit skill is a comprehensive amplification. Your underworld slash can break armor, but it will be blocked by his other defensive skill. So, your skills need to connect like this, understand what I mean? TSK. This is simply hand-holding teaching. A top-tier sparring partner. When Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes again, her aura instantly changed. She looked like a sword that had just been unsheathed, radiating killing intent. Dai Mu Bai quickly lowered his center of gravity, adopting a posture like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, staring intently at her. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing moved. With a swoosh, she transformed into a shadow and charged forward. Dai Mu Bai still had that self-satisfied smile on his face, directly using his ultimate move, Third spirit skill. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a series of tearing sounds, his clothes exploded, and the muscular man was instantly online, his already tall figure growing even larger. The noble women in the audience were wide-eyed, probably thinking that this muscular guy looks much more useful than that white-haired one. What happened next? Zhu Zhuqing dashed in front of him, her figure flickering, splitting into three. Wow, just wow. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded when he didn't even realize Zhu Zhuqing had used her spirit skill. This was Zhu Zhuqing's fourth spirit skill, Underworld Shadow Clone. And let me tell you, these clones are not just for show. They can attack and use skills. Dai Mubai was completely stunned, and his battle instinct made him throw a punch at one of the clones. But it was already too late. The three Zhu Zhuqings attacked simultaneously. The one on the left joined hands, striking down with a purple blade. The one on the right spun rapidly, creating hundreds of claw shadows. The one in the middle was the fiercest, with a golden light erupting from her palm, directly pulling out the dark golden, terrifying claw. Combining it with her first spirit skill, Underworld Stab, executing a smooth combo that maximized damage. This move was simply a textbook-level demonstration of being far ahead. Dai Mubai instinctively activated his first spirit skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. What was the result? It shattered like paper. The underworld struck, and with a loud crack, it broke apart. He panicked at that moment. His fourth spirit ring lit up, and just as he was about to shout his fourth spirit skill, White Tiger Meteor, he didn't even finish the sentence before the golden claw had already slashed open his chest, blood spraying like a fountain. He was finished, directly killed in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing executed a beautiful dodge and landed gracefully, not a drop of blood on her. She walked over to Tang Yin, looking up with a proud expression, almost as if to say, "Praise me," without saying the words. But just as Tang Yin was about to reach out to ruffle her hair, the atmosphere changed. Tang Yin raised an eyebrow and looked to the opposite side. That indestructible little cockroach, Tang San, had actually managed to break free of his restraints with sheer willpower. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, panting heavily, and then suddenly raised the Hao Yin hammer, shouting with all his might. Fourth spirit skill, Hao Yin Golden Lion. What happened next? Tang Yin didn't even lift an eyelid. A green dragon shot out from under his feet, instantly binding Tang San like a dumpling and even gagging his mouth. Tang San spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Family, who understands? This guy is all about ineffective effort. Only then did Tang Yin snap his fingers, releasing the remaining people from their immobilization. Seeing the big brother and second brother both lying down, what else was there to fight about? Oscar could only helplessly raise his hand. We concede. The entire match ended in less than 5 minutes. The audience was stunned, and the referee took a long time to react and announce the result. In the VIP seats, the Emperor looked grim, while Ning Fengji tried to smooth things over, saying that the Blue Tyrant Academy was also bringing glory to the Heaven Do Empire. Only the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salas, was smiling like a cunning old fox. On the way back to the backstage, Duga Yin was unhappy, crossing her arms and shouting, Hey, Tang Yin, what else with this? Are we just here to be the atmosphere group? Watching you perform alone, every time? Tang Yin quickly waved his hand, helplessly saying he wouldn't do it again, mainly to help Zhu Zhuqing resolve her mental block. Let me tell you, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was hanging on Tang Yin's arm, her head pressed against him, looking incredibly clingy. Dugu Yin quietly asked her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, "Aren't you jealous of your man being like this with your sister?" Zhu Zhuqing calmly replied, "Why should I be jealous? He is our light." Wow, I really can't understand this level of thinking. As soon as the group returned to the resting area, they saw an old man approaching. Tang Yin recognized him at a glance. Wasn't he the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spear Hall, sitting next to the Emperor in the VIP seats? The old man had changed into casual clothes and smiled at Tang Yin, saying, "Little brother Tang Yin, can I talk to you privately?" Tang Yin was puzzled. What did the Spirit Hall want with him? But he still smiled and returned the greeting. Salas then said a bunch of courteous words to the others. Like the doors of the Spirit Hall are open for you. Tang Yin told Zhu Zhuqing and the others to return to the academy first and followed Salas away. On the way, the old fox probed him. "You don't seem to have much respect for the Heaven Do Emperor, do you?" Tang Yin laughed. Respect is in the heart. In his heart, he was probably thinking, not only do I not respect him, but I also want to give him a hammer. When Salas heard this, he was even happier, thinking Tang Yin was one of his own. When they arrived at the Spirit Hall, it was quite impressive, but there were a lot of rules. Along the way, everyone had to bow at a 90-degree angle when they saw them. Tang Yin frowned. "What are you doing? Making it feel like a feudal dynasty? Is it really necessary?" When Salas heard this, his heart sank. He had flattered him the wrong way. He quickly said, we can change. If you don't like it, we will change. Now Tang Yin was completely alert. Why was this old man so humble towards him? He suddenly remembered that Qian Richue had said this old man wasn't on her side. So, isn't he want to Pope BB Dong as people? Wow. So they think I'm the Pope's secret lover? Just as he was about to explain, Salas directly gave him an understanding look, reassuring him with a gesture that he wouldn't leak a word to the Pope. Tang Yin, what exactly do you understand? Forget it. Let it be a misunderstanding. It's a free opportunity to have the Spirit Hall of Heaven Dose City as a backing. So why not take it? Before leaving, Tang Yin pretended to pat Salas on the shoulder, giving him a bit of life energy, and earnestly said, Bishop Salas, keep a clear heart and mind. Don't get caught up in those superficial things. It's good for your health. Salas immediately felt a shiver run through him, as if he had been enlightened by a little ancestor. On the other side, Dean Lu Erlong was feeling very conflicted. She had just seen her old lover Yu Xiaojiang after more than 20 years, yet her mind was filled with thoughts of Tang Yin. I heard that Tang Yin was taken away by the people from the Spirit Hall, and she was in a panic. Just as she stepped out, she ran into Tang Yin, who was coming back. As soon as Tang Yin saw her worried expression, he immediately took action. Let me tell you. He smiled and held Lu Erlong's hand, and then, as if by some divine intervention, he stretched out his other hand and pinched her cheek, saying, Director, you are so cute. Wow. Lu Erlong was stunned on the spot, her face turning as red as an apple. Once she came to her senses, she quickly swatted his hand away, feeling both shy and angry. I'm the director. You need to show some respect. Just when the atmosphere was at its most ambiguous, a voice suddenly came from behind. Brother-in-law, you're back. Goodness, the little detective Zhu Zhuqing had arrived. Lu Erlong was startled and hurriedly straightened her clothes, which were not even disheveled. And Tang Yin? He was calm as could be, acting as if nothing had happened, as if he weren't the one who just held hands and pinched cheeks. Deep down, he was also wondering what just happened. Oh, he figured out. It was because the power of the world tree within him was getting stronger, his charm value was maxed out, and now he was like a walking hormone, making anyone who saw him dazed. I tell you, a woman's intuition is really accurate. Zhu Zhuqing's little eyes kept darting around on Lu Erlong, making Lu Erlong feel very uncomfortable. Tang Yin quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing away to say goodbye, and before leaving, he winked at Lu Erlong in a place where Zhu Zhuqing couldn't see. As soon as they turned a corner, Zhu Zhuqing directly made a move, grabbing the soft flesh on Tang Yin's waist and threateningly asked, Brother-in-law, what were you doing with the dean just now? As a result, Tang Yin, the old playboy, countered with a wall slam, pinning Zhu Zhuqing against the wall, looking at her with an aggressive gaze. What? Are you going to leave me just because I have something with the dean? Zhu Zhuqing was directly flustered by his gaze, her cheeks flushed, unable to say a word. Just what she wanted to say, her mouth was covered. What happened afterward, we don't know, but 15 minutes later, after Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyin discussed their tactics, they saw Tang Yin helping the weak-legged Zhu Zhuqing walk in. Du Guyin was dumbfounded. You guys, what were you up to? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, wanting to push Tang Yin away to stand up straight, but her legs went weak again, and she could only stubbornly say, I just tripped. I'm telling you, this excuse is so flimsy that my grandma's foot-binding cloth is more convincing than it. Who understands this among the family? A sole master from the sensitive attack system, tripping while walking on flat ground? That girl, Du Guyin, is about to roll her eyes to the sky, but she sees through it and doesn't say anything, too lazy to bother with her. On the contrary, her sister Zhu Zhuyin has a smile on her face that says, I understand, I totally get it. This matter just passed by like that. That night, Zhu Zhuyin went straight to sleep with Tang Yin, sweet and loving. But let me tell you, this guy Tang Yin is full of energy. He just made his sister-in-law weak in the legs during the day, and at night, lying in bed, that wicked fire suddenly flared up again, feeling like there were cat claws scratching inside him, needing to do something. Guess what he wanted to do? He wanted to go find Lu Erlong. On the other side, our Dean Lu Erlong was tossing and turning in her little bamboo house, unable to sleep. Goodness, her mind was filled with Tang Yin's handsome face, smiling like a little sun, making her, a big sister who has been single for over 20 years, have her heart racing like thunder. She was also confused, knowing full well that Tang Yin was a playboy, surrounded by beautiful women, and who knows how many more would come in the future. But she was just so into it. It was like a moth to a flame. Nothing could stop it. Just as she was immersed in this bittersweet emotion, suddenly, she felt someone next to her. Oh my, a level 76 soul saint. Only realizing it when someone got close to her bed. Her alertness was ridiculously low. She broke out in a cold sweat, and her battle instinct from over 20 years instantly kicked in. Without thinking, she threw a punch at the figure. The force was like thousands of pounds. What happened? The punch was firmly caught by a hand, and a familiar voice said, "Dean, it's me." It was Tang Yin. Lu Erlong's heart, which had jumped to her throat, instantly relaxed, and her tightly clenched fist also loosened. She patted her chest, gasping for breath, and asked, "You scared me to death. Why did you suddenly come here at night?" Tang Yin didn't speak. He was stunned. He felt that the hand he was holding didn't feel right, sticky, and this wasn't sweat. This was clearly, those in the know would know. His curiosity piqued. He activated a skill, Sieji's Eye, and took a peek under the blanket. Goodness, sure enough, he didn't break the silence. Just looked at Lu Erlong with the most affectionate gaze and said 4 words, "I miss you." These 4 words were simply a killer move. Lu Erlong's heart, which had just calmed down, started racing again. Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly turned her head away. Seeing the opportunity, Tang Yin immediately followed up with a series of moves, leaning close to her ear, his warm breath making her ears instantly blush. As if that wasn't enough, he actually stuck out his tongue and gently touched her cute earlobe. Oh my God, who can stand this? Lu Erlong was so flustered she could barely speak. Aye. No. Stubborn, huh? Tang Yin was even more ruthless. He directly grabbed her hand that had committed the crime, held it in front of his nose, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then revealed a mischievous smile, as if to say, "Keep pretending. Who understands the family dynamics?" This move was simply the best moment of emotional breakdown of 2025. Lu Erlong couldn't hold back any longer, and tears streamed down her face, crying directly, "Boo-hoo, I can't face anyone anymore." Now Tang Yin was satisfied, quickly hugging her while comforting and kissing her, using both gentle and domineering tactics to break down the last line of defense of this beautiful woman. Lu Erlong stopped struggling and obediently leaned into his embrace, softly admitting that she had also been thinking about him just now. The next morning, Tang Yin stood on the balcony, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, starting to self-reflect. I really am a born. While he was feeling guilty, a pair of fair and tender arms hugged him from behind. It was Zhu Zhuyan. The two of them flirted for a while before taking the team to watch the matches at the Heavendo Arena. When they arrived at the arena, the atmosphere was lively with cheers. Everyone was discussing the miraculous feat of Tang Yin defeating 7 opponents alone yesterday, making him seem like a celestial being. That kid Talon even came over to flatter him, saying that many girls blushed when they mentioned Tang Yin, only to be shot down by Zhu Zhuqing's icy glare beside him. That little vinegar jar was turning over again. At that moment, 2 new girls from the back row arrived, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy. The younger sister, Shui Yuer, saw Tang Yin and her eyes locked onto him. Unable to look away, she excitedly pulled her sister. "Sister, look quickly, that handsome guy with white hair." This girl was also quite bold, directly coming over to ask, "Little handsome guy, are you the legendary white-haired genius?" After asking, she was not done and opened her mouth to ask if he had a girlfriend. Her sister, Shui Binger, hurriedly covered her mouth, because let me tell you, the glare from Zhu Zhuqing next to them was already about to freeze over. In the end, Tang Yin honestly replied with a smile. Yes, and not just one. Poof. Shui Yuer instantly felt heartbroken, hugging her sister and crying. Boo-hoo, the handsome guy I like turns out to be a scumbag. Shui Binger was also dumbfounded. Her worldview almost shattered. Zhu Zhuqing saw this and thought, oh, there's still those with unyielding hearts? She directly pulled her sister, Zhu Zhuyan, into Tang Yin's arms from across him. Now, it was settled. Facts speak louder than words, sisterly bonding right there. Shui Binger looked at her sister in her arms and instinctively shifted back a bit, afraid her own sister would be taken away too. After watching the matches, Tang Yin quietly told Shui Binger that he wouldn't go on stage when facing Tianshui Academy, as a favor. Then, the main group returned to the academy to discuss strategies. While Tang Yin was still thinking about Lu Erlong separating from everyone and sneaking off to the Blue Tyrant Academy. However, halfway there, the atmosphere suddenly changed. A thick fog rose around him, with eerie winds blowing. An old man in its Songhui Academy uniform appeared. It was the soul sage named Shinian. He came up with harsh words, saying that this little genius would die at his hands today, being incredibly arrogant. Tang Yin couldn't be bothered to talk to him. His left eye flashed with silver light, activating the eye of the Xieji, and he simply said, "Break." Well, that so-called impressive illusion shattered like glass with a crack. The old man was instantly dumbfounded. panicking and unleashing his ultimate move, the seventh soul skill, Dream of Remnant, trying to draw out Tang Yin's deepest fears. But this poked a hornet's nest, directly touching the inverse scale of Tang Yin, his memories of being betrayed and killed in his previous life. Tang Yin's face darkened instantly. Expressionless as he extended his hand, grabbing the air, he directly pulled Shinian, who was hiding in the illusion and still experiencing pain, out. Shinian broke down right there, laughing and crying like a madman. Tang Yin didn't even bother to do it himself, directly making a call to summon Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall. Before leaving, he specifically pointed out, "That old man seems to have a soul bone on his head. Make sure you don't lose it when you handle it." Salas understood immediately. That soul bone was Tang Yin's trophy. Who would dare touch it? After dealing with this short-lived interlude, Tang Yin returned to Blue Tyrant Academy as if nothing happened and headed straight for Lu Erlong's bamboo house. As soon as Lu Erlong saw him, her eyes lit up. Without saying a word, Tang Yin went up for a bear hug, burying his head in her embrace and saying in a muffled voice, "I missed you." Then, he lifted her up in a princess carry and walked into the house. Lu Erlong was still shy. The sky isn't dark yet. Tang Yin smirked. "Isn't that even better? Goodness, that was just too good. Let me tell you, these two were something else, directly frolicking from the bamboo house to the lakeside, covering themselves with a thin blanket under the moonlight. It was quite thrilling. Afterward, Lu Erlong still leaned softly against Tang Yin's embrace, asking if he was hungry and wanted to cook for him. Just as Tang Yin was entering a sage mode of reflection for a second, his stomach growled, and he immediately nodded. By the time they started eating, it was already 10 at night. You can imagine what happened in between. Savor it slowly. Speaking of which, the preliminary matches were going really fast. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the schedule was done. Our Blue Tyrant Academy was dominating, with 15 consecutive wins, firmly sitting at the top of the rankings. Thunder Academy was also strong, undefeated like us, just waiting for a showdown. Guess who came in third? It's the Heavendo Royal Academy, led by Tang San. I tell you, although the Shrek group had their strength reduced, losing their powerful weapon, the Nether White Tiger, Tang San was still fierce. They only lost the first match and won all the rest. The old man Shinian, who previously wanted to assassinate Tang Yin, led Songhui Academy and encountered Tang San early on. They attempted some fancy 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, which sounded impressive, but was easily countered by Tang San with a single move, leaving all 7 of them as fools. Really, I was there, witnessing their spiritual sea shatter like dumpling filling, their souls breaking apart. Now, Tang Yin originally wanted to personally step in to teach them a lesson, but now they were all fools, so he couldn't be bothered, continuing to enjoy his leisurely life. Sure enough, in the 16th round of matches, we faced Shindong Academy. The team members were nervously preparing in the resting area. And guess where our Captain Tang Yin was? He was out on a date with Lu Erlong outside the Heavendo Grand Soul Arena. I'm telling you, this guy really knows how to have fun. He directly pinned Lu Erlong against the wall, and the look in his eyes was so passionate it could burn through the wall. He initially wanted to cause some trouble in the audience, but when Lu Erlong saw he was still wearing our Lamba Academy team uniform, she stubbornly refused. After all, she was the dean, and what would that look like if it got out? So, they moved to a small corner, and the two of them were going at it like thunder and fire, completely lost in the moment, when a familiar figure appeared in their line of sight. Who understands this, folks? Caught in the act, and it's a familiar face. Lu Erlong was still dazed when she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and locked eyes with that person. Who was it? Yu Xiaojiang. This guy had an early match that day and won easily. He was thinking about the upcoming match tomorrow and had separated from the main group. He was feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking he had trained Tang San, a genius with a twin martial soul, who was about to gain fame across the continent, making all those who looked down on him unable to reach him, especially Bibi Dong. Just thinking about this put a sly smile on his stiff face. But when he turned his head, he saw a couple in the corner getting cozy. He cursed the state of the world in his heart. And just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something was off. The girl looked so familiar. He focused and thought, good heavens. ISNT, that the Lu Erlong I'd been thinking about. He was instantly petrified. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. Lu Erlong recognized him too, her eyes wide as saucers, instantly snapping back to reality. Tang Yin had his back to Yu Xiaojiang, unaware of anything, only feeling the person in his arms suddenly stiffen. Thinking she was just shy, so he intensified his efforts and even managed to capture her little tongue. Lu Erlong tried to push him away with a muffled MMPH, but her whole body felt weak, lacking any strength. Tang Yin thought her little hands were being restless, so he simply grabbed them, lifted her high, and pinned her against the wall. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang completely collapsed. He felt like his heart was being sliced. It hurt. It hurt so much. Erlong, how could you? Lu Erlong was frantic, feeling a mix of shame, anger, and helplessness. Tears streamed down her face. A single tear fell onto Tang Yin's face, and he finally realized something was wrong. When he saw Lu Erlong's aggrieved expression, he felt heartbroken and quickly released her, pulling her into his embrace. Softly asking, "What is wrong?" Lu Erlong couldn't speak, just stared intensely at Yu Xiaojiang, whose gaze was still dazed. Tang Yin followed her line of sight and turned around. Oh, a familiar face. He was the least bit embarrassed, tightening his hold on Lu Erlong. Turning to show a polite smile. "Master, hello? May I ask what is the matter?" When Yu Xiaojiang clearly saw Tang Yin's face, his fingers trembled as he pointed at the two of them, his throat hoarse. "You two." Lu Erlong was so ashamed she couldn't lift her head. Tang Yin directly pressed her head against his shoulder, answering Yu Xiaojiang's question. "Master, as you can see, I'm with Dean Erlong." With a loud bang. This sentence struck Yu Xiaojiang like thunder, shattering the little bit of self-esteem he had just picked up. His eyes turned red, his face purple from holding back, and he began to roar, "Your ages." And Tang Yin, didn't you already have a girlfriend? Why deceive Erlong's feelings? Tang Yin had a out-of-touch expression and gestured. "Master, age is not a problem. Title de law can live for hundreds of years. In 100 years, our age difference will be minimal. As for my girlfriend, Dean Erlong knows about it. It's mainly about companionship. Even if you're my brother's teacher, you can't control my private life, right?" Yu Xiaojiang was left speechless by Tang Yin's retort. So he had to bring up the identity he was most reluctant to mention. I'm Erlong's cousin. Am I not allowed to worry about her being deceived?" Tang Yin naturally knew about this nonsense. Lu Erlong had already complained to him when she was drunk. Right in front of Yu Xiaojiang, he leaned close to Lu Erlong's ear and whispered, "Longer, do you want to be with me?" Lu Erlong didn't lift her head, just softly hummed in response. Though her voice was small, the two men present heard it clearly. Puffed. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't hold it any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away, collapsing to the ground. Tang Yin reacted quickly, turning around with Lu Erlong in his arms, perfectly dodging Yu Xiaojiang's blood arrow attack. When Lu Erlong saw Yu Xiaojiang spitting blood and collapsing, her heart tightened, and she instinctively tried to break free from Tang Yin to check. But as soon as she moved, she felt the arms around her tighten instantly. She looked up and met Tang Yin's cold, frosty face. "You go." Tang Yin released her, his tone as cold as ice. Lu Erlong had never seen Tang Yin like this. He had always been gentle and considerate, though a bit of a flirt. She was momentarily stunned. Just as Tang Yin was about to turn and leave, her soul sage reflexes finally kicked in, and she grabbed his waist from behind tightly. "Don't leave me, okay?" Lu Erlong's voice carried a plea. She was genuinely scared, afraid that Tang Yin might leave, just like Yu Xiaojiang did 20 years ago. This sentence directly struck Tang Yin's soft heart beneath his playboy exterior. He originally had a casual mindset, but he hadn't expected Lu Erlong to rely on him to this extent. 3 people, 3 different thoughts. The atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. Finally, Tang Yin broke the deadlock. "The match is almost over. Let us go." He turned and walked away, with Lu Erlong closely following, not looking back at Yu Xiaojiang on the ground. Back in the resting area, the two had returned to normal, but Lu Erlong's face was still flushed. Tang Yin mischievously slapped her on the backside, causing her to jump. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang lay on the ground like a dead fish, with passers-by coming and going, none caring about him. It wasn't until the crowd dispersed that Tang San and Flinder finally arrived. It turned out Tang San had encountered a problem in his training and wanted to consult his teacher, but when he found the teacher was missing, he hurriedly sought Flinder to help look for him. Upon seeing the blood at the corner of Yu Xiaojiang's mouth and the bloodstains on the ground, Tang San initially thought the teacher had been attacked and immediately prepared to go in to retrieve the deceased mode. However, after checking for a long time, there were no wounds. Flinder shook Yu Xiaojiang awake, and when this guy saw his good brothers and good disciples, the feeling of the world collapsing slightly faded. But when he thought of Lu Erlong and Tang Yin, he felt a wave of sadness and cried like a 50-year-old child in Tang San's arms. When he stabilized his emotions, he finally managed to explain what happened. Upon hearing this, Flinder exploded. "No, I don't agree. How can Erlong's happiness be entrusted to that kid? They have a 28-year age difference. When Erlong is old, will that kid still want her?" He was so agitated that his tongue nearly got tangled. He grabbed Yu Xiaojiang by the collar and shouted, "She liked you back then. She waited for you for 20 years. If it weren't for you being a coward, could she be with that kid Tang Yin? Are you going to keep avoiding it?" This shout brought out Yu Xiaojiang's bloodiness as well. To hell with morals and ethics. To hell with cousins. He gritted his teeth. "Fine, let us go together." Flinder didn't say a word, directly lifting Yu Xiaojiang from under his arms, flapping his cat-eagle wings, and flying him toward Lamba Academy, with Tang San quickly following behind. When they arrived, Tang Yin and Lu Erlong were having dinner in the bamboo house. Let me tell you, this meal was not easy to prepare. Lu Erlong was draped in a thin veil, sitting on Tang Yin's lap, and they were feeding each other mouthfuls, all lovey-dovey. "Dean, I want to eat that." Tang Yin even acted cute. "Don't call me Dean," Lu Erlong playfully scolded as she fed him a piece of meat. Just then, Flinder and the others stormed in. Tang Yin put on a robe and went out, while Lu Erlong hurriedly fumbled to get dressed. Upon meeting, Flinder's heart shattered as he looked at Lu Erlong coming out from the house, bitterly asking, "Erlong, are you okay?" Tang Yin didn't give her a chance to respond, reaching out to wrap his arm around Lu Erlong's waist and said first, "So it's my big brother-in-law and second brother-in-law. Erlong and I have been getting along very well. No need for you two to visit late at night." Tang San couldn't stand it anymore and criticized Tang Yin for being fickle. Tang Yin shot back, "My girlfriends have no objections, but what about you, brother? You still have unresolved feelings with Sister Xiao Wu, so mind your own business." Flinder took a deep breath and started playing the emotional card, asking if he had forgotten his original dream, saying that Tang Yin was not suitable for her and that she would be abandoned. Yu Xiaojiang chimed in, reminiscing about the past, and it looked like he was about to confess. "That's enough." Lu Erlong, who had been silent, finally exploded, her eyes red but not shedding a tear. She pointed at Yu Xiaojiang, her voice trembling. 20 years. How many 20 years does a life have? I waited for you with my best years. Where are you? Now that you see me with someone else, you come looking for me? Do you still think of me as your exclusive possession?" Flinder wanted to advise her, but Lu Erlong made her point clear. "Big brother, I have already made my choice. If you still recognize me as your sister, then bless me." This completely cut off Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang's retreat. Flinder looked at his disappointing old brother and could only sigh, taking the dazed Yu Xiaojiang away in defeat. Under the moonlight, their backs looked desolate. Tang San shook his head and followed them. Once they left, beautiful music soon resumed by the small lake. Thus, the preliminary round of the elite competition of the entire continent's advanced Soul Master Academies officially came to an end amidst this chaotic and lively scene. Let me tell you, after the competition, it was a mix of joy and sorrow for many. The worst off was the Fire Academy, which was knocked out by the Water Academy, finishing in 6th place and getting eliminated. Their captain, a girl named Wu, cried on the spot. Well, it's no wonder. She had been holding back her energy, wanting to face off against our Tang Yin, but in the end, she didn't even get to see Tang Yin's face and went home packing. This regret will probably stick with her for a lifetime. Then came the award ceremony, with the top 5 going on stage to receive their certificates. Our Blue Tyrant Academy had an undefeated record, so we had to be first. Following us were Thunder Academy, Divine Wind Academy, the Royal Second Team of Tiando, and Water Academy. I went up on stage with Tang Yin and Du Guyan. As soon as we stood firm, the captain of Thunder Academy, a guy named Yu Qianxin, started making sarcastic remarks to Du Guyan. He quietly said, "Looks like your choice was the right one." Du Guyan's face darkened, and she shot back, "I'm not familiar with you." But this guy had skin thicker than a city wall, and continued, "My brother really is useless. Breaking up with him was a good choice. You can understand this, right? This is just a typical annoying ex-relative." Du Guyan was so angry her face turned green. But since we were about to receive the award, she had to hold it in. Just when this guy wanted to keep talking, our Tang Yin spoke up. Her voice not loud, but cold as ice. "If you don't want to be beaten up in the qualifiers, you'd better shut your mouth. I tell you." The effect was immediate. As soon as Yu Qianxin saw that the person was Tang Yin, he instantly swallowed his words and didn't dare to make a sound. This operation mainly relied on a physical silence. Once everyone was settled, Du Guyan quietly thanked Tang Yin. Tang Yin casually asked who that person was, and Du Guyan didn't hide it, saying that he was her ex-boyfriend Yu Tianheng's elder brother. All understood at that moment. It turned out to be the internal conflict of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. These two brothers didn't seem very harmonious. Next, the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji, and Bishop Salas from the Spear Hall personally came to present the awards. The qualification certificates were all just formalities. The key point was the prize money. Each team received 10,000 gold soul coins. Tang Yin's eyes brightened at that moment. It wasn't he that he lacked money. His father, Tang Hao, was a chosen laborer, often missing for days, and all the hard-earned money was spent on him and his several girlfriends. But for the members of their team, especially Jiang Zhu and the others, this 10,000 gold soul coins was indeed an astronomical fortune. Tang Yin immediately decided that he and the Zhu sisters would take a symbolic 1,000. Duga Yin and Tai Long's families also weren't short on money, each taking 500, and the remaining 8,000 would be equally divided among Jiang Zhu and the other two. After distributing the money, the Snow Knight Emperor began to paint a grand vision. He first praised them profusely, then announced on the spot that all team captains and vice captains would be granted the title of Viscount, while the other team members would receive the title of Baron, with land to be granted after graduation. Wow, this was a grand gesture, directly tying these geniuses to the war chariot of his Tiando Empire. Just as everyone was a bit dizzy from this sudden nobility, Tang Yin once again surprised everyone. He stepped forward, his voice not loud but clear. "Thank you for your kindness, your majesty, but I'm used to freedom, so I'll pass on the title of Viscount and the land." He outright refused. The whole place was stunned, and the other captains looked at him as if he were an alien. Isn't cultivation meant to elevate oneself? You don't want the noble title that's right in front of you? The smile on the Snow Knight Emperor's face stiffened, but he managed to cover it up. I later found out that he thought Tang Yin was Prince Xueqing's person and believed this was his future son-in-law, throwing a little tantrum. He laughed and said, "Carefree and indifferent to fame and fortune, truly a young genius. The Empire respects your choice." Now, it was Tang Yin's turn to be confused. He thought he had refused quite rudely. So why was the Emperor acting like nothing happened? The Snow Knight Emperor continued to sweeten the deal, saying that after the promotion matches, he would help all students secure their next spirit ring. Now, even the calmest among them couldn't stay seated, while Tang Yin still looked uninterested. After all, he was aiming for a 50,000-year spirit ring, and this welfare for those below 30,000 years was indeed not appealing. The Emperor was clearly trying to annoy Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall, but that old fox remained expressionless, steady as a rock. Ning Fengji watched from his side, feeling something was off. Once the ceremony ended, Tang Yin called out to Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, who were about to leave. He pulled out a spiritual ginseng from his soul guide and cheerfully said, "I haven't seen your teacher and Dean Flender lately. My dragon is a bit worried. So I brought this for you to take back to them and nourish their bodies. After all, they're my big brother-in-law and second brother-in-law." Tang San was instantly petrified, his face turning green. The family hierarchy was all over the place. It was almost unbearable to watch. But he still quietly accepted the spiritual ginseng. Ever since the incident with Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing and Flender had been in a slump, indeed needing some nourishment. A month later, the promotion matches officially started at the Royal Hunting Grounds. Our group from the Blue Tyrant Academy was bumping along in a horse-drawn carriage towards the camp. Tang Yin was just lamenting how vast the royal territory was when a group of knights approached. The leader was a strikingly handsome guy in armor, riding a white tiger spirit beast who stopped right next to us. When he took off his helmet, Tang Yin laughed. "Good brother?" It turned out to be a general named Guiyang, whom Tang Yin had met on the battlefield. Thanks to Tang Yin's heroic deeds back then, he had also benefited and was promoted from the frontier directly to the Royal Knight Corps as a deputy commander. The two excitedly chatted upon meeting, and Guiyang joked, "The one they say is the terrifying tiger of the Tiando Empire, the Pillar of the Sea, is referring to you, right?" As Tang Yin heard these over-the-top nicknames, he felt so embarrassed he could almost dig himself a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, repeatedly waving his hands. After catching up for a while and agreeing to meet again after the match, Tang Yin returned to our Academy's camp. But let me tell you, the real show was just beginning. As soon as Tang Yin left, an unexpected guest arrived at our camp. A handsome blonde guy, looking exceptionally refined, immediately stunned Lu Erlong when he spoke. "Hello, my name is Xueqing. I'm the crown prince of the Tiando Empire." As Zhu Zhuqing came out of the tent, she froze upon hearing that name, her whole body stiffening as she fixed her gaze on his face. This crown prince was none other than Qian Renxue in disguise. Smiling as he said, "I'm here to look for your classmate Tang Yin." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's alarm bells went off immediately, and she stepped forward to question, "What do you want with Xiao Yin?" Qian Renxue looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who exuded the aura of a legitimate lady, and smirked, deliberately using a flirtatious tone, of course, to pursue Xiao Yin. Boom. Zhu Zhuqing's mind probably exploded at that moment. The thing she feared most had happened. Tang Yin not only had many women, but now he was also attracting men. And it was a prince. Her face turned pale as she firmly stated, "You're a prince. How can you like men? Xiaoyin doesn't like men." Lu Erlong leaned against the railing nearby, crossing his arms and watching the show, his expression practically screaming, "Let them fight, let them fight." Qian Rinxue kept fanning the flames. "My father has already agreed. As for whether Xiao Yin likes me or not, when he comes back, you could just ask him." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing came out too, and upon hearing her sister say that a man was trying to steal Tang Yin, her little face puffed up with anger. Qian Rinxue, enjoying the chaos, added, "Oh, it's a pair of sisters? My Xiao Yin is really blessed. But why hasn't he mentioned the two of you serving him together?" As soon as those words were out, both sisters' faces turned red with anger. Just as the situation was getting tense, Duguyin also walked out of the tent. Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up, and he directly grabbed Duguyin's hand, saying to her, "My Xiao Yin even mentioned wanting to try the taste of couple rice bowls, and said that the one in your team, named Dugu Yin, is quite good." Just then, Tang Yin returned. As soon as he entered the camp, he was greeted with a scene he would never forget. Lu Erlong watching the show, Zhu Zhuqing's chest heaving with anger, Zhu Qing's eyes brimming with tears, Duguyin glaring at him with gritted teeth, and the instigator of all this, Crown Prince Qian Rinxue, standing innocently in the middle. The atmosphere, let me tell you, was simply hell on earth. Tang Yin felt his scalp tingle, knowing something was off. He wanted to make a joke to lighten the mood, but no one paid him any attention. Inside the tent, Tai Long and the others didn't even dare to breathe, peeking through the curtain to watch. Qian Rinxue brushed Duguyin aside and flitted over to Tang Yin like a little butterfly, using a voice so sweet it made one cringe. "Xiao Yin, you're back. Did you miss me?" I have to tell you, the moment I heard that voice, my hair stood on end, with a man's face giving me a flirtatious look. That expression was so playful. My family, who understands? I almost threw up my dinner at that moment. The few people next to me were completely frozen, their expressions like they had seen a ghost. This girl, Qian Rinxue, really didn't care at all. With the prince's handsome face, she directly took my hand and pressed it against her face, pouting and saying, "Little silver brother, you used to call me Little Schwerer." Goodness, I was covered in goosebumps. Zhu Ziyun exploded on the spot, rushed up like a mother hen protecting her chick, and pulled me behind her, firing at Qian Rinxue. "Your Highness, he has a girlfriend." And guess what Qian Rinxue said? With an innocent face, she dropped a bombshell. "I know, I don't mind. Anyway, we can't have children together." At that moment, my CPU was almost overheating. Such fierce words. I finally understood. This girl came here to cause trouble today. Fine, just wait. Tonight, I will make you know what family discipline means. I quickly hugged Zhu Ziyun, who was still trying to charge forward, gave her a wink, and then said to Qian Rinxue, "Little Schwerer, be good. Go back to the tent first. I'll find you later." Seeing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue left reluctantly, looking back 3 times as she walked away. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly comforted Zhu Ziyun. All right. I will explain everything clearly to you two sisters later. Trust me." Finally, I managed to send that troublesome person away. But as soon as I turned around, I was met with a pair of murderous eyes. Duguyin, our team's vice captain, looked as cold as if I owed her 8 million. She stared at me, sneering. "Tang Yin, don't you have anything to say to me?" I was completely dumbfounded. "Huh? Sister Yin, what are you talking about?" She chuckled twice, her eyes filled with utter disappointment. Without saying a word, she turned and walked into the tent. I was left in shock, wondering what was going on. I could only look to my dean for help, Lu Erlong. As soon as Erlong came over, I instinctively wrapped my arms around her waist. She struggled symbolically a couple of times, then melted into my embrace. I rested my head on her shoulder, and she quietly recapped what had just happened. After listening, I finally understood that it was Qian Rinxue's earlier antics that made Duguyin misunderstand that I was a playboy who was into both men and women. "Sister Xue, it seems like but it's really not safe tonight." I was thinking about how to deal with Qian Rinxue when my sister Erlong in my arms asked me what I was thinking. Can I tell the truth? Can I say that I'm holding you and still thinking about other women? I opened my mouth and said I was thinking about how to repay my good dragon girl. As I spoke, my hands mischievously started to slide down. Erlong's face turned red, and she quickly pushed me away, saying, "It's broad daylight. What if someone sees us?" I licked my finger and said with a smirk, "Then you go wait for me in the tent. I'll be right there." She didn't say anything, but her actions spoke volumes. After finishing up here, I hurried into my own tent. I had to come clean with Zhu Ziyun and her sister. I lowered my voice and revealed the shocking secret that the prince was actually a girl in disguise. Zhu Zhuqing gasped what? Luckily, Zhu Zhuyan was quick and covered her mouth. After the sisters processed the information for a while, Zhu Zhuyan finally patted her chest and sighed with relief. You scared me. So you don't like men? Zhu Zhuqing also realized, oh, so that's why my brother-in-law smelled like another woman that day. It was her. Well, everything clicked into place. After coming clean with them, I felt more at ease. After all, these two were my closest people. On the other side, De Guyen was tossing and turning in the tent, unable to sleep, her mind filled with my image. One moment I was polite, and the next moment I was hypocritical, making her feel like she was going to have a mental breakdown. Unable to hold it in, she decided to take a walk out of the camp and went to a nearby hill to catch some fresh air. The mountains were eerily quiet, and as she walked, she started to hear something unusual. Let me tell you, the sound was both painful and oppressive, with a hint of, well, you know what I mean? Curiosity got the better of her, and she stealthily crept over. When she parted the bushes and saw what was happening, she completely froze. The next day at the competition venue, the atmosphere at our Blue Tyrant Academy was quite strange. I was lounging in a chair, feeling completely drained. Du Guyen, on the other hand, looked like a ghost, her eyes vacant. Zhu Zhuyan was trying to discuss tactics with her, but she didn't respond for a long time. Yen? Yen. Zhu Zhuyan poked her several times before she finally snapped back to reality, awkwardly laughing. Oh, I agree. I didn't sleep well last night. The single guys on the team were whispering nearby. Hey, did you know? I saw the boss and the vice captain coming back together last night when I went to the bathroom. Let me tell you, it's a wonder that De Guyen could sleep well. Last night in the mountains, she stumbled upon me and Qian Rushua, who was recovering her daughter-esque form. Handling serious business. The scene was simply a nuclear-level shock. De Guyen was stunned on the spot. Who is Qian Rushua? Upon realizing her identity was exposed, her expression changed instantly. Without saying a word, she summoned her angelic spirit, brandished a flaming great sword, and aimed a physical strike directly at De Guyen's neck. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. I didn't have time to put on clothes, so I casually wrapped a piece of cloth around my waist. As soon as my martial spirit activated, I rushed forward. Just when the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from De Guyen's neck, I barely managed to block it. I begged Qian Rushua for mercy. Sister Shui, calm down. Calm down. Her grandfather is De Gabo. If you kill her, that old poison master can turn the sky upside down. Only then did Qian Rushua calm down, but the killing intent was still there. She stared coldly at the trembling De Guyen and threw out a condition. Your life was saved by Tang Yin. If you want to live after the finals, I will ask the emperor to marry you as my princess. Family. This move directly burned my CPU. I crashed someone else's good fortune. And now, I have to be taken to be a princess, marrying a woman. How can De Guyen be in a good state today? I looked at her lost and forlorn expression and felt a pang of guilt in my heart. Lu Erlong, seeing that we both had heavy hearts, smiled and asked me what was wrong. I sighed, didn't say much, but instead wrapped my arms around her waist and asked what her plans were after the competition. Erlong's eyes dimmed instantly as she said she might retreat to the forest, giving me 15 years. If I still remembered her, I could go see her. She was afraid that she would grow old and no longer be worthy of me. As soon as I heard that, my heart ached. This fool. Without saying a word, I directly kissed her, transferring all my rich life energy to her. She could clearly feel her body's cells rejuvenating, and she was completely stunned. I let go of her and smiled, asking now, can you stay with me forever? Erlong's eyes turned red, and without hesitation, she kissed me back. Coincidentally, this scene was perfectly captured by Yu Shaojiang in the spectator seats. Let me tell you, Master S' face instantly turned green, and his heart probably shattered into a QR code, raging helplessly while calculating how to go to Spirit City to make Bibi Dong regret her ex. It seemed he had forgotten how he was kicked out last time. Amidst this chaotic atmosphere, our match against Balak Academy began. Zhu Zhuyan was the first to take the stage, her aura towering at 2 meters 8. As the referee called for the start, she flickered and appeared in front of the guy opposite her. That guy hadn't even activated his martial soul properly when Zhu Zhuyan sent him flying with a single swipe, instantly killing him. The whole process was so fast that most people didn't even see it clearly. The second contestant was smarter. He activated his martial soul in advance, a defensive type, completely encasing himself like a turtle shell. Zhu Zhuyan smirked and unleashed a trump card. With a flash of golden light from her left hand, an enormous, terrifying claw covered in dark golden patterns appeared out of thin air, the violent energy sending shivers down everyone's spine from afar. Salas at the referee's table jumped up from his chair, screaming in shock. This is an external soul bone. I tell you, when Salas shouted, everyone in the venue was stunned. That unlucky guy from Balak Academy, the Sunflower Soul Master, had a fleeting moment of panic on his face. And before he could even let out a sound, boom, just like his teammate, he was kicked away by our Zhu Zhiyun, knocked out on the spot. Goodness, 2 Title 4 Soul Masters were taken out in a row, and the face of their teacher was as dark as if it had been splashed with ink. Seeing the situation, he realized that if this continued, no one would be left to compete tomorrow, so he could only suppress his anger and apply for surrender. But this old man couldn't afford to lose, you know? Surrender is one thing, but he dared to secretly use soul pressure to bully our Zhu Yun right in front of the referee. Zhu Yun was caught off guard, let out a muffled groan, and swayed a bit, but she the queen. Her confidence radiated, and she held her ground. I hadn't even had the chance to start cursing when Salas jumped up from the referee's seat and shouted, "Do you want to die?" The sound wave was like surround sound, directly causing that teacher to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Then this old guy started his performance, saying things like the elite competition has its own rules, and if the old man wants to break the rules, he might as well come and practice with me. He acted so righteous, you'd think he was the beacon of justice descending beside me. But I was close enough to see clearly. While he was acting, he kept glancing at our Tang Yin out of the corner of his eye. He just let it slip about the external soul bone and was afraid Tang Yin would hold a grudge against him. So he was desperately trying to make up for it. The teacher from Balak Academy was so scared he was about to wet himself, repeatedly saying yes, and quickly took his people away. Only then did Salas sit back down, cautiously glancing at Tang Yin. And what about Tang Yin? He didn't care about that at all and returned a polite yet awkward smile. When Salas saw that, oh my God, it was like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He slumped down in his chair, almost sliding under the table. Hilarious, and he still calls himself a platinum bishop. Next to him, Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School frowned, probably wondering to himself, did Salas take the wrong medicine today? So strange. Just as the performance was finishing, our Zhu Yun returned. As soon as she sat down, she saw her sister Zhu Zhuqing staring blankly, as if she had lost her soul. Zhu Yun asked, "Zhuqing, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I remember. Goodness, that startled my sister." Then this little girl started whispering, as if she had discovered a new continent. "Sister, I have big news. Tang Yin is with the dean. I just saw. I was wondering why the dean has been acting strange since that day." Before she could finish, bam, Zhu Yun interrupted her with a slap on the head. "How many times have I told you not to interfere in Xiao Yin's love life? Why can't you remember? Who understands? This sister is truly awake to the world." She directly pointed out Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. "You're just afraid that the more people Tang Yin likes, the more he will dislike you, abandon you, right?" Then she said some heart-wrenching words. "Zhuqing, don't you understand? The dean of the 2nd Dragon Academy, that prince, you, and me, none of us are irreplaceable. He is just looking for that feeling of love and being loved through us." She also said she had seen Tang Yin when he was at his lowest, filled with despair, a feeling she would never forget. He must have loved someone deeply before, but for some reason, he became what he is now. In the end, she comforted her sister, saying, "Don't worry, Tang Yin won't allow himself to abandon us." While they were talking, a head suddenly popped up between the 2 sisters. "Tang Yin, what are you 2 talking about?" He curiously looked left and right. Zhu Zhuqing got nervous, afraid the secret would be exposed, and blurted out, "We were discussing how to sleep with you tonight, brother-in-law." I was drinking water nearby and almost spat it out. Goodness, what fierce words. As a result, her sister Zhu Zhuyin was even more amazing. Her eyes curved into a smile like a little fox. Yes, Tang Yin burst into laughter right there, looking overjoyed. However, the good things didn't happen. Why? Because our classmate Tang Yin had already promised to accompany His Highness the Crown Prince for a candlelit night talk these past few nights. Folks, this immense fortune ultimately isn't meant for the sisters. The latest inch-stop challenge of 2025 has begun. The subsequent advancement matches were without suspense. Our Blue Tyrant Academy was advancing rapidly, defeating opponents left and right. All right, Tang San's side was also quite fierce, relying on his chaotic cloak hammer technique. He single-handedly overwhelmed almost all the teams, except for us where they directly conceded. His current goal is to face his brother Tang Yin in a real showdown at the finals. After the matches, the main group set off for Spirit City. Let me tell you, our Blue Tyrant Academy's carriage was splendidly arranged, right behind the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe's royal carriage. Lu Erlong was no longer pretending and directly sat in Tang Yin's carriage. Once we entered, good gracious, Tang Yin was sleeping soundly with his head resting on the dean's lap. The Zhu sisters beside him looked speechless, probably wondering what this guy did last night to be so exhausted. On the other side, Tang San's carriage was more pure-hearted. Xiao Wu was nervously and excitedly chatting with Tang San about Spirit City, while Tang San, almost brainwashed by his teacher Yu Xiaojing, looked disdainful. Xiao Wu, Spirit City isn't anything special. If it weren't for the finals being held there, I might never set foot in such a filthy place in my life. Then the two began to gaze deeply into each other's eyes. Ma Hongjun and Oscar in another carriage were almost laughing out their overnight meals, still mimicking the two of them with high-pitched voices. After about 10 days of travel, something happened halfway. A group of people bearing the Spirit Hall flag blocked the road. Led by an old acquaintance, Juju de Law, he wasn't there to launch an ambush. He came with a papal order. He announced in a neutral voice, in a strange tone, His Holiness, the Pope has commanded me to bring Tang Yin of Blue Tyrant Academy to the Spirit Hall in advance. Anyone who obstructs this will be killed without mercy. At that moment, my heart sank. It was bad. Something big was coming. What exactly did Bibi Dong want to do? The Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, also known as her sister Xue Heir, of course, would not allow it and immediately sent someone to negotiate, stating that Tang Yin was a citizen of the Heaven Do Empire and that we had the obligation to protect him. So there was no need for the Spirit Hall to worry. Zhu Doluo had been chatting with the messenger knight for quite a while and was almost losing patience. The killing intent barely contained. Just as the negotiations were about to fall apart, Tang Yin came out of the carriage and calmly said, I will go with you. He walked over to Sister Xue Heir's carriage, lifted the curtain, and with a voice only a few could hear, smiled and said, Sister Xue, it's okay, trust me. When we get to Spirit City, I will find you. Wow, just those 3 words, trust me, instantly made Sister Xue feel at ease, and she stopped insisting. Juto also breathed a sigh of relief, taking Tang Yin, and in a flash, they vanished. The speed of that tidal law meant that a journey that would take 4 days would probably only take a quarter of an hour. The scene shifted, and Tang Yin had already arrived at the Papal Palace. Led by a female official, he took several twists and turns and even rode a soul-guided elevator. Finally stopping in front of an ordinary door, Tang Yin pushed the door open and was immediately stunned. Let me tell you, the furnishings in this room were exactly the same as the small room where he lived with Bibi Dong for a full 40 years in that inexplicable memory that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Bibi Dong walked out in an extremely luxurious fire-red wedding dress. She was truly beautiful. The vibrant red on her was perfectly described by the words it was meant to be. She looked at Tang Yin for a long time and then smiled. Xiao Yin. Do I look good? What did Tang Yin do? He took a deep breath, suppressing all the surging emotions, and performed a standard knight salute, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing respectfully. Greetings, Your Holiness. Everyone, with that one word, Your Holiness, all the smiles on Bibi Dong's face vanished. Frozen in place, she wanted to reach out to support him, but Tang Yin quickly stepped back, bending deeper and speaking even more respectfully. Greetings, Your Holiness. This was truly a blow to the heart. Bibi Dong's tone turned sorrowful. Xiao Yin, are you trying to anger me? She preferred to believe that Tang Yin was just angry. Your Holiness, my name is Tang Yin. I know, Xiao Yin. Dan Yin. Bibi Dong had no choice but to say, you can get up now. Only then did Tang Yin stand up, but he still kept his head slightly lowered, not looking into her eyes. Do you have to be like this? Xiao Yin. Bibi Dong's heart was filled with bitterness. She could clearly see that her love for you had not changed. So why were you unwilling to accept it? Tang Yin interrupted her directly. Your Holiness, saving you was my own choice, and everything you did to me afterward was also your choice. It's been so long, there's no need to keep dwelling on it. It is necessary. Bibi Dong's emotions became agitated. How could it not be necessary? You clearly like me, I know. Now I like you too. Back then, when I was young and ignorant, if I offended the Pope in any way, I hope Your Holiness can forgive me. Tang Yin's tone was as calm as still water. He even mentioned Lu Erlong. Your attitude towards Long Heir makes it clear that you care a lot about what happened with you, Xiaojie. But you also know I am an emotional person, so why do you still cling to me? Long Heir, Your Holiness, he chuckled. Just this title made Bibi Dong's heart ache to the point of being unable to breathe. She broke down completely, hysterically grabbing Tang Yin's sleeve. Liar. Then why did you still get together with that bitch, Lu Erlong? Why what? Her crying voice became smaller and smaller, and she was almost unable to stand, resting her head on Tang Yin's shoulder. Tang Yin knew that if this matter wasn't resolved today, it would become a huge trouble in the future. So, he started to unleash his big move. He began to repeat, word for word, the most hurtful and harsh things Bibi Dong had said to him back then in his memory. There's nothing unbelievable about it, little brat. You must have some other thoughts about me. You make me feel disgusted, just like other men. Enough. Bibi Dong finally couldn't help but speak, pleading with him. Xiao Yin, I beg you, don't say anymore. Tang Yin ignored her and continued in her tone for back then. You don't think I would fall in love with you, do you? Don't be that ridiculous. I only valued your abilities and used some small tricks to make you willing to serve me. I said enough. Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Tang Yin. Tang Yin, however, smiled slightly and delivered the final blow. But all of this was personally told to me by you, Your Holiness. I used to have some infatuated delusions, but now I understand everything. Bibi Dong's lips trembled. She had many things to say but couldn't utter a single word. These words were indeed what she had said, but they were part of the content of the Rakshasa God test, and she simply couldn't explain it to anyone. As soon as she tried to speak the truth, it would be like now, unable to say a word. I looked at her frustrated expression and felt quite uncomfortable. But since the words had already been said, what else could I do? I told her, what you like is just a fantasy version of Tang Yin. The person I liked back then was not the Bai Donger in your memory. We're no longer the same. As a result, she slapped me right across the face. My fair and tender face instantly bore the imprint of her 5 fingers. Let me tell you, that slap was really loud. This girl clearly didn't hold back at all. Her eyes turned red, yet she still tried to maintain her composure and told me to get lost. Fine, I'll get lost. I smiled and said my goodbyes, even kindly closed the door for her. But as soon as I left, I heard another sharp sound from inside. TSK, for those who understand. She just slapped herself. She collapsed on the floor, crying so pitifully. I mean, what's the point of all this? I walked alone in the empty corridors of the Pope's palace, feeling empty inside as well. To be honest, I don't even know if it's right to provoke her like this. I randomly found a shabby inn in Seoul City to stay in. Can you believe it? Just a rundown single room, and it costs 1 gold soul coin for a night. It's simply a scam. I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, with Bibidong's crying face filling my mind. I'm the kind of person who's soft-hearted. Why do I have to provoke her with my words? It's driving me crazy, and I can't help but shout in my heart, Mom, I've seen her. What should I do? My mother, A Yin's voice immediately echoed in my mind. She said that my master, Old Turtle, had told her before that I have a love calamity in my fate, and if I'm not careful, I might end up in trouble. He also said that the answer I'm seeking lies in the very place that troubles me the most. As soon as I heard it, Master, didn't Old Turtle pass away when I was 6 years old? My mom said that this is the prophecy left by the Old Turtle back in the day. He had long predicted that after I overcame this tribulation, I would be left with a serious inner demon that I would need to overcome on my own. He also specifically instructed my mom that if one day she encounters the female lead of my emotional tribulation, she should tell her some things about me. But she must emphasize that before I take the initiative to find her, she must never appear in front of me. My mom asked the Old Turtle at that time, where exactly is that place? The old man mysteriously replied, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Later, when my mom met Bibi Dong, she told her all of this and agreed that she could watch me from a distance. Sigh, my mom also felt emotional, watching me get close to other girls every day. It's impressive that Bibi Dong has been able to endure for so long. In the end, my mom said one thing, son, follow your heart. After the competition, go find the answers you want. All right, with my mom backing me up, I felt much more at ease. The next day, with nothing to do, I went to the streets to stroll around and explore this Seoul city. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the Seoul Academy, the 3 members of the Golden Generation were having their meal. The red-haired kid named Yin was trying to curry favor with Hulayina. Let me tell you, he was really sucking up to her, but unfortunately, Hulayina completely ignored him. His brother, Xiaoyu, looked on in disbelief, probably thinking, I consider you a brother, and you're always thinking about my sister. Later, Yin suggested going shopping, and surprisingly, Hulayina agreed. What a coincidence, right? The place they went to was exactly the treasure pavilion I had just wandered into. I was on the 2nd floor, just looking at a blue silver grass that was evolving and feeling very familiar when I looked up and wow, I made eye contact with Hulayina. The air instantly froze. The last time I saw her, I had, cough cough, done something due to my heart demon. Although there were reasons for it, I was still in the wrong. The look Hulayina gave me was complicated, a mix of fear and dependence. That red-haired sycophant. Yin exploded on the spot, rolled up his sleeves, and charged over, immediately questioning me about what I was looking at. He put a big hand on my shoulder, using all his strength, his face turning red. trying to show me who was boss by crushing my shoulder. What happened? I didn't budge an inch. I thought to myself, is this guy here to help me loosen my bones? I was a bit speechless and directly said, Big brother, if you don't have the strength, don't be so arrogant, okay? As I spoke, I squeezed back, and with a crack, his bone broke. He was stunned right there. I'm a kind person at heart, and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. So, with a flash of white light, I healed him on the spot. This move showcased both offense and healing, and Yin immediately became obedient, honestly retreating to the side. Then, something even more explosive happened. Hulaina, who had been silent all along, walked over and hugged my waist tightly. She was mumbling, I will be obedient. I'm dumbfounded. Her brother is dumbfounded. That red-haired simp was petrified on the spot, heartbroken all over the place. Let me tell you, ISNT this just that. That thing, right? It's just the Master S task. I whispered to her that it was a misunderstanding, but instead, she became more agitated, clinging to me and refusing to let go. Seeing the fiery look in her brother's eyes, I had no choice but to switch back to my previous domineering mode and said in a commanding tone, Let go, and take your companion out of my sight. She hesitated for a moment, and I added, Be good, do as I say, and there will be a reward. Hey, guess what? She immediately let go, like a robot following orders, pulling her brother and that love-struck guy away. The shop assistant nearby looked dumbfounded, probably imagining an 80-episode emotional drama in her mind. I quickly paid, grabbed the blue silvergrass, and slipped away. Back at the hotel, I pushed the day's troubles aside and started studying the little grass that had developed intelligence, even chatting with it for a while. Before I knew it, it was deep into the night. The place I was staying in had long turned pitch black. The entire floor was quiet, not a sound to be heard. But let me tell you, this silence was just an illusion. I was dozing off when I suddenly felt something was off. There was the presence of another person in my room. My muscles instantly tensed up. This alertness was earned with my life. I wondered who it was, sneaking around in the middle of the night. What did they want in my room? But the fact that I could sense them in advance meant that their strength was definitely below mine, so it wasn't a big deal. I'd already planned that as soon as they got close, I would spring up and subdue them in one move. But what happened? Plans never keep up with changes. A particularly familiar fragrance wafted into my nose. Wow, I had fully mastered the skill of identifying people by their scent, not to mention this smell was so unique. My mind suddenly lit up. Was it her? Hulaina? That strange girl from earlier in the day? How did she find her way here? I was puzzled, feeling a figure quietly approaching my bedside. I continued to pretend to sleep, wanting to see what she was up to. Let me tell you, ever since Hulaina saw me during the day, she has been like a lost soul. Her brother, Sieyu, was so anxious that he kept asking her what was wrong, but she seemed to not hear him, looking dazed. There was also someone named Yin next to her, acting like an overly excited sheep, constantly mumbling my nana, as if no one understood the situation. It was a scene that was hard to watch. Later, her brother couldn't take it anymore and directly stopped her, feeling heartbroken, asking her what was going on with that white-haired kid, meaning me. As a result, Hulaina blushed and shyly said, He is my savior. Then she added, feeling wronged, but I wasn't obedient at that time, and now he seems to not want me anymore. Her brother, Sieyu, was left confused, but seeing his sister like this, he could only let her go back to rest. Little did he know that his sister had been seriously scared by me before, having nightmares every day, and her mental state was almost breaking down. To protect herself, she underwent a self-transformation in her mind, directly PUing herself, believing that obeying me was the only way out. This operation was simply a textbook-level self-strategy. So now, she has come to my room. She quietly watches me, then reaches out her hand, gently stroking my face. The look in her eyes is filled with infatuation, making me feel a bit uneasy. I really can't go on acting anymore. If she keeps touching me, my face will be worn out from embarrassment. I suddenly reached out and grabbed her little hand that was up to no good, and said helplessly, Miss, did you come to my room in the middle of the night just to touch my face? She was startled by me, like a frightened little fox wanting to run away, but her hand was still held tightly by me. I'm not going to beat around the bush anymore. That matter from before was really a misunderstanding, and I owe you an apology. Before I could finish my sentence, she pressed her other hand over my mouth. Then she leaned in close, her soft body rubbing against my chest, making those pleasant little sounds. She came to ask you for a reward. You promised me during the day. I was speechless at that moment. It turned out she hadn't heard a single word I just said. I covered my mouth and asked in a muffled voice, So, what's your name? My name is Hulaina. Just call me Nana from now on, she said, then leaned her head against my chest to listen to my heartbeat. Suddenly, she asked, Master, what's your name? Master? Wait, what kind of title is that? Who still plays this in 2025? I quickly replied, my name is Tang Yin, and don't call me Master from now on. Okay, Master, then how should I address you? My mind is still in a frenzy, overloaded with thoughts about whether to accept this somewhat twisted relationship. As a result, my body has already made the choice for me. I sighed and said, from now on, just call me Xiaoyin. All right, Xiaoyin. She looked up at me again, her eyes full of anticipation. Xiaoyin, you promised a reward during the day. In the following days, my plan to tour the Spirit City was completely ruined. We moved to a bigger room and spent every day together. She seemed to have found her home, radiating a kind of satisfied glow. It wasn't until the third night that she reluctantly said goodbye to me, because the next day the teams from the two great empires would be arriving, and she had to go back to prepare for the finals. Before she left, I gave her a celestial herb called Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu as a sort of compensation. While I was focused on companionship here, chaos erupted over at the Pope's palace. An old man called the Golden Lion de Loa went to confront Bibi Dong, questioning her about why she captured me without permission. This old man is the grandfather of Qian Renxue, who belongs to the Qian Daolu faction. Qian Daolu had long known that his granddaughter was involved with me, and now that he heard I was captured by Bibi Dong, he couldn't sit still. I told you, Bibi Dong was already in a terrible mood that day because of my situation, and that old man just happened to run into a gun barrel. Bibi Dong didn't even bother to speak, directly unleashing her 99th level soul power pressure right in his face. The Golden Lion Daw was instantly stunned, almost kneeling down, not daring to make a sound, and he quickly fled in defeat. After hearing about it, Qian Daolu only found Bibi Dong's reaction a bit strange and decided to wait until Qian Renxue personally brought me to him before discussing it. The next day, the main forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire marched into Wuhuan City in full force. Liu Erlong, Zhu Zhuyan, and Zhu Zhuqing were all worried about me along the way, especially Liu Erlong, who knew Bibi Dong too well and felt that I was in serious trouble this time. I had been waiting early at the entrance of the hotel where they were staying. As soon as the car stopped, Zhu Zhuqing jumped out like a little cannonball and directly dove into my arms in front of everyone. We were just getting cozy when the classic plot twist arrived. My ex-boyfriend showed up, Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Heavenly Battle Royal Academy and also the ex-boyfriend of Duge Yin, came over wanting to talk to her. As a result, my self-proclaimed #1 lackey, Talon, charged up and pointed his finger at him, yelling, "Who the hell are you to hit on Sister Yin?" Yu Tianheng's face darkened immediately. Talon, that big fool, got even more fired up and arrogantly said, "My grandpa's name isn't something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can know." Wow, is he starting to call for backup? Whose grandpa is more powerful? Yu Tianheng was so furious, he looked like he was about to explode. I quickly went over and covered Talon's mouth. If he kept talking, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would really send someone to find me for a chat. I made him apologize, and that was that. Just as I finished dealing with this little incident and turned around, I saw Qian Renxue. She had changed into a white dress and had a very serious expression. When she spoke, my heart sank. "My grandfather wants to see you." I gasped. Her grandfather? For the angel family of the Spear Hall? That means the grand offering of the Hall of Worship, the unparalleled title de law at level 99, Qian Daolu. Oh my goodness. I had to go, whether I wanted to or not, so I could only follow her. My heart was racing as I looked at the resplendent Pope's hall halfway up the mountain, instinctively averting my gaze. Qian Renxue had noticed my nervousness and teased me, so I could only force myself to act tough and flirt with her. Holding hands, we made our way to the Doa Hall at the summit. What I didn't know at the time was that behind the window of the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong was watching our backs, her gaze filled with a sense of betrayal from the whole world, both lonely and heart-wrenching. Soon, we arrived at the Doloa Hall at the top of the mountain. The building, as white as jade, emitted a faint glow, making me feel an impulse to kneel down and worship. My survival instinct kicked in instantly. As I stepped onto the stairs, I couldn't help but quietly lean over to Qian Renxue and ask her, "Sister Shui, your grandpa, he won't make things difficult for me later, will he?" She comforted me by saying, "Xiaoyin, don't worry, I'm here for you." I composed myself a little, but after taking 2 steps, an even more pressing question popped up. I leaned closer, my voice trembling. "Sister Shui, if your grandfather finds out that I'm not your only girlfriend, he won't do anything to me, right?" Sister Shui immediately reassured me. "Don't worry, with me around, he can't touch you." All right, with her words, I felt a bit more at ease. We continued up the steps, climbing 99 stairs, until we came to a huge, heavy door. Wow, there were 2 gatekeepers standing at the entrance, looking exactly the same. Their aura was such that I felt like they were 2 titled Duluos above level 95. And they even had a martial soul fusion skill. The foundation of the Spirit Hall is simply incredible. Sister Shui clearly knew them and sweetly called out, "Grandpa Qianjun, Grandpa Jiangma, is it your turn to be on duty today?" One of the scarred old men smiled. "The little princess is back, and this next to you is." Sister Shui stomped her foot. "Grandpa Qianjun, you know perfectly well what you're asking." Hey, this old man was pretty perceptive, chuckling as he said, all right. Your grandfather's waiting inside. Go on in." As he spoke, he released his aura, and the heavy door swung open as if it were voice-activated. I then realized that the door was covered in soul-guiding devices, using the aura of a title de loi as a key. How extravagant. Sister Shui pulled me inside. I tell you, the Dolua Hall was solemn and imposing. On both sides were dense spirit tablets, and at the end, I saw a figure sitting cross-legged, resembling a statue. As I walked, I curiously glanced at those tablets, each engraved with names and life stories. What title do Shanwei, title do Linghu? The more I looked, the more shocked I became. Many of the tablets mentioned dying together with the fallen ones, and they all seemed to have sacrificed themselves at a very young age. I finally understood that this place is not a place to flaunt the strong. It's a heroic epic. The Spirit Hall has come to this day, all thanks to these ancestors who exchanged their lives for it. Just as I was getting a bit lost in thought, Sister Shui pulled me, and I realized that we had already stood in front of that statue. I took a closer look and almost gasped. This is not my grandfather. This guy looks to be only in his 30s or 40s, better maintained than my old man, who doesn't even shave. He's incredibly handsome, with a gentle demeanor, but it's precisely people like him who are the most inscrutable. Without even opening his eyes, his voice drifted over. "Kid, do you know what I'm doing here?" My mind raced, and I blurted out, "The senior must be guarding these spirits." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if to acknowledge me. "You're quite clever. I am a master of the Dolua Palace, and also the guardian of these spirits." He began to teach me, talking about the greatness of the Spirit Hall, the teachings of the angel god, and the vow to protect the peace of the continent at all costs. I was quite moved, but I couldn't help myself and directly slapped him in the face. "Senior, you are right, but where there is light, there must be shadows. Most of the Spirit Hall is good, but there are always a few bad apples like that Miles from Gungjin City. He's just a big parasite, isn't he?" Wow. I felt the air instantly turn cold. He was silent for a while before bringing the topic back. "All right, let's not talk about that. I called you here to ask you a few things." Finally getting to the point, I quickly stood up straight. "Your name is Tang Yin, right? How old are you? What is your soul power? What is your martial soul?" I honestly answered, "I am Tang Yin, 17 years old, level 58, with a martial soul fate spear." He raised an eyebrow. "Innate full soul power?" I shook my head and dropped a bombshell. "No, like Sister Shui, I am a congenital level 20. I can feel that his calm aura was instantly shattered. Being innate level 20 means something, and he knows it better than anyone. His gaze towards me has changed. He probably sees me as a chosen one like his granddaughter. "I heard you have many girlfriends?" Here comes the second question, which is even more critical. I gritted my teeth and said, "Yes, senior. I agree to be with Xiao Shui, but you must cut ties with other women completely. My granddaughter cannot share a man with others." Just as Sister Shui was about to speak, he silenced her with a glance. Without thinking, I directly refused. "I cannot comply with this request." I then explained, "Senior, I am sincere with each of them. If I abandon them now, what would I become? A heartless and ungrateful jerk. Would you be willing to entrust Sister Shui to such a jerk?" This reverse PUA left him speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "I'll reluctantly let it pass this time." I just breathed a sigh of relief with Sister Shui when his faint voice rang out again, asking the ultimate question, "Kid, who is your father?" Let me tell you, just those two words, Qiandooliu's handsome face instantly turned red, and his veins bulged up. One moment he was a wise master. The next he transformed into an enraged old man. He pulled out a pitch-black iron rod from who knows where and started swinging it at me. Sister Shui saw this and hurriedly jumped in to protect me. Goodness, this old man has gone mad, launching an indiscriminate attack, targeting just me, his grandson-in-law, and my granddaughter. One of us must lie down and be taken out today. When the commotion finally stopped, I felt like I had been dismantled and put back together. My clothes were torn into strips, and my body was covered in bruises. Sister Shui was also lying on the ground, having taken several hits herself. What she feared the most was not the pain, but that Grandpa would force us to separate. I crawled over and placed my hand on her back, using my life energy to heal her wounds. She let out a comfortable hum and relaxed her body. She turned to look at me, and I smiled at her. Her eyes turned red, and she said softly, Xiao I'm sorry. Hey, there's no need to apologize. I comforted her. Didn't we see this coming? To be honest, I should thank you. If it weren't for you blocking those hits for me, I would have probably met my end here. We comforted each other and confessed our feelings, and that scene was both tragic and sweet. While I was healing her wounds, I swore in my heart, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor. You old thing, Qiantao, wait for me. I will definitely get back what I lost with interest. The next day, I felt completely drained, but the finals of the Soul Master competition had started, and my schedule was packed. I had to go. The Spirit Hall is really wealthy. They specially built a giant arena, which is said to be indestructible for anyone below the Soul Emperor level. Our Blue Tyrant Academy got lucky and drew a bye, advancing directly to the next round. As a result, our opponent in the third round is none other than the Starry Royal Academy team. Looks like we've run into someone we know. I didn't go on stage, letting Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing handle it. As soon as they appeared, the prince on the opposite side, named Davis, looked at Zhu Yun as if he had seen a ghost, his face turning pale. Zhu Yun, you're still alive? Zhu Yun coldly stared at him. I'm alive. Do you have a problem with that? Davis, being quite the oddball, questioned Zhu Yun in front of his new fiancée. Hey, if you're alive, why didn't you come back to fulfill our engagement? Who understands this? This operation is simply textbook-level shrimp and pig heart. Zhu Yun was so angry she laughed. Crown Prince, don't you have my sister by your side? Besides, didn't Emperor Xingluo tell you that Zhu Qing and I are free now? I have a boyfriend, so let's not talk about the engagement. What? You have a boyfriend now? Davis felt even more green, his face turning a pig liver color from anger. The referee couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly announced the start of the match. Davis, consumed by rage, directly initiated a martial soul fusion technique with his sister, summoning a massive, ghostly white tiger on stage, looking mighty impressive. People below assumed we were in trouble since I, the strongest, was still sitting down. However, on our side, Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing exchanged a glance and immediately hugged each other. Let me tell you, that scene was way more magnificent than the other side. Two beams of light, one gold and one purple, shot up into the sky, directly suppressing the light of the ghostly white tiger. As the light dispersed, a black spirit cat covered in purple gold patterns appeared, with a huge taiji symbol slowly rotating behind it. That aura instantly crushed the opposing ghostly white tiger. Davis realized it wasn't looking good and attempted a sneak attack. The big tiger charged over like it could teleport, slashing down with a paw. What happened? Our spirit cat's taiji symbol gently shook, and an invisible force firmly stopped that paw half a meter away. Seeing this, Davis thought, wow, even my big move can't get through. What am I even fighting for? But he was tough, and, knowing he had no capital to drag it out, decided to make a final desperate effort, starting to gather energy beams in his mouth, preparing to clash with our sisters. Just then, I tell you, a voice so ethereal it didn't sound human echoed, resembling both Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing, reciting something about material splendor and heavenly treasures, blessings of the sun and moon. The next second, a purple gold beam shot up into the sky, swallowing the entire arena. That scene was incredible. When the light dissipated, our Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing were already holding hands walking back, while on the opposite side, Davis and his unfortunate partner were lying on the ground, unconscious. They weren't injured, as the sisters were kind-hearted and knew that Zhu Min on the other side was also a pitiful person, so they just knocked them out. The remaining people from Xingluo Royal Academy looked at each other, stunned. The big guy was taken out in one move. What else was there to fight? The two soul ancestors exchanged glances, and that was it. They raised their hands and surrendered without struggle. Let me tell you, this is definitely the fastest and most explosive match since the finals began. As soon as the match ended, I hurriedly went up to hug everyone. When I hugged Zhu Yun, I could clearly feel that she was still a bit tense, so I said to her, "It's over." She murmured in my arms and softly said, "From now on, I belong to Xiao Yin alone." I immediately corrected her, "No, Sister Zhu Yun. You will always be yourself. You belong to no one." After the third round ended, we quickly moved on to the fourth round. In the end, there were 3 teams left: the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Wuhuan Hall team, and our Lamba Academy. The night before the match, I originally thought about warming up with our Dean Erlong, but guess what happened? The Dean sternly refused, saying he was afraid my kidney deficiency would affect my performance tomorrow. Family, who understands? This is simply a blatant insult to my masculinity. I'm not the kind of person who likes to force others, so I can only walk back to my room feeling frustrated. But when I reach the door, lo and behold, an unexpected person is standing there. A little bunny? My shout startled Xiaowu, making her shiver. She looked around like a thief, and, after seeing no one, she patted her well-developed little chest and said, Xiaoyin, this joke isn't funny. After all, I'm your brother's girlfriend, your future sister-in-law. I laughed at that moment. I had no interest in her figure. I preferred a fuller one. So I asked her, oh, then why are you looking for me? Xiaoyin nodded, reached into her collar, and fished around for a while before pulling out a silver scale. When I saw it, I realized she had it close to her body. So I curiously asked, where did you get this? I could sense that this scale was special and definitely belonged to a female soul beast. She didn't answer. Instead, she infused a bit of soul power into the scale, and the next second, a familiar aura emerged. At that moment, I looked at Xiao Wu as if she were a pervert. Wait, I consider you a sister-in-law, and you're actually lusting after me? Are you secretly collecting my aura? Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she waved her hands frantically. No. This scale was given to me by another soul beast. They told me to find the owner of this aura, and then you found me? Yes. Xiao Wu lowered her head, looking like a student who had made a mistake. I have 2 companions in the Stardow forest, and if I don't complete the task, they will be eaten. As soon as I heard it, I roughly understood. Wow, what kind of existence can threaten a soul beast that's been around for 100,000 years? Is this immense wealth really coming my way? My second martial soul's soul ring. Isn't this just falling into place? Can't beat them? Come on, if I really can't win, won't I just call for help? Schwer's grandpa. Any one of his old buddies could easily take care of this, right? I was overjoyed inside, but pretended to act cool on the outside. What do you need me for? I can't fight them either. Xiao Wu quickly said, no. It seems like they're looking for you. My partner said they don't mean any harm. Looking for me? And no ill intentions? I don't believe you at all. In the world of soul beasts, it's survival of the fittest. Except for my mom. Everyone else is not a good person, including the rabbit in front of me. They must have bad intentions coming to find me today. But I still agreed. All right, I'll find time to go. By the way, sister-in-law, coming to find me so late? Won't my brother get jealous? With this reminder, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered that she had come out under the pretext of going to the restroom, and it was almost half an hour already. Letting out a cry, she ran away like a startled rabbit. All right, she was originally a rabbit. A night without conversation. The next day, at the finals venue, in front of the Pope's palace, the scene was solemn and dignified. Dean Erlong and the others could only watch from outside. Before leaving, I kissed Dean Erlong in front of everyone, especially in front of you, Xiao Jiang. Let me tell you, the master's face turned green right on the spot, and beside him, Flender was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. If it weren't for Zhao Wuji's strong hold, he probably would have rushed up to fight me. Ning Rongrong also saw it, her little mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg, and it seemed that my image in her mind was completely shattered. The 3 teams lined up in a row, and Hulaina happened to be standing next to me. Her gaze was so seductive, it almost made my scalp tingle. I directly used a secret sound transmission to tell her, the competition is over, old place. She immediately returned to normal. Just then, the doors of the Pope's palace slowly opened. 12 cardinals in red robes came out first, and then a figure appeared. BB Dawn. I have to tell you, she was wearing a dazzling golden papal robe today, beautiful beyond words, but as cold as ice. There was no emotion visible in her pair of purple eyes. The moment our gazes met, it felt like time stopped. Suddenly, an announcer shouted at the top of his lungs, His Holiness the Pope has arrived, kneel. The people from the Spirit Hall all knelt down. The members of the Tiendo's second team stood still. Everyone from the Blue Tyrant Academy was looking at me. To be honest, I hate kneeling, but I also felt that if I didn't kneel, it would seem like I was taking advantage of my past relationship with BB Dong, making me look both submissive and defiant. I steeled myself and thought, let's just end this once and for all. Just as I was about to bend my knees, a voice from BB Dong that was difficult to discern in terms of emotion rang out. Get up. She delivered an official speech, then struck the ground with her scepter, causing a soul bone that glowed red to appear. The aura, the brilliance, made even the title de law and ghost de law behind me gasp in shock. 100,000 years soul bone. The Spirit Hall is really putting in a lot of effort this time. But at that moment, the little dance beside me was trembling all over, her pink eyes instantly turning blood red, and in a voice only a few of us could hear, she trembled and uttered 2 words, Mom. I instantly understood, and so did Tang San, who immediately clenched his fists. BB Don added that the best performer of the winning team would receive a mysterious reward. In the individual competition in the morning, we had a bye. The Spirit Hall faced the second team of Tiendo. Guess what happened? Yu Xiaojiang directly forfeited. The red-clad host got furious on the spot and shouted at him with soul power. Master, with a small frame, couldn't withstand it and ended up suffering internal bleeding. He went to BB Dawn looking aggrieved, but she looked at him with disgust and said, "The competition continues." I told you, the master was caught off guard at that moment. Spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Because of the forfeit, the Tiendo's second team entered the loser's bracket. Then, it was our turn to face the Spear Hall. I was the first to take the stage, and my goal was simple: to defeat 7 opponents in a row. The first one to come up against me was Yin. This guy looked at me as if he wanted to eat me alive because of what happened with Hulaina. As soon as the match began, he activated his Eternal Soul skill, tried to turn the entire arena into magma. What happened next? Just as his skill was halfway through its casting, he froze. And by the time he came to his senses, the tip of my gun was already at his throat. He was completely stunned, probably not even knowing what had happened. I retracted my gun, but he suddenly went crazy, shouting that he hadn't lost, and threw a punch at my head. This guy couldn't handle losing and resorted to a sneak attack. I was just about to dodge when a faster force slammed into Yan's chest, sending him flying like a rag doll. It was BB Dong who made the move. With a blank expression, she announced, "The Woohoo and Hall team, Yin has violated the rules and is disqualified from a match." Wow, she's ruthless even to her own team. The following battles were even more predictable. Xieyu's Moonblade technique was just a joke in front of me. As for Hulaina, her charm only made me silently think, tonight is a sure thing. In the afternoon, in the loser's bracket without Yin, the Woohoo and Hall team couldn't withstand Tang San's Hao-Yi and hammer buffed by the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Seeing that they couldn't win, Hulaina straightforwardly surrendered. That night, I kept my promise and went to Hulaina's place, and after a night of intense battle, I won't go into details. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were still studying tactics, but after a long time, they realized they couldn't crack the soul fusion skill of our Bamboo Cloud and Bamboo Qing, which left them quite distressed. Finally, the final match arrived as scheduled. My brother Tang San looked at me, his gaze incredibly firm. "Xiao Yin, the winner of today's competition can only be me." I laughed. "Oh, his brother trying to let me off the hook? I know he's doing it for Xiao Wu, for that soul bone. But we, the people of Blue Tyrant Academy, have also put in so much effort. I don't have a right to decide their victory or defeat. Then let's speak with strength." Tang San roared, and the 7 of them instantly formed a formation, the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. I tell you, the soul power of the 7 of them instantly fused into one and poured into Tang San's Hao-Yin hammer. The hammer became incredibly huge, shining with a dark golden light. And BB Dong couldn't sit still on it, exclaiming, "True form of the weapon spirit." Zhu Yun and the others wanted to go up and interrupt, but I raised my hand to stop them and only said 3 words, "Leave it to me." I took a step forward, looking at my brother's devastating stance, and said calmly, "Is this what you rely on to defeat me? Xiaoyin, this time I will not lose. Then let's give it a try. I won't pretend anymore. It's time to reveal my cards." The second soul ring under my feet flickers with red light amidst the purple glow. In the next second, a colorful domain instantly unfolds, enveloping the entire arena. Our side experiences a 30 boost in attributes. The momentum that Tang San was building up is instantly suppressed by me. Then, my 5th soul ring lights up. 5th soul skill, Mirror Realm. A clone that looks exactly like me walks out from behind, expressionless, and charges towards Tang San with a gun in hand. Tang San swings the massive Hao-Yin hammer, accompanied by a deafening roar, and brings it down with a smash. My clone, along with the gun, was instantly smashed into countless fragments. My expression also became serious. To be honest, if I wanted to win, it would be simple. I could directly control their support with my 1st soul skill, and the match would be over. But I disdained to do that. True strong warriors never fear any challenge. Tang San was also highly focused, guarding against my move with all his might. We were locked in a standoff, and the atmosphere in the arena had become extremely tense, with everyone so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. I tell you, the atmosphere at that moment was unbelievable. I took a deep breath, my mind racing with code, calculating how I could win. Just as I was thinking, I instinctively glanced over at the high platform and met BB Dong's worried eyes. Goodness, it seemed like she understood immediately what I was about to do. Tang San wasn't stupid either. Seeing I hadn't moved, he directly unleashed his ultimate move, the chaotic wind hammer technique, smashing down with each strike. The floor shattered like a wafer cookie with just one touch. But I didn't care about him at all. My left eye lit up, activating the eye of the Xieji. In the next second, I pulled out a blood-red longbow. The entire arena exploded with excitement. Elder Ningfengji's eyes were about to bulge out of his head as he shouted twin martial spirits. The woman Qian Renxue found it interesting. Instead of being angry, her gaze became more intense, as if to say, "This is the man I have my eyes on." As for you, Xiaojing, he looked dumbfounded. He knew I had 2 martial spirits, but he didn't expect that my second martial spirit didn't even have a ring. What was I planning to do? Go unarmed onto the high ground. He quickly understood. My right hand's destiny spear swiftly transformed into an arrow of perfect size. Yu Xiaojing's lips were trembling. Who understood a single person's martial spirit fusion skill? He looked at me like I was an alien. I drew the bow, knocked the arrow, and locked on. 3 points in a line. Game over. The arrow I shot out was absurdly slow, visible to the naked eye, but Tang San knew he couldn't dodge it. His future was already locked by my arrow. Tang San was pushed to his limits, gathering power with 49 strikes of the Haotian hammer, smashing it down towards my arrow with the strength to annihilate a soul de law. Let me tell you, that scene was explosive. The entire competition arena was flipped over. It was like a miniature nuclear bomb had gone off. I protected my teammates, but Tang San's side was in ruins. All 6 people supplying him with soul power were blasted away. Ning Rongrong spewed out a mouthful of blood, caught by her family's sword de law, and then fainted. Others were worse off, all knocked unconscious on the ground. As the smoke cleared, I stood there unharmed. What about Tang San? He was pinned to the ground by my arrow, his impressive Haotian hammer shattered all around him, looking like rags. Yes, you heard that right, with 1 arrow. I shattered his martial spirit. He wasn't dead, as my arrow was filled with life energy, preserving his life. The referee looked dumbfounded, stammering to announce, "Blue Tyrant Academy, victory." Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Dugu Bo also rushed over, happily holding his granddaughter Dugu Yin. I went over to revive Tang San, retrieving my arrow, and that kid lay on the ground like a soul lost. Xiao Wu ran over, crying, and he was still apologizing. "Sorry, Xiao Wu, I lost," making it sound like a tragic parting. My teammate asked me to go up to receive the award, so I walked step by step towards Bibi Dong. In that moment, I have to say, the atmosphere was a bit subtle. The way she looked at me seemed to transcend time and space, and she softly called out, "Sister Dong." I was momentarily dazed, but I quickly regained my composure. I deliberately shouted, "Your Holiness the Pope," pulling her back to reality. Her expression instantly fell. She handed me the 10,000-year-old soft bone, charm rabbit spirit bone. As soon as I touched it, I felt a jolt all over. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in my mind, particularly alluring yet tragic, crying out for help. Wow, it was even in dual-channel surround sound. I was so startled that I almost lost my balance. Seeing my strange expression, Bibi Dong asked me what was wrong, and I casually made an excuse, took the item, and ran. Bibi Dong lost her mood too, letting Zhu Doluo continue the awards ceremony while she walked away. Then Zhu Doluo announced that besides the spirit bone, I also received a Pope's order. It was like seeing the Pope himself. The token still had a hint of warmth. I didn't know if it was her body heat. But it wasn't over yet. That woman Qian Renxue suddenly stood up and, in front of everyone, directly proposed to Dugu Yin. I have admired Miss Dugu Yin for a long time, and I hope to marry her as the crown princess. The whole place was stunned. Even more outrageous was that Dugu Yin actually agreed. I do. At that moment, I had only one thought. City folks really know how to have fun. As soon as the competition was over, we slipped away. Qian Renxue was still in the carriage, hugging Dugu Yin and provocatively saying to me, "Xiao Yin, come to Tiando City to find me soon. Where you're Yin, you'll be bullied by me," while pinching Dugu Yin's chin to make her smile at me. I was really speechless and quickly found a reason to leave. Not long after leaving the city, I ran into my dad Tang Hao and my mom Yin. I hugged my mom, and Lu Erlong and the others were shocked. My dad was quite open-minded. Seeing Lu Erlong's expression, he directly stated, "As long as Xiao Yin likes her, we have no objections," immediately winning over his future daughter-in-law. My mom asked me about my plans, and I said I would go directly to handle the important matters. She said my dad would accompany me, but she had to go to help Tang San awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor. That girl Zhu Zhuqing didn't want to let me go, holding onto my arm and not allowing me to leave, and it was her sister who pulled her away. I just walked a few steps with my dad when he stopped. I said, "Little fox, how much longer do you want to follow us?" Hualina suddenly popped out from behind a tree and hugged me tightly, rubbing her head against my chest. She said she wanted to go to the city of slaughter too, since it was on the way. I originally wanted to refuse, but then my dad spoke up and said, "Then let's go together." He probably thought that having a babysitter delivered to his door was a good deal. His expression was quite strange, as if he was thinking about how Hualina was Bibi Dong's disciple and about the master-disciple relationship. TSK. My dad seems to understand a lot. On the other side, Tang, Sen was still feeling emo in the spirit city. Xiaowu was also unhappy because of her mom's soulbone issue, which I have. She asked me for it, but I didn't give it to her. This is my trump card to keep her in check. My mom went to find Tang San, saying she wanted to help him get a second spirit. When Tang San heard this, his face turned pale. He couldn't hide the fact that he had been secretly cultivating. He followed my mom's instructions and transformed his perfectly fine blue-silver Emperor spirit, a top-tier control system, by adding 5 10,000-year poison spirit rings, turning it into a poisonous vine. When my mom saw this, she was furious and said it was a waste of resources, that the bloodline was all messed up, and that awakening the blue-silver king would be difficult now. Only then did Tang San realize that he had been tricked by Yu Xiaojiang's theory. But he didn't blame him. He just felt he had been too impulsive. Seeing his pitiful state, my mom said it wasn't completely hopeless and took him to the blue-silver forest for a few years of seclusion, hoping there might still be a chance. Thus, my mom took Tang San and Xiao Wu to start a farming side quest. The scene shifts to a year later in the city of slaughter. I, the Grim Reaper in white, am my 100th match. My opponent is so scared that he has wet himself, begging for mercy. Let me tell you, this past year, I've gone wild with Hulaina here. Her codename is the Fox Charm Fairy, and she's already achieved 100 victories. To be honest, in this year, I more or less let go of my issues with BB Dawn. After all, Hulaina is her disciple, and that relationship is too awkward. It's like a cyber minotaur situation. Now, Hulaina is my official girlfriend, very clingy. In this hellish place, aside from killing, the only thing we can do is engage in some couples activities to relieve stress. I didn't waste any words. With a swift motion, I sent that guy on his way. Victory achieved. Hulaina immediately leaped into my arms. At that moment, a guy in a red robe and mask descended from the sky, calling himself the King of Slaughter. Seeing that we had both achieved 100 victories, he was quite pleased and directly bestowed upon us the title of Slaughter God. From now on, we could enter and exit the city of Slaughter at will, and were appointed as guest elders under him. In fact, the King of Slaughter was somewhat wary of the person who had brought us in. If we were to die on the Hell Road, that person would likely go mad, and the city of Slaughter would probably be destroyed. Are we leaving? Tang Yin felt a bit melancholic. Hulaina knew that the city of Slaughter had a place called the Hell Road, and that after achieving 100 victories, one needed to pass through the Hell Road to leave the city of Slaughter. But she didn't understand why the King of Slaughter would let her and Tang Yin leave directly. Just as the King of Slaughter was about to speak, he suddenly trembled, and a complex pattern appeared in his scarlet eyes. No, that's not right. You still need to pass through the Hell Road before you can leave. Tang Yin clearly felt that the King of Slaughter before him had transformed into a different person. Hulaina had already told him about the Hell Road, and Tang Yin wasn't particularly interested in that so-called Slaughter God domain. Such a domain didn't provide much benefit to his own cultivation. Moreover, domains did not have a cumulative effect greater than the sum of their parts. Then please, King of Slaughter, open the Hell Road. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloodline flew out from everyone in the audience, converging together to open a bottomless dark passageway. The audience had long since turned into withered corpses. Looking at the so-called Hell Road, a hint of unease arose in Tang Yin's heart. Chapter 209. Unease. Heartache before Tang Yin and Hulaina could react. A thick blood mist wafted out from the entrance, obscuring their line of sight. Tang Yin tightly held Hulaina's small hand, and the sense of unease intensified as they were enveloped by the blood mist. A pattern formed from blood materialized before them, resembling a bird. Before the two could discern it, the bird's eyes lit up, and even with the activation of a Xieji eye, Tang Yin's spirit shattered in an instant. A massive red light shot up into the sky, instantly engulfing both of them. Everything around them became hazy. Only the King of Slaughter's deep and sharp voice echoed in their ears. I wish you good luck on the Hell Road. When Tang Yin and Hulaina's figures disappeared from the spot, the once elderly voice of the King of Slaughter transformed into an alluring female voice I didn't expect. You would come to me, hee. A strange scarlet light flickered in the King of Slaughter's eyes, and that red light resembled the eyes of the pattern that had just been formed. Tang Yin felt as if his body was in an endless free fall. The air around him was cold, evil, and silent. Even with the immense life energy protecting him, Tang Yin was still feeling unwell. Just before his consciousness shattered, he embraced Hulaina beside him. At that moment, Hulaina felt cold all over. Her consciousness seemed to plunge into an unfathomable icy abyss, the chill emanating from her heart pulling her awareness into the depths. Fortunately, the warmth from Tang Yin's chest constantly reminded her, otherwise in such an environment. Her consciousness would surely be invaded by the surrounding dense killing intent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and with a violent tremor, Tang Yin's consciousness gradually returned to his body, regaining control. After he adapted to the surrounding light, the once dense blood light began to fade. A strange environment came into view. He and Hulaina were on a circular platform, about 5 meters in diameter, not very large, and the original patterns on it were indistinguishable, with several areas showing signs of damage. Outside the stone platform, a layer of faint red mist enveloped it, and even without the Xieji eye, Tang Yin could clearly see that beneath the platform was an endless abyss. Upon penetrating the darkness, at the bottom, a river constructed of blood was flowing. Additionally, a narrow path less than half a foot wide, barely wide enough for 2 feet to stand side by side, led into the unknown darkness. And this was the only way out of the stone platform. Hulaina in Tang Yin's arms also regained her composure. She stood up from his embrace, her gaze extending along the narrow path. This should be the Hell Road, Tang Yin said. There's a blood river beneath us, and the red mist around is the vapor produced by the underground magma evaporating the blood river. After pondering for a moment, Hulaina slowly replied, "It seems the Hell Road is not only an exit, but may also be the core of the entire city of Slaughter. If nothing goes wrong, as long as we pass through this Hell Road, we can obtain that Slaughter God domain." Tang Yin nodded in agreement with Hulaina's statement. For some reason, the unease in his heart grew stronger. He had never felt this kind of heart palpitations, not even when he was stabbed in the heart by BB Dong. "Let's move quickly. It's best to leave this place first." Tang Yin made the decision, looking at the narrow path that could only accommodate one person. Hulaina knew that they couldn't hold hands while walking together now. Before she could suggest who should go first, Tang Yin suddenly picked up Hulaina and walked toward the narrow path. Hulaina, caught off guard by Tang Yin's sudden embrace, was momentarily stunned. But the feeling of being wrapped in safety was truly pleasant. Tang Yin walked quickly, his steps steady. The narrow bridge felt as stable as solid ground, even while carrying Hulaina. Years of rigorous training had allowed Tang Yin to achieve terrifying control over his balance. And since Hulaina's weight was less than 1/10 of his martial soul's destiny, even if the half-foot path became 3 inches wide, he still remained unfazed. As they continued forward, Tang Yin distinctly felt that the blood pool beneath them seemed to draw closer, and the surrounding red mist became denser. The life energy within Tang Yin began to overflow, completely enveloping both his and Hulaina's bodies. The area was blood red, but about half a meter around Tang Yin and Hulaina was verdant and vibrant. The scene of flourishing life was still vivid in their minds. If Hulaina couldn't see the surrounding blood mist, she would have thought she and Tang Yin were in a forest full of life just by closing her eyes. Suddenly, Hulaina, leaning against Tang Yin's chest, opened her eyes wide, her originally gentle gaze flashing with a sharp cold light. Tang Yin reacted a moment before Hulaina. He wrapped an arm around her waist, and the destiny in his right hand had already appeared. The light of the Xieji eye in his left eye burst forth, and Tang Yin's momentum had already reached its peak. Ahead, a swarm of blood-red bats formed a red cloud, sweeping toward Tang Yin and Hulaina. Faced with a wave of at least 3,000 bats, Tang Yin was unafraid. He merely pointed the destiny in his right hand forward, causing the foremost blood bat to suddenly halt, causing the bats behind it to crash into the suddenly stopped bat. Bang, the bat in the front row exploded, and then, like a wave crashing down, this red cloud burst forth with even more brilliant colors. Afterwards, their bodies all fell into the abyss, swallowed entirely by the blood river. The destructive power of the breaking 1,000 armies, combined with the eye of the Xieji, was no longer comparable. If the opposing side was a 1,000-man cavalry formation composed entirely of soul masters from a soul sect and below, Tang Yin only needed this one move to annihilate them. Few Hualina felt the danger dissipate and let out a sigh of relief. Tang Yin's previous shot had left her utterly enchanted. If the occasion were right, Hualina would have definitely done something. Here comes a big one. Tang Yin still didn't relax. He reminded Hualina, who was gathering her energy for a flood attack. In the vision of the eye of the Xieji, that creature hanging upside down from the ceiling was about 4 meters long, with 2 enormous claws gripping the narrow path. Each claw had a diameter of over a meter, sharp enough to dig into the stone. A pair of giant wings slowly unfurled from its dark golden body, with a terrifying wingspan reaching 10 meters. The claws suddenly released, and with the massive wings flapping, its gigantic body took to the air. This bat was entirely dark golden in color. And what was most terrifying was that it had 3 heads. Nana, if I hit you, will your teacher come looking for trouble with me? Tang Yin suddenly made an inappropriate joke to Huoli Na in his arms. Huoli Na suddenly felt a bit tense, her hands around Tang Yin's waist tightening unconsciously. Tang Yin was not afraid of this dark golden bat. He still had confidence in killing it instantly. But his unease had intensified. If he felt right, there must be a way to resolve the troubles in his heart hidden here. Likewise, this place might also become his burial ground. If Huoli Na hadn't followed him, perhaps they wouldn't have encountered such a situation. The dark golden 3-headed bat couldn't understand Tang Yin's cold joke. It opened its big mouth and didn't make a sound. But both Tang Yin and Huoli Na felt a piercing shriek in their minds. Hold on to me. Tang Yin's voice was soft, but Huoli Na heard it clearly. However, this time, she didn't listen to Tang Yin. Huoli Na released her grip around Tang Yin's waist, her body agilely positioning itself on the narrow path, a 3-meter-long tail raised high behind her, instantly entering a combat state. I'm not some deadweight. Huoli Na added with a hint of pride. Tang Yin shook his head and smiled, taking out his dragon phoenix bow. Every time he drew the bow, he felt a part of his bloodline boiling within him, and he didn't know why. Perhaps he would understand it later. But, can I see the sun of tomorrow? He bent the bow, knocked an arrow, aimed, and shot. In one fluid motion, the arrow flew out, and the dark golden 3-headed bat king hadn't even had time to react before it plunged headfirst into the abyss blood river. Tang Yin's tone was as usual. Nana, let's go. Huoli Na glanced back at Tang Yin, although she felt a bit disappointed that he didn't continue to hold her after dealing with the danger. She wasn't raised to be pampered. As Huoli Na continued to move forward, she suddenly felt something was off. She turned back to see Tang Yin still following closely behind her. Was it my illusion? Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed in this empty hell path, and the Tang Yin who had originally left with Huoli Na was inexplicably still standing in place. Just now, when Tang Yin felt he could use his soul rings, the unease in his heart reached its peak. To protect Huoli Na, Tang Yin could only use his 5th soul skill to create a clone to follow Huoli Na out. The light here was dim, making it difficult to distinguish between Tang Yin's real body and his clone. Perhaps by the time Huoli Na noticed something was wrong, she would have already left safely. At this moment, Tang Yin's gaze was directed toward the figure deep in the darkness. The King of Slaughter. King of Slaughter? Yes, but also no. Hee. Little Yin, you don't recognize me? I saw you before you entered this city of slaughter for some reason. Tang Yin felt that the hoarse male voice of the King of Slaughter had transformed into this delicate female voice. If Bai Bai Dong were present, she would definitely recognize the owner of this voice. The Rakshasa god. Tang Yin frowned. He couldn't recall where he had heard that voice before. I've been thinking about you for 4 whole years, and you, forgot about me. So quickly the Rakshasa god complained a bit. Then let me give you a hint. For years ago, above this place, the Rakshasa secret realm, you are the Rakshasa god. Tang Yin was quite shocked. He couldn't understand why the Rakshasa god would appear in this city of slaughter. He clearly felt that the divine inheritance of this city of slaughter had no connection with the Rakshasa god's divine inheritance, as their attributes did not match. Truly clever. I originally wanted to enjoy a good time with your little girlfriend's body, but seems there's no need for that now. Tang Yin squinted, his brain racing to think of a way to break the deadlock. But the opponent was a deity, even if his soul power increased by 30 levels. Facing an unknown deity, he still had no chance of winning. For years ago, I spent 3 years in the Rakshasa Senior's secret realm. Is there something you need from me now? Tang Yin decided it was best not to provoke her until he figured out what she wanted. Your little guy is quite interesting, clearly terrified and nervous inside, yet now you talk about seniors and juniors. You're really a polite good child. The Rakshasa god wasn't in a hurry and teasingly bantered with Tang Yin. Seeing that his thoughts were exposed, Tang Yin decided to stop pretending. You can't be looking for me just to borrow my girlfriend's body for a quick fling, right? All right, sister won't tease you anymore. The Rakshasa god, seeing Tang Yin lose interest, revealed her true intentions. It's like this, you have an elder who has offended me, and I'm quite unhappy. So I want you to die to vent my anger. Of course, I can't make a move myself. As long as you can survive the King of Slaughter, you can truly live. After hearing the Rakshasa god's words, Tang Yin had no time to think about the details. His right hand tightened around destiny. He knew that the King of Slaughter was a genuine title daw, and his strength definitely exceeded level 95. 7 days ago, while working as usual, Bai Bai Dong suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She frowned, thinking there was something wrong with her body. But after inspecting her body, she found no issues. Since becoming a title de law, Bai Bai Dong had not suffered from any illness. In fact, since she began cultivating, her health had always been excellent. Now that she was close to reaching godhood, it was impossible for her to fall ill, right? There couldn't really be a god that dies from illness. Initially, Bai Bai Dong didn't take it to heart, but the sudden heart palpitations and the agonizing pain made her feel a bit anxious. That night, she had a nightmare. In the midst of a nightmare, Tang Yin fell from a narrow bridge only half a foot wide into an endless abyss, blood covering his body, and a noticeable depression where his heart was. No, Bai Bai Dong awoke with a start from the nightmare. Few it was just a dream. But for several days in a row, Bai Bai Dong kept dreaming of that same scene. Hell Road, Tang Yin. Bai Bai Dong recalled that Tang Yin had gone to the city of slaughter a year ago. She suddenly shivered all over and didn't even dare to think further. No, I have to go check. Hurriedly changing her attire, Bai Bai Dong didn't have time to arrange her subsequent affairs and disappeared into the vast night. Chapter 210. The Broken Defense of the Rakshasa. The truth Hulaina moved forward, walking for a long time without encountering any monsters living on Hell Road. As she delved deeper into hell, the surrounding blood mist grew denser, and faint traces of the blood river beneath the abyss could be seen. It was getting higher. The rising temperature around her made Hulaina's snow-white skin appear blood-red. Both she and her martial soul detested this environment. Her pace quickened further until a massive snake corpse appeared in her line of sight. The snake's body was several dozen meters long, most of it submerged in the red blood river. Its corpse lay limply on the narrow Hell Road, its entire body displaying a strange red-black color. Floating on the blood river were the snake's head and back, with a total of 9 protrusions, each resembling a crimson mushroom, and the red light within them seemed to be growing dimmer. Just as Hulaina was about to turn back and ask Tang Yin, she realized she was in special training. If she relied on Tang Yin all the way, would he find her bothersome? After hesitating for a moment, Hulaina mustered her courage and approached the snake corpse. Up close, she clearly saw the obvious fatal wound on the snake's body. The wound extended from the snake's head all the way to its tail, following the spine, and the depth and width of the wound were identical. To inflict such a wound would require the killer to have precise control over their strength, and the weapon used was surely not an ordinary one. Looking around, Hulaina felt a sense of fear at the possibility of a third stranger appearing aside from herself and Tang Yin. At that moment, a figure indeed appeared before her. The distance was too far, and Hulaina could only make out the outline of a person. Her pupils dilated instantly, and the large tail behind her rose high, her entire delicate body adopting a bowing posture, ready to spring into action. At that time, she still remembered to warn, "Little Yin, someone is coming." But this time, she still received no response. The tense atmosphere made Hulaina overlook many details, such as the fact that Tang Yin would never let her take risks when encountering the corpse of a 9-headed fiery sun serpent. For instance, Tang Yin would have appeared before her at the first opportunity. What relieved Hulaina was that the blurry figure was none other than her teacher, Bai Bai Dong. However, Hulaina found it strange that her teacher would arrive here at this time. "Teacher?" Hulaina tried to call out, but she did not fully relax her guard, maintaining her combat stance. In this Hell Road, anything could happen. If the Bai Bai Dong before her was a mental illusion conjured by Hell Road, it would be dangerous to let her guard down. At that moment, Bai Bai Dong looked extremely fatigued, her eyes visibly bloodshot, and her once full and fair face now showed signs of wear. She had no idea of Tang Yin's exact location. She could only rely on the unease in her heart and her intuition to reach the exit of Hell Road. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the risk of impulsively entering, she dove into the narrow opening that could only accommodate one person. A ripping pain in her chest flared up again, causing Bai Bai Dong to quicken her pace. Flashes of many images rushed through her mind, some sweet moments with Tang Yin, and also the cold indifference and resolution Tang Yin had shown her that night. I hope this is just my illusion. Not long after entering Hell Road, Bai Bai Dong saw her disciple and the figure behind her. Few Bai Bai Dong slowly descended in front of Hulaina. "Nana, you didn't encounter any trouble, did you?" The familiar voice dispelled most of Hulaina's doubts, but she still tentatively asked, "Teacher, do you know where my only mole is located?" Seeing Hulaina still in her martial soul form, Bai Bai Dong knew her disciple was still in a state of mental tension and could only respond, "It's on the inner side of your left buttock. You told me when I was bathing you as a child." Hearing the person before her reveal a secret known only to the two of them, Hulaina's last thread of doubt faded away. Among the two of them, aside from Bai Bai Dong, there was only Tang Yin. "Teacher, I miss you so much." Hulaina rushed over and hugged Bai Dong tightly, her tail dropping down and becoming incredibly docile. Bibi non affectionately embraced Hulina, but her gaze fell on Tang Yin. Tang Yin's expression. Nana, what happened to Tang Yin? Upon hearing Bai Dong's question, Hulaina turned around to look at Tang Yin. The Tang Yin before her was making cracking sounds, like the sound of a mirror shattering. The once fine Tang Yin suddenly shattered in front of her eyes. Hulaina finally sensed that something was very wrong. Bai Dong could tell at a glance that something had happened to Tang Yin. Bai Dong knew that Tang Yin had a soul skill capable of creating a copy that looked exactly like him, a technique he had also used in the finals. Little Yin must have sensed the impending danger and used his soul skill to bring her out so she wouldn't worry. Now that the soul skill had disappeared, there could only be two possibilities. Either the soul master voluntarily canceled the soul skill, or the physical body of the soul master was severely injured, unable to maintain the soul skill. And in Bai Dong's heart, she leaned more towards the latter. She no longer hesitated, following the narrow path and rushing deeper. Hulaina only reacted a moment too late. Just as she was about to chase after, Bai Dong's voice came through. You can't help at all. Go outside. Think about why Tang Yin wanted to send you away. Hulaina's impulsive, emotional brain was gradually overtaken by reason. She understood that Tang Yin must have encountered some terrifying enemy, and having her around would only hinder him. But just leaving her alone in a safe place to wait felt unsatisfactory. Her thoughts underwent a fierce struggle, her nails digging deep in her flesh, blood flowing freely. Tears streamed from the corners of Hulaina's eyes, leaving two trails. This was the first time she hated her own lack of strength so much. She couldn't even help at all. In fact, Tang Yin did not simply send Hulaina away. His fifth soul skill also has the ability to swap places with his main body. In Tang Yin's plan, the idea was to let the clone take Hulaina close to the exit, while Tang Yin would instantly complete the swap between the clone and the main body. As long as they got out of the Hell Road, neither the King of Slaughter nor the Rakshasa God could do anything to him. However, things did not go as planned. Puff Tang Yin used his fate to block a casual strike from the King of Slaughter. The blood-red magic sword in his hand stirred up a terrifying energy storm, and the surrounding blood mist instantly condensed into tangible blood blades. But this time, the impact of fate struck Tang Yin's chest, and the immense force caused several more cracks to appear in his ribs. He had already coughed up blood countless times. Behind Tang Yin, the pale blue heaven and earth furnace only emitted a dim glow at this moment. Originally, in this already spirit energy-thin Hell Road, it was already quite difficult for the heaven and earth furnace to provide soul power support to Tang Yin. Now, with his physical strength dwindling, his energy no longer allowed him to continue maintaining the operation of the heaven and earth furnace. The life energy within him was also gradually being consumed to quickly repair his body's injuries. But this situation of only expending energy without any intake, and with a huge consumption, could not be sustained for long. The control over the body of the King of Slaughter had not been completely lifted by the Rakshasa God, who was adept at tormenting others, and it felt like she was playing a game of cat and mouse. As the cat, the Rakshasa God greatly enjoyed the fun of torturing her prey, and the mouse, without a doubt, was Tang Yin. Are you stalling for time? Counting. Your little girlfriend is almost at the exit too. Why not try to see if you can swap places with your clone? Tang Yin, kneeling on one knee, felt a sinking sensation in his heart as the Rakshasa God directly revealed his escape card. Tang Yin still held onto a glimmer of hope and tried it out. What if the Rakshasa God was just toying with him? But luck was ultimately just luck, although the connection between his main body and clone still existed. When the thought of swapping places arose, he felt a special force blocking the main body from connecting with the clone. The King of Slaughter suddenly attacked, and this strike was sharper than all the previous ones. Tang Yin was alarmed and quickly used the Dragon Phoenix bow to shoot an arrow. The power of this sword light was weakened, but it was only weakened. No matter how gifted Tang Yin was, it was impossible for him to defeat the King of Slaughter, who possessed a super divine artifact and was one of the three unmatched Duluos of the current era. Moreover, this was the King of Slaughter under partial control of a god. Even with a distance of 10 meters, Tang Yin could feel the immense energy contained within that scarlet sword light. If he did not take any action, his body would definitely be cut in half. There was no time to dodge. In a moment of desperation, Tang Yin erupted with mental power, activating eternity. Everything around him slowed down, the flowing blood river, the steaming blood mist, and the deadly sword light coming toward him. This included the King of Slaughter, controlled by the god. Time was short, and Tang Yin adjusted his posture so that the sword light could only strike his abdomen, while all the life energy within him also condensed at that point. Tang Yin's gamble paid off. The sword light that could cost him his life only sent him flying several dozen meters, leaving a horrific wound on his abdomen. If it weren't for the protection of life energy, his almost shattered internal organs would definitely have spilled out along the path of his flight. Tang Yin's landing point was not good. His body was slightly off the straight trajectory due to the adjustment of angle. Enduring immense pain, Tang Yin barely grasped the corner of the hell road. The pain from his wound made him grimace, and blood flowed down from the gaps between his teeth. Hey, why don't you listen to your sister? I told you, you can't escape from my grasp today. The King of Slaughter landed on the hell road, leisurely walking toward Tang Yin step by step. Sister? Just a twisted, perverted old hag. Tang Yin knew that it would be very difficult to leave alive today. Rather than dying in a cowardly manner, it was better to express his feelings directly. Upon hearing this, the Rakshasa god did not respond verbally, but instead crouched down, stroking Tang Yin's still handsome face. TSK, tisk, your parents really gave you a good appearance. No wonder my inheritor is so enamored with you. Tang Yin only looked coldly at the King of Slaughter, not responding. Hey, look at you. Obviously my inheritor loves you so much, yet you are having an affair. After saying this, she leaned closer to Tang Yin, taking a deep breath, closing her eyes as if savoring, and said, let me see how many women's scents are on you. 1, 2, 3, 6 women. Slap. The Rakshasa god controlled the body of the King of Slaughter and slapped Tang Yin's face, immediately leaving a mark on his fair skin. Scum. Men really are no good. Tang Yin spat out a mouthful of blood foam and sneered. I'm indeed not a faithful person, but looking at you, I bet you were also rejected by some man before becoming a god. That man probably didn't even want to touch you. Shut up. The silent Rakshasa god suddenly let out a sharp scream, the sound piercing through the eardrum of one of Tang Yin's ears. His body, hanging in the air, stumbled, and he found it hard to maintain his balance. Good. You successfully angered me. The Rakshasa god's voice was no longer playful, but chillingly cold. Tang Yin Juka. I hit the nail on the head. You are MMM. The foot of the King of Slaughter stomped hard on Tang Yin's fingers that were clawing at the hell road, enduring the intense pain. Cold sweat began to bead on Tang Yin's forehead. As the pressure increased, the last bit of his strength was about to be exhausted. Before his consciousness faded, vivid figures flashed before Tang Yin's eyes. Zhu Yunjie, Zhu Qing, I broke my promise. Sister Shui, our agreement. Dean, your promise. Hulaina, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Finally, Bibi Dong's figure appeared in Tang Yin's mind. In a vague sense, he could still hear the Rakshasa god's hysterical outburst after breaking down. I was abandoned by someone? Yes. So what? My inheritor was also abandoned, wasn't he? You still don't know? Do you, the Rakshasa god, seem to regain a bit of sanity, revealing a heartbreaking truth to Tang Yin? In fact, Bibi Dong loves you very much, but she had to make you hate her to keep you alive. You never truly loved her either. Can a white head prove anything? She even wanted to commit suicide. If it weren't for me, she would have died long ago. Seeing Tang Yin's face twitch, the Rakshasa god knew that at this moment, he had also broken down. Ultimately, Tang Yin's memory recalled Bibi Dong's almost pleading tone that night. Clearly, her temperament was so noble and domineering, yet in private, she was like this. I'm sorry. Tang Yin's consciousness was hazy, and he would no longer have the chance to say this I'm sorry directly to Bibi Dong. His body fell weakly toward the abyss below. Chapter 211, Born for Love. Heartbroken with longing in the moment of consciousness scattering, Tang Yin suddenly felt someone catch his falling body. That person's arms were thin, but incredibly strong. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nose, but Tang Yin no longer had the energy to think about who had come. He weakly murmured, hurry up and go, and then completely lost consciousness. In Tang Yin's perception, there was no one on the entire continent who could defeat the King of Slaughter. Not even Qian Rinchue's grandfather, Qian Daolu, would be able to. Coming to save him would only cost another life. Just before his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, Tang Yin felt a few warm droplets of water fall onto his face. Is it raining? Looking at Tang Yin, who was covered in blood in her arms, Bibi Dong's heart felt as if it were bleeding. At this moment, even though Tang Yin had lost consciousness, a faint green light still radiated from his body, which is a title Daw. Bibi Dong understood very well what it meant. When a soul master dies, the soul power accumulated within their body dissipates into the world in different ways. Soul power comes from the heavens and the earth, and after death, it should return to the heavens and the earth. Tang Yin was in such a state right now. However, The residual life energy within him still maintained his basic life signs, but now he was merely clinging to life. No, 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 don't die. Bibi Dong watched as Tang Yin's vitality began to fade away little by little, but there was nothing she could do but watch helplessly. ISNT this our little Dong. What are you doing here? The Rakshasa god had long sensed Bibi Dong's arrival, and she had deliberately timed it so that Bibi Dong could witness how Tang Yin died. Anyone could attain love, but you, who chose to inherit my divine position. Bibi Dong absolutely cannot. Bibi Dong ignored the Rakshasa god. She just quietly held Tang Yin tightly, wanting to use her body heat to warm Tang Yin's somewhat cold body. Ah, what a pity. The little lover in your arms already knows everything you've done to him, but unfortunately, he doesn't even have the chance to speak to you now. What a shame. Well, you and I, we are both unfortunate souls. People like us, burdened with the dirtiest sins and grudges of the world, will not be able to enjoy the blessing of love. How about we join hands and turn this Dua continent into a purgatory? Bibi Dong placed Tang Yin's body on the path to hell and slowly stood up. When she raised her head, 2 streams of blood tears slid down her cheeks, and her scarlet eyes burned with rage. Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and instantly completed the martial soul true form of the Death Spider Emperor. What Rakshasa god? What divine trial? What revenge no longer mattered? Nothing mattered anymore. All Bibi Dong wanted to do was kill the being in front of her. The Rakshasa god was not angry. Having just vented pent-up frustration, she felt quite pleased. As for the words that made her defenses crumble, they were merely the last desperate rage of a dying person. Hee, can you kill me? I'm merely controlling the body of the king of slaughter. What do you do to me? Come, little Dong, or be good, put away your martial soul, obediently merge with the divine power I bestow upon you. As long as you complete the 9 trials, you will be the new Rakshasa god. Perhaps by then, you might even try to resurrect your Tang Yin. The Rakshasa god did not care about Bibi Dong's emotions at all, as there was no need to. Unless Bibi Dong died, the divine trial would forever exist. As for suicide, could Bibi Dong, who bore the divine seed of the Rakshasa god, do that? Bibi Dong's 8 spider legs were deeply embedded in the hard stone. The Rakshasa god was right. Even if she wanted revenge, what could she do against a Rakshasa god? Originally intending to use the divine trial to corrupt your spirit, I did not expect your little lover to ruin it. Since I've come down here with great difficulty, let me help you complete this little ritual. With a wave of the King of Slaughter's hand, a wisp of purple-black gas flew towards Bibi Dong's direction. The gas moved slowly, yet Bibi Dong showed no intention of dodging. She knew that whatever she did now would be futile. This feeling of helplessness, directly locked on, filled Bibi Dong's heart with humiliation and rage. When the purple-black mist entered Bibi Dong's mind, her martial soul true form was instantly undone. The purple-black mist enveloped not elsewhere, but Bibi Dong's sea of spirit. The wounds that had been healed bit by Tang Yin over the past 3 years were now invaded again, and aside from her own power, the only remnants left in Bibi Dong's sea of spirit were the traces of Tang Yin's healing. Once the purple-black Rakshasa god consciousness entered Bibi Dong's sea of spirit, it began to violently invade every corner. Bibi Dong did not sit idly by. She tried to fight back, wanting to expel this energy that did not belong to her. But in front of God, Bibi Dong was no different from Tang Yin. The intense pain of her sea of spirit being torn apart made Bibi Dong clutch her head and painfully crawl on the ground. This familiar feeling reminded her of Tang Yin. But this time, who could protect her? The hero bestowed upon her by heaven had already been killed by her. That's right, Bibi Dong blamed everything on herself, feeling that if it weren't for her, Tang Yin would surely be very happy now. The invasion of the Rakshasa god consciousness went very smoothly, but when it reached 1/3 of the way, the Rakshasa god suddenly let out a shrill wail. The King of Slaughter, under her control, stumbled and fell directly into the blood river below the abyss. The power invading Bibi Dong's mind receded like a tide. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong crawled towards Tang Yin without caring about her image. Using both her hands and feet, she looked somewhat comical, but she didn't care at all. Enduring the intense pain from her sea of spirit, Bibi Dong trembled as she stretched out a finger to check Tang Yin's breath. Gone. Bibi Dong seemed to have lost her soul, her eyes filled with a grayish-white dead silence. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary white flower floated out from Tang Yin's storage soul guide. Below it lay a large black stone. Bibi Dong was quickly drawn to this flower, and a voice in her heart told her that as long as she picked this flower, she could save her beloved. When her fingertip touched the petal, Bibi Dong instantly understood how to pick this flower. Since ancient times, the tears of longing have been the most heart-wrenching. The love-longing red, which had guarded a lifetime of love, would not silently watch the impending separation of the lovers. Bibi Dong carefully cradled the love-longing red in her palms, beginning to recall moments with Tang Yin. At this moment, her heart reached a state of utmost peace, and all the memories began to flow back, reminding her of every little detail spent with Tang Yin. The two life-saving favors, 3 years of companionship, the fateful connection from previous life. All the beauty coalesced into the deepest love in Bibi Dong's heart. But the final test has also arrived. Tang Yin's infatuation, Tang Yin's sarcasm, indifference, and determination. Bibi Dong tried to control herself not to think about these things, but she couldn't. She simply couldn't. Just when her heart was about to shatter, she remembered the song she loved most that Tang Yin sang for her. The circle outlines the fingerprint. Xiaoyin, I have never regretted loving you. Never. Bibi Dong spat out a mouthful of blood onto the Xiangxi Duanshanghong. When the first drop of blood fell on the white petals of Xiangxi Duanshanghong, the originally ordinary little white flower immediately bloomed with brilliant red light. The silk-like petals of Xiangxi Duanshanghong became luscious and dripping, as if Bibi Dong's heart's blood had brought this flower back to life. The Xiangxi Duanshanghong, shining with a golden red hue, revealed its original form after absorbing the blood of true love. Bibi Dong plucked a few petals and put them in her mouth. The petals of Xiangxi Duanshanghong melted instantly, turning into flowing essence. Even just holding it in her mouth, Bibi Dong could feel the powerful energy contained within the flower. Tang Yin had lost the ability to swallow on his own, and this was one of the few methods Bibi Dong could think of. Grasping Tang Yin's chin, Bibi Dong kissed him without a moment's hesitation. This was the second kiss between the two. Bibi Dong felt it was ridiculous that every intimate moment with the person she loved most was at the brink of death. But it was only at this moment that she could let go of everything to love Tang Yin alone. She didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. After feeding the entire Xiangxi Duanshanghong into Tang Yin's mouth, his body, which had lost all signs of life, seemed to come back to life again. The pale cheeks, devoid of color, regained some redness, and the terrifying medicinal power of Xiangxi Duanshanghong flowed within Tang Yin's body. The body that had long been exhausted began to absorb the little spiritual energy from the surroundings, and the heart that had stopped beating started to beat powerfully again. However, Tang Yin still showed no signs of waking up. Once everything was done, Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The mental exhaustion and physical pain nearly causing her to faint. Her strong will pulled her back. Looking at Tang Yin, whose complexion had returned to normal, Bibi Dong couldn't help but reach out to touch his cheek. When the crisis passed, Bibi Dong's earlier decisiveness had completely disappeared. Xiaoyin, my greatest wish now is for you to be fine. Now, you are not lacking for women by your side. Besides Xiaoxu and Nana, there are many, many girls. They will definitely take good care of you. In fact, I have come to understand. Even the one I hate the most, Lu Erlong, is still pure and innocent. While I am no longer the Bibi Dong who could completely belong to you, perhaps our meeting was a mistake, only for you. Meeting me has brought you too much misfortune. Your mother told me there was an opportunity for us to reunite, but I don't want to continue bringing you disaster. You will definitely have many, many children in the future, right? We had 1, 2 in our last life. Our child was named Tang Yin. Bibi Dong chattered on, and by the end, her eyes were filled only with reluctance for Tang Yin. After seeing that Tang Yin was generally unharmed, Bibi Dong suddenly turned around decisively, wanted to leave before Tang Yin woke up. But just as she was about to get up, her hand was grabbed by a hand. Before she could react, Tang Yin, supporting his still somewhat weak body, hugged her from behind. Bibi Dong could feel Tang Yin's weakness at this moment, and she could also feel his determination. As long as she wanted to leave, even a fully powered Tang Yin couldn't stop her, let alone now. Dongjia, I'm sorry, please don't go, don't leave me. Okay. Tang Yin's head rested on Bibi Dong's shoulder, and to save energy, he didn't even open his eyes. Hearing Tang Yin's words, Bibi Dong was already in tears. Clearly, she had just made a firm decision, but upon hearing Tang Yin's words, that ridiculous determination shattered into pieces. How could she not want to spend the rest of her life with Tang Yin? But Tang Yin struggled to raise his hand, stopping at the position on Bibi Dong's left chest. He was trying to take advantage of Bibi Dong, but rather to remember her sacrifices. Sure enough, Tang Yin felt a scar that was only an inch long at Bibi Dong's chest. Dongjia, I'm sorry. You have given so much, yet I have always thought I was the victim. Tang Yin was very weak now, and his words came out in fragments. Don't say any more, I know. I know everything. Bibi Dong was afraid that Tang Yin's already weak body would collapse completely. No, it's okay. Dong Jia, I have many women by my side now. Will you not want me? Tang Yin was like a child who had made a mistake. What right do I have to despise you? Xiaoyin. Bibi Dong looked up, trying to appear strong. Dong Jia, actually, you were so beautiful that night. After returning this time, can you wear it for me again? Please, Dong Jia, okay. Bibi Dong almost used all her strength to say this word. After saying it, she could no longer suppress her tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making her pitiful. At this moment, a figure that was very important to Tang Yin unexpectedly flew out from Bibi Dong's body. When Tang Yin saw the image formed by countless light points in the air, he couldn't help but exclaim, Master! Tang Yin had many teachers, but he only had one master. The image of old turtle floated in the air, quietly watching both Bibi Dong and Tang Yin. Bibi Dong also looked up at that extremely old figure. Tang Yin's address had already indicated his identity. Xiaoyin, long time no see. You should have grown up now. As you can see, this is just an image I carved in advance. There is no need to try to find me, for I have long since died. The fact that you can see this image means you have passed that crisis. Next, I will inform you of all the truths. Chapter 2:12 Destiny. Destiny Truth? Both Tang Yin and Bibi Dong looked confused. Old Turtle did not explain much. He was just an image now, and he would only follow the established procedure to carry out instructions. After waiting for Tang Yin and Bibi Dong to adapt for a while, countless light points scattered, and a starry sky scene appeared before them. In the vast universe, there is not only endless darkness. Countless celestial bodies are emitting scorching light. Chaotic elemental storms stirred up waves in the universe, reflecting brilliantly colored light. This seemed to be a person's first-person perspective, with the surrounding scenery advancing at an unimaginable speed. Finally, the scene froze on a planet with 4 continents: Bilwa continent, Sun and Moon continent, and later Dolan continent and Xinghua continent, with almost all other places filled with blue oceans. Around here, there are many planets similar to this one, and above these planets is a misty realm filled with dazzling light. Bibi Dong immediately recognized the name of this realm, God Realm. The Rakshasa secret realm does not actually belong to the Dolua continent, and neither does the city of Slaughter where Tang Yin and Bibi Dong are located. These two places are very special, akin to small realms attached to the Dolua continent realm, yet they are somewhat different. More accurately, the city of Slaughter and the Rakshasa secret realm serve as connecting passages between the Dolua God realm and the Dolua continent realm. As the perspective descended from the God realm towards the Dolua continent, a golden figure suddenly appeared in view. Her beauty was undoubtedly rare in the world. With golden hair cascading behind her, smooth and gentle facial curves, and golden eyes that possessed a captivating magical ability, Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim, as this person's appearance bore some resemblance to Qian Renxue. The perspective stopped in front of this woman who closely resembled Qian Renxue. She, like Qian Renxue, had 3 pairs of holy angel wings behind her. However, her condition seemed somewhat off. Her entire aura was very weak, and her body under the white dress was flickering between reality and illusion. Senior, may I disturb you? Her voice carried an indescribable ethereal quality that could calm a person's spirit, akin to a conversion. What is it? An aged voice responded, indistinguishable from that of Old Turtle. This voice confirmed Tang Yin's suspicion. What he was seeing was indeed the scene of his teacher's arrival at the Dolua continent. Senior, I have been schemed against, and I have little time left. My body is about to collapse. Seeing that the place you are headed to is the Dolua continent, I dare to stop you. But it's nothing. If you can help me, I will do my utmost. Old Turtle was not an easy person to talk to, but he had already calculated that there was a thread of causality between him and the person before him. This causality came from the future. I am called Qian Shui, known as the angel god in this god realm. I have left a trace of my bloodline in the Dolua continent. I have little time left, but I fear that my fall will lead to the severing of the bloodline in the lower realm. I hope Senior can bring my divine essence to the lower realm to help my descendants become the new angel god. Qian Shui sensed a terrifying aura from Old Turtle. Although she was capable of becoming a first-level deity, she did not dare to casually traverse the universe, while Old Turtle, despite appearing to have only a remnant soul left, could perform long-distance traversals, and his strength was definitely far beyond that of the people in the god realm. Normally, one would not easily disclose information without knowing the other's background. However, she was already at her wit's end. If she did not act, the angel lineage, defeated in the battle of faith, would be forever buried in the dust of history by the victorious sea god. All right. Old Turtle's response was still very simple. The angel god Qian Shui seemed anxious. After Old Turtle agreed, white flames ignited on her already ethereal body, transforming her into a drop of brilliant golden essence. That drop of essence flew towards Old Turtle and fell together towards the Dowa continent. As the view shifted, Bibi Dong saw herself. She was kneeling on the ground, blushing and arguing with a golden-haired man about something. Tang Yin could clearly feel that the person in his arms was trembling uncontrollably. "Girl, don't be afraid, keep watching." At this moment, Old Turtle's voice rang out, and from his comforting tone, Tang Yin could faintly detect a hint of guilt. When Bibi Dong saw the disgusted face of Qian Xuanji, she did not feel a surge of murderous intent, but instead felt a hint of fear. Even though Tang Yin no longer hated her after learning the truth, she still worried that he would harbor resentment because of this matter. However, the scene before her seemed somewhat different from her memory. After being knocked out by Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong slowly woke up from the secret chamber. She curled up, panicking as she checked herself, and breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing she was still intact. Phew, thank goodness. Thank goodness beside Bibi Dong was the unconscious Qian Xuanji. Once she calmed down, she lifted her head. The expression on her face was somewhat dazed, as if she had seen something incomprehensible. At the same time, a real scene also appeared in Bibi Dong's mind. "Who are you? And did you save me?" This question from Bibi Dong was not surprising, as she could not feel Old Turtle's soul from a light cluster like an angel. "I'm not here to save you." Old Turtle's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Bibi Dong's heart. The recent near assault by someone she trusted most had already left a significant shadow in her mind. "I am here on behalf of someone." Just as Old Turtle was about to clarify, he suddenly fell silent. Oh fate. Child, because of my arrival, your destiny has already changed. But it is too early now. With my current strength, I cannot predict whether the changes occurring now are good or bad for you and me. In the scene, Bibi Dong looked dazed. At that time, it was evident that there was still some untainted clarity and innocence in her eyes. "I should not have come here. According to the original trajectory of fate, you should have already been assaulted by your teacher, and in the future, you would have a daughter with him. In the end, to save your daughter, you would be gravely injured and near death, and your daughter would self-destruct her divine position to become a prisoner." Upon hearing her future fate, Bibi Dong felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The future she imagined should not be like this. She should be with the person she loves forever. "My arrival has already changed your fate. Fate will separate you, but it will also bring you together. But at that time, will you still be willing to accept him, who is no longer devoted? Is it Xiao Gang?" Bibi Dong tilted her head and asked her doubt. Because when she was listening to Old Turtle recount her original fate, Yu Xiaojiang had already become entwined with his cousin, Lu Erlong. Seeing the scene, Bibi Dong lowered her head, gripping her clothing tightly, twisting the fabric together. "No, because of my arrival, a new life is about to be born. He does not belong to the original timeline, yet he is closely related to the Son of Destiny of the original timeline." Son of Destiny? Tang San? Bibi Dong was very clever. She immediately thought of the Tang San who could defeat her and her yet-to-exist daughter by himself. That's right. He and Tang San will be twin brothers. Huh? Bibi Dong was stunned. She knew that Tang San was even younger than her daughter. It seems I have taken a bit of advantage. Then, can I be with? Bibi Dong felt that her request was quite presumptuous. But at that time, she was very unhappy with both known futures. "Child, fate has long been determined. It is all as such. Now, you have two choices. One is the original fate, and the other is another future." Bibi Dong fell silent. She lowered her head, beginning to make a choice regarding her fate. "I choose the second." After a long time, Bibi Dong made her choice. Old Turtle did not say more. A beam of light flew towards Bibi Dong, and she fainted once again. The scene blurred. "Girl, Qian Rengshu is your child, and this is an unchangeable fate. I have suffered a great backlash for trying to defy fate." Old Turtle reappeared, and there was still some guilt in his voice. After Bibi Dong fell into a coma, he integrated the angelic blood of Qian Xue into Bibi Dong's body for conception, resulting in the birth of Qian Rengshu. To avoid changing the predetermined fate too early, Old Turtle sealed this memory of Bibi Dong and reverted everything back to the original timeline. The pain of being violated, the heartbreak of parting, the living dead in the city of slaughter, a journey that is exactly the same. The only difference is that at the brink of falling into the abyss, Bibi Dong encountered the salvation of her life. After doing all this, I often wonder whether it was right or wrong. in a universe belonging to Old Turtle. In order to reverse fate and allow cosmic civilization to continue, he orchestrated the calamity of the myriad races, staining the heavens with blood, causing countless lives to turn to dust in the wars he secretly controlled. Now, after directly and indirectly staining the blood of countless trillion lives, he reflects on how he twisted the fate of a pair of lovers. Humans are complex. The world is neither black nor white, but a delicate shade of gray. Pure people do exist, and bad people can have moments of kindness, while good people can sometimes be controlled by desire. Xiao Yin, I know that when you learn about this, you may not necessarily hate me, but you might harbor some resentment. Just as Tang Yin was about to speak, Old Turtle continued, no need to rush to refute. I didn't see you when recording this footage, but I saw your kindness from the future. Girl, you don't need to worry about the issue of the Rakshasa god inheritance in your body anymore. When you hear me say this, the Rakshasa divine position is already ownerless, and after some time, you'll be able to fully integrate with it. This is also a form of compensation from me to you. Old Turtle smiled, like a kind old man. Child, the light boat has passed through countless mountains. Your future will be smooth. Go fulfill your ideals, enjoy your life, and remember, I'm just a passerby in your life. The Old Turtle, who was trapped by fate for a lifetime, vanished from the world. Bibi Dong and Tang Yin maintained this position for a long time, both still in shock. This feeling of being destined made them feel quite magical. Master, Tang Yin's heart was filled with emotion. The bond between him and Old Turtle was incredibly deep. Without Old Turtle, there would be no Tang Yin in this world. Xiao Yin, Bibi Dong's voice made Tang Yin slightly turn his head, meeting her gaze as she moved closer. Donger, don't hate my master. Having restored that memory, Bibi Dong covered Tang Yin's mouth with her hand, stopping his impending words. Xiao Yin, your teacher is also a benefactor of my fate. He not only saved me, but also allowed me to meet you. Upon realizing that she had merely had a child with a woman, though the feeling was strange, the last trace of resentment in her heart had disappeared. She was still Bibi Dong who belonged to Tang Yin. As for the relationship with Qian Rengshu, forget it, no more thinking. Bibi Dong looked at the lips close at hand, slowly closed her eyes, and leaned in. Their lips met, devoid of desire, only filled with beauty and deep affection. Outside, Hulaina had been waiting for a long time and had reddened eyes. Unable to understand the situation inside, Hulaina could only pace anxiously. Initially, she wanted to go in, but after leaving the road to hell, she found she could not return through that opening. As she paced back and forth, a figure appeared behind Hulaina, casting a huge shadow that completely blocked the tall Hulaina. Turning around, she saw it was Tang Yin's father. Grasping Tang Hao's hand like a lifeline, Hulaina's expression was frantic, her voice trembling but urgent. Uncle, Xiao Yin is in danger inside. He hasn't come out for a long, long time. My teacher has also been in there for a long time, but there's no news at all. Uncle, you must save Xiao Yin. Tang Hao, who had come to pick up Tang Yin, instantly became anxious upon hearing this news. Wait for me. After leaving those two words, he dove into the road to hell. Tang Hao's aura had reached its peak, with a layer of blood-red malice surging on the Hao Yin hammer in his hand. He would not allow Tang Yin to be seriously injured under his watch again. Not only could he not accept it, but Yin, who was also worried about Tang San's martial soul evolution, would not forgive him either. But when he arrived at the scene, he was stunned. Tang Yin and Bibi Dong, who were kissing, were also taken aback. Tang Yin looked at his father awkwardly and smiled. Father, Bibi Dong, leaning in Tang Yin's embrace, shyly buried her head in Tang Yin's neck. In the divine realm, within the Rakshasa god's mansion, the Rakshasa god died on her beloved throne. Her death was extremely tragic, with purple-black blood flowing from her 7 orifices, her eyes wide open in a horrifying stare. In her chest, a black heart was forcefully pulled out by herself, clutched in her hand that hung limply before her. Introduction. The heavens and earth as a furnace, creation as a craftsman. Yin and yang as charcoal, all things as copper. The heavens and earth as a furnace can refine the world. Phoenix bones as the frame, dragon tendons as the strings. Soaking in the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, bathing in the blood of dragons and phoenixes and the essence of all beasts, refining them into treasures. A world heritage.